Chapter 1. The Sign and System, the Fortune of the Golden Dragon. From this day forth, you shall be of the human race. A goddess of extraordinary beauty stood suspended in the air above the 129,600 newly born members of the human race. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and an aura of supreme nobility radiated from her being. We express our deepest gratitude to the Holy Mother for bestowing life upon us. The 129,600 newly born humans bowed in unison toward the goddess hovering above. Their eyes were filled with reverence and admiration. NWA stood aloft, surrounded by waves of profound energy that enveloped her. Heavenly Dao above. Today, the innate goddess NWA, having comprehended the path of creation, has birthed a race called humanity. May the heavenly Dao bear witness. As NWA reverently proclaimed her homage to the heavenly Dao, Xiao Yang, who stood not far from the human race, quietly observed the unfolding spectacle. His expression was a whirlwind of emotion, shock, exhilaration, and uncertainty intertwined. He had not anticipated that after his death, he would become what was referred to in his past life as a ghost. Moreover, he had never imagined that he would find himself in such a primeval world, witnessing the very birth of humanity. At this moment, NWA was in the act of creating humanity, ascending to the heights of the primordial realm, achieving the status of a saint. Yet, Xiao Yang remained merely a wandering spirit, still detached from the human race. He had contemplated merging into the newly formed, unawakened clay figure. However, each time that thought arose, a wave of trepidation washed over him, as if such an act would surely lead to his demise. Deep within, Xiao Yang felt an intense unwillingness, a refusal to remain a mere ghost. He could not accept the notion of waiting for reincarnation, erasing his memories, and losing all sense of self. Nor could he bear the thought of perishing helplessly in the face of calamities, malevolent cultivators, or conflicts. In this world where immortals and deities coexisted, he yearned to ascend to immortality, to become an ancestor, to explore the northern sea in the morning and the Kangwu Mountains at dusk. He desired to understand how it would feel to be a formidable being, gazing upon this primordial world with newfound perspective. Xiao Yang's resolve solidified regardless of the price. He would become an immortal or a deity. At that moment, a voice, audible only to Xiao Yang, resonated in his ear. Detecting the aura of the heavenly Dao, the system is absorbing and activating. The human race sign-in system has been successfully activated. By activating the system, you shall receive a novice gift pack. As the words echoed, a radiant display of multicolored light burst forth before Xiao Yang. This resplendent light intertwined and ultimately formed a system interface visible solely to him. The interface was shrouded in a haze, with only a single flickering light point, seemingly awaiting Xiao Yang's touch. After a brief contemplation, he extended his finger toward the glowing point. As his finger descended, the haze dissipated, revealing a clear panel before his eyes. The human race sign-in system is related to the fortune of humanity. As the fortune of humanity grows, you can sign in using this fortune to obtain various rewards. The concise introduction gradually faded away. Then, lines of text appeared upon the panel, detecting your current environment, automatically matching a novice gift pack for you. Congratulations! You have received the number 10086 novice gift pack. Would you like to open the novice gift pack? Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yang tapped the system panel. Opening the novice gift pack, congratulations! You have gained one initial sign-in opportunity. Automatically signing you in, congratulations! You have acquired the fortune of humanity, a fortune of the Golden Dragon. You may now choose to merge with the fortune of the Golden Dragon. For more information, please click on the system panel. The fortune of the Golden Dragon. Xiao Yang's gaze shifted toward the system panel. Through the panel, he beheld the newly born 129,600 humans, a golden dragon soaring above them. Yet, this golden dragon appeared somewhat ethereal, resembling wisps of golden mist. Simultaneously, information regarding the fortune of the golden dragon flooded into his mind. After a moment, Xiao Yang gradually opened his eyes, a flicker of joy illuminating his expression. The concept of fortune pertains to individuals and even entire races. For an individual, abundant fortune brings endless blessings even without action. Opportunities will naturally arise. Conversely, if one's fortune wanes, misfortune follows, often culminating in dire consequences. For vast races, fortune holds immense utility. In ancient times, the innate dragon, phoenix, and Xilan races vied for supremacy in the primordial realm, contending for the fortune to achieve transcendence. Now, the witch and demon races are embroiled in conflict for the same reason, striving to leverage fortune to attain the status of saints, becoming eternal rulers of the cosmos. In the future, during the calamity of the gods, why did the major saints unleash their true might, causing the primordial realm to shatter and reform? It was all to seize the fortune. As Xiao Yang's thoughts raced, he gazed at the soaring fortune of the golden dragon, without a hint of hesitation. I shall use the fortune of the golden dragon and merge with it. The moment his words fell, a beam of light invisible to outsiders shot forth from the panel before him. This light descended upon the fortune of the golden dragon, swirling above the human race. In the blink of an eye, the previously modest golden dragon expanded tremendously, reaching a length of 100 feet. Xiao Yang transformed into a stream of golden light, merging into the body of the fortune of the golden dragon. With a resounding dragon's roar, the dragon's eyes sparkled with brilliance, resembling a true dragon. In the outside world, countless powerful beings observing Nuwa's ascension to sainthood beheld the manifestation of the fortune of the golden dragon. Is this the fortune of the golden dragon? Even in its infancy, it measures 100 feet, truly remarkable. Why did the fortune of humanity suddenly manifest, and with such vitality? While they were taken aback, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The golden dragon's tail whipped, and it suddenly dove toward the ground. As the golden dragon approached the humans, a soft golden light erupted, enveloping all members of the human race. This golden light was impenetrable even to the most powerful beings. When the golden light dissipated, a figure appeared before the human race. This figure donned a dark golden dragon robe, with a visage akin to jade, eyes sparkling like stars, and a golden dragon pattern shimmering upon his brow. Surrounding him was a golden dragon phantom, exuding an aura of immense authority. Xiao Yang's appearance instantly drew the attention of all the mighty beings focused on the human race. This is the fortune of humanity, isn't it? Why can he take form? I may not have trained for long, nor possess great power, but do not deceive mech and fortune truly take form? A grand Luo Jingxian who survived the great calamity of Long Han found himself in self-doubt. Isn't fortune merely instinctual? A multitude of primordial beings fell into confusion, some even forming hand seals to ascertain whether they were ensnared in an illusion. Chapter 2. Abrupt Surge of Fortune, Another Sign-in. If fortune can take form, then why cannot the fortune of my demon race? Within the heavenly court, the demon emperor Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai exchanged bewildered glances. Observing Xiao Yang take form, they found themselves utterly flabbergasted. Both races shared the same origin. Your human race possesses fortune, and so does my demon race. Why is it that your human fortune is so exceptional, capable of manifesting, while mine cannot? If it comes down to it, the human race has only just come into existence, being the weakest race in the primordial realm. Yet, the demon race boasts several quasi-saint powers, with over 10 grand Luo Jingshians and countless Tai Jingshians beneath them. How can such a robust race be overlooked while a mere human race thrives? Is it solely because the human race was created by the saint Nwa? On the eastern Kunlun, Laozi, Yuanshi, and Tongtian were equally bewildered. Big brother, second brother, during the teachings at the Xiao Palace, did our master ever mention that fortune could take form? Tongtian queried, his eyes filled with confusion, glancing at Laozi and Yuanshi. Both Laozi and Yuanshi shook their heads. During the 3 teachings at the Xiao Palace, they had never heard of Hongjun Daozu, discussing the manifestation of fortune. However, the absence of mention does not imply its non-existence. It should, perhaps, possibly be the case. The three of them fell into a contemplative silence. In the chaos within the Xiao Palace, Hongjun, who had merged with the heavenly Dao, slowly opened his eyes. A hint of astonishment flickered within them. Even he had not anticipated that the fortune of humanity could manifest. Despite using the creation jade plate to communicate with the heavenly Dao's principles, he could not deduce the reason behind this phenomenon. Under the heavenly Dao, small fortunes can be altered, but great fortunes are immutable. The emergence of this human fortune has disrupted the heavenly secrets. Even I cannot control it. As Hongjun raised his hand, intending to erase the manifested Xiao Yang from the chaos, a premonition of dread surged within him, halting his movements. His expression shifted repeatedly, and after a long pause, he regained his composure, turning away from the primordial realm, merging with the heavenly Dao and vanishing. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, who had already taken form, the attention of the powerful beings and even Hongjun's thoughts were directed toward him. At this moment, having taken shape, he pointed one hand toward the heavens and the other toward the earth, facing the gazes of the human race before him. My name is Xiao Yang, born of the destiny of the human race, destined to be the emperor of humanity, revered by all. In the midst of the air, Nuwa, who had retracted her saintly aura, gazed at Xiao Yang with a hint of intrigue in her eyes. The human race was manifested through her creation, yet she found herself unable to discern the specifics of Xiao Yang's essence, knowing only that he was an embodiment of the human race's fateful golden dragon. Currently, their fates were intertwined. The rise or fall of one affected the other. How fascinating that destiny can take form. Let me see how far you can go. As if struck by an amusing thought, a subtle smile graced Nuwa's features. In the name of the Saint Nuwa, and as the Holy Mother of humanity, I acknowledge your rightful position as the Emperor of the human race. We pay our respects to Emperor Xiao Yang. With Nuwa's proclamation, the multitude of humans instinctively felt that Xiao Yang would bring them only benefits, and they joyfully bowed before him. It was as if their souls had found completeness, warming them from within. Boom! Boom! High above in the heavens, arcs of thunder flickered, heralding the descent of vast clouds of merit. Clouds of merit. How could there be so many descending? Previously, when Nuwa attained her saintly status, boundless clouds of merit fell. Now again, more clouds descend. Could the human race be experiencing something extraordinary? Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, who remained oblivious to the discussions among the powerful, he simply waved his hand to gather all the merit clouds. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind from the system. You have become the Emperor of humanity, gaining the recognition of Nuwa and the entire human race. The destiny of the human race has ascended. You have attained the acknowledgement of the heavenly Dao, attracting clouds of merit. The destiny of the human race has ascended. As the destiny of the human race continues to rise, you have acquired an opportunity for a destiny sign-in. As he absorbed this series of system notifications, a flicker of joy sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes. Open the system panel. Xiao Yang immediately focused on summoning the system panel. At the instant his words fell, a resplendent, multicolored panel materialized before him. Host, Xiao Yang. Identity, Golden Dragon of Human Destiny, Emperor of Humanity. Destiny level, level 0. Realm, Celestial Immortal Peak. As the embodiment of human destiny, you can harness the power of the entire human race. Cultivation techniques. None. As the embodiment of human destiny, you can learn all human techniques and unify them. Items. 900 acres of merit clouds. Destiny sign-in opportunities. One. With the rise of human destiny, sign-in opportunities can be obtained. System. Proceed with the sign-in. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yang initiated the sign-in. At this moment, he could only mobilize the strength of the entire human race, still limited to the celestial immortal realm. In the vast wilderness, to survive and lead the entire human race to endure, he required greater power. Congratulations on your successful sign-in. You have obtained the divine Yuan Body Forging Sutra, the Upper Primordial Royal Court, and the Sutra Evolution Pavilion. Divine Yuan Body Forging Sutra, an ancient body forging technique created by the heavenly realm of the human race. Upper Primordial Royal Court, a grand world established by the Upper Celestial Court, possessing remarkable divine anomalies. Sutra Evolution Pavilion, a vast world transformed from the mechanisms of heaven and earth, capable of capturing the essence of the Tao and evolving techniques. Would you like to immediately receive the divine Yuan Body Forging Sutra and extract the Upper Primordial Royal Court and Sutra Evolution Pavilion? A blue radiance enveloped the valley where the human race resided, emanating from the system panel before Xiao Yang. Observing this scene, a glimmer of realization crossed Xiao Yang's eyes. Wherever the blue light shone, he could choose to place the Upper Primordial Royal Court and the Sutra Evolution Pavilion in any location. Do not accept yet. Do not extract. Xiao Yang resolutely declined, for he was not foolish. At this moment, both Nuwa and the myriad powerful beings of the wilderness were focused on this place. If he were to extract the system rewards, how would he explain it later? He feared he might not even know how he would meet his end. What he needed to do now was to wait patiently. When everyone has turned their attention away, wouldn't it be delightful to retrieve these items? As for Xiao Yang's thoughts, Nuwa remained unaware at this moment. She slightly furrowed her brows, as if sensing something that a millennium hence. This palace shall establish the Nuwa Emperor's realm amidst chaos, and those destined may come to witness. After her words fell, Nuwa cast a glance at Xiao Yang and the multitude of human beings below before preparing to depart. Saint Mother, please pause, a voice called out, halting Nuwa in her tracks. Hearing that Nuwa was about to leave, Xiao Yang swiftly spoke up, causing her to stop. Nuwa turned to face Xiao Yang, a glimmer of intrigue appearing in her eyes. Xiao Yang, is it? What brings you to summon me? Chapter 3, A Millennium of Protection. The Elevation of Fortune's Rank. What brings you to summon me? Nuwa inquired, gazing at Xiao Yang with curiosity. Not only Nuwa, but even the great beings present wore expressions of perplexity. Though they did not comprehend why Xiao Yang possessed awareness or how he could emerge from the Fortune Golden Dragon, they did not believe that a mere celestial being could have any significant connection with the sage. Saint Mother, the human race was born from your creation, yet we are feeble. Apart from myself, a single celestial being could eradicate the entire human race. Would you wish to witness such a calamity unfold? Xiao Yang proclaimed loudly, his gaze towards Nuwa filled with tranquility. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Nuwa's brows furrowed slightly. She had never considered the emergence of such a question. After all, as one of the few great beings in existence, she had been a great Luo golden immortal from birth and had now ascended to sagehood. It was beyond her contemplation. The beings created from her essence, though all were innate Tao bodies, possessed strength barely at the earth immortal level. To survive, it seemed humanity would suffer heavy losses by that time, a point she had overlooked. What do you propose? After pondering for a moment, Nuwa looked at Xiao Yang, her understanding of his thoughts beginning to clarify. Heavenly Tao is vigorous, and the human race must strive unceasingly. I firmly believe that humanity will rise and stand at the pinnacle of the myriad races of the primordial world. Yet, the current human race remains too weak that I hope the Saint Mother will show mercy and protect us for a millennium, allowing humanity to weather this period of vulnerability. Xiao Yang spoke with conviction, brimming with confidence that humanity would surely rise in the future. He believed that the future of humanity was bright and promising, that I can protect humanity, but you must provide me with a reason why I should do so. Nuwa replied, her gaze flickering slightly, having made a decision. Humanity was born from her creation, and to them, she was their Saint Mother. For her, attaining sagehood was significant, though not entirely dependent on humanity. It played a considerable role. She ought to protect humanity. Yet, Nuwa still wished to hear Xiao Yang's response. She wanted to know what gave him such confidence. First, the ascension of the Saint Mother to sagehood, while not the sole determinant, is at least a significant factor for humanity. Second, the Saint Mother is revered as the saint of humanity, enjoying the fortune of the human race. As humanity grows stronger, so too shall your fortune flourish. Third, And most importantly, with me, humanity shall inevitably stand at the zenith of the primordial races. Xiao Yang's words resonated throughout the heavens, as if the very fabric of reality trembled at his proclamation. The great beings who heard Xiao Yang's declarations could hardly contain their scornful laughter. How dare a mere celestial being presume to speak so grandly? Were it not for the sage Nuwa, humanity would not even be acknowledged. With a population of merely over 100,000, they were but a fraction of any race in the primordial world, their fortune illusory, scarcely 1/10,000th of their own. How dare they utter such claims? These great beings scoffed. Yet Nuwa did not. In the instant of her ascension, her primordial spirit entwined with the heavenly Tao, and in a moment of clarity, she glimpsed a fragment of the future. How intriguing! Nuwa chuckled softly, raising her hand to draw a circle in the air. This circle descended upon the territory of humanity, encircling an expanse of several 100,000 miles. This land shall be your domain for existence. Is it sufficient? Nuwa inquired of Xiao Yang. Quite sufficient. Xiao Yang replied with a slight bow. I could pay homage to the Saint Mother and express my gratitude for your kindness. The multitude of humans connected to Xiao Yang's spirit also bowed in reverence. For a millennium, this place shall be the domain of humanity. Outside of humanity, no other races may enter. Those who defy this decree shall face annihilation. Nuwa's voice resounded throughout the primordial realm, her edict etched into the minds of countless beings. In the heavenly realm, the expression of the demon emperor Dijuan darkened, filled with discontent. As a sage of the demon race, Nuwa's decision to protect a feeble human race instead of her own was utterly absurd. Yet even in his dissatisfaction, he dared not contravene the command of a sage. Let it be known, any belonging to the demon race may not step foot into the human domain for a millennium. Those who violate this decree shall be obliterated. At the moment Dijuan prepared to issue his decree, he heard the urgent call of Dongwang Tai. Elder brother, look at the human race. Upon hearing this, Dijuan turned his gaze toward the realm of humanity. In an instant, his countenance grew even darker. What did he behold? At the very moment Nuwa's words fell, a phantom of a fortune golden dragon emerged behind Xiao Yang. Originally 100 zhang long, the fortune golden dragon surged tenfold, reaching a length of 1,000 zhang. Although this increase still paled in comparison to the demon race's fortunes, the aura of the human race, embodied by the golden dragon, had attained the true immortal level of Dijuan. It remained easily extinguishable. Yet he recognized the looming threat posed by humanity's future. A millennium. Just a millennium. How far could humanity develop in such a time? By then, a single golden immortal demon king could obliterate the entire human race. I can afford to wait. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Dijuan's eyes. With this thought, he resolved not to glance at humanity any further. What merit was there in concerning himself with a race destined for obliteration in a millennium? You, of the human race, have received Nuwa's protection for a millennium, greatly enhancing your chances of survival and dramatically increasing your fortune. The fortune of humanity has surged, and as the embodiment of the human fortune golden dragon, your realm has ascended. Your current realm, true immortal. The fortune rank of humanity has risen to level 1. And you have gained one opportunity for fortune signing. With Nuwa's words granting protection to humanity for a millennium, several voices echoed in Xiao Yang's ears that a surge of fortune, true immortal cultivation, an opportunity for signing. Excellent, truly excellent. Excitement filled Xiao Yang's eyes as he clenched his fists, his form trembling with exhilaration. How could Nuwa's mere promise of protection yield such profound rewards? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang grasped the reason behind this phenomenon. On the original timeline, without his emergence as the embodiment of human fortune, humanity had not received Nuwa's protection. Though each was an innate Tao body, their individual power barely reached the earth immortal level, making survival in the primordial world an arduous endeavor. After enduring great tribulations, they faced mass slaughter during the conflict of the witch and demon races, nearly leading to extinction. Were it not for the emergence of the 3 ancestral figures of the Swearing clan and the governance of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, humanity would have long since perished. Now, with Nuwa's protection for a millennium, alongside him and the mysterious human fortune signing system. Xiao Yang had ample opportunity to expedite the growth of humanity. It could be said that Xiao Yang's actions not only altered the fate of humanity, but also significantly impacted the course of the primordial world. In the heavens, Nuwa observed the surging fortune of humanity, nodding in approval. She waved her hand, and a radiant light entered Xiao Yang's being. You shall be the emperor of humanity. This creation whip is bestowed upon you as a token of your authority over humanity. May you strive to strengthen the human race and not disappoint my expectations. With her words spoken, Nuwa's form suddenly vanished from sight. Feeling the presence of the creation whip within him, a glimmer of light sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes. Rest assured, the future of humanity will undoubtedly astonish the entirety of the primordial world. Chapter 4. The Fusion of Architecture, the ancestral home of humanity. As Nuwa departed, coupled with the decree she had imposed. The human race, represented solely by those of the earth immortal realm, gradually faded from the memories of the myriad beings of the primordial world until this moment, in the very birthplace of humanity. Xiao Yang sat cross-legged atop a colossal stone, and with a mere thought, a radiant panel of multicolored light materialized before him. Host, Xiao Yang identity, golden dragon of human destiny, emperor of the human race destiny level. Level 1 realm, true immortal, as the embodiment of human destiny. You wield the power to summon the strength of the entire human race, technique and powers. Divine Essence Body Refinement Sutra, as the embodiment of human destiny. You can master all human techniques and integrate them seamlessly. Items: 900 acres of virtuous golden clouds. Post-heavenly virtuous spiritual treasure of creation whip. Upper former King S Court. Sutra chamber destiny sign-in attempts. 1. As human destiny rises, sign-in attempts can be accrued. System: initiate destiny sign-in. After pondering for a moment while gazing at the panel, Xiao Yang resolved to proceed with the destiny sign-in once more. Congratulations! Your destiny sign-in was successful. You have acquired the Martial Arts Plaza and the Ancestral Dragon's spiritual vein. Martial Arts Plaza, a realm within the vast universe. Crafted by the dominion of humanity, where cultivation within the plaza enhances wisdom and accelerates the comprehension of techniques. Ancestral Dragon spiritual vein, a repository of boundless spiritual energy, circulating eternally. For more information, please click on the specific item. As thoughts flickered through Xiao Yang's mind, he extended his hand towards the Ancestral Dragon spiritual vein. Waves of information flooded into his consciousness. It turned out that the Ancestral Dragon spiritual vein was the corporeal manifestation of the Ancestral Dragon of the dragon race. During the ancient primal conflict among the three innate tribes, the entire primordial realm was thrown into turmoil, resulting in the demise of countless beings. Ultimately, all three tribes bore heavy karmic burdens. The Ancestral Dragon of the dragon race, striving to eradicate its own karma, swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, transforming into the Eastern Azure Dragon, eternally guarding the easternmost edge of the primordial realm. Its body then transmuted into an endless spiritual vein. Buried within the mountains and rivers of the primordial world, the Ancestral Dragon spiritual vein is indeed the finest of spiritual veins. Subsequently, Xiao Yang pointed towards the upper former King S Court, Sutra Chamber, and Martial Arts Plaza. As streams of information inundated his mind, the upper former King S Court, what a magnificent court it is. After absorbing all the information, a gleam of joy illuminated Xiao Yang's eyes. This upper former King S Court not only possesses the power to suppress its domain, preventing ailments and calamities from encroaching, but also gathers the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, enhancing wisdom and accelerating the pace of cultivation. Moreover, the court itself is a spiritual treasure. Although it is currently a lower-grade post-heavenly spiritual treasure, its quality will continuously elevate as it incorporates various extraordinary structures. Perhaps, in time, the court may evolve into a congenital supreme treasure or even a chaotic treasure. System: integrate the Sutra Chamber and Martial Arts Plaza into the upper former King S Court. Do you confirm the integration of the Sutra Chamber and Martial Arts Plaza into the upper former King S Court? Once integrated, it cannot be disassembled. Confirm. Upon this confirmation, radiant lights flickered across the panel. Xiao Yang observed as the Sutra Chamber and Martial Arts Plaza seamlessly merged into the upper former King S court. A gentle golden light blossoming, obscuring the details of the transformation. The Sutra Chamber and Martial Arts Plaza have been successfully integrated into the upper former King S court, which has now upgraded to a mid-grade post-heavenly spiritual treasure. As the golden light faded, the system's voice resonated in Xiao Yang's ears. Extract the upper former King S court and ancestral dragon's spiritual vein, placing the ancestral dragon's spiritual vein within the upper former King S court. Please select a placement location. A blue radiance enveloped the entire valley. From a divine perspective, Xiao Yang surveyed the valley. Deciding to position the upper former King S court at its very center, he moved towards the heart of the valley. Boom! As Xiao Yang's words echoed, a tremendous sound reverberated within the valley. Suddenly, a palace manifested in midair, descending gracefully to the valley's center. With a mere flicker, Xiao Yang appeared before the palace. Before this majestic palace lay a vast jade plaza. Subtly shimmering, the palace itself, cloaked in a deep black hue, emanated an aura of solemn grandeur. In this life, I embody the golden dragon of human destiny, and as the emperor of the human race. You shall accompany me in witnessing the ascent of humanity. Thus, you shall not merely be the upper former King S court, but shall transform into our ancestral court. The court possesses spirit. The words upper former King S court inscribed on the plaque shimmered briefly before morphing into ancestral court of humanity. Seeing this, Xiao Yang nodded, a satisfied gleam igniting in his eyes. He stepped into the ancestral court. Within the ancestral court, the space felt remarkably vast. Aside from the palace that had transformed from the Sutra Chamber, there was a main hall, a side hall, and a rear hall that I, as Emperor Xiao Yang, invite all clansmen to the ancestral court of humanity. After surveying the ancestral court, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged before it, awaiting the arrival of his kin. Soon, 12,960 members of the human race gathered. We pay our respects to the emperor. The multitude of clans folk simultaneously bowed before the seated Xiao Yang, their expressions brimming with reverence. You may all sit. Upon Xiao Yang's command, the gathered clansmen mimicked his posture, settling upon the ground. Xiao Yang's gaze swept over his kin. Observing the clarity and purity in their eyes, he felt a profound sense of nostalgia. The earliest of humanity emerged with such innocence. Yet, it was precisely this purity that, in the absence of Nuwa as protection, had cost them dearly in sacrifice and struggle to survive in this relentless primordial world. Unaware of the blood, sweat, and tears expended, they had gradually fortified humanity, establishing themselves as the protagonists of the land. Even so, humanity remained but puppets of those saints. However, this time, everything shall be different. I, Xiao Yang, Emperor of the human race, shall lead humanity to rise. No being shall ever surpass us. Determination gleamed in Xiao Yang's eyes as he regarded his kin, proclaiming boldly, the human race is frail. To survive in the primordial realm and to ascend within it, we must contend with heaven and earth, with all races. To battle against heaven is a delight. To contend with the earth is a joy. To strive against all races is equally exhilarating. Therefore, today I shall impart to you the Divine Essence Body Refinement Sutra, strengthening the spirit of our kin within and fortifying our bodies without. The heavens move vigorously. Our human race shall strive unceasingly. Chapter 5. Crisis of Humanity in the Protracted Black Night. The primordial realm knows no passage of time. The cold persists without the awareness of years. And in the blink of an eye, a millennium has passed in the primordial realm. Within the ancestral court of humanity, in the Sutra Chamber, Xiao Yang gently closed his eyes, emanating a golden radiance, with 10 jade tablets swirling around him, rising and falling in rhythm. Whoosh! Time slipped away unknowingly, and after an indeterminate duration, Xiao Yang exhaled, gradually opening his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the 10 jade tablets soared onto the bookshelf within the Sutra Chamber. The Sutra Chamber could manifest 3 jade tablets every decade, and now, after 1,000 years, there were already 300 jade tablets. At last, our human race has amassed some foundation. Gazing at the 300 jade tablets upon the shelf, Xiao Yang could not help but smile. Open the system panel. As the words fell, a vibrant, multicolored screen materialized before Xiao Yang's eyes. Host, Xiao Yang identity. Golden Dragon of Human Destiny. Emperor of the Human Race Destiny Level. Level 1 Realm. Profound Immortal, as the embodiment of human destiny. You wield the power to summon the strength of the entire human race. Technique and powers. Divine Essence Body Refinement Sutra. Foundational Martial Skill Golden Spear Sword Technique. And 300 others, as the embodiment of human destiny. You can master all human techniques and integrate them seamlessly. Items. Post-Heavenly Virtuous Spiritual Treasure of Creation Whip. 900 acres of virtuous golden clouds. Destiny sign-in attempts. 0, as human destiny rises. Sign-in attempts can be accrued. Xiao Yang scanned the system panel, eventually fixating his gaze on the post-Heavenly Virtuous Spiritual Treasure of Creation Whip and the virtuous golden clouds, his eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Swearin seeks an audience with His Majesty. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the sutra chamber. "Ah, it's Swearin. Come in." A smile spread across Xiao Yang's face. Shortly, a figure entered the sutra chamber. This individual was robust, radiating an air of authority. His visage bore the marks of determination, as if chiseled by a sculptor. Swearin pays his respects to His Majesty. The entering Swearin bowed before Xiao Yang, his eyes filled with respect. "There is no need for excessive formalities, Swearin. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Xiao Yang warmly urged Swearin to rise, a sense of satisfaction evident in his gaze in the early days. When Nuwa fashioned humanity into existence, Swearin was the very first being created by her. Had it not been for his emergence, he might have become the leader of the entire human race. "Your Majesty, through countless ages, our human race has continually flourished, expanding from a mere 12,000 to nearly 100 million souls today. However, we now find ourselves entangled in considerable trouble. Swearin, feeling inadequate, has no choice but to seek an audience with His Majesty." A flicker of shame crossed Swearin's face. Over the span of millennium, Xiao Yang selected 3,000 of the most gifted clansmen to manage the entirety of humanity. As the first chosen by Xiao Yang, he was entrusted with significant responsibilities. Yet now, he feels he has failed to meet Xiao Yang's expectations, his heart heavy with unease. Observing the turmoil in Swearin's expression, Xiao Yang offered a gentle smile and placed a reassuring hand on Swearin's shoulder. "There is no need for such distress. Throughout these 1,000 years, you have performed admirably, and I am quite satisfied. Moreover, as the Emperor of the human race, it is only natural for you to come to me with matters you cannot resolve." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Swearin's demeanor visibly relaxed. "Your Majesty, although our human race numbers nearly 100 million now, the quality of our clansmen's abilities has diminished with each generation, and many have yet to embark on their training. The prolonged nights of the primordial wilderness have greatly intensified the challenges of survival." Swearin, feeling helpless, could find no solution and thus sought an audience with His Majesty. His eyes were filled with sorrow as he articulated the plight of the human race. Xiao Yang remained silent for a moment, then waved his hand forward, causing a golden dragon shadow to flicker past him. Before them, a luminous screen materialized. Gazing at the screen, they beheld numerous clansmen struggling to survive amidst the interminable darkness. The lengthy nights not only brought gloom, but also hunger and cold. The ferocity of the beasts increased, making the hunt even more perilous. After a period of silent observation, Xiao Yang dispersed the screen, his heart burdened with gravity. "Your Majesty, do you possess a solution?" Swearin looked at Xiao Yang with hopeful anticipation, yearning for the omnipotent emperor to provide a resolution to their dilemma. "O wholly resolve the issue of the long nights is beyond my current capabilities. However, there are indeed ways to improve the survival conditions of our people," Xiao Yang replied, first shaking his head and then nodding. "What methods do you propose?" Swearin inquired eagerly. "Swearin, why is there no darkness during the day?" Xiao Yang posed a question rather than responding directly. "Why is there no darkness during the day?" "Indeed, why?" Swearin found himself momentarily stunned, having never contemplated this query before. "Your Majesty, after pondering for a considerable time." Swearin remained without an answer. "Follow me." Xiao Yang rose and walked outside, and Swearin, unwilling to delay, closely trailed behind him. Soon, they arrived at the threshold of the ancestral grounds of humanity. As they stepped outside, they were met with jubilant cheers. For yet another long night had passed. Swearing, what do you see in the sky? Xiao Yang pointed towards the great sun of the primordial realm. That is the sun. The sun. Your Majesty, I understand now. It is because of the sun that light is cast, thereby vanquishing darkness. But how can we obtain this light? Swearin initially rejoiced, only to be engulfed by frustration once more. Light may disperse darkness, yet it cannot drive away the cold. What can dispel the cold? Fire. A blazing flame ignited in Xiao Yang's hand, capturing Suerin's attention. Fire can drive away the cold, just as the sun brings warmth to Xiao Yang's voice, though soft, carried a unique cadence that held Suerin's gaze in rapture. For those with cultivation, creating fire is a simple task. Yet how can we enable those without cultivation to do so? Xiao Yang inquired, looking directly at Suerin. Your Majesty, I do not know how to kindle the fire, but I shall seek the answer. I will surely find a method, one that even ordinary clansmen can employ to create fire. The flame in Xiao Yang's hand cast a warm glow on Suerin's face, reflecting the determination in his eyes, resolute and unyielding. After speaking, Suerin bowed to Xiao Yang and turned to depart, eager to discover a way for ordinary clansmen to ignite flames without delay. Strive diligently, and when you uncover the means to create fire, you shall become the second emperor of our human race. Suerin, the emperor. Xiao Yang watched Suerin's retreating figure, his eyes filled with hopeful expectation. Chapter 6. The eternal flame of fire, the human race's treasured legacy. The primordial world once again faced an interminable night. Within the shadows, the echoes of ferocious beast roars reverberated, sometimes distant, at other times near. In many human tribes, clansmen were gripped by fear and anxiety, dreading an assault from the marauding beasts. In the valley of humanity, Suerin sat on the ground, 2 wooden sticks and a pile of dry grass set before him. Let us begin. Whether I can summon fire now rests upon my efforts. Suerin inhaled deeply, positioning one stick against the other to carve out a notch. His hands began to rub the sticks together, gaining speed until they became nearly indistinguishable. Soon, wisps of blue smoke began to rise from their point of contact. Flickers of sparks appeared, and joy illuminated Suerin's eyes as he directed the sparks into the pile of dry grass, gently blowing upon it, a soft pop. As the smoke thickened, a small flame suddenly leaped forth. The crimson glow dispelled the surrounding darkness, bringing warmth. Suerin extended his hand toward the flame, feeling its searing warmth, and a smile spread across his face. Fire. This is the fire of our human race. The eternal flame. Suerin's expression was steadfast, the dancing flames reflecting a sense of sanctity in his towering figure. Fire! 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 The clansmen gathered around the flames erupted in joyous cheers. The crimson light enveloped them, banishing the cold and darkness from their bodies, that a feeling of warmth and hope began to blossom within their hearts. All of this was duly observed by Shen, as the auspicious dragon of humanity. He was privy to the unfolding of significant events concerning his people in real time. The emergence of fire heralded a monumental advancement for the human race. The path ahead for humanity would surely be as radiant as the flames themselves. A golden dragon shadow flickered around Xiao Yang as he beheld the joy of the clansmen, a smile gracing his lips. Boom! Thunder roared from the heavens, a cacophony of golden light breaking through the darkness. These beams of golden light were manifestations of merit, transforming into a golden cloud that descended upon Suerin and the flames before him. Once the clouds of merit entered Suerin's body, his aura surged, propelling him instantly into the realm of the golden immortal. The 2 wooden sticks in his hands absorbed a significant portion of merit, becoming entwined with dark red patterns that resembled flames. The fire before him, now nourished by merit, ceased its wildness and instead radiated a tranquil warmth. The faint golden light shimmered, as if the flames were destined to endure eternally. Merely gazing upon the flames imbued one with a deep sense of reassurance. The human race has birthed its own flame. Our growth will accelerate, and our fortunes shall soar. As the fortunes of humanity ascended, so too did Suerin, the auspicious dragon of humanity, achieving a higher realm, golden immortal. The fortune level of humanity has risen to level 2, granting you an opportunity for a fortune sign-in. As the system's voice resonated, a portion of the descending merit clouds drifted toward him. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang reached out to absorb all the merit clouds. Though I may not have immediate use for this merit, it is prudent to keep it for future endeavors. The myriad uses of merit are boundless. Saving it ensures that there will come a day when it proves invaluable. Open the system panel. After gathering the merit, Xiao Yang promptly opened the system interface that a vibrant, multicolored screen materialized before his eyes. Host, Xiao Yang identity, auspicious dragon of humanity, emperor of humanity fortune level. Level 2 realm. Golden immortal. As the auspicious dragon of humanity, you can mobilize the strength of the entire human race. Techniques. Divine origin body refinement scripture. Basic martial technique. Golden spear sword technique. True dragon fist technique. As the auspicious dragon of humanity, you can learn all human techniques and integrate them seamlessly. Items. Postnatal merit spirit treasure. Creation whip. 900 acres of merit clouds of fortune sign-in opportunities. 1. Fortune of humanity has risen, allowing you to gain sign-in opportunities. System. Commence the sign-in immediately. Xiao Yang exhibited no hesitation whatsoever and promptly chose to utilize the opportunity for fortune signing as the human race continues to thrive. It will inevitably attract the attention of numerous formidable entities from the primal chaos, and he requires a greater power to safeguard humanity. Congratulations! Your fortune signing has been successful. You have acquired a secret technique, the eternal flame of inheritance, and a piece of fateful information, the supreme treasure of humanity, the eternal flame of inheritance. In the realm of fantasy, there exists the swearing clan among humanity that prevent the lineage of humanity from becoming extinct. They have infused their heart and soul into the undying flame, ensuring that the flame endures and the inheritance persists. Fateful information. This pertains to information regarding the supreme treasure of humanity. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, and his expression grew solemn. In this world of fantasy, does the swearing clan and the undying flame truly exist? Regarding the information about the supreme treasure of humanity. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang directed his focus towards the fateful information. In that instant, a radiant, multicolored screen shimmered, and a beam of divine light entered his mind. Instantly, the location's information materialized within his consciousness. Xiao Yang meticulously sensed the connection to that location, and his brow furrowed deeply. It is so distant that I can barely sense it, only knowing it lies to the east, regardless of the circumstances. The supreme treasure of humanity must not fall into the hands of others. Xiao Yang's gaze turned resolutely towards the eastern lands. The emergence of merit immediately drew the attention of countless powerful beings from the primal chaos. Upon discovering that the place of merit's descent was within the domain of humanity, they were taken aback. This cannot be. How could humanity receive merit once more? Is humanity truly the favored child of the heavenly Tao? Our clan seeks merit in vain, yet humanity seems to be blessed by fortune. Within the heavenly court, Jun's gaze towards the human realm grew increasingly frigid. He had thought he held a sufficiently high regard for humanity, yet he realized he had still underestimated them. However, his determination to eradicate the faith of humanity intensified. Everything awaits the passage of 10,000 years. Brother Zhu, as the ancestral shaman of fire, inherently master of the laws of fire, is it possible for you to ignite fire without relying on supernatural powers? Within the Pangid temple of the witch clan, Ho-Tu, one of the 12 ancestral shamans, inquired of Zhu, who stood not far away. I cannot. The laws of fire that I wield are solely for battle. Moreover, this method is utterly useless for my witch clan. Zhu shook his head, his demeanor replete with indifference. Ho-Tu expressed no surprise at Zhu's words. She propped her chin on her hand, her fingers lightly tapping her cheek, her eyes filled with curiosity towards humanity. Humanity is truly fascinating. Chapter 7. The enfeoffment of the human emperor with the name of Chaozi Yi. In the chaos, within the palace of Nuwa, as Nuwa debated with her brother Fushi, she suddenly paused. She cast her gaze towards the primal chaos. as if witnessing the scene of humanity creating fire. Unconsciously, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Little sister, are you delighted by something?" Fushi regarded Nuwa, inquiring softly, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "Brother, it is merely that I sensed an increase in humanity's fortune." Upon hearing Nuwa's words, Fushi instinctively began to calculate. Moments later, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Humanity is indeed a remarkable race, lacking in formidable cultivation. Yet through sheer intellect, they have birthed fire. Your choice to protect humanity, little sister, was indeed not mistaken." Having spoken, Fushi gazed at Nuwa with a broad smile. Since he gained consciousness, he has been inseparable from Nuwa. And now, witnessing her benefit, his heart swelled with joy. Nuwa, upon hearing Fushi's words, beamed even more brightly, the image of Xiao Yang surfacing in her mind, with a hint of confidence in her tone. She addressed Fushi, saying, "Brother, humanity possesses not only commendable wisdom. In the future, they will also attain formidable cultivation." "Oh, then I shall pay close attention." A spark of curiosity flickered in Fushi's eyes. He was uncertain why Nuwa held such unwavering faith in humanity. Yet a newfound respect for humanity began to blossom within him. The dialogue between Nuwa and Fushi did not impact the distant human race in the primal chaos at this moment within the ancestral grounds of humanity. Under the watchful eyes of the clan, Swearin bowed before Xiao Yang, his eyes filled with reverence. "I thank your majesty for your guidance, allowing humanity to face neither darkness nor cold." Xiao Yang, his face alight with a smile, helped Swearin to his feet, his gaze filled with satisfaction. "Swearin, all of this is your achievement. I merely provided you with a direction. Today, you have ignited the undying flame for our people, contributing greatly to humanity. Thus, you must be rewarded. Henceforth, you shall be the second human emperor of humanity. Swearin, the human emperor." Xiao Yang's expression grew solemn as he regarded Swearin with a serious demeanor. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the clan members began to stir, murmuring amongst themselves, "Your Majesty, how can Swearin become the human emperor?" This, Surin's countenance changed, and he anxiously addressed Xiao Yang. However, before his words could fully escape, Xiao Yang interrupted with a wave of his hand. "As the golden dragon of humanity's fortune, if I declare that you are qualified, then you are indeed qualified. You have ignited the undying flame, causing our fortune to surge, shielding our kin from the threats of darkness and cold. That alone suffices." Xiao Yang's gaze towards Swearin remained resolute, his words leaving no room for dispute. Swearin, looking into Xiao Yang's eyes, felt a surge of expectation and took a deep breath, bowing once more to Xiao Yang. "Swearin shall not fail your majesty's deep kindness. I shall devote myself to our people, worthy of this title of human emperor." Xiao Yang, pleased, patted Surin's shoulder, and with a flash of light, the Creator's whip appeared in his hand. "In the name of the human emperor of humanity, I hereby infef Swearin as the second human emperor, sharing in the fortune of humanity." As the words fell, a beam of radiance shot forth from the Creator's whip, merging into Swearin's body. Instantly, a shimmering aura enveloped Swearin, as a golden dragon shadow circled around him, imbuing him with an air of authority. "That we pay our respects to the human emperor Swearin." The assembled clan members bowed to Swearin, their voices filled with congratulatory tones. "Enough, you need not be overly formal. Although humanity has acquired fire, we still face crises yet to be overcome." Xiao Yang waved his hand, prompting the bowing clan members to rise. "Your Majesty, may I inquire what further crises our kin faces?" A notably young clan member stepped forward, addressing Xiao Yang with a question. Xiao Yang regarded this individual, observing a slender figure with an unremarkable face, yet possessing warm and spirited eyes. Most notably, his hands appeared exceptionally long and fair. Currently, with nearly 100 million of our kin, they still reside in caves. The caves are damp and cold, far from an ideal dwelling. And as our people continue to grow, relying solely on caves, how can we accommodate all our kin? Xiao Yang spoke to this young clan member. However, those beasts also dwell in caves. If we, the human race, do not reside in caves, where shall we go? The young clan member's eyes reflected contemplation as he murmured to himself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and a small bird flew in from outside the ancestral grounds. "Follow it. Perhaps you will find the answer." As the words fell, the little bird flapped its wings and soared towards the exit of the ancestral grounds. The young clan member, disregarding everything else, bowed to Xiao Yang and followed after it. Xiao Yang smiled softly at this. Saying nothing further, he waved his hand before him, and a light screen displaying the current state of human survival emerged. There, some clan members were being bitten by venomous insects, swelling with painful lumps, while others suffered fatal consequences that winter's chill persists, and although fire brings warmth, it fails to protect against the harm of poisonous insects. Thus, our kin requires something to shield them from these bites. A woman stepped forward, her figure voluptuous and graceful, with uniquely rounded and elongated legs. I could see this moment. Her eyes shone with determination as she bowed to Xiao Yang. "Your Majesty, I am willing to seek out means to protect our kin from poisonous insect bites. But I humbly request your guidance." Xiao Yang regarded the slightly bashful woman before him. A smile gracing his lips, he spoke gently. "You should observe those beasts. They too face the threat of insect bites. Yet why do they remain unscathed?" The woman pondered over Xiao Yang's words, a thoughtful expression glimmering in her eyes. She bowed slightly to him and then departed from the ancestral grounds of the human race, eager to observe the various beasts and discern their distinctions. Xiao Yang's gaze seemed to pierce through the very essence of the human ancestral territory. He beheld a young man from the human race, engrossed in the pursuit of observing small birds, and noticed a somewhat bashful young woman. "Go forth. I eagerly await the satisfactory answers you shall provide. In due time, you shall become the emperors of the nest and Z among the human race." Chapter 8. The Descent of Meritorious Deeds. The Foreboding of the Sage. In the valley of the human race, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, while purple lightning danced amidst the tumultuous clouds. Soon, accompanied by a resounding clap of thunder, torrential rain began to fall. The members of the human race hastily sought refuge within caves. Many gazed at the rain cascading in lines, lost in reverie, their thoughts adrift. Amidst this tempestuous weather, a slender figure of a human stood beneath a grand tree. He looked up to see a nest crafted from branches, sheltered by layers of leaves, shielding it from the elements. Witnessing this scene, his body trembled slightly, yet his eyes sparkled with newfound clarity. Suddenly, a crack of purple lightning cleaved the heavens, slicing through the mind of this young man. His expression turned fervent as he clapped his hands together, producing a sharp sound that I understand now. I finally comprehend. The birds build nests for refuge, with leaves as their canopy, shielding them from the storm. We, the humans, too can learn from the birds to construct our own abodes. With a dwelling, henceforth, we shall not fear the tempest. With this realization, he disregarded the rain and began to gather stones and branches, emulating the construction of the bird's nest. Initially, his efforts resulted in collapses, or structures that failed to shield against the wind and rain. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, reflecting and refining his methods time and again. At last, he successfully erected the first human dwelling capable of providing shelter from the storm. Ha ha ha! It's done. It has finally come to fruition. This is our abode. We shall no longer fear the elements. We, the humans, now possess a sanctuary. His laughter resonated as he stood within the structure, observing the rain kept at bay outside. His eyes alight with exhilaration. His words echoed. A tremendous roar reverberated from the heavens. The dark clouds were instantly dispersed, and a golden cloud of merit descended upon the valley of the human race. Portions of it integrated into the young man's being, causing an explosive surge of energy, propelling him into the realm of the golden immortal. The remaining merit was divided into two parts. One portion fell into Xiao Yang's grasp, while the other gradually infused into the newly constructed house. The once ordinary stone dwelling erupted in radiant golden light. Intricate patterns emerged, resembling both designs and inscriptions. Exuding an aura of magnificence, the stirrings among the human race once again captured the attention of countless ancient beings of immense power. While they might have rationalized the previous descent of merit, This occurrence sparked envy within them that is the human race truly not the favored offspring of the heavenly Tao? How is it that so soon after, more merit descends upon them? What an injustice! We seek merit yet cannot attain it, while the humans receive it effortlessly. This is an affront. Regardless, they resolved that once the millennium-long prohibition had passed, they would uncover the secret behind the exceptional nature of the human race. Boom! However, before they could fully comprehend the implications, another thunderous sound resonated through the cosmos. A golden cloud of merit descended upon the valley of the human race once more. This merit rivaled the previous one in magnitude. Likewise, it divided into 3 parts. One portion entered the body of the young woman, elevating her to the golden immortal realm within mere breaths. The remaining merit split between the bee-skin garments she held and Xiao Yang as hands. At that moment, the entirety of the primordial realm was shaken into silence. They were utterly bewildered. They could not fathom what extraordinary fortune the human race possessed, allowing the heavenly Tao to consistently bestow merit upon them. If such merit were to fall into the hands of one individual, they could ascend to the great Luo realm in an instant or forge a protective golden wheel of merit for themselves. How fortunate it would be if this merit were theirs! At that moment, jealousy consumed them, their eyes gleaming with greed, longing to seize that merit for themselves in the Eastern Kunlun, within the Hall of the 3 Purities. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian remained speechless. The 3 Purities were born from the union of Pangu's primordial spirit, and thus they were not lacking in merit. Yet, they could not help but feel envious of the human race for their continual attraction of the heavenly Tao as blessings. After all, the ongoing descent of merit signified the favor of the heavenly Tao upon them. Brother, can you discern what is so special about the human race? Yuan Shi inquired, his voice hoarse, despite his pride. He was profoundly shaken by the continuous descent of merit upon the human race. Laozi shook his head slightly, his gaze flickering uncertainly. I cannot discern, but whether it be the status of the Saint Nuwa or the persistent descent of merit, it is all intertwined with the human race. After a brief pause, Laozi continued, I intend to leave Kunlun and venture into the primordial realm to uncover what makes the human race so exceptional. Upon hearing Laozi's words, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were taken aback. Brother, while the human race possesses special qualities, is it truly worth your personal journey? Tong Tian questioned, perplexed. Brother, Tong Tian speaks wisely. Our primary focus should be on comprehending the mysteries of becoming a saint. Nuwa has already advanced ahead of us. We cannot allow the 2 from the west to surpass us. Otherwise, what face will the 3 Purities have left? Yuan Shi urged Laozi. Laozi remained resolute, his gaze revealing unwavering determination. No, I must see the human race. I have a premonition that my opportunity to attain sainthood lies within them. Upon hearing Laozi's declaration, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian fell silent. When it came to the opportunity for enlightenment, even their profound brotherly bond could not prevent them from voicing their objections. Having made up his mind, Laozi chose not to elaborate further. He rose slowly and walked toward the hall's exit, mounting a green ox as he set forth toward the realm of the human race. Within the grand hall, Yuan Shi lingered in silence for a moment before addressing Tong Tian. Third brother, while our elder brother seeks his own path to enlightenment, we must not lag behind. I shall enter seclusion, and I shall not emerge until I have become a saint. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Tong Tian's eyes as he straightened his back, exuding an aura of sharpness. Second brother, go forth. Let us, the 3 Purities, compete to see who first grasps the opportunity for sainthood. A smile graced Yuan Shi's previously proud countenance as his form gradually dissipated within the hall. Tong Tian, watching Yuan Shi depart, turned his gaze toward the realm of the human race. That a divine light flashed in his eyes, as if he could see through endless mountains and rivers to perceive the scene of the human race. The Human Race, Chapter 9, The Machinations of Dijuan. The initial 3 sovereigns in the heavenly court within the Sun Palace, the demon emperor Dijuan convened with various demon gods at this moment. Neither Dijuan nor Dong Huang Tai spoke, and the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Dong Huang Tai, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in such an environment, shifted his neck. Brother, if you have any thoughts, please voice them. I shall wholeheartedly support you. He gazed at Dijuan, his expression earnest. Previously, he had harbored some doubts regarding Dijuan's perception of the human race as a threat to the demon clan. However, at this very moment, witnessing the continuous descent of merit upon the human race, he observed their fortunes swelling from a mere 100 zhang to an astonishing 100,000 zhang. His previous contempt for the human race evaporated, and he now shared Dijuan's sentiment. The human race must not be left unchallenged. Their existence heralded great calamity. Dijuan remained silent, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Tai Yi, I recall that you have a great Luo demon god named by she under your command. Correct? The Eastern Emperor Tai was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the green serpent demon god is indeed under my command, but alas, he suffered severe injuries during the previous battle with the witch clan. He once possessed the potential to become a quasi-saint, yet now he can merely sustain himself at the early stages of the Great Luo. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jun's eyes ignited with divine light as he spoke. Tai Yi, relay my orders to the green serpent demon god. Instruct him to lead his kin to the human realm. Once the prohibitions are lifted, we shall— A murderous glint flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes. Though his words remained unspoken, Eastern Emperor Tai comprehended his intent. Elder brother, while I harbor no objections to targeting the human race, it must be noted that the Saint Nuwa stands behind them. What if a hint of hesitation crept into Eastern Emperor Tai's gaze? Emperor Jun's expression turned icy as he coldly interjected, Tai, do not forget, although Nuwa is a saint, she is also our demon clan's Wahuang, sharing in our fortunes. Even if she were to become enraged, is there not still the green serpent demon god and his kin to rely upon? Upon hearing Emperor Jun's words, Eastern Emperor Tai gazed at him in shock. Tai, do not blame me for being ruthless. You have witnessed the threat posed by the human race, and they cannot be allowed to remain, no matter the cost. In that moment, Emperor Jun exhibited the ruthless decisiveness befitting an emperor. Eastern Emperor Tai's brow furrowed deeply, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a solemn tone. Understood, I shall see to it. Just as Eastern Emperor Tai was about to depart the Grand Hall, Emperor Jun's voice resonated from behind him. Tai, convey to the green serpent demon god that neither I nor the demon clan will forget his sacrifices and those of his kin. Bring the offspring of the green serpent demon god to the heavenly court. I promise, once we eradicate the witch clan, his descendants shall be allowed to re-establish their lineage. Eastern Emperor Tai said nothing further and left the hall with determination. Yet the once subdued atmosphere around him now surged with renewed vigor. Behind him, Emperor Jun's gaze darkened slightly, as if harboring other intentions. In the human valley, jubilant cheers erupted from the inhabitants. They were already aware of the matters concerning housing and clothing. Perhaps they did not fully grasp the profound significance these two items held for the human race. But they understood that henceforth they would no longer be confined to damp, cold caves, nor would they suffer from the bites of venomous creatures. Their lives were destined to improve. Xiao Yang hovered in midair, observing the throngs of humans rejoicing and feeling the joy emanating from the auspicious golden dragon of human fortune. A smile graced his face by the decree of the golden dragon of human fortune and the command of the emperor of humanity. I hereby confer the title of the third emperor of humanity upon Yu Chao. I also confer the title of the fourth emperor of humanity upon Zi. Emperors Yu Chao, Zi, and Suiren shall be collectively recognized as the founding three emperors of humanity. A resounding dragon's roar echoed in the hearts of all the humans. Looking up, they beheld a colossal golden dragon rapidly expanding until it reached a size of 100,000 zhang. This 100,000 zhang golden dragon exhaled golden dragon energy towards both the Yu Chao and Zi clans, which instantaneously transformed into divine light, enveloping them. When the divine light dissipated, the Yu Chao and Zi clans, much like Suiren before them, donned imperial robes, emanating an aura of boundless authority. We pay our respect to the founding three emperors, greeting Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi. The throngs of humans bowed reverently towards Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi as Xiao Yang's proclamations rang in their ears. Your clan has erected dwellings, accelerating the development and growth of the human race, enhancing our fortunes. Your clan has produced clothing, further accelerating our development and growth, enhancing our fortunes, with the founding 3 emperors reinstated. The fortunes of humanity have been solidified. A.S. the golden dragon of human fortune. Your fortunes have increased tenfold. Your cultivation has attained a new height, reaching the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Congratulations, you have successfully elevated the fortunes of humanity to level 3 and gained an opportunity for a fortune sign-in. The system's announcement resonated in Xiao Yang's ears. System, proceed with the fortune sign-in. Congratulations, you have successfully signed in. You have obtained the creation blood pool and the innate spiritual root enlightenment ancient tea. Creation blood pool, a treasure crafted by the human emperor, utilizing the blood of myriad races as its foundation. And the essence of creation as fuel, it can refine bloodlines and evolve innate talents. Enlightenment ancient tea. Originally an innate spiritual root, it was demoted due to a great calamity. When brewed, it imparts boundless Taoist resonance. Ineffective for those above the great Luo Golden Immortal. A divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, and his smile grew ever more radiant. He was thoroughly pleased with the results of this sign. Both the creation blood pool and the enlightenment ancient tea held significant promise for the human race that if one were to speak of the advantages of humanity, their rapid reproductive rate would certainly rank among the foremost. Over the past millennium, despite Xiao Yang's constant control, the human population had surged from over 120,000 to nearly 1 billion. That among this burgeoning population, a staggering 70% consisted of individuals incapable of cultivation or whose cultivation yielded unsatisfactory results. As time passed, the quality of human lineage would inevitably decline. Even if a genius were to emerge, the odds of such a phenomenon occurring were exceedingly slim. Moreover, even the most gifted individual, if left untrained, would likely fade into obscurity among the multitude. However, with the advent of the creation blood pool, everything would change. Xiao Yang would be able to select a portion of the most exceptional individuals from among the populace, utilizing the creation blood pool to rectify their deficiencies, thus ensuring a continuous influx of fresh talent for the human race. As for the enlightenment ancient tea, it could be effectively combined with the previously acquired martial arts arena and the ancestral grounds of humanity. Xiao Yang was confident that under such nurturing, even a pig could transform into a great Luo golden pig. Chapter 10. The immortal human race, the flame of heritage. Within the ancestral grounds of humanity, Xiao Yang regarded the 3 figures of the swearing clan standing not far from him, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. You have all performed admirably, living up to my expectations. Swearin respectfully addressed Xiao Yang. We owe much to your guidance, Your Majesty. Without it, we would have been at a loss to resolve these issues. Yu Xiao and Zai nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with admiration. Observing this, Xiao Yang gently shook his head and refrained from elaborating further. He turned his gaze to Swiren and spoke. Swiren, grant me the eternal flame of heritage. Without a moment's hesitation, Swiren extended his right hand, presenting it before Xiao Yang. In his palm, a flame flickered and danced, its hue a pale gold, seemingly mild, yet causing the surrounding temperature to rise steadily. Swiren, this eternal flame of heritage is a postnatal treasure of virtue. It is exceedingly rare, not just among humanity, but even in the vast wilderness. Xiao Yang remarked with a playful smile, "Why giving it to me? You will be left without this treasure." Swearin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If your majesty desires it, please take it. Without your majesty, there would be no eternal flame of heritage. It is only right that I offer it to you." Yu Xiao and Zai also produced the stone house and beast garments that had absorbed virtue, presenting them to Xiao Yang. Though they said nothing, their intentions were abundantly clear. Xiao Yang, seeing this, gently shook his head, saying, "Enough of this. I was merely jesting. As for treasures, I possess the creation whip bestowed by the Saint Nuwa." After a brief pause, he gestured towards the eternal flame of heritage. "However, this eternal flame of heritage is indeed of great use to me. I often ponder, as humanity continues to grow and flourish, how will our descendants acquire cultivation methods? Should they be expected to journey to our ancestral grounds? And should calamity befall our race, with cultivation methods lost or incomplete? What then shall we do? These questions lingered in the air, plunging the three members of the swearing clan into deep contemplation. Moments later, they raised their heads to look at Xiao Yang. "Your Majesty, if you seek the eternal flame of heritage, it seems the resolution lies within that very flame." Xiao Yang nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, upon reflecting on these questions, I have been contemplating solutions, and the key to resolution lies in the eternal flame of heritage. Thus, Your Majesty may take the eternal flame. Nothing is more crucial than the legacy of our human race." With no hesitation whatsoever, Swearin pushed the eternal flame before Xiao Yang. This time, Xiao Yang refrained from further words, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, he gestured towards the eternal flame, causing it to hover in front of him as he continuously formed hand seals. Peculiar runes manifested around him, gradually coalescing into a vast ocean of pale golden glyphs. "Merge!" Xiao Yang bellowed, as the expanse of pale golden runes surged towards the eternal flame. With a resounding explosion, the eternal flame seemed to be fueled, expanding from a diminutive ember into a towering inferno. Its hue shifted from pale gold to a deep golden shade. The auspicious golden dragon emerged. A thunderous roar echoed, and a dragon claw extended from Xiao Yang's back, resting upon his shoulder. Soon, a magnificent dragon's head slowly materialized. Xiao Yang pointed towards the eternal flame, and a stream of dragon breath, born of fortune, surged forth towards it. He then raised his hand, summoning numerous jade slips that flew into the grand hall. These slips radiated various colors of light, exuding a unique Dao rhythm. This rhythm transmuted into ethereal silhouettes, some meditating in lotus positions, others practicing divine arts and martial techniques, all merging into the eternal flame. This is the esoteric techniques from the scripture pavilion. Is this the method spoken of by my sovereign to ensure the continuity of our human lineage? The three members of the swearing clan, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback. Time seemed to stretch. It felt as though ages had passed, or merely an instant had gone by. Suddenly, a divine sound resonated within the hall. Thereafter, boundless radiance erupted from the eternal flame. Even the three members of the swearing clan found themselves compelled to shut their eyes before the brilliance. When they finally opened their eyes, the eternal flame had vanished without a trace. Even Swearin, who had the deepest connection with the eternal flame, could only sense its presence as both near and far. "Now, attentively perceive your bodies and see if there is anything new found within," Xiao Yang instructed, gesturing to the three members of the swearing clan. Upon hearing his words, they closed their eyes, meticulously attuning themselves to every subtle change in their beings. After a considerable time, they opened their eyes, astonished expressions adorning their faces. "That it appears you have discovered the ethereal flame within you. That flame is the eternal flame. I have integrated it into every member of the clan, including those yet unborn. All clan members can receive the divine origin body refinement method and fundamental martial techniques from this flame. As one's cultivation advances, they may also acquire further legacies, and should they learn new techniques, those can be absorbed as well. This is the method I speak of, ensuring the immortality of our human legacy. I refer to it as the flame of heritage. The flame of heritage." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's declaration, the three members of the swearing clan felt a profound shock, unintentionally murmuring the phrase, "Indeed, the human race shall endure, passing the flame." Xiao Yang nodded, a glimmer of divine light flashing in his eyes. The flame of heritage. A splendid idea, imbued with great ambition. In the realm of chaos, within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess gazed at the fiery patterns that manifested upon her right wrist. Even she had not anticipated that Xiao Yang would conceive such a method for the perpetuation of the human race. Even more astonishing was that he had, through the interconnection of fortunes, bestowed upon her a fragment of the eternal flame. The techniques contained within the eternal flame also unfolded in her mind. Though she had ascended to the status of saint, some of those techniques still held considerable benefits for her. How intriguing. "I shan't be stingy." Nuwa chuckled softly, extending her left hand towards the fiery pattern and infusing it with a stream of light. Chapter 11. Within Shuyang Mountain, the supreme treasure, Kong Tong. Is this the sacred site of our human race's treasure? Such a picturesque paradise. Xiao Yang beheld the divine mountain before him, a spark of divine light igniting in his eyes. The mountain radiated ethereal energy, with mist and clouds swirling. As the sun and moon cast their luminous glow, it stretched for countless miles, resembling a celestial dragon reclining amidst the peaks. The mountain was adorned with towering pines and cypress trees, lush and verdant, interspersed with sheer cliffs and cascading waterfalls. The calls of celestial cranes echoed, reverberating through the heavens, and elusive figures of mystical monkeys and white deer could be discerned. Unconsciously, a smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he ambled towards the divine mountain. As soon as he set foot upon it, an inexplicable enlightenment surged within him. Xiao Yang Mountain. So this is Xiao Yang Mountain. He realized that the revered treasure of humanity was the Kongtong seal. Excitement coursed through his veins as he recognized the significance of Xiao Yang Mountain. Though it may be obscure now, it would soon become the sanctum of the sage of Taiji, embodying the fortune of the saint, and would undoubtedly possess extraordinary qualities. Not only did this mountain give birth to the divine copper known as Xiao Yang, but it also birthed the supreme treasure of humanity, the Kongtong seal. This Kongtong seal is neither a postnatal spiritual treasure nor an innate treasure. It is a rare fortune-based spiritual artifact. The emergence of the Kongtong seal was to suppress the fortunes of humanity, preventing their decline. Though it may not be an innate treasure, if the human race unites as one, the Kongtong seal can exert power comparable to that of an innate supreme treasure. However, if unity is lacking, the seal can only suppress fortune, proving less valuable than mere scrap metal. In his previous life, the Kongtong seal was claimed by Laozi, who established the teachings of humanity and wielded the power to appoint or dismiss the human emperor. In this life, I, Xiao Yang, have become the golden dragon of human fortune, the emperor of humanity. Thus, the Kongtong seal rightfully belongs to me. Drawing a deep breath, Xiao Yang steadied his tumultuous heart, following the thread of connection. He ventured deeper into the mountain. Soon, he halted before a mountain wall. Gazing at the rocky facade, a glimmer of divine light flickered in his eyes as he raised his hand and struck the wall. With a resounding crash, radiant white light erupted, sketching an innate grand formation upon the wall that obstructed Xiao Yang's path. Indeed, how naive to think that a mere innate formation could hinder me, he declared. Fortune Dragon, arise! Xiao Yang roared, unleashing golden radiance that enveloped him as a dragon's roar echoed. A colossal golden dragon, stretching 100,000 feet, manifested behind him, coiling in mid-air. The Fortune Dragon glared at the innate formation, unleashing a furious roar before pivoting its form, its tail crashing against the formation. With a resounding boom, the innate formation shattered, offering no resistance against the might of the Golden Dragon. As the formation crumbled, the mountain wall rippled, finally revealing the entrance to a cavern. Xiao Yang stepped into the cave. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a golden light surged towards him, emanating a sense of joy as the golden light dissipated. A square seal emerged, embossed with 9 golden dragons, and beneath it were inscribed 4 characters. Man's determination overcomes heaven. Xiao Yang gazed intently at the grand seal before him, his spirit immersed within it. After a prolonged moment, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. Indeed, the magnificent seal was the Kongtong seal, a treasure of immense fortune for the human race. However, it had yet to be fully nurtured. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yang discerned the reason behind this. The human race had existed for less than 10,000 years, and despite the surge in fortune brought about by him and the 3 sovereigns of the human race, it was still insufficient for the complete maturation of this extraordinary treasure. After all, the witch and demon clans were still active in the primordial world in this epoch, they were the protagonists. Only after their decline would the human race enter a period of rapid growth, enabling the full cultivation of this treasure. Logically, since the Kongtong seal had not yet fully matured, Xiao Yang should have allowed it to remain and continue its nurturing until it was complete. Yet, Xiao Yang was no ordinary individual. He was the emperor of the human race and the golden dragon of fortune, wielding the destiny of his people. With a mere thought, he summoned forth the golden dragon of fortune once more. Upon sighting the Kongtong seal, the dragon emitted a joyous roar, its voice resonating with delight. In response, the Kongtong seal radiated brilliance, acknowledging the presence of the golden dragon. Xiao Yang formed seals with his hands, sending forth a myriad of runes toward the Kongtong seal, while the golden dragon behind him exhaled the fortune of the human race toward it. The Kongtong seal welcomed both with open arms, akin to an insatiable abyss, absorbing everything without restraint. Time slipped by unnoticed until Xiao Yang halted his actions, and the golden dragon ceased its outpouring of human fortune. That moment, a glimmer of joy illuminated Xiao Yang's gaze as he regarded the Kongtong seal. Goodness, after absorbing so much human fortune, you have finally begun to take shape, he exclaimed. Now, you can accompany me back to the human realm. The Kongtong seal seemed to comprehend Xiao Yang's words, emitting a soft hum as it circled around him several times. Exuding sheer elation, with a wave of his hand, Xiao Yang summoned the Kongtong seal into his grasp, and it vanished from sight. Finally, he cast one last glance at the cave that had nurtured the Kongtong seal before departing without a trace of reluctance. Meanwhile, far away, an elderly man riding a blue ox lifted his head, his brows furrowed as he extended his hand to calculate, only to pause and shake his head in confusion. "Master, what has transpired?" inquired a young man holding the blue ox, concern etched upon his face. "Just now, my spirit sensed an alarm. It seems I have lost a tremendous opportunity," replied the elder in a calm tone, as though dismissing the matter lightly. "Master, have you discerned any results?" the young man asked, curiosity piqued. "I have calculated, yet found no outcome. Perhaps the calamity of the witch and demon will soon arise, obscuring the heavenly mysteries." The elder responded, "In no matter. The absence of results merely indicates that this opportunity was not meant for me." The elder remained remarkably composed, revealing no hint of disappointment. "Master, you possess such a broad-minded perspective. If it were I fear I would be despondent for quite some time," the young man remarked with a smile, his eyes filled with respect for the elder. "Xiandu, remember this. Spiritual treasures, roots, and elixirs are but external possessions that is one's mindset, cultivation, and mastery of divine abilities that constitute the true path. Do not sacrifice the greater for the lesser, lest you stray from the right course." The elder imparted these earnest words to his disciple, who nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, Master, Xiandu's resolve towards the Tao is unwavering. I shall not be swayed by external possessions. Furthermore, my master is none other than the Taiji Laozi, the foremost disciple of the Dao ancestor. How could I bring shame upon his name?" The elder's gaze flickered with reminiscence as he regarded Xiandu, seemingly recalling the young man of the human race who sought enlightenment amidst the mountains. "Very well. Let us hasten to the human realm. The millennium is nearly upon us, and it is certain that the human race will soon stir." Chapter 12. The Serpent Demon Clan rancor arose between humans and demons. Within the ancestral hall of the human race, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi occupied the elevated seats, while a multitude of tribal leaders stood below. Their faces bore a mix of excitement and trepidation. The cause of this was the impending unsealing of the human race's millennium. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A resonant humming filled the air as golden light suddenly emanated from the borders of the human realm, enveloping it in a radiant circle. This golden light gradually dissipated, lifting the restrictions that barred the myriad beings of the primordial world. "Relay the orders. The Yanhu, Chaolang, and Jinyu tribes are to be the first to migrate outward." Sui Run exhaled, as if shedding a heavy burden. Rising to his feet, he exuded the full majesty of the human emperor as he commanded the tribal leaders gathered below. "We heed the decree of the esteemed human emperor." The leaders of the three tribes stood, their faces betraying a flicker of unease and tension, yet they showed no signs of retreat. Observing their expressions, Zi understood their apprehension. For years, under the protection of Nuwa and the strategies of Xiao Yang, the human race had thrived, shielded from the vastness of the primordial world. They had merely followed a routine, multiplying within this confined realm. Faced with the unknown, it was natural for them to feel disoriented. Even she, the human emperor, felt the weight of uncertainty. Yet, she could not falter. She had to project confidence, for she was the human emperor, This was the trial bestowed upon them by Xiao Yang before his departure. She did not wish to disappoint him. You three, lead your people with assurance. The human race shall not remain coiled within this narrow domain. You are the pioneers, and countless kin will follow the paths you carve. All of us, the entire human race, shall remember the contributions of your three tribes. Pausing momentarily, Ziyi's face broke into a radiant smile. Moreover, we are blessed to have the Holy Mother Nuwa and Human Emperor Xiao Yang with us. Even if challenges arise, we shall overcome them. Let us not forget, as heaven moves vigorously, the human race must strive ceaselessly. Her words reverberated throughout the ancestral hall, spreading across the valleys of the human race. The leaders of the Yin Hu, Xiao Yang, and Jinyu tribes now bore solemn expressions. As heaven moves vigorously, the human race must strive ceaselessly, echoed through the valleys and tribes of the human race. A figure shrouded in dark demonic energy stood at the borders of the human realm. His ears twitched as he seemed to hear the voices emanating from the human race, that striving ceaselessly, such a feeble race shall become the sustenance for my warriors. With his words, countless azure serpents surged toward the human realm, responding to his command. Among them were untransformed azure serpents, half human, half serpent beings, and serpents that appeared entirely human. Regardless of their form, their eyes glinted with cruelty and malice as they fixed their gaze upon the humans. 7 days passed, and the Yin Hu tribe, as the first of the human tribes, was nearing the boundaries established by Nuwa. With a population exceeding 10 million, the Yin Hu tribe was considered one of the larger tribes within the human race. This time, as the tribe ventured forth, Yin Hu, the chieftain, chose not to bring along women and children. Uncertain of what lay beyond, whether safety or peril, he opted to lead only the youth, those who could serve as warriors. This Yin Hu glanced back at the valley of the human race. A sudden cacophony of screams and panic reached his ears. I've been bitten. It hurts so much. Snakes, so many snakes. We are surrounded by serpents. Upon hearing this, Yin Hu leaped into the air, surveying the scene below, and his heart sank. Countless azure serpents had surrounded them, a dense mass that seemed endless. We have no enmity with your demon race. What reason do you have to assault us? Yin Hu roared with fury, flames igniting all around him, transforming him into a veritable figure of fire. The strong thrive while the weak perish. In the primordial chaos, where is there any room for reason? Your human race is weak and thus destined to be the sustenance for my warriors. Kill to your heart's content. Devour them. A voice echoed, ethereal and elusive, leaving one uncertain of its origin. Upon receiving the command, the serpentine demons of Jade Hue began their advance towards the Yin Hu tribe. Some even coiled upward, launching themselves from the air towards the Yin Hu tribe. Damn it, fellow clansmen, these serpents view us as mere prey. Let us show them that our human race is not to be trifled with. Kill! Yin Hu gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. With those words, he raised his hands, forming seals, and a dragon of fire erupted from his palms, charging towards the serpents. Kill! Let these serpents know that our human race is not to be trifled with. I shall avenge our fallen kin. Kill! At that moment, the warriors of the Yin Hu tribe gritted their teeth and unleashed their war cries. Their eyes glowed crimson as they wielded their weapons and charged at the serpents. Soon, this area transformed into a battlefield of slaughter. Occasionally, a serpent would open its maw, devouring several human warriors in one swift motion, while others grew to enormous sizes, trampling over the battlefield. Yet, some humans unleashed their powers, be it endless weapons morphing into sword chi, or fists coalescing into true dragons, or flames soaring to the heavens, cascading downwards. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the Tidal Wave and Golden Feather tribes, who rallied their kin and rushed to join the fray. However, the serpents surrounding them showed no signs of waning. For every one that fell, another took its place, unceasing and relentless. In the domain of the human race, a figure shrouded in black demonic energy felt a flash of crimson light in his eyes. He seemed to gaze upon the relentless battlefield and understood why he had been sent here. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, and Lord Dong Huang, I finally comprehend why our clan was dispatched here. for the sake of the demon race. I have no regrets. He rose and bowed towards the heavenly realm before slowly making his way to the battlefield. Within the heavenly court, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai observed this scene in silence. Chapter 13. Mutual Annihilation, Willpower Refined. The human tribes of Yanhu, Tidal Wave, and Golden Feather found themselves besieged by the serpentine demon race. Outside the encirclement of the jade serpents, the earth was stained red with blood. Littered with countless bodies of both the serpents and the human warriors, is this truly the extent of the human race's strength? If so, it would be wise to submit and become our blood food. Perhaps then you might live a little longer. A serpent-headed, human-bodied demon approached the three tribes, mockingly addressing Yanhu and the others. Yet a cruel glint flickered in his eyes. You dream of having the human race surrender? You demon beast are sorely mistaken. Our human race possesses pride and spirit. Even in death, we shall shatter a few of your teeth. Yanhu spat blood, his body marred with wounds, continuously oozing crimson. His chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath. Despite this, an air of defiance lingered in his brow, disdain evident in his gaze towards the serpent demon. Indeed, our human race is imbued with pride. Come, let us engage once more, and we shall instill fear in your demon hearts. The leaders of the Tidal Wave and Golden Feather tribes echoed in unison. Their laughter rang out, filled with bravado, devoid of any hint of fear. Under their infectious spirit, the remaining human warriors displayed resolute determination in their eyes, their auras intensified with ferocity as they glared at the surrounding jade serpents. Madness glimmering in their expressions how dare mere ants speak so boldly? It is time for you to witness what true power entails. The serpent demon sneered, stepping forward, its aura of a golden immortal radiating outward. Jade serpent strangulation. The serpent demon coldly shouted, channeling all its demonic energy, enveloped in a dark greenish-black aura. This aura coalesced at its fingertips, morphing into a colossal jade serpent. Hiss! The serpent let out a deafening screech, its eyes gleaming with a semblance of intelligence. With a flick of its tail, it surged towards the three human tribes. The Ikati opened its maw wide, emanating an irresistible force, intent on devouring the entirety of the human tribes. Tidal Wave, Golden Wolf, it seems I must take my leave first. I entrust the care of our warriors to you. Yanhu gazed at the oncoming serpent, a grave expression crossing his features. After addressing the leaders of Tidal Wave and Golden Wolf, he took a deep breath, a strange flush rising upon his face. The temperature around Yanhu abruptly soared, warping the very space around him. Suddenly, a beam of fire erupted from his being, radiating a pale golden hue. As it appeared, Yanhu, originally of mere golden immortal strength, experienced an instantaneous surge, breaking into the realm of golden immortal. Beast, if you seek to slay my human race, you must first pass through me. Yanhu clenched his fists, reveling in the immense power coursing through him. A hint of intoxication gleaming in his gaze, as he felt his body nearing its limits. A fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. He shot forth like a streak of fire towards the jade serpent. The serpent's eyes glinted with savagery. Confronted with this blazing streak, it knew no fear, instead widening its maw, aiming to swallow Yanhu whole. Yanhu, Chief, Tidal Wave and Golden Wolf, along with the other human warriors, cried out in urgent alarm upon witnessing Yanhu being engulfed by the serpent. The serpent demon regarded the humans, a cold smirk playing upon its lips. Do not fret, soon you will what? Before the serpent demon could finish its sentence, it let out a sudden cry of alarm. Bang! The once greenish-black serpent was now adorned with golden-red patterns, as those patterns spread across its body. Flames erupted skyward, causing the serpent to explode. The scattered remains of its serpent body ignited, burning until reduced to dark greenish-black vapor. The human race is not to be scorned by you, demon beast. Come and face your demise. Before the serpent demon could recover, a fiery figure shot forth from the remnants of the exploded serpent, landing before the serpent demon. The fiery figure clasped its hand around the serpent demon's waist and surged into the air. Ah, damn it, do you wish to perish with me? The serpent demon cried out in anguish, sensing the expanding aura of the fiery figure, its voice turning shrill. The dark greenish-black energy enveloped its body, causing it to tremble. It yearned to escape the fiery grasp of Yin Hu. Yet, after countless years, it had only just become a Tai golden immortal. It had ample potential and time ahead. The ancestral figure of the Jade Serpent had praised its potential, granting it the semblance of a quasi-saint. It did not wish to die. Bang! Yet before it could contemplate further, darkness engulfed its vision, consciousness fading into eternal silence. In its final moments, fear filled its eyes as the aftermath of the explosion settled. A tattered piece of beast skin drifted before Tidal Wave and the others. Yin Hu, Chief, is dead. Tidal Wave and the others fell into silence, mourning the loss of their beloved chief who had cared for their tribe. After a moment of quiet, Tidal Wave lifted his head, casting a vengeful glare at the surrounding jade serpents, eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. Without uttering a word, a crimson flush crossed his face, his aura surging, his figure enveloped in pale, golden flames. Kill! A thunderous roar erupted as a piercing blade of light cleaved through the heavens, obliterating hundreds of miles of jade serpents. Following Tidal Wave's lead, the remaining human warriors wasted no time. One by one, they unleashed their secret techniques, igniting pale, golden flames upon the battlefield. Kill, for the sake of avenging our chief. Annihilate these demon beasts, to death and beyond. Let us see how many heads of yours are fit for my blade. Countless battle cries converged into a powerful wave, spreading outward in all directions. The air was thick with the scent of blood, rising to the heavens and capturing the attention of the nearby, formidable beings of the human race. As their gazes fell upon the scene, they beheld a crimson battlefield. The human warriors, enveloped in a faint golden flame, charged fearlessly toward the serpentine demon clan. Their convictions coalesced, their wills underwent a profound transformation. Ultimately, all of this culminated in a singular declaration: the human race shall not perish, nor shall we cease our struggle. We will annihilate our foes, and only then shall we rest. Chapter 14. In despair, the three sovereigns strike. Xiao Yang, leading the remaining human warriors, unleashed a forbidden technique, recklessly charging at the surrounding serpentine demon clan. Whenever a human warrior teetered on the brink of collapse, they would suddenly leap into the throng of demons, exploding with a thunderous blast. At the cost of their own lives, they forged a path for their kin. Accompanied by their frenzied actions, the serpentine demons began to falter, gradually retreating. Humph! A bunch of worthless wretches, and those green eyes are equally feeble, allowing themselves to be dragged down by a mere golden immortal. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed through the AI, as the sound faded. A cadre of Tai golden immortal serpentine demons appeared in the sky. Their gazes were filled with icy contempt and murderous intent as they regarded the human race. They had not anticipated that a group of humans, whose might barely reach the golden immortal level, could unleash such power. Reluctantly, they were compelled to intervene. Behold, various magical artifacts materialized above the heads of the Tai golden immortal demons, and an array of divine abilities coalesced before them. Ultimately, they surged forth, radiating a spectrum of colors, descending upon the human warriors embroiled in battle. Xiao Yang, witnessing the assault from the Tai golden immortal demons, felt despair wash over him. The ancestral land, his kin. Xiao Yang feared he might never return. As this thought flashed through his mind, he cast a lingering glance toward the human ancestral valley. Just as he did, beams of golden light streaked across the sky, hurtling toward the battlefield with incredible speed. Xiao Xi's spirit surged, his eyes narrowing and focused. It was our clan's three sovereigns. Roars erupted from the golden light. Demon clan, do you think the human race is without defenders? Do not harm our kin. You shall all perish. A blade of sword energy, imbued with the intent of golden spears, sliced through the air, aimed to sever the divine abilities of the demon clan. Following this, a quaint stone dwelling and a garment crafted from beast hide emanated golden radiance, shielding the surviving human warriors from the lethal onslaught of the demon clan's artifacts. Boom! The sound of explosions reverberated, waves of force cascading outward. As the residual energy dissipated, Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi stood aloft in the sky, protecting Chao Ci and the remaining kin of their tribes. Sui Run surveyed the battlefield, his heart heavy as he beheld the corpses of the human race, a fierce rage igniting within him as he turned his gaze upon the Tai golden, immortal, serpentine demons. Demon clan, how dare you lay hands upon my people? A fully realized Tai golden immortal demon stepped forward, a mocking glint in his eyes. Why should we not? Your kin is weak, ours is strong. Should the human race perish? So be it. Do you still cling to the hope that the Saint Nuwa will come to your aid? Are you not aware that the Saint Nuwa is also our demon sovereign? Hua Huang, his words rendered the human warriors silent, their previously soaring spirits now diminished. After a prolonged silence, Zi stepped forward, her expression resolute. Without the benevolence of the Saint Nuwa, my kin shall not be trifled with by your serpentine clan. For the lives of so many of my kin taken, your entire clan shall pay the price. As her words fell, a golden light erupted from within. The sacred treasure vestments of merit adorned her, and the aura of a fully realized Tai golden immortal surged forth. True dragon fist, dragon battle in the wild. A fierce shout escaped her lips as her right fist swung toward the Tai golden immortal demon. The punch seemed to draw upon the movements of the galaxies, exuding the essence of the primordial energies. A resounding dragon roar echoed as a yellow and black true dragon surged forth. Faced with this formidable beast, the demon's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to retaliate, yet was overwhelmed by tremendous pressure, forced to endure the blow. Boom! As the punch landed, the heavens darkened, and a cacophonous roar ensued. Cracks marred the earth, revealing a ghastly visage. Not only the Tai golden immortal demon, but the rest of the Serpentine clan were obliterated as well. Chao Ci and the remaining human warriors gazed in astonishment at the spectacle unfolding in the sky. Slowly retracting her right fist, Zi's hair billowed, her eyes shimmering with divine light. The golden radiance surrounding her gradually receded, and an aura of majesty enveloped her, resembling an unparalleled sovereign. Well done. Those who dare lay a hand upon my kin must be prepared for annihilation. Kill. Sui Run and Yu Chao exchanged glances, their expressions resolute. Though they were all sovereigns, they would not allow a woman to eclipse their prowess. Flames raged forth, the mountain and river seals surged, unleashing a torrent of flames upon the serpentine demons, eliciting their anguished cries. A colossal seal hovered in the air, crashing down upon the demons, reducing them to mere pulp before they could even scream. Damn those humans! Kill them! For slaying so many of my sons, the human race deserves obliteration. The taste of humanity is delightful. I wonder how your so-called three sovereigns fare in the sky, the Tai golden immortal serpentine demons. Witnessing Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi slaughtering their kin were filled with murderous intent. I could see that moment. They too unleashed their powers, divine lights swirling around them, spiritual treasures soaring into the air, emanating pressure, before launching themselves at Sui Run and the others. Yet undeterred, Sui Run and his companions charged forward, declaring, "No matter the divine abilities, no matter the treasures, we shall break through with a single strike." They pressed on toward the remaining serpentine demons, their mission clear, to eradicate the living remnants of the Serpentine clan. Spineless humans, for slaughtering my kin, I shall annihilate your race. A Tai golden immortal demon, unable to bear the sight of his brethren being slaughtered, roared in fury, charging toward Chao Ci and the remaining human warriors with a malicious grin. Sui Run and the others' expressions shifted, yet before they could react, a figure suddenly appeared before Chao Ci and the others. The individual gazed at the charging demon, extending a hand to summon a Tai Chi diagram that hovered in the air. The dual energies of Yin and Yang surged forth, manifesting two bridges that suppressed the Tai golden immortal demon. Turning to Sui Run and the others, he bowed respectfully. Three sovereigns, feel free to unleash your might. This place is under the protection of Xuandu, A glimmer of divine light flickered in Sui Ren's eyes as he perceived the fortune of the human race emanating from Xuandu. Nodding in acknowledgement. Kill! With their concerns lifted, they unleashed an even fiercer wave of murderous intent, charging toward the remaining serpentine demons. Chapter 15. The serpentine demon god forces the three sovereigns. Time passed unmeasured within the human realm. The air thick with a stench of blood, the ground littered with corpses. Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi were stained with blood, both their own and that of countless serpentine demons. Before them stood the last of the Tai, golden, immortal serpentine demons. His eyes wide with terror as he regarded Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi. Madmen. You are all madmen. The previous battles lingered in his mind like a nightmare. They had boasted hundreds of Tai, golden immortals, easily capable of slaying the three of Sui Ren's lineage. Yet, they had not anticipated that their divine abilities would be utterly countered, and when faced with insurmountable odds, the humans had withstood the onslaught with their very flesh. They had fought back, even when bloodied, determined to vanquish their foes, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of their own demise. Pat! 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 The sound of footsteps echoed from behind the Baishi demon clan, startling them. The Baishi demon turned around hastily, and upon recognizing the visitor, his expression brightened with joy. Ancestor, you have finally arrived? However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain struck his head, plunging him into unconsciousness. To Sui Ren and the others, it appeared as though the sudden figure had merely pointed at the Baishi demon, causing his head to explode in an instant. You are the ancestor of the Baishi demon clan? A serious expression flickered in Sui Ren's eyes. Through relentless battles and the trials of life and death, he had already stepped halfway into the realm of the Luo. Yet, even with such advancement, he found the Baishi demon ancestor before him to be as elusive as a mirage, utterly inscrutable. Indeed, I am the ancestor of the Baishi clan. You may address me as the Luo Yao Shun or Baishi Yao Shun. The Baishi Yao Shun raised his head, his eyes filled with an eerie stillness as he rasped at Sui Ren. Have you been watching the Baishi clan fight us all along? Yu Chao inquired, a gleam of divine light flashing in her eyes as she looked at the Baishi Yao Shun. Indeed, he replied. Why did you let your clan attack the human race? Igniting a war between humans and demons. Zi stepped forward, her aura somewhat diminished, yet her spirits surged higher. There are no reasons to be had. This is not a war between humans and demons. Your kind is not worthy to be enemies of the demon clans. This matter is solely between my Baishi clan and your human race. The Baishi Yao Shun spoke with indifference, a hint of disdain appearing in his eyes when mentioning the war. Neither Sui Ren nor Yu Chao and Zi felt disheartened or ashamed. They were acutely aware that the human race was struggling even against the Baishi Yao Shun alone, let alone the myriad of demon races combined. Yet, they refused to succumb to despair. Instead, they would use this as motivation to foster the growth of the human race. They firmly believed that one day, their kind would be as formidable as the demon races, if not stronger. Was this war instigated by the demon race? Are you truly unafraid of the mother goddess's wrath? Xiao du stiped forward. Addressing the Baishi Yao Shun, while simultaneously shielding Sui Ren and the others with the Tai Chi diagram above his head, before revealing himself to protect the remnants of the human race. His master, Tai Ching Lao Zi, had warned him that the Baishi Yao Shun was at a Luo, while Sui Ren and his companions were merely Tai golden immortals. The disparity was insurmountable. The Baishi Yao Shun glanced at the Tai Chi diagram suspended in midair, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. This innate Tai Chi diagram belongs to Tai Ching Lao Zi, one of the Kunlun three purities. Are you his disciple? Indeed, my master is Tai Ching Lao Zi. Xiandu replied without hesitation, pride evident in his tone. I have already stated that this is a matter solely between my Baishi clan and your human race, not involving the entire demon race. As it stands, my Baishi clan has been decimated save for myself. If Nuwa wishes to cast blame, so be it. The Baishi Yao Shun scoffed, a complex expression briefly crossing his features as he spoke with indifference. Upon hearing the Baishi Yao Shun's words, Sui Ren and the others were momentarily taken aback. Once they regained their composure, Their eyes glinted with icy resolve. What a truly cunning strategy. The ancestor of the Baishi clan indeed possesses a ruthless heart. Sui Ren's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze at the Xiao Shun tinged with disdain. He had grasped the implication of the Xiao Shun's words. This war between humans and demons was merely a personal vendetta of the Baishi clan, unrelated to the greater demon race. If Nuwa sought retribution, the Baishi clan would be long gone, thus sparing the demon race from blame. The Xiao Shun chose not to elaborate further, stepping forward as a vast aura of the Luo pressed down upon Sui Ren and the others. You are a disciple of Tai Ching Taoist. I shall not lay a hand on you. But as for you, the three sovereigns of the human race, should you wish to watch your kind be slaughtered by me, then you may remain like turtles, hiding beneath this Tai Chi diagram. He directed his remarks at Xiandu and the three sovereigns. After speaking, a dark, ominous aura enveloped him, gathering in his right palm to form a swirling sphere of dark energy. This sphere spun ominously, exuding a terrifying presence that distorted the surrounding space. Xiao Shun, how dare you? The expressions of Sui Ren and the others shifted dramatically, their eyes blazing with fury as they stared at the Xiao Shun. They had not anticipated that a dignified Deluo golden immortal would stoop so low as to threaten the entire human race. Your words are futile. Accept your fate of annihilation. The Xiao Shun spoke with a calm demeanor. Pushing the dark sphere forward, it shot away like a streak of light, racing towards the distance. Such audacity. Damn it! The expressions of Sui Ren and the others changed drastically as they darted out from the protective range of the innate Tai Chi diagram. They rushed towards the dark sphere, each employing their abilities in an attempt to intercept it. Observing their actions, the Xiao Shun's lips curled into a cold smile. Explode! Boom! The dark sphere detonated under the Xiao Shun's command, unleashing a wave of dark energy that swept across the surroundings. Mountains towering thousands of feet and endless rivers were obliterated, leaving only a vast plain in their wake. His intent was never to engage with the human tribes. Rather, it was to lure Sui Ren and the others out. Aiming first to eliminate these three pillars of the human spirit, he extended his consciousness towards the center of the explosion, eager to ascertain whether Sui Ren and the others had perished. However, the moment his consciousness penetrated the epicenter, his expression shifted dramatically. What? Chapter 16. Is this what a Luo Yao Shun is? The Xiao Shun stared at the sight of the explosion. His initial exhilaration at the presumed demise of Sui Ren and the others replaced by a profound sense of gravity. As the remnants of the explosion dissipated, a golden barrier emerged at the epicenter, and when it finally faded, Sui Ren and his companions stood unscathed at the center. Deluo, Yao Shun, is this all there is? A light chuckle rang out as Xiao Yang appeared before Sui Ren and the others, his demeanor utterly nonchalant as he regarded the Xiao Shun. Sui Ren and his companions beamed with joy at the sight of Xiao Yang, bowing deeply before him. We pay our respects to your majesty. The remaining human survivors, including Chao Ci, also regarded Xiao Yang with reverence, offering their respects. We pay our respects to the human emperor Xiao Yang. Xiandu, standing before Chao Ci and the others, felt his face flush with excitement at Xiao Yang's appearance. Xiao Yang was the person he admired most, his idol. How ridiculous. Is this how you're meant to wield forbidden techniques? Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with divine light as he reprimanded Chao Ci and the others upon witnessing their state. Chao Ci and the others merely grinned foolishly, unable to respond. Seeing this, Xiao Yang shook his head slightly and waved his hand. Behind him, a colossal golden dragon of fortune, measuring 100,000 feet, emerged. The golden dragon soared above Chao Ci and the others, opening its mouth to shower them with fortune. The dark injuries from their earlier use of forbidden techniques were washed away by this surge of energy. Once this was accomplished, the golden dragon returned, gradually shrinking until it coiled around Xiao Yang, its front paws resting on his shoulders while its head nestled beside his ear. Xiao Yang, are you the manifestation of the human race's fortune golden dragon? The Xiao Shun scrutinized Xiao Yang, his eyes filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension. 100,000 feet of fortune. such a scale that even my Baishi clan could not achieve at our peak. The human race is indeed uniquely blessed. No wonder you remain a persistent threat. Di Jun sent you, did he not? He has cast your Baishi clan aside as a pawn, seeking to eradicate my human race. Should he succeed, the mother goddess would bear no blame. Should he fail, he incurs no loss, yet gains insight into the strength and weaknesses of my human race, as well as the mother goddess's stance. Am I not correct? Xiao Yang gazed indifferently at the green snake demon god, and as he concluded, his gaze shifted towards the realm of the heavens, within the heavenly court in the solar palace. Emperor Jun, who was observing the situation, seemed to lock eyes with Xiao Yang. His expression remained unchanged, yet the murderous intent in his heart grew ever more intense. Tai Yi, the green snake demon god, is no match for Xiao Yang. Soon you shall probe him. I too wish to discern the intentions of the Saint Nuwa. Emperor Jun spoke with a hint of profundity, his gaze becoming increasingly inscrutable. Understood. Dong Huang Tai Yi nodded solemnly. His eyes filled with gravity. In response to Xiao Yang's words, the green snake demon god remained silent, enveloped in a heavy stillness. Observing this demeanor, Xiao Yang nodded in understanding. He looked at the green snake demon god, while the golden dragon of fate behind him merely stared at the demon. Since you dare to strike against my human race, be prepared for death. Are you ready? The green snake demon god, initially silent, suddenly burst into wild laughter, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Ha! If you wish to slay me, then come. During the war of the witches and demons, countless of the witch race sought my life. Yet I survived. I shall see just how capable you, the human emperor transformed from the golden dragon of fate, truly are. With his words, the green snake demon god hesitated not a moment, his aura surging explosively. A flash of spiritual light appeared in his hand, revealing a serpentine sword-shaped spiritual treasure that he grasped tightly. Kill! The green snake demon god roared furiously, a manifestation of the green snake materializing behind him, charging towards Xiao Yang with a deafening roar. Xiao Yang regarded the demon's movements with unwavering composure. Clenching his right hand into a fist, he struck towards the green snake demon god, and a golden dragon roared forth. And in the blink of an eye, it tore the green snake asunder. 10,000 serpents assault. The green snake demon god held his sword aloft, and under his incantation, the blade diversified into countless forms, densely occupying the space before him. Hiss! Hiss! The sound of hissing serpents echoed as the split swords transformed into numerous green serpents. With a mere gesture from the green snake demon god, they surged towards Xiao Yang, obscuring his figure entirely. The serpents coiled and intertwined, creating an enclosed space that imprisoned Xiao Yang within. A fierce intent glimmered in the green snake demon god's eyes. Explode! 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 Boom! 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 The explosive sounds reverberated as the serpents detonated one after another, causing the surrounding spiritual energies to descend into chaos. Before the remnants of the explosions could dissipate, a pair of hands, resembling white jade, tore open a passage. Xiao Yang emerged unscathed, his garments unwrinkled, as if he had not suffered any attack from this onslaught. Is this all? He mused. It seems your title as a great Luo demon god is not entirely warranted. Could it be that you are merely a subpar representation of the great Luo among your kind? Xiao Yang chuckled lightly, taunting the green snake demon god. The green snake demon god gritted his teeth, taken aback by Xiao Yang's nonchalance in the face of his attack. Now, having been mocked by Xiao Yang, he was on the verge of madness. Enough? I have no interest in sparring with you. Mere lackey, I shall swiftly dispose of you, so the true master may reveal himself. Mountain River Seal. Xiao Yang's demeanor shifted. As he formed a seal with his hands, an infinite Taoist rhythm emanating from him. These rhythms seemed to originate from the very mountains and rivers surrounding them. Gradually, a phantom appeared behind Xiao Yang. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this phantom bore an uncanny resemblance to the surrounding landscape. This is the true Mountain River Seal. I have yet to grasp its essence. One nearby observer, Yu Chao Shi, gazed in a trance at the Mountain River phantom behind Xiao Yang, while Zishur looked at him with admiration, her eyes occasionally betraying a hint of shyness. In days of yore, The Holy Mother Nuwa imparted to our human race the mountain river and state seal. Oh, have you perished beneath this seal would indeed be a fitting end. Go. The mountain river phantom behind Xiao Yang shrank continuously before finally hovering above his right hand. Accompanied by Xiao Yang's command, it hurtled towards the green snake demon god. Roar, do not underestimate me. Kill. Faced with this mountain river phantom, the green snake demon god felt as though he were confronting the very oppression of the heavens. His eyes widened in fury, blood vessels breaking, and with a roar, he charged forth, sword in hand, intent on shattering the mountain river phantom. All for naught. Suppress. A glint of icy determination shone in Xiao Yang's eyes as he shouted fiercely. The mountain river phantom obliterating the green snake demon god's assault and subduing him utterly. When a mountain river phantom vanished, the green snake demon god had long since lost his life. Reduced to a puddle of flesh, are the demon races truly so cold-hearted? Xiao Yang's gaze turned frigid as he looked toward a certain point in the sky. With his words, a golden sun suddenly emerged, standing alongside the original sun of the primordial era, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Chapter 17. Can you withstand 30 billion years of power in a single punch? A golden sun floated in the heavens. Parallel to the pre-existing sunit appeared as though, since primordial times, there had always been two suns in the sky. Suddenly, from within the golden sun, a three-legged divine bird emerged. Its wings spread wide, igniting with endless flames that made the golden sun blaze ever brighter. Is this the supreme ruler of the demon race, the three-legged golden crow? Xiao Yang gazed at the divine bird, inhaling deeply, his expression grave. Abruptly, both the golden sun and the three-legged golden crow vanished, replaced by a youth clad in the royal robes of the golden crow. This youth bore a handsome countenance, with radiating an unparalleled imperial majesty, a sharp glint flashing in his closed eyes. Xiao Yang, who grants you the audacity to slay the demon gods of my demon race's heavenly court? Who dares to call my name, Dong Huang Tai Yi, so freely? And who gives you the boldness to so recklessly slander my demon race? Dong Huang Tai Yi regarded Xiao Yang with a haughty demeanor, his words seemingly mundane, yet imposing a heavy pressure on those around. The emergence of Dong Huang Tai Yi, the sovereign of the demon race, also captured the attention of numerous primordial great beings. In this moment, they realized the blood-soaked battlefield, recognizing the loss of the Green Snake clan and the human warriors. This. The demon race striking against the human race? How pitiful, even with merits descending. What does it matter? With Dong Huang Tai Yi, a quasi-saint, taking action, the mere human race stands no chance of resistance. To have compelled Dong Huang Tai Yi to act personally, the human race could take pride in that. Among these great beings, some were astonished, some delighted in the misfortune, and others sighed in lament. Yet, not a single one believed that the human race could endure under Dong Huang Tai Yi's hand. A mere demon god has been slain. What do you intend to do about it? You are the eastern sovereign of the demon race, while I am the human emperor. Our statuses are equal. Why should I not dare to utter your name? You call us cold-blooded. Am I mistaken? Is it not true that the Green Snake clan was treated as expendable, used to test my human race and the Holy Mother Nuwa? Xiao Yang addressed Dong Huang Tai Yi as if untouched by the latter's overwhelming pressure. With a hint of a cold smile, he spoke with a dispassionate demeanor. Ha. This is the greatest joke I have ever heard. A mere ant-like race dares to compare itself with my demon race. You humans, do you think you are worthy? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Dong Huang Tai Yi covered half his face with his right hand, bursting into laughter. The remaining half of his face bore an expression of utter disdain for the human race. Xiao Yang merely smiled, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded Dong Huang Tai Yi. Indeed, your demon race stands high above. Then why employ the Green Snake clan to test my human race? Is it not because you fear that we, the ants in your eyes, may one day surpass you? Is it not because you dread that the day will come when your demon race is trampled beneath our feet? Dong Huang Tai Yi's laughter ceased, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang in silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. You humans are unworthy. Today, this sovereign has come solely for the matter of my clan's demon god being slain by you. Do you acknowledge it? Xiao Yang lifted his gaze to meet Dong Huang Tai and spoke. I did it. So what? Dong Huang Tai nodded slightly, extending his right palm towards the realm of the human race, striking downwards. Very well, your acknowledgement suffices. You dare to slay my demon clan's deity. Thus, your entire human race shall pay with their lives to atone for the death of my kin. This strike from Dong Huang Tai, he bore no trace of mundane fire, yet radiated an aura of sheer terror. As he moved, a colossal hand materialized in mid-air. This hand glimmered with a golden red hue, descending from the heavens, tearing through the void as if intent on annihilating all existence. Should one draw near, they could discern the intricate patterns upon this immense palm. An unparalleled heat and might emanated from it, as though it sought to suppress the very heavens and earth, incinerating all in its path. The towering mountains, reaching tens of thousands of zhang, disintegrated into wisps of smoke upon contact, effortlessly erased from existence, that if this gigantic hand were to descend upon the human realm, it would surely vaporize every soul in an instant. The seal of mountains and rivers. Xiao Yang let out a cold snort, his eyes igniting with divine brilliance. He formed intricate hand seals, the rhythms of Tao swirling around him, as symbols floated before his visage. With each motion, these symbols continuously restructured and fused, ultimately coalescing into a phantom of a realm. Within this illusory domain, though much was ephemeral, the territory of the human race and the Xiao mountain he had previously visited remained vividly clear. In the end, this grand celestial illusion converged into Xiao Yang's right hand, transforming into a formidable seal. Xiao Yang propelled the seal of mountains and rivers towards the colossal hand. Boom! The heavens trembled as the fiery palm and the great seal collided, unleashing a cataclysmic aura. The roar reverberated as golden red flames radiated outward. Meanwhile, the great seal was utterly consumed by the golden red flames. Humph! Xiao Yang grunted, retreating a few steps, his complexion paling. Yet there was no trace of fear in his gaze. In the skies above, Dong Huang Tai regarded his outstretched palm, brow furrowed slightly. Upon his palm, a wound was visibly healing, a mere flesh wound that did not harm him in the slightest. Interesting, no wonder you are the first to embody the essence of fate in the primordial chaos. Even as a mere Deluo Jinxian, you have managed to wound me. With this alone, you may hold your head high. Now, accept your fate and perish. The tone of Dong Huang Tai was laced with amusement, his gaze shifting from playful to deadly in an instant. The murderous intent radiated from him, tinting the surrounding realm a deep crimson. Should any beings wander into this sanguine expanse without the strength of a Xian, they would surely be consumed, transformed into mindless monsters driven solely by slaughter. Suddenly, Dong Huang Tai was enveloped in blazing solar flames that he clenched his right hand into a fist, launching a powerful strike toward Xiao Yang. Can you withstand the force of 30 billion years of effort with this blow? This punch was devoid of any flamboyance or divine techniques. Simply a straightforward strike, a display of raw power from Dong Huang Tai Chapter 18. The Golden Crow Suppression of the World. Extinguishing evil, Dong Huang Tai's fist barreled toward Xiao Yang, casting a shadow over the world, embodying the singular righteous path, charged with an unstoppable momentum. Xiao Yang's expression turned grave. He could feel himself completely locked onto by Dong Huang Tai's punch. There was no escaping this strike. He could only brace himself for the impact. Even if he could evade, he would not, for behind him lay countless human tribes. Some among them might be blissfully unaware of the calamity unfolding. Yet that was no justification for their suffering. Do not underestimate the man before you. Dong Huang Tai He is the emperor of the human race. With a roar, Xiao Yang released a fierce cry. Golden light erupting from him as a 10,000 zhang golden dragon manifested in a mighty roar. This dragon of fortune merged into Xiao Yang's being, instantly amplifying his aura, propelling him from the realm of the Luo Jinxian into a new domain. At that moment, Xiao Yang resembled a being forged of gold, transforming into a golden figure. Break for me! Xiao Yang pulled his right hand back, clenching it into a fist, and struck towards Dong Huang Tai's punch. A flicker of surprise crossed Dong Huangtai's eyes. He had not anticipated Xiao Yang could unleash such power. Nevertheless, a wild grin spread across his face. Ha! Good! Truly worthy of fate's manifestation, exhibiting such strength. Now, I am even more eager to strike and end you. Dong Huangtai, he felt no trepidation at Xiao Yang's surge of power. Rather, he was invigorated. He possessed the confidence that even if Xiao Yang unleashed quasi-saintly strength, he would remain unperturbed. After all, he was Dong Huangtai. Golden Crow's law. Golden Crow suppresses the world. A torrent of solar flames erupted from Dong Huangtai, cascading outward like the sole truth of the heavens. From a sea of endless solar flames, a three-legged golden crow surged forth, embodying ferocious might as it barreled toward Xiao Yang, intent on reducing him to ashes. Dong Huangtai hovered aloft, resembling a born emperor, coldly observing Xiao Yang. The terrifying force of suppression descended upon Xiao Yang. As realms progressed, the disparity in strength would only amplify. If one were to compare the Luo Jinxian of the early stage against one of the late stage, the former might still prevail with a preeminent innate treasure. However, once one stepped into the quasi-saint realm, not even hundreds or thousands of the Luo Jinxian could hope to vanquish a newly ascended quasi-saint cultivator. After all, the term saint bore significant weight. At this moment, Xiao Yang had summoned the entirety of the human race's power, with the assistance of the 10,000 Zhang Dragon of Fortune, yet had merely stepped into the early quasi-saint realm. Confronting Dong Huangtai, a mid-stage quasi-saint unleashing full power, he found himself besieged by immense pressure. The weight of suppression bore down upon him, causing his flesh to tremble, each movement echoing with creaks as he struggled to respond. Cough, Golden Crow suppresses the world. Then I shall slay this Golden Crow. Extinguishing evil, sword strike. Xiao Yang coughed lightly, his eyes gleaming with divine light. Had one been able to observe closely, they would have seen boundless sword energy swirling within his gaze. Mysterious forces manifested around him, rending the space asunder to reveal dark fissures. With a slight tremor, Xiao Yang raised his right hand, pointing as if it were a sword, and with an unwavering resolve. He aimed his strike towards the flaming Golden Crow. Boom! Boom! A series of thunderous roars erupted, the cataclysmic aftermath of destruction radiating outward. Where the flaming Golden Crow and Xiao Yang's sword struck, the very fabric of space shattered, revealing a gaping black hole. This abyss exuded a potent gravitational force, threatening to devour everything in its vicinity. Hiss! How could this be? Dong Huangtai, a foremost expert of the demon clan, how could this mere manifestation of human fortune contend against him? The very heavens fractured in their hands. Quasi-saints? Oh, quasi-saints! If Dong Huangtai failed to eliminate Xiao Yang and eradicate the human race, the demon clan would surely find itself with an adversary as formidable as the witch clan. In the vast expanse of primordial chaos, the enormity of the world rendered the fabric of space remarkably resilient. Even the most powerful of the great Luo golden immortals could merely induce a slight distortion in space. Only those who had reached the quasi-saint level possessed the might to tear asunder the very fabric of reality. To shatter space effortlessly was a feat reserved solely for the saints. Those who witnessed the clash of divine abilities between Xiao Yang and Dong Huangtai, resulting in the fragmentation of space, found such power nearly incomprehensible. Dong Huangtai was an exceptional figure. Having traversed the primordial realm after the Dragon Han calamity and aided Emperor Jun in establishing the celestial court of the demon clan, what truly eluded their understanding was how Xiao Yang, a being born of fortune and yet merely a decade old, could contend with Dong Huangtai. It was well known that the formidable figures of the primordial realm had cultivated for countless eons, some possessing sentience since the dawn of creation itself. Indeed, one could not afford to spare you. The Dong Huang Bell. As Dong Huangtai gazed upon Xiao Yang, the murderous intent in his eyes gradually subsided, and the surrounding flames receded entirely. It appeared that he was no longer targeting Xiao Yang, but was instead retracting all his power, intending to execute Xiao Yang with a single strike. Before him, the ancient, spinning bronze bell descended. With a mere flick of his finger, Dong Huang Tai, he struck it gently, and a melodious chime resonated through the air. From the ancient bronze bell emanated wisps of chaotic energy, rippling outward in waves. The residual waves of destruction, akin to a black hole, were immobilized in their place. Not far away, the anxious Wei Ren and others found themselves equally frozen, their movements stilled, save for the slight movement of their eyes, indicating their thoughts were still active. Xiao Yang was no exception. A formidable force of confinement rendered him immobile. Regardless of his desire to move or to summon the magic within him, he found himself utterly powerless. In the chaos within the Nuwa palace, Nuwa observed this scene and shook her head slightly. The time was still too short. She believed that, given Xiao Yang a millennium, he would not only be able to rival Dong Huang Tai, but at the very least, stand on equal footing. What? Just as Nuwa contemplated rising to rescue Xiao Yang, a look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. It seemed she had witnessed something utterly extraordinary. Chapter 19. The Flow of Humanity. Nuwa, as pressure weighed upon the heavenly court. Good heavens, I never anticipated that you possessed such a hidden card. It seems my intervention is unnecessary. Let me witness how far you can go. Within the Nuwa palace, Nuwa observed Xiao Yang's movements, a smile gracing her lips. In the realm of the primordial, within the territory of the human race, a great seal manifested before Xiao Yang. This imposing seal exuded a peculiar power. Even the constraining force of the Dong Huang bell could not halt the spread of this extraordinary energy. This peculiar force radiated outward. Xiao Yang felt the grip of the Dong Huang bell begin to weaken. He could not help but exhale in relief. Fortunately, he had the Kong Tong seal at his disposal, or else he would have been doomed. What is that? Dong Huang Tai, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the great seal that had appeared before Xiao Yang. However, the brilliance enveloping the seal obscured its true form, and even with his mid-level quasi-saint cultivation, he could only discern its outline. Is it possible that this human emperor has found a solution? That is the Dong Huang bell, an innate treasure. Those great powers believe that Xiao Yang, under the suppression of Dong Huang, Taiyi's Dong Huang bell, will be utterly powerless to resist annihilation. Yet, they were astonished to discover that Xiao Yang possessed a spiritual treasure capable of countering the suppression of the Dong Huang bell. Their eyes brimmed with disbelief, having been repeatedly astonished by Xiao Yang's prowess. Once the binding force surrounding him had completely dissipated, Xiao Yang extended his hand to cradle the great seal. The brilliance of the seal retracted, revealing its true form before Dong Huang Tai and the assembly of primordial powers. Above the seal coiled 9 dragons of varied forms, and on its side were inscribed the characters Kong Tong. This aura transcended both innate and acquired. It was a treasure born of fate. Dong Huang Taiyi's gaze sharpened as he beheld the Kong Tong seal. The murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Born from the left eye of Pangu and accompanied by the Dong Huang bell, a treasure of innate origins, he felt an overwhelming pride. Yet despite this, neither the demon clan nor any race in the primordial realm had ever been known to possess a treasure of fate. At that moment, before him, the human race, a mere ant-like species, witnessed Xiao Yang, a being formed from the fortune of humanity, brandishing a treasure of their fate. What right did this human race have to possess such a treasure of destiny? What did this signify? Was it not an indication that the human race was the rightful heir to the heavens? Even so, today he would spare no effort to slay Xiao Yang and eradicate the human race. The Dong Huang bell, suppress. Today you shall not survive. Dong Huang Taiyi's pale, golden eyes transformed into a blood-red hue, filled with ruthless intent as he gazed upon Xiao Yang, with a swift motion of his hand. The Dong Huang bell surged in size, expanding to millions of times its original scale, hovering in the air above. The earth below was engulfed in shadow, as the gargantuan Dong Huang bell seemed to eclipse the heavens. As Dong Huang Tai waved his hand, the massive Dong Huang bell plummeted toward Xiao Yang. The overwhelming pressure felt akin to the very heavens collapsing. Dong Huang Tai, you are far too arrogant. The human race is by no means an insignificant breed. Today, let me show you the strength that belongs to us, the humans. As Xiao Yang beheld the descending Dong Huang bell, A divine light flickered in his eyes. He raised the Kongtong seal in his hand. The Kongtong seal soared before him, emanating a brilliance that stretched for miles in but a breath. This radiance enveloped all those of the human race. What is this? I feel so warm. As the humans basked in the light, they closed their eyes slightly, smiles gracing their faces, as if they had encountered the most beautiful of visions. Unbeknownst to them, a point of light emerged from their beings, soaring toward the Kongtong seal. This point of light represented their faith, their heartfelt wishes. Thousands, millions, billions, an infinite array of luminous points converged, resembling an endless ocean. Dong Huang Tai Yi. The human race shall not be trifled with. Kongtong. The flow of humanity. Xiao Yang clasped his hands together, propelling the Kongtong seal toward the descending Dong Huang bell. With a resounding roar, the ocean of light, formed from the myriad points, surged forth with an unmatched momentum towards the Dong Huang bell. Clang, clang, clang. Layer upon layer of luminous waves crashed against the Dong Huang bell, causing it to resonate continuously. The chaotic aura carried by the Dong Huang bell clashed with the points of light. The two immensely powerful forces converged, drawing the attention of all present, as if they had become the sole focus of heaven and earth. Incredible, simply incredible. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? What an overwhelmingly powerful strike. I almost believe the primordial realm would be annihilated by their clash. How is it that I, a quasi-saint in my early stages, feel like mere dust before them? Regardless of who it is, I could not withstand such a blow. Once again, the great powers gasped in awe, accustomed to the extraordinary sights before them. However, at that moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi, suspended in the air, suddenly changed countenance. This is bad. The Dong Huang bell. Dong Huang Tai, he sensed that the connection between him and the Dong Huang bell was gradually weakening under the impact of the torrent formed by the points of light. It was as if the mark he had left within the Dong Huang bell was being washed away. Ka! In an instant, Dong Huang Tai Yi transformed into a three-legged golden crow. The crow spread its wings, seeming to obscure the heavens, and with a gentle flap, it traversed the cosmos, arriving before the Dong Huang bell. Surrounding the three-legged golden crow, the true flames of the sun ignited, and it opened its mouth, unleashing a sea of fire that surged toward the ocean of light. Rumble, rumble. Amidst the collision of the two forces, a blindingly intense light radiated outward in all directions. Even the keenest perceptions of the most powerful beings could not discern what had transpired. When the brilliance finally faded, Dong Huang Tai Yi and Xiao Yang appeared as though nothing had occurred. The Dong Huang bell and the Kongtong seal floated beside them, undisturbed, within the heavenly realm. Dijun's demeanor shifted dramatically. He understood his brother all too well, but if he had not suffered setback, he would not now exhibit such calmness. With a swift gesture, he summoned the He-Tu and Luo Shu, intending to command the Star Lord of the Zhou to accompany him to the territory of the human race in the primordial chaos. However, before he could utter a word, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the heavenly court. This force crushed all within the celestial domain to their knees, and despite Dijun's utmost resistance, he found himself blushing and kneeling on one knee to Dijun. This shall not be repeated. Do not test my patience and limits. An ethereal voice resonated, and the immense pressure dissipated entirely. Dijun rose, his expression fluctuating between hues of blue and red before finally settling into calmness. With another wave of his hand, a streak of light sped toward the primordial chaos. A saint, indeed. Dijun's gaze deepened, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. Chapter 20. The realm of the semi-saints. I wish to traverse the realm of the human race, in the primordial chaos, where the human domain lies. Dong Huang Tai Yi's palm cradled the Dong Huang bell, which spun incessantly, and his aura surged with each moment. I could see that instant. He regarded Xiao Yang with newfound respect, devoid of any previous disdain. Had it not been for his timely reaction during their earlier clash, the mark left on the Dong Huang bell would have likely dissipated. In such a case, to reforge this innate treasure would require an immeasurable span of time. Should conflict arise between the Wu and the Yao tribes during that interval, lacking the Dong Huang bell would not render him powerless, but his strength would undoubtedly diminish by at least 30%. Now, facing Xiao Yang, he saw an opportunity for victory. This was due to the fact that Xiao Yang's current semi-saint strength was not solely his own, but rather a manifestation of the human race's fortune. Even if he were the transformed embodiment of the human race's luck, the limits of his corporeal form would eventually be reached, rendering him unable to sustain the power of the fortune dragon. Furthermore, his current prowess relied heavily on this luck. Each strike consumed a portion of it. Should the fortune be excessively depleted, even if he turned against the human race, they would face annihilation due to countless calamities. Just as Dong Huangtai prepared to strike once more, a streak of light surged into his mind. His expression shifted dramatically. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and turned to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, consider yourself fortunate this time. Next time, such luck may not be yours. With those words, Dong Huangtai departed in a flash of light, heading toward the heavenly court. Xiao Yang exhaled in relief as he watched Dong Huangtai leave. With a thought, the fortune dragon that had merged with him swiftly separated from his being. It was evident that the once colossal fortune dragon, towering 100,000 zhong, had diminished to 89,000 zhong. Displaying signs of fatigue, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and the fortune dragon vanished from sight. His expression turned grave. Should the battle continue, he might be forced to reveal his ultimate trump card. Congratulations! Your human race has obliterated the opposing tribe in its first foreign war, achieving a complete victory, resulting in an increase of human fortune. Congratulations! You have repelled a semi-saint, allowing your human race to survive a crisis of annihilation, further enhancing human fortune. Human fortune has doubled as a result of this increase, with the current fortune dragon measuring 178,000 zhong. Congratulations! Following this war, the will of the human race has been tempered and is beginning to undergo a transformation, granting you a chance to sign for fortune. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed in Xiao Yang's ears. An imperceptible dragon's roar resonated within his heart, and he could sense the joy of the fortune dragon within that sound. Meanwhile, the peak of his cultivation realm, previously at the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, surged dramatically, propelling him into the realm of the semi-saints in an instant. Boundless spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged toward him, forming a vortex of spiritual energy above his head. In a flash of brilliance, the 5 energies within his chest and the 3 flowers atop his head bloomed magnificently. Among his 3 flowers, a whip and a grand seal rose and fell rhythmically. Suddenly, the grand seal shimmered with light, and a figure leapt forth from it. I have encountered the true self. It was a person clad in bee skins, possessing an exceedingly ordinary visage, reminiscent of countless common members of the human race. However, his face bore a gentle smile, as if that smile alone could dispel all worries that we are one. My fellow cultivator need not be overly courteous. Please enter the 3 flowers. Xiao Yang's countenance brightened with joy. He had not anticipated that through this battle, he would break through from the great Luo Golden Immortal stage to the semi-saint realm, severing the attachment of the controlling corpse. Generally, practitioners in the primordial chaos would first sever the good or evil corpses, while the controlling corpse was the most challenging. Yet, for Xiao Yang, it was different. In his past life, he was of the human race, and in this life, as the fortune dragon of the human race, his deepest attachment lay with humanity, with the aid of the Kong Dong seal. A treasure of human fortune, he easily severed the controlling corpse. Good, the Kong Dong responded, then leaped onto the 3 flowers, obscured by Xiao Yang's aura. We congratulate our emperor for achieving the semi-saint realm. The likes of Suiren and others approached Xiao Yang, all wearing expressions of joy as they bowed respectfully. Xiao Yang nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze toward Xuandu. Xuandu pays respects to your majesty. Xuandu's face flushed with excitement as he bowed to Xiao Yang, somewhat restrained, as a member of the human race. He held immense respect for Xiao Yang, the human emperor. Witnessing Xiao Yang protect humanity and repel the formidable Dong Huangtai, his admiration deepened. Xuandu, what a splendid name! Xiao Yang mused. Recognizing yet another renowned figure within the primordial chaos, he extended his hand toward Xuandu, and a flame-shaped mark materialized on his forehead. Xuandu felt a warmth at his brow, as if something had been inscribed within him. Just as he pondered this perplexity, a figure appeared beside him. "I have encountered the human emperor Xiao Yang. Thank you for your kindness toward my disciple." The voice belonged to Laozi, who offered a slight bow to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang returned the gesture, speaking earnestly. "My fellow cultivator need not be so formal. Xuandu is not only your disciple, but also a member of the human race. As the human emperor, it is only fitting to bestow a measure of fortune." Hearing this, Xuandu bowed deeply in gratitude. "Xuandu expresses profound thanks for your majesty's generous gift." Xiao Yang nodded toward Xuandu, then turned his gaze to Laozi, his expression growing solemn. "What brings you to our human realm, my fellow cultivator?" Laozi raised his head, casting a thoughtful glance at Xiao Yang. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "The human race has received continuous blessings of merit within the span of merely 10,000 years. My curiosity compelled me to visit your realm." With this, Laozi gestured, and a Dan bottle and a palace lamp floated before Xiao Yang. "This bottle of 9-turn golden pills and this 8-scenery palace lamp shall serve as my congratulatory gifts to the human emperor." Xiao Yang regarded Laozi with an inscrutable expression, fully aware that Laozi's visit was to seek opportunities for his own ascension to sainthood. Should he be permitted to establish a human teaching, the fortune of the human race would inevitably need to be shared with Laozi. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang accepted the Dan bottle and the palace lamp. "My fellow cultivator Laozi is welcome to explore the human realm at your leisure. Upon your return, I shall await your visit at the ancestral grounds of the human race." "Good." A faint smile graced Laozi's face. Chapter 21. The Enlightenment of Ancient Tea, the Heavenly Dao-S Oath. In the vast expanse of the primordial realm, tranquility returned following the fierce clash between the Eastern Emperor Tai of the Demon Tribe and the human sovereign Xiao Yang. Seizing the momentum of Xiao Yang's formidable resistance against Tai, the human race seamlessly integrated into the primordial tapestry. This moment, numerous human tribes, akin to stars scattered across the heavens, adorned the region closely aligned with humanity. The human valley, the birthplace of the human race, had now become the ancestral ground cherished by countless souls. Amidst this sacred ground, Xiao Yang, deep in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, a golden radiance flickering within them, as if he beheld scenes beyond the ancestral confines. "Since my esteemed friend from Taching has arrived, I invite you to enter the ancestral hall for a discussion." With these words, Xiao Yang waved his hand, conjuring a golden bridge that stretched forth toward the outer realms of the ancestral hall. Before long, the bridge returned, and a figure entered, wielding a staff adorned with a dragon's head, none other than the venerable Laozi of Taching. "Human sovereign Xiao Yang, I have come uninvited. Please do not hold it against me." Laozi offered a slight bow, his expression placid, concealing any emotions he might harbor. Xiao Yang reciprocated the gesture with a graceful nod, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Laozi. "There is no need for such titles as human sovereign between friends. We shall refer to each other as equals. Speaking of which, my esteemed friend has traversed the lands of humanity for quite some time, yet I have failed to extend proper hospitality. Now that you are here, allow me to share with you the tea I have prepared." Laozi, unhurried, seated himself opposite Xiao Yang, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Tea? I am unfamiliar with what you refer to," as tea a hint of mystery danced upon Xiao Yang's visage as he replied. "You shall soon find out." "Oh," Laozi's intrigue deepened at Xiao Yang's enigmatic words. With a graceful motion, Xiao Yang summoned a tray that materialized between them, upon which rested a jade pot and 2 jade cups. He deftly infused the jade pot with water shimmering with tricolored starlight, before a gentle golden flame ignited silently beneath it. Moments later, soft sounds emanated from within the pot. Xiao Yang delicately placed a few dried tea leaves into each jade cup, then poured the heated water from the jade. As the leaves met the warmth, they unfurled, releasing ethereal wisps of fragrant mist. Within those diminutive cups, it seemed as though starlight radiated with resplendent brilliance. The tea leaves floating amidst a sea of celestial light, an aura of Taoist essence permeating the air. "Esteemed friend from Taching, please." Without hesitation, Laozi lifted the jade cup, inhaling deeply as a wave of refreshing fragrance filled his senses. He took a small sip, the flavor unfolding as a delicate bitterness followed by a sweetness enveloping his being. In that moment, Laozi gently closed his eyes, his demeanor relaxing in pure enjoyment. After a considerable pause, he finally opened his eyes, gazing at the jade cup with admiration. What exquisite tea! A single cup seems to encapsulate a lifetime, the beauty of mountains, the vastness of the earth, and the grandeur of the starry skies. All within this brew. If one were beneath the great Tao, surely a single sip could enhance one's cultivation, saving countless years of arduous practice. Pray tell, does this tea possess a name? Upon hearing Laozi's praise, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes. Indeed, my friend possesses discerning taste. This tea is known as Wudao ancient tea, infused with unparalleled Taoist essence, capable of aiding one's enlightenment. Of course, for you, esteemed friend, it may merely serve as a leisurely beverage. Should you desire, I would be pleased to gift you some. Laozi nodded appreciatively, showing no signs of embarrassment. Then I extend my gratitude to you, esteemed friend Xiao Yang. Following this exchange, the atmosphere between Xiao Yang and Laozi grew increasingly harmonious. After a series of pleasantries, their expressions turned serious. Esteemed friend from Ta-Ching, Xiao Yang began, having roamed the lands of humanity for some time. Have you found the answers you seek? Laozi candidly replied. After the creation of humanity by my sister Nuwa, I felt that my own path to sanctification might be intertwined with that of the human race. Now, having traversed among humanity, I am convinced that the opportunity for sanctification lies within the human realm. Laozi was forthright in revealing his intentions, for it was clear to him that seeking to achieve sanctification through the human race would necessitate the cooperation of Xiao Yang. The human sovereign, what course of action do you propose, esteemed friend from Ta-Ching? Xiao Yang inquired, a moment of contemplation passing. I aspire to impart the Tao to humanity, establishing a path of human teachings to enlighten the people. Laozi declared without hesitation. What can you offer in return? The human race is poised for great flourishing. Xiao Yang firmly rejected Laozi's proposition without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's refusal, Laozi furrowed his brow, directing his gaze toward him. Then what does Xiao Yang intend? Esteemed friend from Ta-Ching, Xiao Yang replied, having wandered among humanity for so long, have you not observed a lack of cultivation methods among them? Do you believe that the human race possesses such methods? Is it not inevitable that they will thrive? Xiao Yang countered, his tone firm. Laozi pondered this, realizing that despite his initial thoughts, all humans indeed possess their own cultivation techniques. Even the golden elixir path he had previously established could hardly compare to the methods available to humanity. He could not help but acknowledge that even in his absence, with Nuwa's sanctity and the auspicious fate of the human race embodied in Xiao Yang, their flourishing seemed almost destined. Yet, what could he offer in exchange for achieving sanctification through the human race? Noticing Laozi lost in thought, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a faint smile before he returned to a serious demeanor. Esteemed friend from Ta-Ching, your desire to achieve sanctification through the human race is not unattainable. However, Laozi's eyes gleamed with determination as he regarded Xiao Yang. Speak plainly, Xiao Yang. What are your conditions? Xiao Yang's gaze remained fixed on Laozi, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Very well. You may spread the teachings of humanity and seek sanctification through them. However, I require you to establish a heavenly Tao oath should you achieve sanctification through the human race and subsequently disregard them. You shall forfeit your claim to their fate. Moreover, your own fortune shall flow toward the human race. After a moment of silence, Laozi's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Heavenly Tao witnesses, I hereby declare that should I achieve sanctification through the human race, if I neglect them thereafter, I shall relinquish my claim to their fortune, and my own fortune shall belong to the human race. With a resounding rumble, thunder crackled across the heavens, and both Laozi and Xiao Yang sensed the momentousness of the vow. Smiles broke upon their faces, yet who could truly fathom their underlying thoughts? Chapter 22. The Three Sovereigns' Concerns and the Celestial City Plan. Within the ancestral hall of humanity, Laozi had taken his leave. Although he had secured the consent of Xiao Yang, the human sovereign, he required additional preparation time before pursuing sanctification. Xiao Yang lifted the jade cup before him, savoring a sip, a smile illuminating his countenance. My sovereign, why acquiesce to Laozi's request to achieve sanctification through the human race? In doing so, a portion of our fate will be claimed by him. Swear-in, Yu Zhao, and Zi entered the chamber. Moments earlier, they had convened in another hall, where Xiao Yang had not concealed Laozi's intentions from them. Swear-in, what do you propose we do to prevent this? This, my sovereign, you are the embodiment of humanity's fate, manifested as the golden dragon, without your consent. Even the most determined efforts of Laozi would prove futile. Swear-in furrowed his brow, addressing Xiao Yang. You speak truthfully. I can indeed obstruct him. However, have you considered a crucial point? Laozi has never been alone. He is accompanied by his brothers, Yuqing Yuan Shi and Shangqing Tong Tian. To thwart one's path to sanctification is a graver offense than one's own life, even with the aid of the Holy Mother, Nuwa. Can we withstand the onslaught of 3 saints? A glimmer of insight shone in Xiao Yang's eyes. His reluctance to offend Laozi stemmed not only from the inevitable ascension of the 3, but also from the current weakness of humanity. Even if humanity were destined to be the protagonists of the next era, once the 3 saints achieved sanctification, they would possess myriad means to contend with humanity. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's reasoning, Swear-in and the others fell into contemplative silence. Enough of this. Laozi's sanctification may not be devoid of benefits for our race. Moreover, did I not compel him to establish a heavenly Dao oath in the end? If one day our human race encounters great calamity, and he remains indifferent to our plight. A cold smile crept upon Xiao Yang's lips. How could those from his past life be unaware of how the Ta Ching saint observed the great tribulation of the human race with a detached eye? In this life, he intends to see whether Ta Ching will remain indifferent to the human race under the oath of the heavenly Dao, just as he did in the previous one. Should he choose to assist the human race, it would mean an additional saint to protect us, paving a smoother path for our future. Conversely, if he opts not to aid us, he shall gain nothing and instead forfeit his own fortune. Regardless, one may profit, but I shall never suffer loss. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the 3 from the Swear-in clan exchanged glances, a glimmer of understanding illuminating their eyes. Their previously worried expressions transformed into delight. Very well. No matter how Ta Ching decides to act, our human race shall not be bound by the commands of saints. Remember, the strength of the human race relies solely on ourselves. The heavens are vigorous, and we must strive endlessly. Xiao Yang turned to the 3 of the Swear-in clan and admonished them that we shall faithfully obey our sovereign's decree. The 3 from the Swear-in clan responded solemnly, bowing to Xiao Yang. Swear-in, Yu Chao, and Zi, as the 3 sovereigns of the human race, are you aware of the current state of our people? Suddenly, Xiao Yang inquired of the 3. Our sovereign, the population of our human race has surpassed 1 trillion, spreading over nearly 100 million miles of wilderness. Aside from the 3 of us who have achieved the great perfection of the Deluo realm, there are still 81 others at the Deluo level, and nearly 100 million Tai golden immortals. Thanks to the aid of the creation blood pool and the ancient tea of enlightenment, some talented yet rootless youngsters have also begun to flourish. It is foreseeable that in due time, the strength of our human race shall witness a tremendous surge. The Swear-in clan spoke proudly to Xiao Yang that he indeed felt a sense of pride, being among the first innate human beings. Even the very first, he had witnessed the human race rise from nothingness, from being as minuscule as ants to the formidable force it is today, and he felt justified in his pride. Beside him, Yu Chao and Zi also wore smiles. Their lives had been dedicated to the human race. The better it thrived, the greater their joy. After hearing the words of the Swear-in clan, Xiao Yang initially nodded, then shook his head. No, the pace of our human race's development is still too slow. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the 3 from the Swear-in clan exchanged perplexed glances. Currently, the human race is fragmented, blending into the wilderness. Large tribes can manage to protect themselves, yet the smaller tribes constantly face peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to their extinction. To address this, I intend to gather the human race and transform tribes into immortal cities. Immortal cities? The 3 from the Swear-in clan looked at each other, their eyes reflecting confusion in the present wilderness. The demon race comprises myriad tribes, each dwelling separately. Meanwhile, the witch race, led by the 12 ancestor witches, has divided into 12 tribes, each led by a major witch, residing throughout the wilderness. However, our human race does not possess the inherent strength of the witch race, and the smaller tribes struggle to survive in the wilderness. To ensure the survival of the clansmen from the smaller tribes, we must consolidate them. I call this method the construction of immortal cities for habitation. Xiao Yang observed the three from the swearing clan, who were deep in thought, paused briefly, then continued that an immortal city can dominate 100,000 miles of terrain. Each city requires a Deluo golden immortal to oversee it, with 1 million Tai E and 10 million golden immortals serving as its military. If one day immortal cities can be established throughout the wilderness, then our human race may truly be considered prosperous. Xiao Yang's words struck the minds of the swearing clan like a flash of lightning. His vision for the human race had surpassed their imagination. Yet, in this moment, it ignited a fervor within them. "What shall we do? Please instruct us, our sovereign." The swearing clan spoke with excitement to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang gestured before him, and 2 small structures appeared in front of the 3 from the swearing clan. These 2 structures will be integrated into the ancestral grounds of the human race. One is named the Heavenly Artisan's Pavilion, and the other the Heavenly Alchemist Pavilion. Within the Heavenly Artisan's Pavilion lies supreme techniques for refining tools, capable of forging myriad artifacts that if we wish to build cities, we could do so directly. Forging a spiritual treasure immortal city. Should we face an insurmountable crisis, we can use the spiritual treasure immortal city to subdue our foes. The Heavenly Alchemist Pavilion harbors unparalleled alchemical techniques, capable of concocting myriad elixirs, each possessing unique effects. Yet their importance for the development of our human race is undeniable. Therefore, I require you to select those within your clans who possess talent in these areas for training. When the immortal city is forged, we shall usher in the era of the human race's immortal cities. Xiao Yang rose, his gaze bright and resolute, fixed upon the 3 from the swearing clan. Relying on external support is futile. If our human race wishes to strengthen itself, it must depend on our own efforts. Remember, the human race can only thrive through relentless self-improvement. We shall keep your teachings in mind. Our Sovereign, Chapter 23. I become a saint, the era of the saints. In the ancestral lands of the human race, near their sacred grounds, a platform towering 9 zhang stood erect. Laozi sat cross-legged atop the platform, his eyes gently closed, threads of spiritual energy converging upon him, the essence of Tao permeating the air, enhancing his ethereal presence. At that moment, Laozi opened his eyes, which seemed to hold the vastness of a starry sea. Drawing one in with an irresistible allure, radiant Ta-Ching light emanated from his form, as the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda and the Taiji diagram danced around him, radiating spiritual luminosity. A unique aura spread throughout the ancestral lands of the human race. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The formless is the origin of heaven and earth. The formed is the mother of all things. Thus, one should remain formless to observe the subtle. One should remain formed to observe the tangible. These 2 arise from the same source, but are named differently. Both are referred to as the profound. The profound within the profound is the gateway to myriad wonders. Laozi's voice resonated, gradually rising from a low murmur to a soaring crescendo, from a whisper to a grand proclamation, within the ancestral lands of the human race. Numerous members were drawn to Laozi's teachings, sitting beneath the platform, their eyes filled with rapture. Some swayed their heads, others laughed heartily, and some wept aloud. The myriad expressions were boundless. A mere quasi-saint sermon may not evoke much, but a soon-to-be saint's discourse undoubtedly generates a different response. Countless threads of spiritual energy converged upon the ancestral lands of the human race, transforming into celestial flowers that gracefully descended upon touching the members of the human race. These flowers were absorbed, enhancing their cultivation. Wisps of purple energy descended from the heavens, encircling Laozi. Gradually, the sound of Laozi's teachings spread beyond the ancestral lands, reaching all places inhabited by the human race. His voice echoed throughout the wilderness, where countless beings listened to Laozi's teachings. On the eastern Kunlun, Yuqing Yuanshi and Shangqing Tongtian simultaneously appeared within the Three Purities Hall. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of astonishment. This is the voice of our elder brother. Could it be that he has discovered the path to enlightenment? In the heavenly court, the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai each shared a knowing look. Having seen Laozi delivering his teachings in the ancestral lands of the human race, perhaps another saint is about to emerge, and this saint is connected to the human race, in the west, atop Shimi Mountain. Jin and Juni wore expressions of bitterness. The eastern lands are blessed with outstanding talents and resources, while the western lands suffer calamities, the spiritual energy far inferior to the east. When will the west thrive? 3 months slipped by in an instant, and Laozi remained seated atop the platform, surrounded by an abundance of purple energy, nearly obscuring his form. I could see this moment. He ceased his teachings, slowly rising to gaze at the heavens. Taking a deep breath, he spoke, "The heavenly Tao above, today I, Ta Ching Laozi, have comprehended the path to sainthood and shall expound upon the golden elixir Tao to the human race, enlightening them. Now my cultivation is complete. I shall establish a new teaching called humanity, utilizing the innate supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram, to govern the fortunes of the human teaching. The human teaching is hereby established." Thunder rumbled. Above the 9 heavens, flashes of lightning crackled and roared. Subsequently, Laozi's ethereal form spread throughout the wilderness. No matter where one was, they could behold him. Endless merits descended from the heavens, and a stream of purple energy, spanning 30 million miles, surged toward Laozi. His originally late-stage quasi-saint energy surged, and the primordial purple energy within his mind fused with his primordial spirit. An immense pressure descended upon the wilderness, bearing down on all beings that we humbly bow to the Ta Ching Saint. We bow to the master of the human teaching. We humbly bow to the Ta Ching Saint. We bow to the master of the human teaching. In that moment, amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, no being dared to gaze directly at Laozi. Even the eternal brilliance of the sun appeared dim in comparison that Laozi's gaze turned towards the eastern Kunlun, and he spoke softly, "Second brother, third brother, if now is not the time to attain enlightenment, then when shall it be?" His voice resonated like a thunderclap, dispelling the mists clouding the minds of Yuan Shi and Tong Tia. The primordial purple energy within their primordial spirits pulsated with vigor. "Ha! Our path to sanctity is now within reach." Yuan Shi laughed heartily, understanding how to transcend to the sacred realm as one of the 3 pure ones, connected to Laozi's destiny. He stepped forward, unleashing his aura, a radiant light sweeping across the cosmos, illuminating the skies with resplendent hues, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. "Heavenly Tao above, I am the Jade Pure Yuan Shi, and today I establish a new sect, named Chan. Chan, for it aligns with the heavens and serves humanity, elucidating the mysteries of the cosmos, using the innate treasure, the Panga banner, to suppress the fortunes of the Chan sect. Chan sect, established, Tong Tian, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forth with an unyielding brilliance, embodying an unparalleled divine sword, as if to cleave the heavens asunder. Heavenly Tao above, I am the upper pure Tong Tian, and today I establish a new sect, named Jia. Heavenly Tao is vast. All beings possess a glimmer of hope. Jia signifies the seizing of that hope, utilizing the 4 swords of extinguishing immortals and the extinguishing immortal formation to suppress the fortunes of the Jia sect. Jia sect, established. Thunder rumbled as the heavens and earth transformed once more, the establishment of their great sects causing countless golden clouds of merit to descend upon them, awakening the legacy of Pangu within them. Within their primordial spirits, the primordial purple energy intertwined with their essence, and simultaneously, 2 saintly figures manifested across the primordial realm, their divine presence radiating throughout that we have witnessed the Jade Pure Yuan Shi. The leader of the Chan sect, we have witnessed the upper pure Tong Tian, the leader of the Jia sect. In the west, atop Mount Sumeru, observing the calm demeanor of Jiayin, Zhuan Ti spoke with impatience. "Elder brother, what are you still hesitating for? Now that the three pure ones in Nuwa have attained sanctity, we cannot linger any longer. Otherwise, when will the West rise? Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's words, Jian sighed softly, the internal struggle dissipating. Very well, let's commence. Indeed, I can hardly wait. Jian and Zhuan Ti prepared themselves, with Jian seated upon a 12-petal golden lotus of merit, surrounded by swirling swastika symbols, faintly resonating with sacred sounds. Zhuan Ti revealed his imposing 6-foot-tall golden body of glass, appearing quite extraordinary. Heavenly Tao above, today the Western practitioners Jian and Zhuan Ti established the Western sect, guiding all beings towards virtue, free from suffering and distress, with the 12-petal golden lotus and the 8 treasures pool to suppress the fortunes of the Western sect, established, the Heavenly Tao responded, showering immeasurable merit upon them. Yet, even this merit was insufficient for one to attain sanctity, let alone for both Jian and Zhuan Ti. Despite their cultivation rising, they had not yet broken through to the saintly realm. Elder brother, Zhuan Ti looked anxiously at Jian. Alas, it seems we have much work ahead of us. Junior brother, recite with me. Jian sighed deeply, his face etched with sorrow. If I attain Buddhahood, may my realm be pure, reflecting all the myriad and inconceivable worlds of the Buddhas, like a clear mirror, revealing their countenances. If not, I shall not attain true enlightenment. If I attain Buddhahood, may the heavenly beings and all creatures in my realm be pure and resplendent, their forms and colors unique, reaching the most subtle and profound, beyond measure. All beings, even those with divine sight, may they recognize their names and numbers. If not, I shall not attain true enlightenment. If I attain Buddhahood, may the bodhisattvas of other realms hear my name and attain the pure liberation, samadhi. I end this samadhi with a single thought. May I offer countless inconceivable Buddhas without losing my focus. If not, I shall not attain true enlightenment. If I attain Buddhahood. Jian and Zhuan Ti recited a total of 48 grand vows, ultimately garnering sufficient merit to instantaneously step into the saintly realm, bringing forth 2 additional streams of saintly pressure upon the primordial realm. In a mere day, the 4 sects stood apart, the 5 saints gracing the heavens. Their emergence marked the official arrival of the Age of Saints. Chapter 24. The Intent of Migration. Trial for the Prodigy. Host. Xiao Yang Identity. Human Race's Fortune Golden Dragon. Human Race Emperor Fortune Level. Level 3 Realm. Early stage of quasi-sanctity as a being of human fortune. You can mobilize the strength of the entire human race. Techniques. Supreme Body Refining Scripture. Supreme Artifact Refining Method. Supreme Alchemy Method. As a being of human fortune, you can learn all human techniques and integrate them seamlessly. Items. Postnatal Merit Spiritual Treasure Creation Whip. Merit Fortune Spiritual Treasure Kong Tong Seal Fortune Sign-In Count. 0. As the human fortune increases, sign-in counts can be obtained. Within the ancestral grounds of the human race, Xiao Yang gazed at his attribute panel, a contemplative expression gracing his features. The arrival of the Age of Saints heralded the impending conclusion of the calamity between the Wu and Lich races that it would be no more than several dozen or 100 yuan meetings at most. Moreover, compared to his past life, the development of the human race had undergone significant transformation, and one could predict what the final outcome would be. Currently, whether it be alchemy or artifact forging or the development of the human race, everything had begun to unfold. His role within the human race had diminished considerably, and a desire to embark on a journey through the primordial realm stirred within him. After all, it is said that treasures abound in the primordial realm. Aside from his previous trip to obtain the Kongtong seal, he had yet to venture beyond the human race. This time, he could no longer suppress the restlessness within his heart. "Your Majesty, did you summon us?" Just as Xiao Yang was lost in thought, the 3 members of the swearing clan arrived before him, bowing in respect. "No need for formalities. I called you here to entrust you with one final task." He continued, "I too shall leave the human race to explore the primordial realm." The 3 members of the swearing clan exchanged glances. "Your Majesty, what task do you have for us?" As you all know, the 4 sects have separated, and the 5 saints have manifested. The highest combat power in the primordial realm is no longer that of quasi-saints, but of saints. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with divine light as he inquired of the swearing clan. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the three members of the swearing clan fell into contemplation. After a considerable pause, He looked at Xiao Yang and spoke, "Your Majesty implies that it will not be long before the Wu and Yao races engage in war." The swearing clan and Yu Chao clan also sensed this possibility, casting their gazes toward Xiao Yang. Indeed, the Wu and Yao races are likely to initiate a new round of conflict, and this time, it may very well be the final battle that concludes the two races. Xiao Yang's tone grew somber as he pondered the future scenario of the impending war. The expressions of the three members of the swearing clan shifted dramatically. Now, as beings of the great Luo realm, they were no longer as insignificant as they once were, solely focused on the affairs of the human race. Their perspectives had expanded to encompass the entire primordial realm. They envisioned that the future battle between the Wu and Yao races would plunge the primordial realm into chaos, leading to untold suffering. The calamity would engulf the entire primordial realm. Not only the human race, but even quasi-saints might find it difficult to escape unscathed. At that time, the human race could potentially suffer catastrophic losses. It seems you have grasped this point. Currently, our human race possesses a quasi-saint and nearly 100 great Luo, yet such strength remains woefully inadequate against the Wu and Yao races. The swearing clan's expression grew resolute as he bowed to Xiao Yang. "Please instruct us, Your Majesty, on how we should proceed." The construction of the immortal city was but one part of the plan, while the other part entails our human race's migration from this place. Xiao Yang sighed, his gaze drifting. Migration? Upon hearing this, the swearing clan, as well as Yu Chao and Zi, were all taken aback. They had existed here since their inception and had never entertained the notion of leaving. Indeed, migration. This is the foot of the heavenly pillar, Mount Buzhou, which will become the main battlefield of the future Wu and Yao war. If the human race remains here, we risk being swept into the fray. The losses for the human race would be incalculable. Xiao Yang paused, allowing the swearing clan time to contemplate. Before continuing, I have decided to divide the human race into 3 groups, with the 3 of you leading the way, migrating in batches to the shores of the Eastern Sea. The location is exceptionally conducive for the survival of our human race, and it is equally suitable for the implementation of the Immortal City plan. Once we have settled down, let the prodigies of our clan venture into the vast wilderness to seek opportunities to establish a clan. One must ascend to the realm of the Golden Immortal. To ascend to the realm of the Golden Immortal, one must return to the clan of the Great Luo. Regardless of the circumstances, we must elevate to a higher realm. Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the swearing clan wore expressions of profound distress. Their eyes filled with terror. Whether within our human race or among other clans, prodigies are the backbone of a race, the essence of a community. They could hardly fathom the consequences should all prodigies of the clan venture into the wilderness and suffer catastrophic losses. What would become of the human race then? Just as they were about to speak in an attempt to dissuade Xiao Yang, his cold voice pierced through the air that I know what you are thinking. But without experiencing storms, how can one witness a rainbow? Without enduring trials, how can one shine? Does our human race lack cultivation methods? Lacking treasures? Lacking elixirs? We are not deficient in these. What we lack is tempering through blood and fire. You have sheltered them too well. Xiao Yang's words resounded in their hearts like the tolling of a morning bell or the beating of an evening drum. Tea present. Migrating to the eastern shores is their first trial. Venturing forth is their second trial. If they do not grow, how can they guard an immortal city? How can they protect our human race? Do you think that with nearly 100 great Luo, our human race can rely solely on those nearly 100 immortal cities for protection? After a prolonged silence, Swearin stood up, his eyes still clouded with sorrow, yet filled more with resolve. Swearin pledges to follow the emperor's decree. He and the others also rose, perhaps pained by the potential losses of the future human race. Yet, they cared more for the future of humanity. If their lives could be exchanged for a brighter future for the human race, they would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. This is their belief, and it embodies the will of the human race's transformation. Chapter 25. Kong Xian and the Golden Peng short-sighted fools. After Xiao Yang meticulously arranged the affairs of the human race, he departed, embarking on a journey through the wilderness in search of his own opportunities. Along the way, Xiao Yang paused intermittently, encountering numerous unheard-of phenomena from his previous life. Life and death, love and hate, the ephemeral and the void, all contributed greatly to the richness of his experiences. Yet, Xiao Yang never contemplated intervening in these matters. Having traversed the wilderness for so long, the first lesson he learned was the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. In this world, the weak have no right to sympathy, nor do the strong allow themselves to be burdened by such emotions. They must stand atop the food chain, gazing down upon all beings. Thus, Xiao Yang's resolve grew ever more steadfast, his aura blending into one harmonious essence. As he continued along his path, he found himself in an unknown location, wholly focused on moving forward. Kong Xian, Golden Peng, you cannot escape. Kill, seize their source of essence. At that moment, a cacophony of battle cries erupted ahead. A surge of malevolence ascending to the heavens. Xiao Yang halted, his brows furrowing slightly. What was that cry? It sounded like Kong Xian and the Golden Peng. With this thought, a glimmer of divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes as his figure abruptly vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he stood atop the clouds, silently observing the plain below. There, two figures were surrounded by a throng of adversaries. The two encircled individuals glimmered with 5 elemental spiritual light, while the other emanated the dual energies of yin and yang. The essence of the 5 elements and the essence of yin and yang. Indeed, it was Kong Xian and the golden-winged Great Peng. A subtle smile graced Xiao Yang's lips, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Kong Xian, Golden Peng, surrender your essence, and I can assure your safe passage from here. Otherwise, you shall perish today. An elder stepped forward, exuding the aura of a late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, his eyes flashing with a cunning green light. Mere rodents will always remain rodents, incapable of achieving greatness. Do you think we would surrender our essence so easily? Kong Xian's lips curled into a cold smirk, his words devoid of courtesy. Pah, old rat. Let me tell you, do not let me escape. Otherwise, your clan will know no peace henceforth. The Golden Peng spat blood towards the elder, his voice brimming with defiance. His eyes were sharp, laced with blood, radiating an air of lethality. Heh, if that is the case, then you shall not be allowed to leave. Kill. The elder's face turned icy, his murderous intent unmistakable. With his command, the golden-eyed rat clan members surrounding Kong Xian and the Golden Peng launched their assault. Kill! Exterminate them! Kong Xian and the Golden Peng roared in unison, their forms transforming into streaks of light as they charged fearlessly towards the golden-eyed rats. Boom! Clang! Thud! The sound of colossal impacts reverberated as magical powers clashed, tearing apart the clouds above. Although Kong Xian and the Golden Peng possessed subsequently, Xiao Yang shifted his gaze towards Kong Xian and Jing Peng, a glimmer of intrigue illuminating his eyes. Seniors, Kong Xian and Jing Peng regarded Xiao Yang with an air of trepidation, as if facing a formidable adversary. Although there was no malice in Xiao Yang's expression, an undeniable discomfort pervaded their senses that I am Xiao Yang, the emperor of the human race. Oh, you wish to follow me? Chapter 26. The Submission of Kong Xian and Jing Peng. An unexpected encounter with a witch tribe. I am Xiao Yang, the emperor of the human race. Oh, you wish to follow me? Xiao Yang, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed indifferently at Kong Xian and Jing Peng. In their eyes, he appeared immensely dignified, as if the very essence of yin and yang, the 5 elements, emanated from him. With an ethereal golden dragon coiling around him, an overwhelming imperial aura radiated from him, rendering it difficult for them to meet his gaze. Kong Xian and Jing Peng swallowed hard, a flicker of trepidation crossing their minds. Might I inquire, O Emperor, if we were to refuse, would you permit us to depart? Kong Xian inquired cautiously. Of course. A smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he extended his hand, seemingly intent on erasing them, much like he had done to the ancestors of the golden-eyed mouse. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang's gesture, beads of sweat cascaded down Kong Xian's forehead as he hastily exclaimed, Wait! We are willing to follow the emperor. Hearing Kong Xian's words, Xiao Yang paused momentarily, a bemused smile playing on his lips that, "Oh, have you truly considered this? As the emperor of the human race, I never coerce anyone into actions they do not desire." Kong Xian fell silent for a moment, a rather unsightly smile emerging on his face as he slowly replied, "Indeed, we have given it considerable thought and are willing to accompany the emperor." With that, Kong Xian knelt on one knee before Xiao Yang in a gesture of respect. Observing his elder brother's actions, Jin Peng did not oppose and followed suit, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yang. As he witnessed the submission of Kong Xian and Jin Peng, a fleeting smile graced Xiao Yang's face. With a wave of his hand, he helped them rise that he then pointed at their foreheads, and a profound scripture materialized within their minds. "Since you are willing to accompany me, I shall not be stingy." This star nirvana scripture consists of 9 levels, capable of harnessing the power of the celestial bodies for cultivation. With each level you master, you shall undergo a rebirth, transforming both your physical form and innate talents. You must diligently practice and not disappoint my expectations. Gratitude shone in the eyes of Kong Xian and Jin Peng as they immediately seated themselves on the ground. Commencing their cultivation of the star nirvana scripture, as they began their practice, the daylight above transformed into a vast starry sky, countless stars showering down their celestial energy upon them, which they absorbed into their beings. Their initial energies, previously at the early stage of Tai, golden immortal, began to surge dramatically. "Very well, I shall lend you a helping hand." Xiao Yang regarded Kong Xian and Jin Peng with a slight smile. Extending his hand, the surrounding spiritual energy, spanning millions of miles, was drawn to them, surrounding them and allowing for their absorption. Time passed unmeasured, and at last, Kong Xian and Jin Peng opened their eyes, elated to realize they had ascended to the late stage of Tai, golden immortal. "Alas, what a waste of my considerable efforts! You have only reached the late stage of Tai, golden immortal. Truly, you have disappointed me." Xiao Yang shook his head and turned it apart. Kong Xian and Jin Peng, who had once been filled with gratitude toward Xiao Yang, now found their sentiments dissipating, unable to articulate the feelings swirling within them. After accepting Kong Xian and Jin Peng, Xiao Yang and his companions continued their journey through the vast expanse of the primordial world. The wilderness was boundless, so much so that even the most powerful of the golden immortal could scarcely measure its true extent. The terrain was dominated by towering mountains and rolling hills, which comprised a significant portion of the landscape, while the remaining flatlands constituted only a fraction. It was precisely due to the dense mountains and hills that an ancient aura permeated the air, reminiscent of the primordial chaos. Among these highlands grew an abundance of ageless spiritual roots and celestial flowers, with many rare primordial creatures lurking within. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang ordered Kong Xian and Jin Peng to collect these spiritual roots and flowers. He also instructed them to document the appearances and habits of the primordial creatures. Kong Xian found Xiao Yang's orders perplexing and had previously inquired, "Your Majesty, these spiritual roots and celestial flowers are ubiquitous in the primordial realm. Even ordinary beasts may not consume them. What purpose does their collection serve? Furthermore, those primordial creatures are exceedingly rare and pose no threat to our race." Sighing at Kong Xian's words, Xiao Yang reflected on the calamity of the function. He recalled the cooperative effort with Laozi and others to dismantle the heavenly sword array set by Tong Tian, leading to the disbandment and demise of many disciples of the Dao in a fit of rage. Tong Tian nearly sought to reopen the primordial realm. Though the Dao ancestor Hong Jun intervened, the primordial world ultimately fractured into 4 continents. From that point onward, apart from the caves and blessed lands that still possessed innate spiritual energy, the primal energy of the primordial realm gradually transformed into acquired energy. Today, these once common spiritual roots and celestial flowers were becoming increasingly scarce within the primordial realm. Their appearance would incite fierce competition among countless beings. If such was the case for the spiritual roots and celestial flowers, one could only imagine the fate of the primordial creatures. Kong Xian, you may not understand now, but trust that there is significance in this endeavor. If you insist on a reason, consider it as our effort to protectively excavate the spiritual roots and celestial flowers and compile a record of the primordial creatures. Xiao Yang's words carried profound implications. Yet Kong Xian found them somewhat elusive. In the future, when the primordial realm shattered into the four continents, he would recall Xiao Yang's words. Through this experience, Xiao Yang became a figure of eternal admiration in Kong Xian's heart. Who dares trespass upon the territory of my Hutu tribe? At that moment, a furious roar echoed from afar. Whoosh! Before the voice could fade, a sound of something cutting through the air followed a streak of light. Imbued with a heavy, sharp aura, pierced through space, hurtling towards Xiao Yang and his companions. Humph! Kong Xian snorted coldly, unleashing his magical power as he extended his right hand. The power of the five elements emanated from his palm. Intercepting the streak of light, as the light dissipated, it revealed an ancient long arrow. Kong Xian grasped the arrow's shaft, infusing it with the power of the five elements, and shot it back towards its origin. Boom! The long arrow sliced through the colorful light, producing a thunderous roar and obliterating everything in its path. How bold! Witness how I pierce you with a single arrow. From a distance, a robust man adorned with battle markings. His bronze skin exposed, bellowed angrily. He raised a dark bow in his right hand and drew a long arrow with his left, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes, drawing back the bow. It arched like a full moon before loosing the arrow. Whoosh! Chapter 27. The Smile of Hutu. A Sweet Curse. The two arrows, glowing with light, collided in mid-air. A thunderous crash resounded as the impact unleashed a tempest that swept across the landscape for miles, creating a bottomless pit at the center of the collision. This appearance, Xiao Yang observed the imposing figure approaching from the distance, a glimmer of insight flashing in his gaze. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the territory of my witch tribe? The witch tribesman approached, his eyes wide with astonishment as he regarded Xiao Yang and his companions. He could distinctly sense that both Kong Xian and Jin Peng were not far from his own power, all standing at the realm of Tai, golden immortal. Yet Xiao Yang, in his perception, remained shrouded in mystery. Humph! How amusing! You claim this land as your witch tribe's domain, but why not assert that the entire primordial realm belongs to you? Xiao Yang remained silent, but Jin Peng, unable to contain himself, interjected with a hint of mockery. Although he and his elder brother Kong Xian had not aligned with the demon tribe, they harbored no fondness for the aggressive witch tribe either. How audacious! I shall see just what abilities you possess to act so arrogantly within my witch tribe's territory. The imposing figure of the shaman from the Wu tribe suddenly flushed with rage, his countenance betraying his fury. Drawing his bowstring to its full crescent, he unleashed a torrent of malevolent energy that surged forth from his very being, establishing an inexplicable connection with the dark forces of the cosmos. Countless tendrils of this ominous energy converged upon the long arrow he held aloft. In that fleeting moment, the world around seemed to hold its breath. Whoosh! The arrow transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the fabric of space, imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood, and in the blink of an eye, it materialized near the golden rock. The golden rock, too, revealed a grave expression in his eyes. Though he had mocked the shaman, he could not help but harbor a profound respect for his formidable cultivation. Had it not been for the starry Nirvana Sutra that Xiao Yang had bestowed upon him, which had allowed him to transcend his physical form and elevate his cultivation to the great Luo realm, he would have surely fled at the first sign of danger. Yet now, he felt confident enough to confront the shaman. With a frown upon his brow, the golden rock unleashed his initial phase of great Luo golden immortal energy. A piercing cry echoed behind him as an avatar of the golden-winged rock materialized. His hands transformed into a pair of talons, infused with the dual energies of yin and yang, as he lunged for the long arrow. Boom! A shock wave erupted from the golden rock, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Oomph! Is that all? With a mighty strike, the golden rock grasped the arrow that had dared to threaten him and snapped it in two. Following this, he delivered a punch towards the shaman, which instantly morphed into the avatar of the golden-winged rock, hurtling towards the shaman with lethal intent. How intriguing! Remember, my name is Ho-E. As Ho-E witnessed the golden rock's prowess, a ferocious battle spirit ignited within him, the thrill of combat coursing through his veins. As a member of the Wu tribe, born for battle and reveling in it. He had never known fear. He casually retrieved 9 long arrows, knocking them on his bow. The bow took on a full crescent shape. The 9 arrows, each brimming with boundless malice, locked onto the golden rock, rendering escape impossible. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted throughout the forest, stirring up an endless tide of chaos. The terrifying shockwaves swept outward in all directions. When the dust settled, a deep, unfathomable chasm lay between Ho-E and the golden rock. Impressive. To withstand my 9 arrows unleashed simultaneously, let us engage in a true duel. If you fight with fervor, you shall earn the right to be considered a friend of the Wu tribe. As Ho-E spoke, he slung his longbow across his back, his battle markings shimmering with light as he charged towards the golden rock. Hearing Ho-Ye's words, the golden rock was left speechless. I essayed the case that all members of the Wu tribe are so simple-minded. Yet, facing the advancing Ho-E, the golden rock did not shy away from the confrontation. The energies of Yin and Yang surged around him, forming a golden bridge that he directed towards Ho-E in a show of dominance. Boom! Boom! The two engaged in a fierce battle amidst the forest. Ho-E, my brother, Kwafu comes to aid you. Taste my staff. At that moment, a seismic tremor resonated from afar, accompanied by a rugged voice laced with fury. Xiao Yang and Kong Xian turned their gazes in that direction. They beheld a colossal, shamanic figure resembling a mountain, charging towards them, brandishing a peachwood staff, his visage rife with malevolence. I shall have a word with you. Observing Kwafu's intent to intervene in the clash between Ho-E and the golden rock, Kong Xian let out a cold snort, transforming into a radiant spectrum of colors as he darted towards Kwafu. Da-ha-ha-ha. Splendid timing. Taste my staff. Kwafu, seeing Kong Xian approach, was not alarmed but rather elated, laughing heartily as he swung his peachwood staff. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang could only facepalm as he watched the escalating excitement of Ho-E and Kwafu. Are all members of the Wu tribe so uncomplicated? Is their solution to every encounter simply to engage in battle? Just from observing Ho-E and Kwafu, Xiao Yang could easily imagine the mindset of the Wu tribe. If one wishes to converse with my tribe, no problem. Let's have a fight. If one seeks an alliance with my tribe, no problem. Let's have a fight. If there are matters that cannot be resolved, then let us fight, if fighting still does not resolve it. It simply means you haven't fought enough. We shall fight until a resolution is reached. As Xiao Yang pondered these thoughts, he suddenly sensed a presence. Turning his attention to the left, I have met the Earth Mother of the human race. A graceful figure appeared, clad in an elegant yellow gown with flowing sleeves, exuding an aura reminiscent of the Earth itself. This was none other than the Earth Mother of the Wu tribe, Ho-Tu. As Xiao Yang gazed upon Ho-Tu, she offered him a faint smile. Upon witnessing the ethereal purity of Ho-Tu's smile, Xiao Yang was struck by a singular thought. AWSL, wasn't it said that the Wu tribe were all muscle-bound brutes? Lacking in intellect? Why then did this enchanting Ho-Tu exude such sweetness? Having encountered the Earth Mother before, Xiao Yang reined in his wandering thoughts, adopting a serious demeanor as he bowed respectfully to Ho-Tu's day. Ho-E and Kwafu pay their respects to the esteemed Earth Mother. Meanwhile, Ho-E and Kwafu, who were engaged in combat with the Golden Rock and Kong Xian, ceased their skirmish upon witnessing Ho-Tu's presence. They pushed back their opponents and approached Ho-Tu, bowing before her with expressions filled with reverence. Ho-Tu returned their gestures with a nod, before directing her gaze towards Xiao Yang. It is an honor for the Earth Mother to receive the Human Emperor. I humbly invite the Human Emperor to accompany me to the Earth Mother Palace, so that I may extend the courtesies of a host. Ever since the fate of the human race transformed into the shape of Xiao Yang, and with the continual merits bestowed upon them, culminating in his battle with Dong Huang Tai Yi, it could be said that Xiao Yang had piqued Ho-Tu's curiosity to its zenith. Now, upon meeting him and sensing the aura of a quasi-saint emanating from him, her intrigue only deepened. She was eager to learn how Xiao Yang had cultivated to such heights in such a short span of time. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yang, whose thoughts were occupied with Ho-Tu, he nodded in agreement to her invitation, responding with delight. Excellent. In a vast plain bisected by a great river, numerous stone dwellings were constructed along the water's edge. Some even fashioned from the bones of demonic beasts. These abodes, while not aesthetically pleasing, possessed a rugged charm of their own. This is indeed the abode of the Earth Mother. As Xiao Yang traversed through the village, he reflected on the sights of the Wu tribe's settlement with a sense of admiration. Indeed, this is my Earth Mother tribe. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, what are your thoughts on my Wu tribe? Ho-Tu raised her chin slightly, a smile gracing her features, pride glimmering in her eyes. Indeed, I observe that within the tribe of the Earth Mother, there are nearly 100 great shamans, and close to 10,000 at the Tai level. Just from observing this single tribe of yours, one can discern the immense strength of the entire Wu tribe. The Wu tribe truly stands as a dominant power in the present wilderness. As Xiao Yang perceived the essence of the Earth Mother tribe, he grasped its strengths and weaknesses, his words laced with genuine admiration for both Ho-Tu's tribe and the Wu tribe as a whole. Ho-Tu stood beside Xiao Yang, her smile growing ever brighter. Moments later, a stone hall emerged before Xiao Yang, and Ho-Tu's, though not grand in scale, it emanated an ancient, profound, and weighty aura, even without needing to sense it. Xiao Yang could discern traces of the Earth's principles etched into the very stone. Human Emperor, please. At that moment, Ho-Tu waved her sleeve, and the doors of the stone hall swung open. Subsequently, she gestured for Xiao Yang to enter. Excellent. Xiao Yang, without a moment's hesitation, strode forward into the stone hall. Observing Xiao Yang's decisive movement, Ho-Tu's eyes sparkled with appreciation. Without further ado, she too stepped in the hall. A short while later, Xiao Yang and Ho-Tu sat opposite each other. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, the human race has only existed for several tens of thousands of years, yet you have already cultivated to the quasi-saint realm, which is truly remarkable. I am deeply impressed. In the past, when a human race and the demon race experienced discord, you engaged in battle with Dong Huang Tai of the demon race. Yet now, you're accompanied by 2 demons? What brings you to my Wu tribe? While Ho-Tu held a fondness for the human race, a race deemed as a shortcut, her position as the Earth Mother of the Wu tribe compelled her to ascertain Xiao Yang's intentions for being here. Meeting Ho-Tu's serious gaze, Xiao Yang did not hesitate. Kong Xian and the Golden Rock are not demons. Their mother is Yuan Feng, the matriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. The Phoenix clan does not bow to the demon tribe. As for the witch tribe, Xiao Yang paused momentarily, casting a glance at Ho-Tu, a smile gracing his face. I originally embarked on a journey through the primordial wilderness in search of opportunities. Yet I find myself in the witch tribe. Can the ancestral which Ho-Tu truly believe my words? Observing the forthright demeanor of Xiao Yang, Ho-Tu nodded in response. The human emperor, esteemed as the leader of the human race, would surely not deceive me. Thus, Ho-Tu places her trust in the words of the human emperor. After a brief silence, curiosity flickered in Ho-Tu's eyes. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, is it truly the case that the human race is so blessed by heaven? After tens of thousands of years, has such a remarkable being as the human emperor emerged? Hearing Ho-Tu's words, Xiao Yang chuckled lightly. Is it truly how the ancestral, which Ho-Tu perceives the human race? Ho-Tu fixed her gaze on Xiao Yang, blinking her eyes without uttering a word. Noticing her actions, Xiao Yang gently shook his head and spoke. Ancestral witch Ho-Tu, if one is to speak of being favored by heaven, should it not be your witch tribe? From the moment of their birth, their combat prowess is formidable. Even the demon tribe finds it challenging to rival the witch tribe in physical strength. Furthermore, every witch possesses a law within them. By continuously comprehending these laws, they can enhance their cultivation. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Ho-Tu was momentarily taken aback, then retorted. Though our witch tribe possesses great physical strength, we lack a primordial spirit, rendering us incapable of comprehending the heavenly path and refining spiritual treasures. Is this still considered being favored by heaven? Xiao Yang laughed heartily, addressing Ho-Tu's, if that is the case. Then what does my human race possess? We do not have the powerful physique of the witch or demon tribes, nor do we embody any laws, and we lack a lineage of inheritance. Even our lifespan, if one cannot cultivate, amounts to merely 10,000 years. How can my human race be regarded as favored by heaven? A look of confusion crossed Ho-Tu's face, and after a while, A spark of realization flickered in her eyes that I understand now. Your human race is remarkably prolific, Xiao Yang. Observing the speechless expression on Xiao Yang's face, Ho-Tu felt a twinge of embarrassment, letting out a light chuckle. The ancestral which Ho-Tu is not mistaken. My human race can indeed give birth after a mere 10 months of gestation. Even those of cultivation will not take as long as the demon tribe, which may span thousands or even tens of thousands of years. The ability to reproduce is indeed a notable virtue of my human race. Xiao Yang, maintaining a composed demeanor, addressed Ho-Tu's day after a brief pause. He looked at her with a hint of seriousness, prompting Ho-Tu to subconsciously adjust her mindset. Ancestral which Ho-Tu, are you aware of the disparities between your witch tribe and the demon tribe? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Ho-Tu initially appeared bewildered, then narrowed her gaze at him. Are we of the witch tribe truly inferior to the demon tribe? Indeed, in what way does my witch tribe fall short of the demon tribe? Di Jiang, the foremost among the 12 ancestral witches, expressed his curiosity to hear the human emperor's insights. Just then, a spatial fluctuation emanated from the Grand Hall. Subsequently, the space nearby, Xiao Yang and Ho-Tu, was torn asunder. The remaining 11 ancestral witches of the witch tribe stepped forth. Upon learning that the human emperor of the human race had arrived, they hastened to the scene. However, they were unaware that they had arrived just in time to hear Xiao Yang assert that the witch tribe was inferior to the demon tribe. This revelation ignited anger in the eyes of the 11 ancestral witches, each fixating their glare on Xiao Yang, seemingly prepared to strike him down should he utter anything amiss. Having fought against the demon tribe for so long, the ancestral witches, as leaders of the witch tribe, should be acutely aware of their population size. Pray tell, has there been a significant change in the number of witch tribe members compared to the past? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's inquiry, Di Jiang, Ho-Tu, and the others fell into silence. As the leader of the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang possessed greater knowledge than the others. Presently, it could be said that the witch tribe has reached a bottleneck in development. However, he was uncertain where this bottleneck lay. Now, upon hearing Xiao Yang's question, he began to harbor a vague answer in his mind. Though the other ancestral witches may not possess Di Jiang's comprehensive understanding of the witch tribe, they too arrived at a conclusion by comparing their own clans. How can this be possible? Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire among the 12, spoke incredulously. Chapter 29. The Witch Tribe's Shortcomings. Blood Sacrifice Battle Formation. Within the Grand Hall, Xiao Yang surveyed the silent 12 ancestral witches, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As the human emperor of the human race, Xiao Yang would not overlook the two formidable obstacles to the rise of humanity, the witch tribe and the demon tribe. The witch tribe is indeed powerful in individual strength, yet their fundamental flaw lies in their population size. The witch tribe originated from the 12 ancestral witches, who, using their own blood as a conduit, created the blood pool from the heart of Pangu. However, the Panga blood pool is not infinite. The witch tribe has lost its primary source of population, even though there are instances of two witches pairing to procreate. The difficulty of conceiving offspring within the witch tribe is far greater than that of the demon tribe. Throughout the development of the witch tribe, countless generations have passed, yet their numbers have barely maintained in the hundreds of millions. And this figure barely accounts for a fraction of the demon tribe's population. Even if the demon tribe's individual combat power does not match that of the witch tribe, what difference does it make? If one demon cannot vanquish you, then 10 shall do. If that fails, then 100 or 1,000. Even when it comes to sheer numbers, they can overwhelm a single witch. Xiao Yang even suspected that were it not for the presence of the 12 ancestral witches and their comprehension of the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, the demon tribe could easily exhaust the witch tribe. If we follow your reasoning, then why has the strength of the witch tribe been continuously growing? Zhu Rong gazed at Xiao Yang, his eyes wide with disbelief. Questioning hoarsely, the overall strength of the witch tribe has increased precisely because the individual strength of its members has grown. Take the clan of the ancestral, which Ho-Tu as an example. 10,000 years ago, there were 20 great witches, yet now there are 100. However, during the conflicts with the demon tribe, the number of clan members is halved. Has the strength of the witch tribe truly increased? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, The ancestral witches fell silent once more. For so long, most of the ancestral witches have been preoccupied with fighting and cultivating stronger warriors, never once considering this question. If I am not mistaken, the population of the witch tribe has remained stagnant for quite some time. It may even be on the decline, correct? A confident expression graced Xiao Yang's face. After a while, Di Jiang finally addressed Xiao Yang. Aside from this, what other disparities exist between my witch tribe and the demon tribe? Xiao Yang hesitated not for a moment, responding once more. Indeed, while the witch tribe may be powerful in individual strength, capable of wielding the power of laws, they lack a primordial spirit. Engaging in combat with the demon tribe's wielders of spiritual treasures and divine powers, they surely find themselves at a disadvantage. Would they not? It is akin to the ancestral witches facing off against the likes of the demon tribes Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. Beside them, Ho-Tu's eyes glimmered with a sly light. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, we are acutely aware of this issue, yet have no means to resolve it. Could it be that you possess a solution to this dilemma? Di Jiang and the others turned their gaze toward Xiao Yang. They remained calm, harboring no expectations of him. After all, for countless generations, they had been unable to find a solution, and they were skeptical that Xiao Yang would offer any viable remedies. However, they were mistaken. Of course, I possess a method to address the witch tribe's inability to wield spiritual treasures. With a subtle smile, Xiao Yang proclaimed. What? You have a solution? How can this be possible? Di Jiang and the others rose. Unable to contain their excitement, the entire grand hall became distorted, dark fissures appearing in the air. Their eyes were filled with incredulity, especially Ho-Tu, who now gaped, her eyes blinking in astonishment. Xiao Yang turned his gaze toward Ho-Tu, a mischievous glint in his eyes. This caused Ho-Tu's face to flush slightly, a trace of embarrassment flashing in her gaze. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, should you indeed possess a solution to this issue, I would be willing to exchange half of the treasures from the witch tribe's treasury for it. After a considerable pause, Di Jiang regarded Xiao Yang with a solemn expression, promising him. The other ancestral witches voiced no objections. Although the witch tribe's treasury housed numerous spiritual treasures, if they were unable to wield them, those treasures would merely be akin to scrap metal. If a solution could be procured, the remaining half of the treasury would suffice for the needs of the witch tribe. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yang nodded. Whoosh! He waved his hand, and with a sound that pierced the air, a jade slip floated before the 12 ancestral witches. Di Jiang took the jade slip and began to examine its contents, subsequently passing it to the other ancestral witches for their perusal. Once the jade slip had been circulated among all 12 ancestral witches, smiles broke out on their faces. What a marvelous technique for blood refinement. Our witch clan lacks a primordial spirit and is incapable of refining spiritual treasures. So we shall wash and temper with our essence blood, cultivating our lifeblood in tandem. Moreover, we can also forge divine materials with our essence blood to create our favored warriors. This is the kind of warriors our witch clan should possess. Di Jiang and the others voiced their excitement, their minds racing with visions of the warriors they could forge, with warriors at their disposal. Those demon tribes would find it impossible to gain any advantage over them. In the next great battle, they would surely eradicate the demon tribes once and for all. Ho-Tu stood and expressed gratitude on behalf of the sons of the witch clan to Emperor Xiao Yang. Ho-Tu bowed respectfully to Xiao Yang, on behalf of the sons of the witch clan, thank you. Emperor Xiao Yang, Di Jiang, and the others also bowed to Xiao Yang as he gazed upon the 12 ancestral witches. A fleeting look of complexity crossed Xiao Yang's eyes. He then burst in a hearty laughter. Ha ha! There is no need for such formalities, esteemed ancestral witches. This is merely a transaction. I am simply fulfilling my obligations. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Di Jiang waved his hand grandly and addressed him. Such magnanimity from the emperor, we of the witch clan cannot be stingy. We kindly invite you to accompany us to our witch clan's sacred site, the Panga Hall. In addition to half of the treasures from our witch clan's treasury, we will also prepare a significant gift for the emperor as a token of our gratitude. The other ancestral witches nodded in agreement with Di Jiang's decision. In that case, I shall graciously accept your generous gift. A smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he did not refuse the goodwill of Di Jiang and the others. but rather accepted it with open arms. At that moment, Zhu Rong turned to Xiao Yang and asked, "Emperor, I have a question for you. Are you not afraid that our witch clan, having acquired the blood sacrifice, spiritual treasure, and the method to forge warriors, might turn against the human race?" As Zhu Rong's words echoed, the great hall fell into a sudden silence. Xiao Yang glanced at Zhu Rong, his expression calm and composed. "In one can extinguish the human race, not the witch clan, not the demon tribe, and certainly not even the saints. As long as I exist, the human race shall endure." With those words, a wave of unyielding confidence filled the great hall. Chapter 30. Entering the Pangu Divine Hall, a drop of Pangu's blood. At the base of Mount Buzhou, a straight passageway lay before them. Gazing into the endless darkness of the passage, Xiao Yang raised his right hand. The Luck's spiritual treasure, the Kongtong seal, materialized in his grasp. The Kongtong seal radiated a bright light, illuminating the surroundings. The deeper they ventured, the denser the darkness became. Xiao Yang sensed that this darkness was formed from the gathering of malevolent and turbid energies. The further they descended, the more solid these malevolent energies became. Emperor Xiao Yang, these malevolent energies pose no threat to our witch clan, but please exercise caution. Hutu, who accompanied Xiao Yang, warned him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang nodded. These malevolent energies are harmless to the witch clan, who lack primordial spirits. However, for those with primordial spirits, such energies are often to be avoided at all costs. Nevertheless, Xiao Yang paid little heed to these malevolent energies. After all, he was not merely a cultivator. He was also the embodiment of the Luck Golden Dragon. His primordial spirit naturally possessed the characteristics of the Luck Golden Dragon, rendering him impervious to myriad laws. Such malevolent energies were hardly worthy of his concern. Hiss, hiss. At that moment, the darkness, formed from malevolent energies, seemed to sense Xiao Yang's presence that it transformed in a black mist, rushing towards him. Yet before the mist could reach him, the Kongtong seal shone brightly, releasing a faint dragon's roar. The black mist was purified one by one. Xiao Yang and Hutu continued their advance. After an indeterminate amount of time, they arrived at a flat area where the malevolent energies were significantly thinner. Looking up, they beheld an ancient, majestic hall before them. Is this the Pangu Divine Hall? Xiao Yang gazed at the hall, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This Pangu Divine Hall was formed from the heart of Pangu, serving as the sacred site of the witch clan's inheritance. Just a glance revealed that the hall was imbued with profound mysteries beyond his comprehension. Emperor Xiao Yang, let us enter. My elder brothers have prepared everything and are awaiting us. Hutu noticed Xiao Yang's momentary daze, a hint of pride flickering in her eyes. Very well. Xiao Yang nodded. The two entered the Pangu Great Hall. Upon stepping inside the hall, they beheld a boundless space, as if it contained the size of an entire world. Following Hutu, Xiao Yang advanced forward, and as they walked, murals depicting chaotic gods and demons emerged on the walls. Observing these murals, Xiao Yang felt as though he was grasping the Tao and laws of the 3,000 chaotic gods and demons. He looked at Hutu, confusion evident in his gaze. The primordial spirit of Pangu was divided into three, merging with the clear air of creation to become the Pangu Three Purities. Upon departing, not only did Pangu obtain the merits of creation, but also a treasure of postnatal merit formed from those merits, the heavenly and earthly Xian Huang Linglong Treasure Pagoda. What the witch clan? Were they to be defined solely by the 12 drops of Pangu's blood? No, they too inherited Pangu's legacy. Although the 12 ancestral witches lacked primordial spirits and were naturally adept at absorbing countless malevolent energies, each possessed mastery over unique law: space ancestral, which Di Jiang; time ancestral, which Zhu Jiuyin; and the elemental laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as laws of weather, wind, rain, and lightning. Each of these laws was formidable in its own right if they could fully comprehend these laws. The strength of the 12 ancestral witches would undoubtedly surpass their current quasi-saint realm if they were to take these chaotic god and demon murals seriously and delve into their Tao and laws. They might not attain immediate sainthood, but at the very least, they could elevate their prowess further, and the path of law verification was the most fitting for their journey of enlightenment. Yet, no one understood why these 12 ancestral witches chose to ignore the path of law verification, instead opting for brute force. Pangu also attained enlightenment through strength. Although the paths they pursued were different, since Pangu had not succeeded, what made these ancestral witches believe they would? Haha, Emperor Xiao Yang, you have finally arrived. Come and see the gift we have prepared for you. Just as Xiao Yang pondered these matters, the boisterous voice of Di Jiang reached his ears. He lifted his gaze. Di Jiang approached him. Clapping a hand on his shoulder, a slight twitch crossed Xiao Yang's lips. The spot where Di Jiang had struck tingled with a peculiar sensation. While he was confident in his physical prowess, he was not so arrogant as to believe he could match the strength of a specialized ancestral witch. What sort of gift could Di Jiang have prepared for him? A flicker of curiosity danced in Xiao Yang's heart. He could not recall any particularly fine treasures within the witch clan. Otherwise, he would not have waited until now to receive them. That Di Jiang did not respond to Xiao Yang's inquiry, instead wearing a mysterious expression as he led Xiao Yang to a specific location. Following Di Jiang, the other ancestral witches trailed behind. Soon, Di Jiang guided Xiao Yang to a blood pool. Here lies the birthplace of our witch clan, and the gift I wish to present to you is within. Di Jiang gestured towards the blood pool with a hint of nostalgia. Xiao Yang peered in the blood pool. It appeared vast, yet the blood within was merely a thin layer. Clearly, this blood pool had been nearly depleted during the creation of the witch clan. After observing for a while, Xiao Yang could not discern anything particularly special about it. Just as he was about to inquire further, Di Jiang spoke again. Emperor Xiao Yang, do you know the origins of us 12 ancestral witches? Before Xiao Yang could reply, Di Jiang continued, we 12 ancestral witches are born from the heart's blood of the Father God, combined with the malevolent energies. Today, the gift we wish to present to you is a single drop, Panga's heart blood. What? Panga's heart blood? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Di Jiang and the others would bestow upon him such a precious gift. Although possessing this essence of Pangu would not enable him to forge another ancestral witch. Absorbing it could transform his physical form, making it conceivable for him to rival the body of an ancestral witch. The essence of Pangu was far too valuable for him to accept. After a lengthy pause of contemplation, Xiao Yang ultimately declined, addressing Di Jiang with resolute firmness. The moment the words left his lips, he felt a pang of regret in his heart. After all, it was a drop of Pangu's essence. Di Jiang, undeterred, stood alongside the other ancestral witches before the blood pool. Each of them cast their seals, and a series of runes resonating with their essence materialized in the A-I-R-S. These runes coalesced. They plunged into the blood pool. With a resounding boom, the blood pool erupted in a crimson radiance, transforming the entire hall into a sea of R-E-S. The sanguine glow began to dissipate. A single drop of vibrant blood appeared before them. Xiao Yang, the essence of Pangu is a token of gratitude from our witch clan. If you refuse to accept it, it will be tantamount to belittling our clan. Should you choose not to befriend us, you shall become our adversary, and we do not show mercy to our foes, Di Jiang declared, casting a serious gaze at Xiao Yang. The other ancestral witches also fixed their stern stares upon him, their expressions laden with gravity, as if they would resort to force should he continue to refuse. Xiao Yang managed a wry smile. This situation was not of his choosing, but alas, these ancestral witches were exceedingly earnest. In that case, I shall accept it, he finally conceded. That's the spirit. Di Jiang and the others erupted in a hearty laughter, their eyes now reflecting a deeper camaraderie with Xiao Yang. Chapter 31. The Mark of Creation with a Single Thought. Creation unfolds. Within the secluded chamber of the Panga temple, Xiao Yang gazed thoughtfully at the floating essence of Pangu before him. He had perused the murals depicting the 3,000 chaotic demons, each imbued with their respective doctrines and laws. Yet, that which he truly sought was a glimpse into Pangu's own path and principles. He was aware that the sole method to achieve this was through the mark of creation. According to legends of his past life, the 3 pure ones were said to have emerged from Pangu's primordial spirit. If they were to reflect their marks upon one another, they could recreate the mark of creation and witness the scene of Pangu's primordial separation. Moreover, The protective teachings cultivated by Yang Jin under the Yuan Shichao sect were derived from the insights gained from the Mark of Creation. Given that one could obtain the Mark of Creation from the primordial spirit and witness Pangu's original act of creation, it stood to reason that the essence of Pangu must also harbor the Mark of Creation. His current objective was to devise a means to perceive the moment of Pangu's creation through the essence, and perhaps glean insights into Pangu's path and principles. Time slipped by, and finally resolute, Xiao Yang inhaled deeply, drawing the drop of Pangu's essence into his mouth. In a mere breath, a warm current surged from his heart, swiftly circulating throughout his entire being. Every cell in his body seemed to yearn to absorb this warmth. That moment, the Chi-Luck golden dragon manifested before him. With a mighty roar, the dragon surged into his body, infusing him with boundless fortune, while his mind flowed in harmony with this newfound energy. Soon, he perceived the pulsating drop of Pangu's essence at the heart center. The Chi-Luck seemed to sense something intriguing and surged toward the essence. A hint of chaotic energy detached itself from the blood, flowing throughout his body. What is this? Xiao Yang beheld an ethereal figure materializing above the essence of Pangu, a visage that seemed to smile at him. Just as he felt a moment of astonishment, the phantom vanished as if it had been naught but a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, the essence of Pangu emanated a terrifying allure that drew Xiao Yang's consciousness within. When he regained his awareness, he found himself enveloped in a realm of gray mist. He could feel that his current state resembled that of a primordial being, devoid of physical form, merely consciousness. As Xiao Yang pondered this, a thunderous roar echoed. Today I, Pangu, shall carve the heavens and the earth. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of excitement crossed Xiao Yang's countenance. Pangu, the essence of Pangu indeed contains the mark of creation. It appears I have succeeded. As joy coursed through him, a booming sound resounded. He looked up to see an imposing figure slowly approaching. This figure wielded a mighty axe, and atop its head rested a jade disc that glimmered with a hazy azure light, subtly swaying as if resonating with myriad sounds. Upon witnessing this figure, Xiao Yang required no words. Two characters immediately blossomed in his mind. Pangu. Pangu halted at a short distance from Xiao Yang, surveying the surrounding chaos with unwavering determination in his eyes. Channeling his inner power, he swung the axe of creation, carving an intricate path through the chaos. Without a sound, he split the void before him, unveiling a space of mingled clarity and turbidity, wherein the primordial elements of earth, water, wind, and fire began to take shape. The profound resonance emanated from this newfound world, spreading throughout the chaos. Xiao Yang paid little heed to this spectacle. When Pangu struck his first blow, Xiao Yang's entire being was drawn into the moment. In his mind, the trace left by Pangu's swing unfolded into myriad transformations, seemingly embodying all changes within the world, entrancing him completely. As Xiao Yang became enraptured, the mark of creation began to unfold, depicting a scene of 3,000 chaotic demons charging from a great distance. Their eyes bore both murderous intent and avarice as they gazed upon Pangu, born of chaos. They knew that should Pangu rend the void, their existence would be forfeit. Yet, with Pangu now carving the heavens and the earth, the vibrations emanating from the world of clarity and turbidity captivated the hearts of all chaotic demons. It seemed that by vanquishing Pangu and seizing that world, they could attain the pinnacle of the Tao. Pangu regarded the oncoming chaotic demons with unflinching composure. He raised the axe of creation, delivering 9 decisive strikes against the approaching horde. Fear, despair, and defiance flickered in the eyes of the chaotic demons as they unleashed their might. Whether through innate divine abilities or accompanying treasures, all directed at Pangu's 9 strokes. Yet, all was in vain. After the 9 strikes, every chaotic demon lay vanquished, their remains littering the ground, a testament to Pangu's formidable power. Panting softly, Pangu gazed upon the world of clarity and turbidity, a smile gracing his lips. He then lifted the axe once more, relentlessly cleaving to expand the realm of clarity and turbidity, in total. Pangu struck 49 times. Just as he prepared to deliver the 50th blow, the world trembled. Thus, 49 shall be 49. Pangu sighed softly, stepping into the world of clarity and turbidity. He sought to revel in the splendor of his creation. However, as he crossed into that realm, the heavens and earth quaked. The clear and turbid energies began to merge, as though reconstituting the chaos. Pangu paid no mind to anything else, revealing his true form to separate the two energies. From that moment on, the heavens soared to unimaginable heights, and the earth plunged to unfathomable depths. The acts of creation delineated the three treasures, establishing the elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire, crafting the jade disk that shattered. Each fragment anchoring a region, ensuring the stability of the world. Time passed, and at last, Pangu could bear no more, but he cast a lingering glance at the world he had birthed and slowly collapsed. Pangu transformed into all things. As Pangu became one with all, Xiao Yang's consciousness emerged from the mark of creation. In that moment, he felt as if he had been transported into a wondrous state. Within his mind, the echoes of Pangu's every swing gradually faded, leaving behind the imprints of each strike. Each trace contained boundless doctrines and laws. Xiao Yang immersed himself in contemplation, gradually harmonizing the traces of these 49 strikes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, extending his hand into a sword-like gesture, and slashed before him. Crack! The sound of space fracturing echoed, and a void black hole materialized before him, with a single sword strike and a thought. The heavens were opened. Chapter 32. The Gourd Seed. Suggestions for weapons. With a single sword strike and a thought, the spirit in Xiao Yang's eyes gradually brightened as he gazed at the void black hole that emerged from his casual swipe. He murmured boom. At that moment, a tremendous roar seemed to resonate within him. The aura that was originally at the early stage of Quasi-Saint surged violently, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through to the mid-stage of Quasi-Saint. Without any visible movement from Xiao Yang, 3 flowers gathered atop his head, and 5 energies formed a canopy, enveloping the 3 flowers. Within those 3 flowers, a shadow sat amidst the human flower. It was the very embodiment of the obsession that Xiao Yang had previously vanquished. This time, from his heavenly flower, a phantom figure began to solidify. If you, my friend, do not emerge now, when will you? Xiao Yang called out lightly, and in an instant, the phantom figure materialized before him. I pay my respects to the true self. The figure bowed to Xiao Yang that we are one and the same. No need for such formalities, my friend. Xiao Yang nodded, his face radiating joy as he looked at his benevolent corpse, the true emperor. This is for you, my true self. At that moment, the benevolent corpse, the true emperor, presented Xiao Yang with a seed. What is this? Xiao Yang inquired. Somewhat perplexed, he could not discern what it was, yet he felt the vitality contained within the seed. This seed is a gourd seed. I emerged from the creation whip after slaying the benevolent corpse, and this seed embodies the last vestige of vitality from the creation whip, if nurtured properly. Perhaps this seed could sprout, the true emperor explained to Xiao Yang. Upon hearing the emperor's words, a contemplative expression flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. The creation whip was one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the primordial chaos. The 7-colored gourd vine. Originally, the 7-colored gourd vine bore 7 gourds. However, they were taken by the 3 pure ones, Hongyun, Dongwang Tai, and Nuwa, leaving the vine severely weakened. To prevent its essence from shattering, the vine returned the last gourd to its primordial form. Yet even so, the 7-colored gourd vine could not preserve its vitality. Later, it was acquired by Nuwa, who utilized it in the creation of saints, gaining merits, and transforming into the postnatal spiritual treasure, the creation whip. Until now, Xiao Yang had merely refined the creation whip, unaware that it contained a gourd seed that I understand now. Upon my return, I shall plant this gourd seed beside the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. I too wish to see what kind of gourd this last seed will yield. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Xiao Yang's eyes. In legends of the past, this final gourd possessed immense power. Yet due to the constraints of the heavenly path, it was unable to manifest. In this life, he was eager to discover the mysteries of this last gourd. The benevolent corpse, the true emperor, said nothing further. He bowed to Xiao Yang and returned to his heavenly flower. Observing this, Xiao Yang retracted the 3 flowers and 5 energies into his body, feeling the surge of strength within his enhanced physique. A smile unconsciously crept across Xiao Yang's lips. Upon exiting his secluded retreat and arriving at the Panga Shrine, he encountered 12 solemn-faced ancestral witches. "Xiao Yang, you have emerged," Hutu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight upon seeing him. "Ha ha! Congratulations, Brother Xiao Yang. It appears you have successfully refined the drop of Panga's blood essence. I told you all that Brother Xiao Yang could refine Panga's blood essence, yet you did not believe me." The other 11 ancestral witches gathered around, their eyes brimming with joy as they regarded Xiao Yang. Gazing upon the 12 ancestral witches before him warmed Xiao Yang's heart. Ever since he had received Panga's blood essence as a gift, he had referred to the 12 witches as brothers. Moreover, these ancestral witches were straightforward, lacking any ulterior motives, which made them even more endearing. Indeed, I must express my gratitude to Brother Dijiao for bestowing upon me Pangu's blood essence. Without it, I would not have had this opportunity. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Dijiao and the others erupted into hearty laughter at the tea that moment. A thought seemed to strike Dijiao, and his expression turned troubled. "Brother Xiao Yang, your timing is impeccable. We have acquired your blood sacrifice military technique and wish to forge a weapon. However, we are uncertain what form it should take. Please, Brother Xiao Yang, lend us your thoughts." The other ancestral witches' eyes lit up as they turned their attention to Xiao Yang. "Well, the weapon is intended for your use. How would I know what would satisfy you?" Xiao Yang hesitated, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Dijiao spoke up. "Brother Xiao Yang, you know we are accustomed to fighting with our fists. At this moment, we are unsure what form to create. Please share your suggestions. If we find them suitable, we will proceed. If not, we will brainstorm further." Zhurong chimed in, "Yes, yes. Brother Xiao Yang, this is not very friendly of you. Just propose an idea. It might even inspire us." Seeing this, Xiao Yang rubbed his nose and regarded the crowd. In that case, allow me to share my thoughts. Brother Dijiao is the ancestral witch of space, capable of tearing open space with a wave of his hand. Why not forge a spatial claw? Brother Zhujiao Yin is the ancestral witch of time. Time flows like a river, and all beings are but grains of sand. Why not create an hourglass? Shebi Shur, the weather token. Zhurong, the Zhurong flag. Gonggong, the water god halberd. Jumon, the wood god needle. Rushu, the golden spear. Qiangliang, the thunder god hammer. Shizi, the lightning whip. Xianming, the Xianbing spear. Tianwu, the gale fan. Lastly, Hutu is the ancestral witch of earth. The land supports all things and nourishes all beings. Why not forge a mountain river plate to harness the essence of the earth and suppress all enemies? Xiao Yang exhaled, looking to Dijiao and the others, eager to know their thoughts on his suggestions. "Excellent," Dijiao exclaimed, his face alight with joy. "Brother Xiao Yang, you truly are the human emperor. Your words resonate deeply with me. That I shall forge the spatial claw, shattering space with a single strike. This embodies the spirit of our witch clan." Xiao Yang. He was tempted to politely inquire what connection there was between being the human emperor and his suggestion. At that moment, the ancestral witches began to bicker, their eyes filled with excitement as they were eager to wield their weapons in combat. "Haha, when the time comes, with a wave of my Zhurong flag, a sea of flames will engulf the heavens, incinerating those demon tribes to oblivion. Humph, your Zhurong flag pales in comparison to my water god halberd. Wherever the halberd points, countless waters will surge. My thunder god hammer, when struck, unleashes a tempest of thunder. When facing those demon tribes, I shall unleash a volley of 5 lightning whips, turning them to charcoal." Chapter 33. Can you be gentler next time? Boom, boom, boom. Beneath Mount Buzhou, in an open expanse outside the Panga Shrine, the sounds of battle reverberated after countless years. The surrounding solidified black malevolence was scattered, swept away by a violent wave, the space itself distorted under the onslaught of this wave. Seeming on the verge of collapse, this moment, a golden beam shot into the sky. Within this golden beam, a golden dragon silhouette swam. The Kongtong seal hovered in midair, exuding an air of supreme nobility, suppressing the surrounding tumultuous malevolence. "Ha ha! I have long sought to engage in battle with you. Brother Xiao Yang, behold the might of my Zhurong flag. The ancestral witch of fire, Zhurong, exclaimed excitedly, brandishing a fiery banner that resembled a crimson cloud, unleashing a torrent of southern bright leaf fire. This southern bright leaf fire engulfed the landscape, transforming it into a sea of flames, and then, like meteors, rained down upon Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he pointed towards the Kongtong seal. The sounds of dragon roars echoed throughout the space. From the Kongtong seal, 9 golden dragons surged forth as if revived, roaring and charging out. Whether they exhaled fire, swirled their tails, or lunged with claws. The fiery meteor shower created by the southern bright leaf fire did not touch Xiao Yang in the slightest. Again, Zhurong's excitement intensified, his fighting spirit surging from within. As the scene unfolded, Zhurong opened his mouth and drew in the blazing inferno that engulfed the sky, enveloping his entire being. In the next moment, a pair of hands adorned with battle markings emerged from the flames, cleaving the sea of fire into it. That moment, Zhurong, with a fearsome beast's head, had hair that transformed into roaring flames, and 2 fiery serpents adorned his beastly ears. His body was clad in crimson scales, and beneath him lay 2 fire dragons. The sea of fire split into towering columns and swirling rings, encircling him, manifesting immeasurable might. This was the true form of Zhurong, the ancestral shaman. Boom! 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 Zhurong strode forward toward Xiao Yang, causing the earth beneath him to groan and shatter. Upon witnessing Zhurong's ancestral shaman form, Xiao Yang hesitated not for a moment. Human Emperor battle body. He raised his hand, summoning the golden dragon of fortune, which fused into his being. Boundless golden radiance erupted from Xiao Yang, spreading outward. Amidst this golden brilliance, a towering figure adorned with a crown and an imperial robe appeared. Upon closer inspection, one would see 9 golden dragons serving as his guardians. His eyes opened wide, reminiscent of the celestial bodies revolving within them, exuding the majestic authority of an emperor who ruled over heaven and earth. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiao Yang unleashed a punch towards Zhurong, imbued with divine light, as if it carried the weight of mountains and rivers, the survival of countless human beings. This punch seemed to chant the words, under heaven, all land is the king's. Within the 4 seas, all subjects are the king's. Wherever this punch passed, everything crumbled inch by inch, showcasing the dignity and laws of the human emperor. Kill. Fire god. Reign supreme. Zhurong gazed at this punch, his eyes revealing a hint of gravity. He commanded the laws of fire, and the fiery essence of the world gradually converged towards him. The columns and rings of fire surrounding him deepened in hue, emanating an incomparably terrifying aura. Countless flames coalesced in his hand, and with a punch, he unleashed a realm consumed solely by fire. Boom! The 2 forces collided, first resulting in silence. Then a deafening roar echoed across the region, even causing the Panga temple to tremble slightly. An endless cloud of dust and malevolent energy enveloped the surroundings, obscuring all that transpired within. Time passed, and as the dust settled and the malevolent energy subsided, Xiao Yang remained in his human emperor battle body, while Zhurong displayed his ancestral shaman form. It seemed that their previous clash had left them both unscathed. Are you coming again? Xiao Yang looked at Zhurong and inquired. Come if you dare. I fear not. Zhurong replied in a resonant voice, his eyes brimming with determination. Very well. Then receive my next move. 1 sword, 1 thought. All shall open the heavens. Xiao Yang's words flowed like a chant, and pointing like a sword, he directed his finger towards Zhurong. Behind him, an ethereal figure emerged, mirroring Xiao Yang's movements and also pointing like a sword towards Zhurong. This strike bore none of the tumultuous energy of the previous one, appearing exceedingly restrained. Aside from a subtle shimmer, no extraordinary phenomena were visible. Yet, Zhurong's countenance grew extremely solemn. The battle markings on his ancestral shaman form turned increasingly crimson, the laws of fire having been pushed to their utmost limits. In his hand, the Zhurong banner radiated boundless brilliance, akin to a sun within this slightly dim space, emanating its light and warmth. Kill. Zhurong raised the Zhurong banner, absorbing the surrounding flames into it. and suddenly surged towards a subtle brilliance. Radiance swept across the area, flames splattered everywhere, and the roar of thunder resounded continuously. The Pangu temple spontaneously emitted a divine light, suppressing the residual waves. Ouch, Brother Xiao Yang. You are too ruthless. Could you perhaps hold back a bit next time? Suddenly, a cry of pain rang out. Zhu Rong appeared before Xiao Yang, somewhat disheveled. Numerous wounds on his ancestral shaman form oozed blood, and many areas were darkened. This caused Zhu Rong's fierce beast head to widen its eyes, looking at Xiao Yang with a gaze full of resentment. Xiao Yang twitched his mouth. I asked if you would continue fighting. Now you blame me. With a hint of annoyance, Xiao Yang sprinkled a few drops of Sanguang divine water over Zhu Rong, healing all his injuries as if they had never occurred. Brother Xiao Yang, your final strike was truly formidable. Why have I not gleaned any powerful techniques from the Father God? I begin to wonder who truly is the offspring of the Father God. Seeing his wounds vanish, Zhu Rong exchanged glances with Xiao Yang, grinning oddly. For thousands of years, every time an ancestral shaman forged their battle soldiers, they would seek Xiao Yang for a spar out of course. Aside from Ho Tu, she had no intention of challenging the Xiao Yang that AS for the record of their matches. The interplay of time and space was somewhat tricky, had Xiao Yang not unleashed that final divine move. He would have been at a disadvantage, but should he release it, Xiao Yang claimed they would all be lesser in comparison. Regarding Zhu Rong's words, Xiao Yang remained unfazed. He noted that in their 897 sparring sessions, Zhu Rong had uttered this phrase precisely 1,897 times. Xiao Yang looked at Zhu Rong and said, Brother Zhu Rong, Chapter 34, The Ancient Starry Sky, Descendants of Fierce Beasts, Brother Zhu Rong. I have lingered in the Wu clan for quite a while now. It is time for me to depart. Xiao Yang smiled as he spoke to Zhu Rong. You are leaving? Zhu Rong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recovered. Indeed, having been away for so long, you ought to return to the human realm and take a look. However, will you not bid farewell to the elder brothers? Hearing this, Xiao Yang slowly shook his head, a smile adorning his face. No need. I am not accustomed to scenes of parting. Just inform the other ancestral shamans of my departure. We shall meet again when fate permits. Upon hearing this, Zhu Rong waved his hand, not attempting to retain Xiao Yang. Very well, then hasten on your way. I shan't see you off. Brother Xiao Yang, you're always welcome to visit my Wu clan. I look forward to our next match. Xiao Yang said nothing further. He clasped his hands in respect towards Zhu Rong, his gaze sweeping across a certain spot. Then he transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing from Zhu Rong's sight. Not far from the Pangu temple, Ho Tu, adorned in a pale yellow flowing celestial gown, materialized. She gazed at Xiao Yang's departing figure, her expression tinged with melancholy and reluctance. Meanwhile, after leaving the Wu clan, Xiao Yang, accompanied by Kong Xian and Jin Peng, set forth towards the ancient starry sky beyond. Several millennia later, Your Majesty, is not the ancient starry sky a desolate expanse? What purpose do we serve in venturing there? Upon learning of Xiao Yang's destination, Kong Xian's eyes flickered with confusion, a sentiment echoed by Jin Peng beside him. As they journeyed towards the ancient starry sky, they traversed numerous perilous and desolate realms. For instance, the 9 heavens gale layer could not only erode the flesh but also obliterate the soul. They could hardly fathom what benefits lay within such barren territories. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with divine light. Do you truly view the ancient starry sky in such a manner? Is it not so? Kong Xian and Jin Peng's eyes reflected their bewilderment. The ancient starry sky is replete with countless stars. Most notably, the 365 primary stars and the 129,600 auxiliary stars. The Sun Star and the Moon Star have birthed powerful beings such as Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Shi He, and Chang Shi. Even if the other beings born from the remaining stars are weaker than them, how weak could they possibly be? The Zhoutian Star-Do formation is not also a formidable formation conceived by Di Jun's comprehension of the stars. Thus, how can such a vast expanse of the starry sky be deemed desolate? Xiao Yang placed great importance on the talents of Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Thus he elaborated on his thoughts. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances, their eyes filled with incredulity. Very well, you both come from extraordinary backgrounds, yet you have yet to experience much. It is not surprising that you are unaware of these matters. Remember, the Honghuang world is vast. Even I am but a drifting reed. The primordial deities and the remnants of chaotic demons coexist amidst both peril and opportunity, should arrogance and hubris take root. The only fate awaiting you is death. I implore you to never underestimate any being in your future endeavors. Kong Xian and Jin Peng are the offspring of Yuan Feng, the chieftain of the Phoenix clan. While their origins may not rival the likes of Dijun and other primordial deities, they certainly represent a formidable presence in the vast expanse of the Honghuang realm. However, due to their relatively short lifespan, their experiences pale in comparison to those of ancient beings who have endured for countless years. Thus, Xiao Yang felt compelled to impart this caution to Kong Xian and Jin Peng. His gaze flickered, these words serving as a reminder to himself. After years in Honghuang, he had ascended from a mere spirit to the realm of quasi-saint. The higher his cultivation, the deeper his reverence for the Honghuang realm grew. The expanse of Honghuang is vast, concealing countless untold mysteries. Indeed, my sovereign, we have come to understand. Kong Xian and Jin Peng nodded gravely, adjusting their demeanor. Observing this, Xiao Yang chose not to elaborate further, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the ancient cosmos. Kong Xian and Jin Peng followed closely, one embodying the colors of the five elements, the other manifesting the essence of yin and yang. Years passed, and 3 streaks of light materialized within the ancient cosmos. What a resplendent scene! Xiao Yang gazed in awe at the spectacle before him. Countless stars erupted in brilliance against the backdrop of darkness, their lights intertwining like a silver ribbon spanning the heavens. How magnificent! Kong Xian and Jin Peng, standing behind him, were rendered speechless by the sight. As great Luo golden immortals, they could conjure countless wonders, yet the beauty crafted by nature far surpassed their own creations. Evoking a profound sense of awe, suddenly, a fierce and domineering roar echoed from afar. The 3 turned their attention toward the source of the sound. Moments later, an enormous figure that obscured the heavens and blocked out the sun appeared before them. As if poised to sever the Milky Way formed by the stars, Xiao Yang scrutinized the massive entity before him. How grotesque! After a prolonged silence, he remarked with a hint of disdain. This colossal creature bore the head of a dragon, the body of a crocodile, and the tail of a serpent, its form covered in azure scales reminiscent of fish-point 8 eyes adorned its dragon head, and 2 pairs of featherless, fleshy wings sprouted from its back. With another terrifying roar, it seemed to comprehend Xiao Yang's earlier disdain. A chilling malice emanated from its being, sending ripples through the once tranquil cosmos, causing the surrounding stars to tremble. How intriguing! I thought the ferocious beasts of Honghuang had been entirely eradicated. Little did I expect that some had survived in the ancient cosmos, evolving into cosmic behemoths. A glimmer of insight flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, and through the overwhelming aura of ferocity, he discerned the origins of this creature. When Pangu split the heavens and the earth, the 3,000 chaotic demons were all vanquished. The resentment and malevolence of the demons coalesced, giving rise to the ferocious beast clan. These beasts lack intelligence and do not take human form, focusing solely on their animalistic bodies, exhibiting extreme savagery. Nevertheless, the ferocious beast clan ultimately faced annihilation. Xiao Yang had not anticipated that a descendant of those ancient beasts still thrived in the ancient cosmos. With a fierce roar, the cosmic behemoth surged forward, its endless malice erupting as its massive claws tore through space. Lunging at Xiao Yang and his companions, I in the face of such a colossal claw that blotted out the sun. The figures of Xiao Yang and his companions appeared as mere specks of dust. Enough with the roaring. What a cacophony! As he beheld the descending claw, a glint of cold light shone in Xiao Yang's eyes, his expression darkening. With a mere thought, torrents of imperial energy erupted from within him, coalescing into a golden dragon that surged forth to suppress the cosmic behemoth. A golden dragon lay across the starry river, roaring defiantly as it raised its right claw to strike at the giant claw that threatened to rend space itself. With a resounding boom, the 2 claws collided, scattering the brilliance of countless stars across the cosmos. Waves of shock rippled outward. shattering smaller stars into meteorites that drifted through the cosmos. Kong Xian and Jin Peng summoned their respective powers of the five elements and yin yang, erecting a barrier of light before them to ward off the residual shockwaves. Their expressions were grave. Within the Witch clan, they had faced off against the likes of Ho, Yi, and Xing Tian, and now, having reached the late stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal, they found themselves confronted by a threat they could scarcely withstand. The cosmic behemoth roared in fury, its azure scales shattering as blood gushed from its wounds. Agitated by the pain, its gaze toward Xiao Yang turned even more ferocious. How fascinating! Xiao Yang observed the cosmic behemoth with a glimmer of amusement. Although his earlier strike had not been his full power, it possessed the strength of a quasi-saint's initial stage. Yet, it appeared that despite its injuries, the behemoth had only sustained minor wounds. The resilience of these ferocious beasts was evident. In that moment, the cosmic behemoth opened its 8 eyes, each radiating a gray-black light of annihilation. These beams converged into a singular, destructive force aimed at Xiao Yang. This annihilation energy, derived from the behemoth's absorption of endless malice, exuded a formidable ferocity. Even a perfected Great Luo Golden Immortal would be gravely injured if struck by such a force. Kong Tong Seal, suppress. The fateful treasure, the Kong Tong Seal, hovered above Xiao Yang's head. With a pointed gesture, boundless imperial energy surged forth from the seal, forming a colossal shadow of the Kong Tong Seal in midair. This shadow descended upon the cosmic behemoth with a force that was both immense and terrifying. The annihilation energy collided with this shadow, causing ripples to spread, but ultimately, it shattered in the void. The shadow of the Kong Tong Seal showed no signs of hesitation as it pressed down upon the cosmic behemoth. A tremendous oppressive force descended upon the behemoth, forcing it to the ground. Unable to rise, the cosmic behemoth let out a mournful wail. Having never before endured such oppression, it trembled violently, struggling to stand. But the interaction of forces only exacerbated its wounds, causing blood to flow freely. The behemoth ceased its struggle, crumpling to the ground and howling in despair. Xiao Yang retracted the shadow of the Kong Tong Seal, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the cosmic behemoth. The creature felt a sudden lightness envelop it, and as it looked upon Xiao Yang, a flicker of restlessness ignited in its eyes. However, upon catching sight of the Kong Tong Seal, even without intelligence, an instinctual fear flickered across its gaze. After a significant pause, the cosmic behemoth lay prostrate on the ground, emitting whimpering sounds, its serpentine tail thrashing about, signaling its submission to Xiao Yang. Well done. I had expected to subdue you several more times, but your perceptiveness has pleasantly surprised me. A faint smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he formed a series of hand seals, conjuring a symbol of the Tao before him, a vast expanse of divine consciousness. Carrying this symbol imprinted itself upon the mind of the cosmic behemoth. Master. Once Xiao Yang inscribed the symbol, a vague and muffled voice resonated in his mind. The consciousness of the cosmic behemoth. However, its awareness was predominantly clouded by the essence of blood and malice, rendering it nearly incomprehensible. For it to utter the word master was the pinnacle of its ability. Observing this, Xiao Yang's brow furrowed slightly. The lack of full intelligence presents a considerable liability. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I shall bestow upon you the opportunity you seek. As Xiao Yang's words fell, the Kong Tong Seal hovered above the head of the starry beast, infusing it with streams of imperial energy that penetrated its very being. This imperial energy continuously purified and expelled the foul, malevolent blood aura within the starry beast. Subsequently, Xiao Yang sprinkled the 3 lights, divine water upon the beast, restoring its external wounds to pristine condition. That a leaf of the ancient Dao Ti was crushed by Xiao Yang, the essence of its Dao rhythm being infused into the starry beast's mind, facilitating its gradual awakening of intelligence. Once all was complete, the malevolent aura surrounding the starry beast vanished, replaced instead by an infinite expanse of starry spiritual energy. Behind it, a colossal figure manifested, radiating an overwhelming might. Remarkably, it had 1 foot firmly planted in the realm of quasi-saint. As Xiao Yang gazed upon the starry beast, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. Thank you for your benevolence. Master, please grant me a name. The starry beast, now named Shunyu, bowed before Xiao Yang, gratitude evident in its voice that, You are a descendant of the ferocious beasts, said to be related to the ancient ferocious beast emperor, Shun and I. Thus, you shall bear the surname Shun. I am the human emperor of the human race, and now that you have submitted, you shall protect humanity in the days to come. Henceforth, your name shall be Shun Yu. After a brief contemplation, Xiao Yang addressed the starry beast. Thank you, Master, for the bestowed name. Shun Yu joyfully responded to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang patted Shun Yu's head and commanded, Go now, and bring your kin to submit to me. In time, they too may cleanse their malevolent auras and awaken their own consciousness. Roaring in excitement upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Shun Yu unfurled its mighty wings and soared towards its origin. An endless aura of royal authority radiated forth, spreading across the starry expanse. The furious roar echoed through the cosmos, met by a chorus of responses. Moments later, one starry beast after another appeared before Shun Yu, their collective malevolent aura merging into an imposing presence, obscuring even the brilliance of the stars. Observing nearly 30 starry beasts, Xiao Yang did not hesitate. The Kongtong seal unleashed its supreme imperial might, subduing them all to inscribe his divine consciousness within the minds of these starry beasts, leading them to collectively bow before him. Enough, disperse. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Yang dismissed the gathered starry beasts. They were ill-suited to accompany him and belonged to the vastness of the starry realms. They had long since existed in this celestial domain, intricately connected with the surrounding stellar energies, utilizing the starry expanse to absorb stellar power. And with the cultivation method he imparted, perhaps they could cleanse their malevolent auras and attain sentience. With their existence, should humanity decide to venture into the cosmos, they would become a formidable asset. Chapter 36. The Purple Microstar and the Celestial Fruit Trees of the Universe. In a boundless starry expanse, vast and infinite, Xiao Yang and his companions had not encountered any other being since their encounter with the starry beast. However, they had faced several terrifying celestial storms along the way. These storms swept across tens of thousands of miles. Even a great Luo golden immortal would find it perilous to enter. Having witnessed such celestial tempests, Kong Xian and Jin Peng increasingly understood Xiao Yang's words, becoming more devoted to their cultivation, which further elevated their powers. Thus, another several thousand years passed. One day, the trio paused before a star enveloped in violet stellar energy. The star radiated a resplendent purple-golden hue, its violet energy extending outward in a display of regal supremacy. This is the imperial star, Ziwei. Xiao Yang gazed intently at the Ziwei star, lost in thought. The celestial bodies of the universe revolve, with the sun and moon absent, yet Ziwei reigns supreme. Aside from the two supreme stars, the sun and moon, formed from Panga's eyes, none possess a higher status than the Ziwei star. In his past life, emperors were intricately linked to the Ziwei star that I in this life. As the transformed golden dragon of humanity's fortune and its emperor, he intended to explore the Ziwei star to uncover its extraordinary qualities. With determination, Xiao Yang stepped forth towards the Ziwei star. However, before he could approach, intricate patterns manifested within the starry domain surrounding the Ziwei star, intertwining to form a grand array. Upon the array's emergence, two three-legged golden crows materialized that, I see. The sun and moon stars have birthed powerful beings, yet the imperial star of Ziwei remains devoid of life. It has long been sealed by Dijun and Donghuang Tai. A look of understanding flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. The grand array surrounding the Ziwei star was indeed laid by Dijun and Donghuang Tai. Clearly, they recognized the significance of the Ziwei star within the celestial realm. The demon race's ambition to rival the shaman race heavily relied upon the celestial star array. Should the master of the Ziwei star emerge and not share their ambitions, relying on the array to contend with the shaman race would be a mere jest. Conversely, if the Ziwei star were to be breached, Dijun and Donghuang Tai, he could not bear the ensuing karma. Their only recourse was to construct the grand array to seal the Ziwei star, preventing the emergence of any beings. Thus, the absence of life on the Ziwei star was elucidated. While Xiao Yang pondered this, the two three-legged golden crows spotted him and let out furious roars, unleashing the true fire of the sun in an attack against him. Daha! In the past, even Dong Huang Tai Yi himself could not contend with me. How much less can two mere manifestations of a grand array? With a chilling gaze, Xiao Yang's right hand formed a sword-like finger, tracing an arcane trajectory as he struck towards the two golden crows. Boom! The sound of an explosion resounded as the two golden crows offered no resistance, instantly bursting into flames. Before the Z-Way star, the grand array ceiling, it was similarly cleaved in two by Xiao Yang's strike, its patterns collapsing and dissipating in the air. In the heavenly court, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi simultaneously furrowed their brows. Brother, the array we left outside the Z-Way star has been breached. Should I go investigate? Dong Huang Tai Yi inquired of Dijun. Dijun's eyes revealed a contemplative expression. After a moment, he shook his head and replied, "No need. The array has been broken. Let it be. Even if the Z-Way star births life, it will take ages to cultivate to the quasi-saint realm. It poses no threat to our demon race." After a brief pause, a glimmer of divine light illuminated Dijun's eyes. "Tai Yi, you shall personally go to Wu Zhuangguan and keep a close watch on Hongyan. I suspect someone will soon make a move against him. That primordial purple energy is something our demon race covets." In Dong Huang Tai Yi's eyes, a similar divine light shone, pride evident on his face. "Rest assured, brother. I shall head to Wu Zhuangguan at once. No one shall take this primordial purple energy from our demon race." On the Z-Way star, as the grand array shattered, the long-sealed Z-Way star suddenly radiated brilliance. Endless purple energy surged forth from the star, spreading throughout the surrounding celestial realms. Within the nearby starry domain, some stars felt this purple energy and immediately shone brightly, harmonizing with the Z-Way star. These were the auxiliary stars of the Z-Way star, collectively forming the Z-Way star domain. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, you will guard the Z-Way star domain. I have dispatched Xinyu to lead the Starry Beast clan to assist you. Should anyone dare to intrude upon the Z-Way star domain, they shall be killed without mercy." As Xiao Yang's words fell, his figure transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing directly into the heart of the Z-Way Emperor star. Upon entering the Z-Way Emperor star, Xiao Yang immediately sensed the surrounding celestial energy, which was so dense it seemed almost liquid in his mental perception. He even discovered numerous particles of celestial energy coalescing into celestial gravel. These grains were exceedingly rare and precious materials. If forged into weapons, they could channel celestial power against foes with every swing. Moreover, the celestial gravel possessed various remarkable uses, too numerous to detail. When Xiao Yang arrived at the location where the celestial power was most concentrated, an expression of astonishment flickered in his eyes. There, a towering giant tree stood at the very center of this celestial expanse. It soared to tens of thousands of zhang in height, its branches resembling a river of stars, with leaves akin to minute celestial bodies adorning its limbs. The entire tree radiated starlight, appearing resplendent and almost blinding to behold. Legend spoke of the existence of 10 supreme, innate spiritual roots in the primordial world: the Ren water peach, the ginseng fruit, the yellow middle plum, the fusong, the moon laurel, the rainbow gourd vine, the 5 elements immortal apricot, the 5-pine tree, the green willow, and the zhou tian celestial fruit tree. In his previous life, among these 10 innate spiritual roots, all but the zhou tian celestial fruit tree had made an appearance. His surprise, this zhou tian celestial fruit tree had manifested upon the Z-Way Emperor star. Gazing at this zhou tian celestial fruit tree, astonishment filled Xiao Yang's eyes. The zhou tian celestial fruit tree blossoms every 129,600 years, bears fruit every 129,600 years, and matures every 129,600 years. Ultimately, it yields 365 celestial fruits, each corresponding to one of the 365 primary celestial bodies. Notably, these fruits contained a trace of celestial essence. If consumed by a mortal, they could transform into a celestial divine body, the roots of which were not inferior to those of certain weaker, innate beings. Besides the celestial fruits, The branches of this celestial fruit tree were also the most suitable materials for crafting the flags of the Zhoutian star array. It could be said that the Zhoutian celestial fruit tree was a treasure trove. For countless years, it had remained hidden from the world. Now that I have arrived at the Ziwei Emperor's star, I am fortunate enough to behold you. It seems we are destined to meet. A smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he formed a seal with his hands, directing his consciousness to imprint upon the Zhoutian celestial fruit tree, wishing to claim it for himself. However, just as Xiao Yang's consciousness touched the Zhoutian celestial fruit tree, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Chapter 37. Remnant of the Celestial Chaos Demon God. After so many years, someone has finally arrived. This demon god shall awaken once more. At the moment Xiao Yang's consciousness connected with the Zhoutian celestial fruit tree, a streak of flowing light surged forth from within the tree and penetrated into Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness. Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly seated himself cross-legged, his primordial spirit manifesting within his sea of consciousness. As soon as he appeared, he heard a voice filled with wild arrogance. "Who are you?" Xiao Yang squinted slightly, gazing at the unfamiliar figure that had materialized in his sea of consciousness. Before him stood a figure towering 1,000 zhang high, with a beast's head and a human body. It possessed 1,000 arms, and its form was adorned with countless luminous points, reminiscent of stars, slowly swirling around a. Who am I? I am the celestial chaos demon god, the star demon god, youngling, to have your flesh occupied by me. You should feel honored. The star demon god revealed a terrifying grin, his eyes glimmering with avarice as they fixed upon Xiao Yang. The star demon god? Oh, I recall now. You were one of the demon gods slain by Pangu with a single axe. Shouldn't you be dead? The star demon god's self-revelation jogged Xiao Yang's memory of the chaotic demon god apparitions he had seen in the Pangu Divine Hall, among which one indeed resembled this figure. Later, while refining Panga's blood essence, he had glimpsed this star chaos demon god charging forth, only to be the first to be cleaved by Pangu's axe. Pangu! Upon hearing Xiao Yang utter Panga's name, the star chaos demon god erupted in fury. With a roar, he stirred up towering waves within Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness. What do you know of my capabilities? This remnant of mine has survived. By seizing your flesh, I can be resurrected instantly. At that time, this world, created by Pangu, shall be obliterated. I shall take my revenge upon Pangu. The avarice in the star chaos demon god's eyes intensified as he gazed at Xiao Yang, almost yearning to seize his flesh immediately to return to the world. A defeated foe under the great Pangu dares to boast. If Pangu were to revive before you, you wouldn't even dare to entertain the thought of making a move. Xiao Yang scoffed at the star chaos demon god, as if regarding a beaten hound. What kind of look is that? Damn it. I had hoped to let you live a while longer, but it seems you wish for an early demise. The star chaos demon god's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and a crimson mist emanated from his body, saturating half of the sea of consciousness in a blood-red hue. Within that blood-red mist, celestial bodies whirled, all stained crimson, resembling ominous stars. The star chaos demon god raised a hand, and those blood-red stars began to quiver, transforming into streaks of crimson light that hurtled toward Xiao Yang. What's this? Have I struck a nerve? To attempt to seize my body, you must possess the means to do so. Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged. This was his sea of consciousness, his domain. A mere remnant of a chaotic demon god was not worthy of his despair. Mount Kongdong Seal. The mountains and rivers suppress. With a cold shout, the Mount Kongdong Seal materialized above Xiao Yang. Countless imperial energies erupted from it, converging in midair to form a map of mountains and rivers. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the landscape of this map was identical to that of the Primordial World. Xiao Yang pointed a finger, and a map of mountains and rivers unfurled in the air, absorbing and suppressing all the blood-colored stars conjured by the star chaos demon god. The Mount Kongdong Seal. So that's it. It is indeed a treasure of fortune. So, you are actually the ruler of a clan. Fate has truly smiled upon me. The star chaos demon god regarded the Mount Kongdong seal with a gleam of enlightenment in his eyes, his excitement growing as his gaze toward Xiao Yang darkened with deeper malice. Who will prevail remains to be seen. Allow me to witness the methods of this chaotic demon god. Battle. Excitement flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, having witnessed the might of those chaotic demon gods from the imprint of creation. He had longed for such an encounter. Now, although the star chaos demon god was merely a remnant, it was sufficient to offer a glimpse into the demon god's techniques. Xiao Yang's imperial energies intertwined with the Mount Kongdong seal above his head. He manifested his human emperor battle form, exuding an imposing aura. With a mere wave of his hand, he shattered a portion of the blood-red mist and the stars contained within it, which the star chaos demon god had conjured. When this demon god roamed the chaos, you did not even exist. Do you truly think you can compete with me? A delusion. Kill. The star chaos demon god, sensing Xiao Yang's provocation, suddenly wore an exceedingly grim expression. Celestial brilliance enveloped him, and stars emerged one after another. These stars intertwined to form a celestial scroll. Beneath the weight of the celestial scroll, Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness trembled, as if struggling to withstand the pressure. Xiao Yang's expression shifted, just as he sought to stabilize his sea of consciousness. A radiant multicolored light enveloped it, fortifying it further. His gaze flickered as he realized something, and he relaxed, casting his eyes upon the star demon god. You possess yet another extraordinary treasure, the star chaos demon god exclaimed. Such fortune, such blessings. If I consume you, everything shall belong to me. The celestial scroll surged forth under the star chaos demon god's command, descending upon Xiao Yang with intent to suppress him. Unfazed, Xiao Yang stepped forward, the Mount Kongdong seal hovering above him, and struck toward the celestial scroll. Countless imperial energies accompanied him, and the silhouettes of many figures emerged behind him. As if the echoes of their chants resonated all around him, with a single punch, he unleashed a torrent of virtual images, each representing a figure of the human race. Boom! Within the sea of consciousness, towering waves erupted from their clash. One wave had barely settled when another rose, neither party yielding an inch. The stars that evolved and the regal aura of the imperial way were continually shattered and reformed amidst their clash. It was not insignificant, yet one could never fathom the formidable might of a chaotic demon god's path and law. The starry chaotic demon god, gazing upon Xiao Yang, no longer harbored any trace of disdain. He was compelled to acknowledge that had Xiao Yang existed in the chaotic era, he would have been an entity not inferior to himself. Indeed, he could have contended with the pinnacle demon gods, such as the time demon god and the space demon god. Alas, Xiao Yang was born in the present age. Even though he was left with but a remnant of his former self, his realm still surpassed Xiao Yang's. His path and law were beyond Xiao Yang's capacity to withstand. This strike served as clear evidence. In the realm of stars, I am the heavens. Chapter 38. The annihilation of the starry demon god, the innate, undying spiritual light in the realm of stars. I am the heavens. The melodious words of the starry chaotic demon god resonated within Xiao Yang's consciousness that a vast celestial map suddenly expanded throughout his entire sea of consciousness. Countless stars emerged, each radiating its own brilliance, collectively constructing a nebula world. The starry demon god transformed into a nebulous orb of light, rendering its true form indistinct. The orb quivered slightly, and an invisible wave swept across the entire nebula world. An overwhelming pressure descended, causing the Kongdong seal above Xiao Yang's head to bow down threefold. Once again, Xiao Yang felt the sensation of being suppressed by the chaotic bell during his battle with Dong Huang Taihe. Moreover, this time, the oppressive force he experienced was far more potent. It was as if an entire world were bearing down upon him. Faced with this strike, a grave expression flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. He gently closed his eyes, the boundless imperial aura circulating endlessly, as if his mind returned to the scene when he witnessed Pangu creating the heavens and the earth. His consciousness began to concentrate intensely. An arcane wave emanated from his being. Every sword and thought heralded the creation of the world. Xiao Yang murmured, his eyes opening as if in a trance, his right hand raised before him. fingers poised like a sword, tracing a trajectory towards the nebulous orb of light. This aura, damn it, Pangu, even in death, you cannot find peace, obstructing this demon god. The nebulous orb sensed a trace of Pangu's aura from Xiao Yang. Instantly, it echoed back with a voice filled with exasperation. The power that was originally directed to suppress Xiao Yang now converged entirely before the nebulous orb, attempting to block Xiao Yang's cutting strike. Xiao Yang was not Pangu, but the current starry chaotic demon god was not the same as before either. Faced with Xiao Yang's exquisite display, the starry demon god was filled with gravity. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed, and blinding light swept across the entire sea of consciousness. A terrifying residual wave crashed against the walls of the sea of consciousness, causing the multicolored divine light to ripple, completely countering these residual waves. Thus, Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness sustained no damage whatsoever. As the brilliance faded, the nebula world that had confined Xiao Yang was cleaved in two. Even the nebulous orb that the starry chaotic demon god had transformed into a split asunder. In a flash of radiance, the figure of the starry demon god reappeared before Xiao Yang, albeit in a severely wretched state. All his 1,000 arms lay broken, his body devastated, and the remaining half of his form flickered in and out of existence. On the verge of complete dissolution. Junior, tell me, what is your name? The starry chaotic demon god, undeterred by his condition, inquired of Xiao Yang. I am Xiao Yang, the emperor of the human race, at this moment. Xiao Yang felt somewhat unwell. This strike had surpassed his capacity to endure. The right hand with which he had executed the strike was now reduced to mere bones, emanating a golden sheen. Xiao Yang, emperor of humanity, this battle, you have won. But this demon god has not lost to you. He has merely lost to Pangu. Yet, do not revel in triumph. The world left behind by Pangu shall ultimately be annihilated by me. The chaotic demon god. I can sense them awakening. They are returning. The figure of the starry chaotic demon god vanished without a trace, but not before casting a profound glance toward Xiao Yang. As Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, pondering the words of the starry demon god, a flicker of spiritual light emerged, exuding an innate immortal aura. Accompanying this primordial spiritual light was a wealth of information encompassing myriad paths and laws. This was the remnant of the starry demon god's innate undying spiritual light and memories left behind after his dissolution? Excellent. So this is my greatest fortune. A hint of excitement graced Xiao Yang's countenance. He was originally a soul traversing into the primordial world, which, if scrutinized, was akin to an acquired undying spiritual light, even though he had fused with the auspicious golden dragon of the human race. It had not transformed the essence of his soul. Now, having obtained a fragment of the starry chaotic demon god's innate undying spiritual light, if he could refine it, it would suffice to elevate his acquired undying spiritual light to its innate counterpart. This fragment of innate undying spiritual light would bridge the final gap between him and those supreme, adept beings of the primordial era. This battle had unveiled his shortcomings. Although he possessed numerous techniques and divine powers derived from the Transmutation Pavilion, and had witnessed the essence of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods in Pangu's temple, he had also observed the path and law exhibited by Pangu during the creation of the world. Yet precisely because of this, he possessed many paths, but lacked the ability to unify them into one. Had he not ultimately unleashed the divine technique he comprehended from Pangu's creation, the outcome of this confrontation, whether good or ill, remained uncertain. Now, once he transformed the essence of his soul from acquired to innate, he would be able to comprehend the starry, chaotic demon god's path, and LAWIT would allow him to integrate all the paths and laws he had learned, forging his own path. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yang hesitated not a moment longer. He raised his hand, summoning the fragment of innate undying spiritual light, which instantly melded into his primordial spirit. A peculiar aura coursed through his entire being. The ethereal sensation caused his primordial spirit to feel somewhat languid. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yang's primordial spirit was enveloped in a cocoon of light. The five-color divine light that shielded his sea of consciousness gently trembled, sending forth a stream of light into the cocoon. hastening the transformation of Xiao Yang's soul. Time passed, though how long he could not tell, and the cocoon enveloping Xiao Yang's primordial spirit shattered. He slowly opened his eyes, their depths seemingly containing the essence of all existence. Had this been transformation, the innate, undying essence? Xiao Yang murmured to himself, sensing the changes in his primordial spirit, a smile blossoming on his face. As he gazed at the path and law left behind by the starry, chaotic demon god, a solemn expression flickered in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the path and law of the starry demon god began to evolve continuously. Ultimately, a starry, chaotic demon god sat cross-legged before Xiao Yang, recounting his path and law, the essence of all things, the stars above, the myriad constellations below, traversing the void, hidden within the river of stars. As the starry, chaotic demon god narrated, one by one, stars emerged within the sea of consciousness, radiating their own luminescence. With the demon god's ongoing discourse, these stars began to move, tracing arcs within the sea of consciousness, captivating Xiao Yang, whose mind sank into a state of rapture that moment. Before Xiao Yang, an undying flame emerged. This undying flame transformed into myriad figures, sitting before Xiao Yang, expounding upon their paths and laws. In an instant, the resonance of the Tao reverberated throughout Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness. Chapter 39. The Emperor's Dominion over the Great Way. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the origin of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of all things. Heaven and earth are natural. The foul chi disperses, the cavernous void is profound. The grand unity of the cosmos, the might of the 8 directions, allows me to be natural. The Tao practitioner enters with sincerity, guards with silence, and utilizes softness. To use sincerity is to seem foolish. To use silence is to seem dull. To use softness is to seem clumsy. Thus, one may forget form, forget self, and forget forgetting. Within Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness, voices arose, an abundance of paths and laws circulating within his heart. Yet at that moment, Xiao Yang fell into confusion. What is my Tao? Slaughter, desire, carefree? No, none of these represent the Tao I seek. Xiao Yang shut his eyes tightly, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. In his quest for enlightenment, he found himself engulfed in a tumult of frustration, wishing fervently to obliterate everything around him. Dark flames ignited above his primordial spirit, consuming him. When he finally opened his eyes, they glowed a fierce crimson, revealing a hint of malevolence. Xiao Yang was merely an ordinary man, and in his past life, few practiced the path of cultivation. In a society driven by material desires, wealth alone held sway. Upon entering the primordial realm, even with only a rudimentary understanding of the Tao, the fortune of a human race, embodied by a golden dragon, offered him significant assistance. Yet now, Xiao Yang actively sought his path. This was a trial he must face. Overcoming it would grant him eternal peace, while failing could lead him to despair. As time elapsed, the figures formed from the indomitable flames around him began to chant the Tao with increasing fervor. The dark flames enveloping Xiao Yang surged higher, rendering his primordial spirit increasingly ethereal. The Tao. What truly is the Tao? What is my Tao? In the ancestral grounds of the human race, a radiant light suddenly burst forth, capturing the attention of all present. Before long, figures such as Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Yi, along with several esteemed ancestors of the human race, gathered at the ancestral court. Elder Sui Run, something inexplicable has occurred at the ancestral court. Do you think it could be a problem concerning our emperor? He inquired, worry etched across his face. Sui Ren was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure as he noticed that many in the crowd shared Ziyi's concern. Fear not, our emperor has faced countless tribulations. He shall not falter now. Rather, we have been entrusted with the great matters of our people. If upon his return he finds us remiss in our duties, we would be utterly ashamed. Sui Run proclaimed to the assembly. Yu Chao, standing nearby, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and added, Indeed, our emperor has placed the weight of human affairs upon our shoulders. We cannot afford to disappoint him. Let a few remain as watchmen here. While the rest return to your posts and fulfill your responsibilities, we shall await our emperor's return in silence." Upon hearing Sui Run and Yu Chao's words, the assembly of esteemed ancestors felt a wave of relief. After Sui Run designated a few to stay behind, the majority dispersed, eager to resume their unfinished tasks. As the human race continued to grow and prosper, the responsibilities before them multiplied. Once the others had departed, Sui Run gazed at the ancestral court with concern. "My emperor, you must not come to harm. The human race still requires your guidance." Within the confines of the Z-Way star, Xiao Yang sat cross-legged beneath the celestial fruit tree. A peculiar aura emanated from him, spreading outward. Soon, this energy surged beyond the confines of the Z-Way star, permeating the entire star domain. Kong Xian and Jin Peng, tasked with guarding the Z-Way star, were taken aback by the sudden influx of power. "Brother, this aura seems..." Before Jin Peng could finish, Kong Xian interrupted with a wave of his hand, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Trust in our emperor. Whatever challenges arise, he will resolve them. Our duty is to protect the Z-Way star and ensure no one disturbs him." Jin Peng remained silent, his golden eyes sharpening as he scanned their surroundings. At that moment, within Xiao Yang's sea of consciousness, chaos reigned. Countless figures formed from indomitable flames clashed violently, vying to determine the singular path and law. Amidst the tumult, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, and the golden dragon of fortune materialized beside Xiao Yang. Observing Xiao Yang engulfed in flames, it roared fiercely, its tail sweeping into Xiao Yang's body. The Kong Dong seal radiated brightly, encircling Xiao Yang in a series of luminous rings. From within these rings, voices emerged reminiscent of those belonging to Sui Run and the others. "Who are you?" As the golden dragon entered him, the voices reached Xiao Yang's ears. In a daze, he glimpsed a figure with its back turned to him, obscured from view. "What are you confused about?" A familiar voice permeated his consciousness. "I cannot find my path. Why seek the Tao?" "To seek the Tao is to..." Xiao Yang opened his mouth but faltered, his confusion deepening. "What does the human race mean to you?" "The human race is my foundation." Without hesitation, Xiao Yang declared. "And who are you?" "I am Xiao Yang, the emperor of the human race, the golden dragon of fortune." "Why do you seek the Tao?" "To better protect the human race. This is my responsibility as emperor." An aura of authority surged from Xiao Yang, embodying the might of his imperial status. What path should an emperor have? An emperor must possess the path of sovereignty, commanding heaven and earth, dictating life and death, and determining reincarnation. My path shall be one of supreme governance. With each word, Xiao Yang's conviction solidified, dispelling the fog of uncertainty from his eyes. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated within his heart as a majestic figure clad in imperial robes appeared behind his primordial spirit. The moment this figure manifested, the battling forms within his sea of consciousness were subdued, transforming into a myriad of symbols. Each symbol carried distinct essences, representing various paths and laws. This imperial figure radiated an endless aura of sovereign authority. With a gesture, it absorbed all the symbols into itself. The imperial essence evolved, and countless ethereal figures of the human race surrounded it, with mountains and rivers bowing beneath its feet. Such grandeur, such majesty. Above its head, the celestial stars hung suspended, imprinted upon its regal attire. Laws etched themselves into its being. With an outstretched hand, myriad paths bowed in submission beneath it. This was Xiao Yang's path of dominion. Chapter 40. The Starry Hand of Fate Encountering Ambush. A towering, magnificent figure of the emperor materialized behind Xiao Yang. An overwhelming aura of imperial authority radiated from the Z-Way star, spreading across the surrounding star domains. As this imperial energy surged forth, it was as if a celestial emperor had emerged. Within the depths of Xiao Yang's consciousness, he beheld a somewhat indistinct figure before him. "Who are you? And why do you guide me?" The blurred figure turned slightly, revealing half of its face. Shock filled Xiao Yang's eyes as he recognized the resemblance. The figure bore an identical visage to his own. "I am you. Remember well what you have spoken, and walk the path of imperial sovereignty." The figure laughed heartily, its eyes glimmering with a mysterious significance before vanishing without a trace. Xiao Yang stood in stunned silence, unable to gather his thoughts for a long while. Eventually, he clenched his fists, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes radiating with determination. Regardless of what you are, I am simply myself, the emperor of the human race, Xiao Yang. With that proclamation, Xiao Yang's primordial spirit vanished. I am the external world. Xiao Yang opened his eyes, and his aura surged explosively, reaching the brink of advancing to mid-stage quasi-saint. Yet he did not rush to ascend. For him, allowing some time to settle was the wiser choice. Gazing at the celestial fruit tree before him, Xiao Yang hesitated no longer and reached out to touch it. A brilliant light flashed as the colossal celestial fruit tree began to shrink, ultimately disappearing into his sleeve. After securing the celestial fruit tree, Xiao Yang surveyed the Z-Way star once more before transforming into a streak of golden light, departing beyond the confines of the Z-Way star. My emperor, you have finally emerged. Upon catching sight of Xiao Yang, both Kong Xian and Jin Peng breathed a sigh of relief. The ominous aura from millennia past had indeed caused them considerable anxiety. The giant celestial beast, Shun Yu, who was stationed on the periphery, also approached Xiao Yang, his eyes betraying a flicker of concern. Being connected to Xiao Yang's spirit, he was acutely aware of the grave circumstances Xiao Yang had once faced. Even now, seeing Xiao Yang, a sliver of worry lingered in his heart. Upon seeing Kong Xian and the others, Xiao Yang's spirit soared. He waved his hand joyfully and spoke, "Rest easy, for I am unharmed. You have all endured much in safeguarding the Z-Way star domain over the years." The trio of Kong Xian bowed respectfully, their eyes glimmering with excitement. "Serving our emperor is our rightful duty." Xiao Yang nodded, extending his hand towards them, a stream of luminous energy entering their minds. "This is a divine ability I have comprehended during my meditation, named the Stellar Great Hand Seal. It can condense the power of the celestial bodies, transforming into a vast celestial hand that can obliterate foes with but a snap of the fingers. I urge you all to practice diligently." Kong Xian and the others closed their eyes, absorbing the essence of the divine ability. Once they completed the transmission, their eyes sparkled with exhilaration. "We are grateful for your bestowal, Your Majesty." Without further ado, Xiao Yang cast his gaze over the entire Z-Way star domain, a pensive expression crossing his features. After a considerable pause, determination flickered in his eyes. Suddenly, a majestic figure representing the imperial path materialized behind him. Imperial mandate. Sealing. As Xiao Yang's words fell, an unparalleled force erupted from that imperial figure, conjuring a series of prohibitions in mid-air, effectively sealing the entire Z-Way star domain. Those unversed in the art of sealing, the extraordinary nature of the Z-Way imperial star would remain imperceptible. "Shen Yu, lead your kin into the Z-Way imperial star. Should my command not be given, the Celestial Beast clan is to remain hidden." Shen Yu asked no further questions, responding with a subdued acknowledgement. He then let out a resonant roar, summoning the celestial beast Xiao Yang had once subdued to follow him into the Z-Way imperial star. Watching Shun Yu and the celestial beasts, Xiao Yang's gaze flickered with uncertainty. The primordial starry skies were not something humanity could forsake in the future. For now, he would plant a hidden seed. With Shun Yu and these celestial beasts, it would be significantly easier for humanity to secure a foothold in the ancient starry realms. This journey to the primordial starry skies had reached a fruitful conclusion. It was time to return to the Hongwang. As his words echoed, Xiao Yang transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring towards the land of Hongwang. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances before also morphing into streaks of light, hastening after Xiao Yang. After departing from the primordial starry skies, Xiao Yang and his companions traversed the layers of the 9 heavens gale winds. After flying for several millennia, they finally arrived at the land of Hongwang. Standing atop a mountain peak, they gazed into the distance, where misty haze enveloped the surroundings, ethereal clouds wafting through, the mountains concealed within, presenting a scene of celestial grandeur. "What place is this?" Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. Extending his hand to calculate the surroundings that ate tea that moment, an abrupt disturbance arose. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed from afar, blinding light spreading outward, accompanied by a wave of destructive energy. They're a quasi-saint engaged in battle. The expressions of Kong, Xian, and Jin Peng changed instantly as they sensed the aura of a quasi-saint from the residual energy. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, concealing his inner thoughts. Swish, swish, swish at that moment. 3 streaks of light surged from the combat zone toward Xiao Yang and his companions. The foremost streak was fire red, surrounded by flickering clouds. Following it were a blood red and an ink-black divine light. As they raced through the air, the sound of rushing winds resonated, causing ripples in space. When these 3 streaks of light approached Xiao Yang, they transformed into 3 figures, each occupying a position in midair, confronting one another. Kunpeng, do you truly wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me? The leading figure, clad in a red robe, radiated an aura that was once ethereal, now tinged with fury. Behind him, clouds converged, dyed a fiery red. Humph, Hong Yun, our enmity has long been established. Had it not been for your Sea of the Purple Sky Palace, I would not have lost my chance at ascension. Now, if you surrender the Hongmeng Purple Chi, I may grant you a swift end. The ink-black divine light belonged to Kunpeng, dressed in a dark robe, his handsome visage marred by the ominous aura and killing intent emanating from his eyes. Upon hearing Kunpeng's words, Hong Yun's face reflected helplessness and bitterness. Had it not been for the deception he suffered then, he would not find himself in such peril today. Kunpeng, why waste words on this doomed soul? Let us act swiftly and prevent unnecessary complications. A youth beside Kunpeng, brandishing a blood-red sword, spoke with greed glimmering in his eyes. Upon overhearing their exchange, an odd expression crossed Xiao Yang's face. Chapter 41. Hong Yun under attack. Xiao Yang returns to battle. Could it be mere coincidence? I return to Hong Wang only to encounter Kunpeng and the River of Oblivion targeting the well-meaning Hong Yun. Xiao Yang's expression turned peculiar, his heart filled with disbelief. This was truly an unexpected turn of events. While Xiao Yang was still reeling from a shock, Hong Yun had already engaged in combat with Kunpeng and the River of Oblivion. All 3 were quasi-saint powers, each having reached the late quasi-saint stage. If it were only Kunpeng or the River of Oblivion alone, Hong Yun might have been able to contend with them. However, with both of them joining forces, Hong Yun found himself at a disadvantage, barely able to defend himself. Before long, Hong Yun's robe was tattered, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly, his body covered in wounds. It seems this poor Taoist shall fall today. Yet, I am unwilling. A flicker of unwillingness and despair flashed in Hong Yun's eyes. Hong Yun is doomed. The Hongmeng Purple Chi shall belong to me. Kunpeng and the River of Oblivion were filled with satisfaction, their eyes gleaming with greed as they looked at Hong Yun. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The previously clear sky transformed in an instant that a hazy starry expanse replaced the sunny day. Within that starry realm, countless stars sparkled, casting beams of stellar power. This stellar energy sealed off an area spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, rendering the space incredibly stable. Any thoughts of tearing through space to escape were futile. This is the great formation of the celestial stars. A grave expression crossed Kunpeng's face. A creature of both the water and sky, he was well aware of the immense power of the great formation of the celestial stars. Now that it had manifested here, it was evident that their whereabouts had long been exposed. This formation may have been laid out long ago. Just as Kunpeng was on high alert, he heard Hong Yun's agonizing scream. Turning to look, he saw that Hong Yun had vanished, leaving only a pool of warm blood. When he located Hong Yun's figure, he was shocked to find a gaping hole in his chest, revealing a beating heart. Logically speaking, as a quasi-saint, Hong Yun's physical body should have been capable of self-healing. Even with a shattered heart, it would merely be a minor wound. Yet at that moment, the wound in Hong Yun's chest showed no signs of healing. Upon closer inspection, fine golden flames were burning at the site of the injury. It was precisely this fire that prevented the wound from mending. Cough, cough, Dong Huang Tai Yi, how audacious of you to strike from the shadows. Claiming to be a master of divine powers, Emperor Jun, since you have arrived, why do you not dare to show yourself? Hong Yun clutched his chest, a ghastly smile gracing his lips as his eyes scanned the surroundings. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Huang Tai Yi appeared where he had previously stood. In Dong Huang Tai Yi's right hand, a piece of flesh was being consumed by the true fire of the sun. Above them, the hazy starry sky shone brilliantly. Once the brilliance faded, what had originally been a collection of stars transformed into great Luo demons wielding celestial banners. Leading these formidable beings was the demon Emperor Dijun. Hong Yun, I, the Emperor, acknowledge your arduous cultivation if you are willing to surrender the Hong Meng purple chi and join my demon heavenly court as a subject. I shall spare you today. Otherwise, this shall be your day of demise. Dijun declared, his demeanor calm yet laced with an insidious threat. Should Hong Yun refuse, he would certainly incur the wrath of a supreme ruler. Ah, so it is, Dao Ancestor. Hong Yun's face bore a hint of a grim smile, his eyes flashing with a moment of enlightenment, as if he had comprehended many things in that instant. Just as he was about to speak, the voice of Dong Huang Tai Yi reached his ears. Xiao Yang, you're here as well. Ha, it seems your fate ends here. Hong Yun turned his gaze toward the direction indicated by Dong Huang Tai Yi, where he spotted Xiao Yang and his companions. Seeing Xiao Yang ignited a sense of curiosity within Hong Yun. Under normal circumstances, he would have welcomed a friend like him. However, in this moment, it appeared that Xiao Yang had been unwittingly dragged into a dire situation. Xiao Yang, my friend, I apologize for involving you in this unforeseen calamity. Hong Yun said to Xiao Yang, his expression filled with bitter regret. Kuan Peng and the others also turned their gazes to Xiao Yang, and upon sensing his realm, their eyes widened in astonishment. Mid-stage semi-saint. How is it possible that Xiao Yang has advanced from early stage to mid-stage semi-saint in such a short time, while others' cultivation slows with time? How can Xiao Yang's speed only accelerate? This is simply absurd. If they were not seasoned experts who had trained for countless years, they would surely be shaken to their core. The Dijun's gaze toward Xiao Yang grew increasingly menacing. Now that Xiao Yang had reached mid-stage semi-saint, who could predict how soon he would attain true semi-saint status? This was undoubtedly a calamity for their demon race. Tai Yi, eliminate Xiao Yang and eradicate a significant threat to our demon race. Dijun's words were icy, his murderous intent sweeping through the entire formation space. Upon hearing Dijun's command, a sinister grin appeared on Dong Huang Tai Yi's face. Had it not been for my brother's sudden order back then, you would have perished long ago. This time, I shall see what means you possess. With that, Dong Huang Tai Yi extended his hand, summoning the chaos bell into his palm. Without hesitation, he unleashed his spiritual treasure against Xiao Yang. Ding, ding, ding! The chaos bell rang out repeatedly, sending waves of sound towards Xiao Yang in an attempt to suppress him. Yet, Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged. Imperial edict, disperse. A cold shout escaped his lips, and a golden light flickered in his eyes. An inexplicable wave emerged, and the sound waves crashing toward him dissipated into nothingness. Both Dong Huang Tai Yi and Dijun were taken aback. They understood that Dong Huang Tai Yi's attack posed little threat to Xiao Yang, but they had not anticipated that a mere phrase could neutralize it so effortlessly. Tai Yi, let's strike together and swiftly slay Xiao Yang. Dijun showed no hesitation, even though he believed Dong Huang Tai Yi could defeat Xiao Yang. He opted for the most prudent choice, joining forces with Dong Huang Tai Yi to besiege Xiao Yang. Before them, two of Dijun's spiritual treasures manifested, the He-Tu and Luo Shu, with a flick of his hand seal. The He-Tu and Luo Shu radiated light, gathering the power of countless stars, transforming into massive celestial bodies hurtling toward Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai Yi continuously shook the chaos bell, intending to combine its suppressive force with Dijun's starlit assault to annihilate Xiao Yang. As the celestial forces converged, massive stars descended upon Xiao Yang. The suppressive force emitted by the chaos bell fully encased Xiao Yang, denying him any chance of resistance. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi aimed to subdue Xiao Yang decisively. Observing the celestial bodies crashing toward him, a hint of derision flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Imperial edict, imperial star emerge. All stars dissipate. Boom! A colossal purple star rose behind Xiao Yang. This magnificent star, surrounded by purple mist, emanated an aura of supreme nobility. Upon its emergence, the celestial bodies that had been hurtling toward Xiao Yang halted in midair. With a slight tremor from the purple star, these celestial bodies transformed into pure star energy, vanishing into the void. This is the Z-Wei star. So, it was you who disrupted my formation. Di Jun's eyes narrowed, fixing his gaze on Xiao Yang. Very well, this provides yet another reason to eliminate you. And what of it? Xiao Yang retorted, unperturbed. Di Jun, do you truly possess such audacity to imprison a destined celestial star? What, are you so fearful of the Z-Wei star's emergence that you cannot control the celestial bodies and operate the great formation of the stars? Xiao Yang's gaze held no trace of trepidation as he looked at Di Jun, a slight smile playing on his lips. Ha! I am the sovereign of the demon race, the demon emperor Di Jun. A single Z-Wei star does not intimidate me. Yet you, who stand against my demon race, cannot be spared. Di Jun's expression turned cold as he extended his hand, striking toward Xiao Yang a colossal palm. Ablaze with the true fire of the sun, coalesced in the air, carrying an overwhelming heat and murderous intent, descending upon Xiao Yang. Beside him, Dong Huang Tai produced a yellow skin gourd. Please turn around. My treasure, Dong Huang Tai bowed to the gourd, and a tiny figure wielding a flying knife emerged from its mouth, radiating an overwhelming aura of slaughter that was impossible to resist. Human Emperor Battle Body. A chilling glint filled Xiao Yang's eyes as the purple star behind him shattered. From the fragments of the star, a towering and majestic figure emerged, instantly captivating the attention of all present. What an intense aura of imperial might. What can be said? Xiao Yang truly embodies the essence of the human race, born with such formidable imperial presence. Both Hong Yun and Kuan Peng looked on in astonishment at Xiao Yang. Ha ha! Di Jun, do you see clearly now? This is my battle body. I am the sovereign of humanity. You cannot defeat me. Stepping forward boldly, Xiao Yang charged toward Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. As Xiao Yang stood resolutely against the demon emperor Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, not far away, Kuan Peng and Ming, he exchanged glances. Without needing words, they harnessed their powers and turned their attention toward Hong Yun. For them, this was the opportune moment that if they allowed Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai to eliminate Xiao Yang, they would stand no chance of contending for Hong Yun's Hong Meng purple chi with the might of the great formation of the stars. Thus, they resolved to swiftly dispatch Hong Yun and seize the Hong Meng purple chi, while Xiao Yang occupied Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. This was the only logical course of action. With this thought in mind, their attacks grew increasingly ruthless, exacerbating Hong Yun's already grave injuries. Puff! At that moment, Hong Yun spat out another mouthful of blood, his despair deepening. Shifting his gaze toward Xiao Yang, who was locked in combat with Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, he called out, Xiao Yang, my friend, I can send you out of this great formation of the stars. You need only retrieve my Jiu-Jiu-San gourd and deliver it to Zhenyuan Zi at Wu Zhuangwan. What say you? Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow slightly, glancing at the encircling great formation of the stars. I end this moment. Neither Di Jun nor Dong Huang Tai could be underestimated, as they were among the most formidable beings in the primordial world. With their combined might, he saw no chance to break free from the formation's constraints. What do you propose? In a moment, I shall self-destruct my corporeal form, and the might of a late-stage quasi-saint's explosion needs no further elaboration. Xiao Yang, dear friend, if you could deliver the gourd to Wu Zhuang Temple, I would be most willing to offer you the primordial purple energy as a gift. A hint of urgency laced Hong Yun's words, as he found himself increasingly beleaguered by the onslaught of Kuan Peng and Mingi. Very well. As you wish, a divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Upon hearing his words, a look of profound relief washed over Hong Yun's countenance. This was the only escape he could conceive. Had Xiao Yang refused, he would have been resigned to perish here. With Xiao Yang's agreement, the weight on his shoulders dissipated entirely. Gazing at Kuan Peng and Mingi, Hong Yun couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Kuan Peng, Mingi, and even Di Jun, you all covet my primordial purple energy. I shall not grant you your desires. Boom! 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 A fierce glint flashed in Hong Yun's eyes. Were it not for them, he would not have been driven to this desperate juncture. This is bad. Damn it. Both Kunpeng and Mingi silently cursed, taken aback by Hong Yun's choice to self-destruct. Chaos Bell, stabilize the cosmos. Celestial bodies, restrain. Dong Huang Tai Yi and Dijuan, engaged in combat with Xiao Yang, joined forces to repel him. They then commanded the Chaos Bell and the formation of celestial bodies to counteract the impending force of Hong Yun's explosion, and a tremendous roar erupted as a cataclysmic explosion reverberated, unleashing a terrifying wave of annihilation that swept outward in all directions. In that instant, the very fabric of space shattered, the earth fractured, and all existence was reduced to void and silence. Amidst the chaos of the explosion, Kunpeng and the others lost all desire to seek the primordial purple energy. Hastily employing their spiritual treasures to shield themselves, they had never anticipated Hong Yun's decision to self-destruct, and their hearts brimmed with resentment. That moment, Xiao Yang reached out, drawing Kong Xian and Jin Peng into his sleeve, then propelled himself into the very epicenter of Hong Yun's explosion. The terrifying remnants of destruction surged relentlessly toward Xiao Yang. Yet, radiant human sovereign energy emanated from him, countering the explosive aftermath entirely. He grasped the gourd that Hong Yun had left suspended in the air post-explosion. Transforming into a streak of light, he swiftly burst forth from the confines of the celestial body's formation. Damn it! Xiao Yang, do not escape. Leave behind the primordial purple energy. Pursue him. We cannot let Xiao Yang slip away. A murderous intent surged in the eyes of Dijuan and the others. They had plotted for so long, and they would not allow Xiao Yang to reap the rewards. They all transformed into streaks of light, hastily chasing after Xiao Yang. Chapter 43. Wanshou Mountain and Wuzhuang Temple. The Wrath of Zenyuanzi. A majestic mountain stood resolutely upon the boundless earth, shrouded in swirling clouds and ethereal mist, suffused with celestial energy, where cranes soared and exotic beasts leaped among the hills. The trees upon this mountain towered to heights of 1,000,000 zhang, their verdant canopies obscuring the sun. Truly, a magnificent abode of the immortals. That moment, a golden light streaked across the sky, and Xiao Yang halted before this mountain. This Wanshou Mountain? Without a moment's hesitation. He produced the gourd and called out, I implore you, Zenyuanzi, to reveal yourself. His voice resonated across Wanshou Mountain. Within the mountain, an ancient Taoist temple stood tall. The doors of the temple bore peach talismans, inscribed with the words, the abode of immortals, where longevity is shared with the heavens. Within the temple, a tree exuding the essence of wood swayed gently, bearing fruits that resembled infants. Beneath this tree, Zenyuanzi sat with closed eyes, contemplating the as Xiao Yang's voice penetrated his meditation. Zenyuanzi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed upon the exterior of Wanshou Mountain. Upon noticing the gourd in Xiao Yang's hand, his eyes widened in shock, and he could hardly maintain his composure. His figure abruptly vanished from beneath the tree, only to reappear before Xiao Yang. This is Hong Yun's spiritual treasure. From whence did you acquire it? A radiant glimmer flickered in Zenyuanzi's eyes, his aura becoming palpably oppressive as he scrutinized Xiao Yang. It seemed that any hint of wrongdoing on Xiao Yang's part would provoke his immediate wrath. However, before Xiao Yang could respond, for streaks of light approached at breakneck speed. Xiao Yang, you cannot escape. Hand over Hong Yun's spiritual treasure and relinquish the primordial purple energy, or today shall mark your demise. Surrender the primordial purple energy, or we shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. The menacing declarations of Dijuan and his companions echoed throughout the expanse. Many powerful beings who had sensed Hong Yun's self-detonation merely observed this scene unfold. While they too harbored desires for the primordial purple energy, they relinquished their greed in the face of Dijuan and the others. After all, even Hong Yun, a seasoned quasi-saint, had been driven to self-destruction. They lacked the confidence to survive a confrontation with Dijuan and his ilk. As their words reached him, Xiao Yang shrugged slightly, spreading his hands. You heard it. Hong Yun was coerced by Dijuan and his companions to self-destruct. I am merely fulfilling Hong Yun's request to deliver this gourd to Wuzhuang Temple. Upon my arrival, I observed that Hong Yun's primordial spirit was gravely injured, and if he is not tended to promptly, I fear. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a cold glimmer flickered in Xinyuanzi's eyes. This coldness was not directed at Xiao Yang, but rather at Dijun and his companions, who had forced Hong Yun to self-destruct. A chilling, murderous intent enveloped Xinyuanzi, his demeanor growing increasingly frigid. He was no longer the genteel figure he once was. This moment, Dijun and the others all revealed themselves. They regarded Xinyuanzi with furrowed brows. Yet when their gazes landed on the gourd in Xiao Yang's grasp, their hesitance evaporated. Xinyuanzi, this matter does not concern you. Return to your Wuzhuang temple. Indeed, Xinyuanzi, should you choose to intervene, consider whether you can withstand our combined might. One Hong Yun has already perished today. I would not hesitate to add another Xinyuanzi to that count. Dijun, Kuanpeng, and Mingyi all spoke in unison. Their gazes towards Xinyuanzi were anything but amicable. Many years ago, Hong Yun was an old friend of mine that I once advised him to abandon the pursuit of primordial purple energy. When the six saints emerged, I cautioned him that as long as he did not comprehend the primordial purple energy, he should not leave my Wuzhuang temple. But none of this justifies your intent to kill him. If you seek Hong Yun's treasure in primordial purple energy, you must first pass through me. Xinyuanzi spoke calmly. The more he spoke, the more a multitude of black snowflakes blanketed the land within 1 billion miles, each flake embodying Xinyuanzi's murderous intent. Very well. Then let us end you, to eliminate future troubles. Kill, chaos bell, restrain. The expressions of Dijun and the others hardened. They uttered no further words and simultaneously launched their attacks against Xinyuanzi. Waves of earth-shattering divine abilities surged forth toward him. Humph! Xinyuanzi scoffed, his gaze unwavering. He waved his hand, summoning the Earth Book, his accompanying spiritual treasure derived from the Earth Mother, into his grasp. Suddenly, his entire being was infused with magical energy, drawing forth the power of the Earth. Xinyuanzi reached out to seize the incoming divine abilities. The Earth's energy surged forth, forming a colossal claw that obliterated all the divine abilities aimed at him. Come forth. I shall seek justice for my old friend. With his words, Xinyuanzi propelled the Earth Book above his head, charging towards Dijun and the others. What audacity to take on 4 opponents who grant you such confidence. The eyes of Dijun and his companions glinted with cold fury. Xinyuanzi was a late-stage quasi-saint, but did they truly falter before him? What emboldened him to challenge for it once? The ire of Dijun and his companions surged as they unleashed their full might upon Xinyuanzi. Meanwhile, before Wanshou Mountain, Xiao Yang stared at Xinyuanzi, somewhat dumbfounded. This, the honest man, is truly not to be trifled with. Once roused, he becomes utterly fearsome. Not only Xiao Yang, but even Laozi and other saints, as well as the ancient great beings, were witnessing Xinyuanzi's fury for the first time, and they were all exceedingly astonished. How many powerful beings envied Hong Yun for having a friend like Xinyuanzi? Xinyuanzi, I shall lend you a hand. At that moment, Xiao Yang stowed the gourd and advanced towards Dijun and the others. Come then. In the eyes of Dong Huang Tai, a flicker of cold light appeared as he abandoned Xinyuanzi and turned to face Xiao Yang. The 5 of them engaged in a fierce battle outside of Wanshou Mountain, their clash resonating across an expanse of countless millions of miles. Mountains crumbled, and rivers altered their courses and evaporated in the wake of their fierce confrontation. Just then, Xinyuanzi spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura significantly diminished. Attempting to contend against 3 adversaries single-handedly proved to be an overwhelming challenge. Yet, Xinyuanzi did not yield. A fierce determination glimmered in his eyes. The primordial earth-guarding formation. He began to form seals with the Earth Book in hand, incantations emerging forth from it. These incantations wove into a series of restrictions, coalescing in the air to form an expansive formation. Once established, the formation began to draw in the Earth's essence from the surrounding millions of miles. A brilliant yellow light enveloped Xinyuanzi, emanating an unmatched defensive aura as he charged once more towards Dijun and the others. Chapter 44. Retreat of the crowd. Dijun schemed, with Kuanpeng, the primordial earth-guarding formation. Observing the formation surrounding Xinyuanzi, both Dijun and Kuanpeng alongside Ming He, furrowed their brows as some of the few late-stage quasi-saints amidst the vast wilderness. Their discernment was extraordinary at this moment. The Earth's essence within the radius of millions of miles was being manipulated by Zhen Yuanzi through the Earth Book. Should they disperse this essence, it would be tantamount to transforming the entire area into a desolate wasteland. Such a grave consequence was something even a saint would hesitate to bear, let alone they, the quasi-saints. Tai, let us arrange the celestial star formation. With the power of the celestial bodies, we will suppress this primordial earth-guarding formation. Di Jun snorted softly. Although he could not attack directly, he was not deterred from utilizing formations to counteract that moment. Dong Huang Tai, who was deeply engaged in battle with Xiao Yang, heard Di Jun's words that he swung the chaos bell, forcing Xiao Yang back before returning to Di Jun's side. Together, they utilized the river map and Luo book alongside the chaos bell as the focal points of the celestial star formation, connecting the power of the celestial bodies to establish the formation. The sky above the region where Wan Shou Mountain stood transformed into a vast starry expanse. Countless stars radiated their celestial powers, moving along their celestial orbits in the starry sky. Celestial star power, suppress, echoed Di Jun's cold voice from within the starlit void. In unison, the myriad stars burst forth with brilliant light, their celestial energies coalescing into beams that descended upon Zhen Yuanzi. The points where these beams landed became focal points of suppression and sealing power. The ginseng fruit tree, the primordial wood guarding earth formation. Faced with the suppression of the celestial stars, Zhen Yuanzi remained unfazed. Behind him, a towering tree laden with fruit resembling infants materialized. Boundless wood essence emanated from the tree, infusing the primordial earth guarding formation with vitality and transformation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The two formations clashed, resonating with a continuous humming sound. Waves of ripples radiated outward, seemingly harmless. Yet wherever they passed, all life scattered. Observing this scene, Kunpeng's eyes sparkled with a gleam of divine light. His form transformed into a streak of light as he lunged toward Xiao Yang. A shadow of the great Peng manifested behind him. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Xiao Yang. His palm, imbued with dark, mysterious energy, exuded a chilling aura as he struck toward Xiao Yang. Am I to be treated as a soft persimmon, with a sword and a thought? Open the heavens. A glint of cold light flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes as he pointed his finger like a sword, slicing through the air before him. What? Kunpeng's eyes widened in disbelief. He sensed the terror of Xiao Yang's strike, realizing he could not afford to execute his attack, and began to flicker away, attempting to distance himself from Xiao Yang. Too late. A divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Without any visible movement, he matched Kunpeng's speed. Puff! A cry of anguish escaped Kunpeng's lips as a gaping wound appeared in his chest. Blood flowed profusely from the wound, and a sharp, mysterious aura swirled around it, thwarting any attempts at healing. Leave. Kunpeng clutched his wound, his mind fixated on that singular thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a streak of black light, fleeing toward the northern sea. Useless in the starry sky, Di Jun observed Kunpeng's retreating figure, his expression filled with disappointment. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Taiyi's demeanor grew serious. He empathized with Kunpeng, realizing that, faced with Xiao Yang's strike, he too would likely fare poorly. Just then, a surge of bloodlight shot into the sky, and Ming He vanished from sight. Ming He understood clearly, having failed to subdue Zhen Yuanzi and Xiao Yang. And with Kunpeng now gravely injured and fleeing, he would undoubtedly be the weakest among the three factions. Since he could not obtain the primordial purple qi, what was the point of lingering here? Decisive action was necessary, and Ming He did not hesitate. Brother, what should we do now? Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes flickered with anger, but he quickly restrained his fury, directing his gaze toward Di Jun. Di Jun's eyes also reflected his irritation. Let them go for now. We shall head to the northern sea. Dong Huang Taiyi, puzzled, could not grasp the situation. The northern sea? Indeed, to the northern sea. Kunpeng is also of my demon clan. He established the demon script, benefiting all demonic beings, and holds considerable prestige among them. This time, Taking advantage of his injury, we shall bring him into the heavenly court to bolster our demon clan's might. A glint of determination shone in Di Jun's eyes. Since obtaining the primordial purple chi was not feasible at present, they could not leave empty-handed. An injured Kuan Peng was their best opportunity. Dong Huang Tai nodded, suddenly recalling something, and spoke to Di Jun, brother. If Kuan Peng is unwilling to join our demon clan, then do you think Kuan Peng retains any choice in the matter? Di Jun's eyes glimmered with cold light. If Kuan Peng fails to recognize the opportunity, he would not mind the absence of another great power in the wilderness. That a sinister smile crept onto Dong Huang Tai's face, his eyes subtly reflecting anticipation. Having made up their minds, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai did not linger any longer. The starry sky abruptly transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the northern sea. At this moment, only Zhen Yuanzi and Xiao Yang remained outside Wanshou Mountain. Observing Di Jun and the others retreat, Zhen Yuanzi dissipated the formation, but a pallor crept across his face, and his eyes dimmed slightly. Even though he could oppose the celestial star formation, he had endured immense pressure. Zhen Yuanzi approached Xiao Yang, scrutinizing him closely. After a long pause, he suddenly took a step back, his expression solemn as he bowed to Xiao Yang. Zhen Yuanzi expresses his gratitude to you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance in saving Hong Yun. This matter constitutes a debt of gratitude from me. Zhen Yuanzi, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to summon me, and I shall respond without fail. Xiao Yang regarded Zhen Yuanzi, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. In the vast wilderness, for a piece of spiritual treasure or a precious heavenly material, friendships often devolved into conflict and strife. This highlighted the rarity and value of the bond between Zhen Yuanzi and Hong Yun. There is no need for such formality, fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi. Assisting Hong Yun is also aiding myself. Moreover, Hong Yun has already compensated adequately. Xiao Yang helped Zhen Yuanzi to his feet, a broad smile on his face. The two exchanged glances and could not help but burst into hearty laughter, their joy palpable in the air. Chapter 45. Zhen Yuanzi's Versailles. Things have changed. Since you, fellow Taoist Xiao Yang, have come to my Wanshou Mountain, how could you not visit the five? I kindly invite you to enter and converse. Zhen Yuanzi regarded Xiao Yang earnestly, extending the invitation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yang did not decline. His face lit up with a smile as he jested. I have long heard that your 5 houses one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit tree, that O not be too reluctant to part with it. Upon hearing these words, Zhen Yuanzi burst into hearty laughter, extending his hand to grasp Xiao Yang's right hand, guiding him towards Wu Zhuangwen. Ha ha, my friend, what are you saying? The ginseng fruit is abundant. Abundant. Thus, Xiao Yang followed Zhen Yuanzi along the winding mountain path. Along the way, wondrous flowers and exotic grasses flourished, the innate spiritual energy so rich that it seemed almost liquid. Some spirit-formed ginseng children frolicked and played among the mountains, truly presenting a scene of celestial harmony. Soon, the two arrived before Wu Zhuangwen at the tea that moment. The grand entrance stood ajar, with 2 young disciples standing at the threshold. Qingfeng, Mingyue, hurry and prepare. Zhen Yuanzi commanded, I must host esteemed guests. Yes. In response to Zhen Yuanzi's words, the 2 seemingly exquisite young disciples replied in unison. Subsequently, they bounced away into the temple. These mischievous little ones must seem amusing to my friend. Zhen Yuanzi remarked, a hint of a wry smile appearing on his face. What are you saying, my friend? It is simply the essence of innocence. There is no need for harsh judgment. Xiao Yang, unfazed, did not dwell on the matter. He waved his hand, releasing Kong Xian and Jin Peng, who had previously been stored in his sleeve. Zhen Yuanzi, these 2 are my companions. One is named Kong Xian, and the other Jin Peng. Shouldn't you greet our esteemed Zhen Yuanzi? Xiao Yang introduced them successively. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Kong Xian and Jin Peng bowed respectfully towards Zhen Yuanzi. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, greetings to the esteemed Zhen Yuanzi. Rise. Zhen Yuanzi nodded, then turned to commend Xiao Yang. My friend, you are fortunate. These 2 possess commendable talents, and their future as quasi-saints is promising. As an established quasi-saint, Zhen Yuanzizi could not possibly overlook the origins of Kong Xian and Jin Peng. It was precisely for this reason that he praised their talents. My friend need not flatter them. Let us hasten to explore the wonders within the temple. Xiao Yang laughed heartily, jesting with Zhen Yuanzizi. Zhen Yuanzizi clapped his hands, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. Please, my friend. With that, Zhen Yuanzizi led Xiao Yang inside. Following them, Kong Xian and Jin Peng entered as well. After wandering through the temple for a while, Zhen Yuanzizi finally guided Xiao Yang into the main hall. After they took their seats, Qing Feng and Mingwei entered, carrying trays that on the tray lay 9 fruit-like objects resembling infants, their entire bodies of vivid jade green. Exuding pure spiritual energy, that my friend, I have little to offer in hospitality. Only these few fruits are presentable. I hope you'll not find them lacking. Zhen Yuanzizi indicated the fruit platter. The peculiar expression crossed Xiao Yang's face. Was this the mundane display of a quasi-saint? Truly delightful. Without hesitation, he waved his hand, and several starry fruits appeared before Zhen Yuanzizi. With an innocent smile, he addressed Zhen Yuanzizi, "Do indulge in my fruits, and see if they may catch your fancy." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words and gazing at the starry fruits before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhen Yuanzizi's eyes that he pointed at Xiao Yang, as if about to speak, but ultimately burst into laughter. My friend, you truly are. Xiao Yang said nothing more, picking up a ginseng fruit and bowing to Zhen Yuanzizi. Zhen Yuanzizi, not one to stand on ceremony, took the starry fruit before him, and they both began to partake. Upon tasting the ginseng fruit, a wave of pure essence surged into Xiao Yang's being, leaving him feeling invigorated and refreshed. Excellent! This ginseng fruit is truly remarkable, and your starry fruit is equally splendid. Upon receiving Xiao Yang's praise, a smile graced Zhen Yuanzizi's face. To see their level of cultivation, both the ginseng and starry fruits serve more to satisfy cravings than anything else. Yet, hearing the appreciation from another brought joy to their hearts. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and Jin Peng, not to be idle, also picked up their ginseng fruits and began to enjoy them. Though the ginseng fruit held little value for quasi-saints, it was still quite beneficial for them as great Luo golden immortals. Observing this, Xiao Yang said nothing further, merely waving his hand to summon several starry fruits before Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Having accompanied him for so long without receiving anything in return, the starry fruits would serve as compensation. After a while, Zhen Yuanzizi regarded Xiao Yang, several times attempting to speak but hesitating, as if some words were difficult to voice. Sensing this, Xiao Yang understood Zhen Yuanzizi's intent. He waved his hand, and the 99 dispersing soul gourd appeared before them, wisps of red mist wafting from within. After a considerable time, the red mist gradually coalesced. The form of Hong Yun reappeared before Zhen Yuanzizi. Old friend. Zhen Yuanzizi's voice trembled, his eyes reddening. Hong Yun observed his current appearance, then looked at Zhen Yuanzizi, revealing a sense of relief. He graciously bowed to Zhen Yuanzizi. Ha! Old friend Zhen Yuanzizi, I hope I did not cause you trouble. Zhen Yuanzizi pointed at Hong Yun, somewhat exasperated that I warned you before, do not venture outside Wuzhuangwen lightly. Wait until you attain sainthood, but you would not listen. And now look what has happened. Your physical body destroyed, and even your primordial spirit severely injured. Were it not for my friend Xiao Yang, we would have no chance to meet again. Upon hearing this, Hong Yun sighed deeply. I did not expect Kunpeng and the others to keep such a close watch on me. Moreover, I am but a red cloud in this world. Is it not my nature to yearn for freedom? I have nearly consumed all the ginseng fruits within Wuzhuangwen. What reason have I to stay? It would be better to return once the ginseng fruits mature again. Zhen Yuanzizi, hearing Hong Yun's words, was left both amused and exasperated. You, Hong Yun, I kindly wish to keep you, yet you mock me in return. Truly ungrateful. Xiao Yang, observing the camaraderie between Zhen Yuanzizi and Hong Yun, couldn't help but smile. Such a friendship is indeed rare. Chapter 46. Dispelling the primordial purple qi within Wuzhuangwen. The discussion of the saintly path commenced. After the exchange between Zhen Yuanzizi and Hong Yun, the latter turned his attention to Xiao Yang. He waved his hand, and a strand of primordial purple qi flew forth from the 99, dispersing soul gourd at my friend Xiao Yang. We had an agreement that you would protect my primordial spirit, until we reach Zhen Yuanzizi's place. Now, this primordial purple chi is yours. As he gazed at the primordial purple chi, a flicker of reluctance and regret crossed Hong Yun's features. After a moment, a resolute glint appeared in his eyes, and he pushed the primordial purple chi toward Xiao Yang. The primordial purple chi seemed to sense its fate as it approached Xiao Yang, preparing to merge with his being. Just then, Xiao Yang waved his hand, enveloping the primordial purple chi in sovereign energy, preventing it from entering his form. That my friend. What are you doing? Both Zhen Yuanzizi and Hong Yun were taken aback, puzzled by Xiao Yang's intentions. Xiao Yang then waved his hand again, directing a surge of power towards the primordial purple chi. This force shattered the primordial purple chi into fragments 0.3 large and 5 small pieces. 8 shards of primordial purple chi appeared before Zhen Yuanzizi and Hong Yun. The once mysterious and profound primordial purple chi, now dispersed, lost all semblance of its former divinity. Without primordial purple chi, I can still attain sainthood. This primordial purple chi has come at just the right time. My human race is in need of it, Xiao Yang declared, collecting the 8 shattered pieces of primordial purple chi. His face beamed with delight, showing no sign of regret for having fragmented the primordial purple chi. My friend, what boldness! Zhen Yuanzizi admired Xiao Yang's extraordinary courage. My friend, you were born later and have not yet experienced the Dao Ancestors' teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. In the past, the Dao Ancestors stated that there are 3 paths to enlightenment. One path involves proving the Dao through strength. Another entails severing the 3 corpses to validate the Dao. And the third is achieving great merit to attain the Dao. However, the route of proving the Dao through strength necessitates breaking the heavenly Dao, which is no longer feasible. Thus, the remaining options of severing the 3 corpses and attaining the Dao through great merit both require the primordial purple energy. If you disperse this primordial purple energy, how can one hope to attain the status of a sage? Although Hong Yun admires Xiao Yang's audacity, upon contemplating the method to become a sage, he shook his head, clearly believing Xiao Yang's actions to be ill-advised. Upon hearing Hong Yun's words, Xiao Yang maintained his smile, showing no signs of concern. Friend Hong Yun, I have a question for you. In the days when the Dao Ancestor had yet to impart the method of severing the 3 corpses, how do you perceive the strength of the ancestral dragons, primordial phoenixes, and initial Qilins among the ancient innate 3 clans compared to that of the Great Luo? As Hong Yun listened to Xiao Yang's inquiry, a contemplative glint flickered in his eyes. Although I had not yet taken form at that time, I believe their strength was certainly beyond that of the Great Luo. After pondering for a moment, Hong Yun provided his answer. Very well, since you believe that the ancestral dragons and their kin surpassed the Great Luo in strength, then how did they attain the quasi-saint realm before the Dao Ancestor transmitted the method of severing the 3 corpses? Xiao Yang continued, I have heard that before the Dao Ancestor became a sage, he had a lifelong adversary, and the two engaged in a cataclysmic battle in the western wilderness, shattering the very earth itself. Could it be that the Dao Ancestor's foe also mastered the unique method of severing the 3 corpses? A smile crept onto Xiao Yang's lips as he posed this question to Hong Yun. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's query, both Hong Yun and Zhen fell into deep thought. Indeed, in ancient times, when the method of severing the 3 corpses was not yet known, how did the ancestral dragons and others achieve the status of quasi-saints? If they did not rely on the method of severing the 3 corpses to attain quasi-sainthood, does it not suggest that alternative paths exist to attain sainthood, and that such paths do not require the assistance of primordial purple energy? Contemplating this, Zhen became agitated, taking a deep breath as he regarded Xiao Yang with earnestness. Friend Xiao Yang, have you perhaps unraveled the mysteries of the Holy Dao? Xiao Yang, upon hearing this, gently shook his head and replied, the Holy Dao, while quasi-saints share a part of the holy title, the chasm between the two is as vast as the heavens and the earth. To claim to comprehend the Holy Dao. I believe even those saints would hesitate to assert such. Zhen's expression dimmed, and a bitter smile tugged at his heart. Indeed, the path to sainthood is fraught with difficulty, as one who has lived countless years as a seasoned quasi-saint. He would not dare to voice such claims, let alone Xiao Yang, who had merely transformed a mere 100,000 years ago. Without primordial purple energy, what path remains? Observing Xinyuzi's despondence, a mysterious smile graced Xiao Yang's face. Though I have yet to comprehend the holy Tao, there are still means to attain sainthood. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xinyuzi, Hongyun, and even the golden-winged Peng Kongxian turned their gazes toward him. The ancient three clans contended for fortune. The conflicts between the Wu and Yao clans were also driven by the pursuit of fortune, for they all sought to gather the fortune of the entire wilderness to attain sainthood. Xiao Yang initially spoke of this path of fortune, citing the ancient three clans and the Wu and Yao clans as examples. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xinyuzi shook his head. This path is a dead end. Not to mention the existence of the Wu and Yao. They would never allow a new competitor to emerge. Furthermore, the saints themselves would not wish to witness a single force unify the wilderness. Xiao Yang remained unfazed and reiterated his second proposition. Speaking of which, achieving sainthood through great merit is also feasible without the need for primordial purple energy. Xinyuzi shook his head once more. Still unfeasible. Although the Saint Nuwa, the three pure ones, and the two Western saints are associated with merit, they still require primordial purple energy. Otherwise, such meager merit is insufficient for them to attain sainthood. Was not the case of the River of Oblivion similar? Initially imitating Saint Nuwa to create the Azura clan, and later establishing the Azura teachings, despite accruing vast merit, it did not lead him to sainthood. At this, a glimmer of insight shone in Xiao Yang's eyes. Haha, then it seems the only path remaining is to pursue the path of Hunyuan and become a Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian? Both Xinyuzi and Hongyun were momentarily stunned, murmuring these words to themselves. Indeed, it is the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. The essence of Hunyuan lies in the undifferentiated primordial energy, where chaos remains unified, the very genesis of primal energy. Before the great Pangu opened the wilderness, the primordial chaotic demons followed this path. The ancestral dragons, primordial phoenixes, and initial Qilins also traversed this route. However, they did not reach this pinnacle, merely achieving the completion of Hunyuan Jingxian. Equivalent to the full severance of the three corpses at the quasi-saint level. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang gazed at Xinyuzi and Hongyun, articulating his thoughts. Chapter 47. The Path of Hunyuan. Xinyuzi allied with the human race. Hunyuan Jingxian. Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. How wondrous it is that such a path to sainthood exists. The eyes of Xinyuzi and Hongyun sparkled with illumination, as if they glimpsed another radiant avenue within Xiao Yang's words. To achieve Hunyuan Jingxian, one must consolidate and comprehend their own laws into a Tao fruit. As for the Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian, it necessitates finding a way to extricate the Tao fruit from the currents of fate within this realm. Yet, traversing this path is far more arduous than in ancient times. Xiao Yang shook his head, a hint of regret evident in his tone. If saints and Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian are equivalent, why then does attaining sainthood require primordial purple energy? Kong Xian, who had been listening, interjected with a hint of puzzlement that a pertinent question. What is it that one attains when achieving sainthood? What kind of sage is formed? One attains the heavenly Tao and becomes a sage of the heavenly Tao. Xiao Yang's gaze swept over the gathered individuals before he continued. Attain sainthood is akin to receiving the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao, granting you the privilege of becoming a sage. This privilege is concretely represented by those saintly positions. Primordial purple energy is crucial for merging the three corpses, but it is not the key to obtaining this privilege. The crux remains the recognition of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, possessing primordial purple energy is of no use. At this point, Xiao Yang focused his gaze on Hongyun. Is not Hongyun a living testament to this? Although he has acquired primordial purple energy, he relinquished his saintly position to the two Western saints. For all these years, he has neither relied on primordial purple energy to attain sainthood, nor has he been spared from tribulations. This illustrates that he has not received the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao and lacks the conditions for attaining sainthood. So it turns out that my fate, the saintly position, was already predetermined. A bitter pang surged within Hongyun as he realized the root of the matter. Friend, if the path of the holy Tao no longer entices me, might I then tread the path of Hunyuan? Xinyu fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yang, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Given that Xiao Yang could propose the path of Hun Yuan and that the leaders of the three clans had once traversed this route in ancient times, it might not be beyond his reach to walk this path as well. Upon hearing Xinyu's question, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment before finally raising his head. If you wish to pursue the path of Hun Yuan, it is not impossible. However, as he reached this point, Xiao Yang hesitated, a hint of reluctance on his face. Seeing this, Xinyu seemed to recall something and looked at Xiao Yang with a serious expression. Friend, would you be willing to pass on the Dao lineage within the human race? Upon hearing this, a smile graced Xiao Yang's face. Friend Xinyu, your magical powers and abilities are exemplary. Should you be willing to pass on the Dao lineage, it would be a tremendous boon for our human race. Why would I refuse? Xinyu's face brightened with joy, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. Furthermore, I am willing to form an alliance with the human race under the banner of Wuzhuang Temple. I vow by heaven and earth, across generations, to never betray this oath. Beside them, Hun Yun observed Xin유's resolute demeanor, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He chose not to voice any further thoughts, for after all, with a figure like Xiao Yang emerging from the human race, who could predict how far they might advance in the future? Xiao Yang gazed at Xinyu, remaining silent. Xinyu, without the slightest hesitation, met Xiao Yang's gaze with unwavering determination in his eyes. Excellent. If you are willing to establish a lineage within the human race and ally with us, it would be my utmost desire. A smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he addressed Xinyu. Following their decision, they did not delay in the least and immediately vowed with their minds. Heaven and earth above, today I, Xinyu, willingly ally with the human race. For all eternity, never to betray. Heaven and earth above, today I, Xiao Yang, willingly ally with the five. For all eternity, never to betray. Suddenly, a resounding thunder echoed through the heavens and the earth as allies. Both Xiao Yang and Xinyu felt their fates intertwined. Prosperity together, calamity together. Most notably, Xiao Yang sensed that the fortune of the human race had surged from a mere 18,000 to an astonishing 30,000 in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, you have allied with the quasi-saint Xinyu, granting the human race a formidable external ally and enhancing its foundation. The fortune of the human race has increased. The system's voice rang in Xiao Yang's ears. While Xiao Yang reaped the benefits, Xinyu was equally filled with joy. Though he did not gain immediate advantages, he trusted that with Xiao Yang's presence, the human race's development would undoubtedly accelerate. When the human race grew stronger, he believed their fortune would aid him in breaking through to the Dao of Han Yuan Daoyuo Jinxian. At this moment, Xiao Yang's expression became solemn as he inquired of Xinyu. My friend, are you aware of the origins of your accompanying spiritual treasure? My accompanying spiritual treasure is transformed from the membrane of the earth. Known as the Earth Book, that IT possesses the innate ability to connect with the veins of the primordial land. Additionally, it can be used to lay down the innate defensive formation of the earth, harnessing boundless earth energy for unparalleled protection. Xinyu detailed his accompanying spiritual treasure without a hint of hesitation. As he spoke, he produced the Earth Book, revealing a tome radiating earthy yellow light, exuding an immensely profound aura. Friend Xinyu, may I borrow the Earth Book for a moment? Xiao Yang asked, gazing at the tome. What could be the harm? You may not only borrow it for a glimpse, but even comprehend it for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, if you wish, without a moment's hesitation. Xinyu handed the Earth Book to Xiao Yang. With a smile, Xiao Yang accepted the accompanying spiritual treasure. As he turned each page, he beheld ethereal reflections of the primordial mountains and rivers, as if the entire geography of the primordial realm was contained within this tome. Friend, do you know that during the age of the ancient three clans, the ancestral dragon of the dragon race appointed the river dragon kings? Through this, the dragon race expanded its influence from the four seas into the primordial realm. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xinyu nodded, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. I have heard of this matter. Even now, many of the great rivers still have the dragon kings appointed back then. Could it be that my path to enlightenment? A surge of excitement crossed Xinyu features, Xiao Yang's gaze sparkled with stars as he replied. Indeed, the Earth Book's greatest power lies not merely in wielding boundless Earth energy for defense. Its true purpose is to appoint deities for mountains, rivers, and marshes. If you, dear Jin Yuanzi, can appoint deities for the entirety of the primordial mountains and rivers, calling upon boundless primordial fortune, I believe achieving the Tao of Hunyuan will no longer be a distant dream. In that case, you shall become the progenitor of Earth immortals, holding the Earth Book. Xiao Yang expressed his perspective that in the future, once the heavenly court is re-established, all deities of mountains, rivers, and marshes will be appointed, granting the heavenly court boundless fortune. Since the heavenly court can accomplish this, why can't Jin Yuanzi, who possesses the Earth Book, do the same? In his past life, Jin Yuanzi was merely known as the progenitor of Earth immortals. In this life, he would ensure that this title became truly deserved. Progenitor of Earth immortals, Jin Yuanzi exclaimed, shock evident in his eyes. Yet, as he regained his composure, a longing filled his gaze. Rising to his feet, he bowed to Xiao Yang, his expression grave. I beseech you, Xiao Yang, to lend me your strength. Xiao Yang helped Jin Yuanzi to his feet and regarded him with a serious expression. Have you made your decision? You must understand that if you wish to pursue the Tao of Hunyuan, the path of the three corpses cannot continue. Should anything go awry, it could lead to your utter ruin. Jin Yuanzi fully comprehended Xiao Yang's words, that he understood that to pursue the Tao of Hunyuan, he must erase the three corpses and return to his original state. No destruction, no establishment. Only through destruction can there be a new beginning. If there were even a slightest misstep, the only outcome awaiting him would be irretrievable doom. Yet, Jin Yuanzi felt no fear. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter. Aha! I fear not the prospect of irreversible doom. I fear the absence of a path forward, now that the Tao of Hunyuan lies before me. How could I allow danger to deter me? If I were to retreat, what right would I have to pursue the great Tao? Surely you, Xiao Yang, would look down upon me, deeming me unworthy of allying with the human race. Would you not? Jin Yuanzi's eyes gleamed with determination. For the essence of cultivation is to seize a glimmer of hope. Having lived through countless epochs, he had finally glimpsed a path forward, even if it meant wagering his life. He would never surrender. Moreover, he might not even lose. Observing Jin Yuanzi, Han Yun sighed with a tinge of melancholy. Alas, dear friend, I still fall short of your resolve. Turning his gaze toward Xiao Yang, he pondered that perhaps he too could have a chance to start anew. Kong Xian and Jin Peng looked on with admiration, contemplating whether they would possess the same determination as Jin Yuanzi if they were in his position. Xiao Yang's eyes brimmed with appreciation as he regarded Jin Yuanzi and declared, Very well, since you have made your decision, let us commence. Jin Yuanzi nodded, focusing his mind as the 5 energies within him surged, and the 3 flowers atop his head manifested. An earth-like heaviness radiated from him. Behind him, a towering shadow appeared, infused with the essence of the ginseng fruit tree. Before him, 3 figures emerged, representing Jin Yuanzi's good corpse, evil corpse, and self corpse, the corpse of obsession. Friend, I am prepared. Xiao Yang nodded slightly, his eyes shimmering with divine light. With a wave of his hand, the human race's fortune treasure, the Kongtong seal, hovered above him. Boundless imperial energy emanated from the Kongtong seal, swiftly enveloping Jin Yuanzi in the next moment. A figure clad in imperial robes and a crown materialized behind Xiao Yang. Though the figure appeared somewhat ethereal, its visage bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Yang. Surrounding it were 9 golden dragons, embodying the essence of imperial might and grandeur. Open the heavens, cleave. Xiao Yang pointed his right hand like a sword, a glimmer of sharp energy forming at his fingertips. The divine light flickered in his eyes as he swiftly struck towards Jin Yuanzi's 3 corpses. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled sounds echoed as Jin Yuanzi's 3 corpses were obliterated from within, transforming into a mist of blood. With the destruction of his 3 corpses, Jin Yuanzi let out a groan, the divine light in his eyes dimming. A trickle of blood escaping such extraordinary phenomena have indeed captured the attention of countless discerning individuals. Whether they are formidable beings or revered sages, all have furrowed their brows in contemplation, each pondering their own inscrutable thoughts this moment, within the confines of Wuzhuang Temple. The sight of Xinyuzi's 3 corpses utterly obliterated, his essence plummeting to the realm of Deluo, sent a tremor through Kong Xian and Jinpa. They gazed at the exceedingly calm countenance of Xinyuzi, finding it hard to fathom. Could it be that the destruction of his 3 corpses and the catastrophic decline in his cultivation did not evoke even a twinge of pain or a flicker of despair? As Xinyuzi's 3 corpses were annihilated, the essence of his primordial soil emerged from the blood mist. Emperor's decree. Merge! A gravity filled Xiao Yang's eyes as a soft command unfurled. The boundless energy of imperial might was summoned by Xiao Yang. And behind him, the resounding roar of a dragon echoed. An auspicious golden dragon, spanning 300,000 zhong, flickered in and out of visibility. The earth book and the ginseng fruit tree both radiated their own distinct glows, which seemed to intertwine with Xinyuzi's essence in an almost symbiotic manner, as though they were engaged in a silent dialogue. When the essences of the 3 entities reached a near-perfect harmony, Xiao Yang waved his hand, seamlessly integrating the primordial soil forged from the 3 corpses into Xinyuzi's very being. In an instant, an oval-shaped cocoon, emanating a golden hue, enveloped Xinyuzi. Outside of him, the earth book and the ginseng fruit tree continued to cast their luminous energies. Merging with him, gradually, a once feeble aura burgeoned into an overwhelming force. Having previously fallen to the Deluo realm, he began to ascend once more, the pace of his rise accelerating rapidly. Deluo perfected. Early stage of Hunyuan Jingxian, late stage of Hunyuan Jingxian. Hunyuan Jingxian perfected. The cocoon trembled violently, and the ethereal images of the primordial mountains and rivers materialized. Whether majestic mountains or flowing rivers, they all manifested one by one. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth surged tumultuously towards Wuzhuang Temple. Crack, crack! At that moment, the cocoon shattered, revealing the figure within. Chapter 49. Hunyuan seeks rebirth amongst humanity. Farewell to Wuzhuang Temple. As the yellow cocoon fragmented, Xinyuzi's form appeared before the assembled crowd. He was adorned with a purple golden crown, draped in a carefree crane cloak, with 3 strands of elegant beard gently floating, and holding a jade whisk in his hand. His demeanor exuded an ethereal grace, a visage of heavenly elegance. Ha! I'm deeply grateful for your assistance, Xiao Yang. Xinyuzi, feeling the surge of newfound power, beamed with joy and erupted into hearty laughter. He then bowed respectfully to Xiao Yang, his eyes brimming with solemnity. Upon embarking on the Hunyuan path, he finally grasped the vast disparity between a quasi-saint and a Hunyuan being. When he had severed his 3 corpses, the path to sanctification had eluded him, seeming as insurmountable as a celestial barrier blocking his way. Yet now, having attained the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian, he could distinctly sense the bottleneck to transcending into the Deluo Jingxian. The path ahead lay entirely before him, and he felt fortunate for not having hesitated in the past. Xinyuzi, my friend, there is no need for such formalities. We are allies now. Such matters need not be divided. Xiao Yang helped Xinyuzi to his feet, and after a brief pause, continued. However, the impending conflict between the Wu and Liao clans is about to erupt. The bestowal of divine titles upon mountains, rivers, and marshes requires your patience. In the meantime, you may seek out the deities to be appointed. Amongst our human kin, there are many seasoned cultivators who, upon my return, shall lend you their aid. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Xinyuzi nodded in agreement. The prospect of receiving assistance from the human race was indeed delightful. A glimmer of joy appeared on Xinyuzi's face. He had never excelled at, nor had any particular desire for, the management of power. In the vast expanse of Wuzhuang Temple, apart from the enlightened Qingfeng and Mingwei, only a few sentient plants and trees remained to appoint the gods of mountains, rivers, and marshes and harness the cosmic fortunes of the primordial earth. A singular individual was insufficient. Thus, with the support of humanity, he would undoubtedly navigate these endeavors with greater ease. At that moment, the ethereal form of Hunyuan spoke to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, my physical body has perished, and thus I wish to reincarnate as a human. Might I inquire if you would guide me onto the path? Xiao Yang fell into contemplation, his eyes shimmering with starlight. In his previous life. The conflict between the Wu and Liao clans had left both sides in ruin, paving the way for the rise of humanity. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors emerged in succession, and the primordial purple chi he had shattered transformed into fragments corresponding to these illustrious figures. Hong Yun's desire to reincarnate as a human met with Xiao Yang's approval. After all, once Hong Yun regained his memories, his cultivation would undoubtedly flourish rapidly, thus enriching the ranks of the human race with another formidable being. Yet, with the Earth Mother still untransformed and the 6 paths of reincarnation unbroken, Xiao Yang hesitated to allow Hong Yun to simply reincarnate. Hong Yun, my friend, your wish to join the human race is most welcome. Indeed, I could even bestow upon you the title of Human Emperor. However, all this requires time. I wonder if you would be willing to wait. Xiao Yang lifted his gaze to Hong Yun, his expression deep in thought. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Hong Yun's demeanor remained unchanged, but a smile graced his face as he replied, Haha, the promise from Xiao Yang is more than sufficient. My spirit is severely wounded and requires time to recuperate. When you are ready, I shall be prepared to reincarnate as a human at any moment. Xiao Yang nodded with a smile and replied, Excellent. Congratulations, old friend Hong Yun. Now, shall we engage in a discussion on our respective paths? Seeing the conversation between Hong Yun and Xiao Yang reaching a conclusion, Zenyuzi promptly addressed Xiao Yang. Very well. My path is one of dominion, encompassing all under heaven, in the 4 seas, who is not a king or minister. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang began to elucidate his path of dominion to Zenyuzi. The path of the earth is to govern the primordial mountains, rivers, and marshes. As Zenyuzi listened to Xiao Yang's teachings, a look of solemnity crossed his features, and he began to expound upon his own earth path. Meanwhile, Kong Xian and Jin Peng were already enraptured by the discourse, their auras fluctuating, rising and falling in tandem with the dialogue. Hong Yun, now reduced to mere essence, sighed at the scene before him. Shaking his head slightly, he transformed into a wisp of red mist and returned to the 99 scatter soul gourd. The gourd swayed gently before soaring outside the grand hall. Hanging gracefully upon the ginseng fruit tree, wisps of vital essence were absorbed by the gourd, nurturing Hong Yun's true spirit. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Xiao Yang and Zenyuzi ceased their discourse, their eyes still reflecting a sense of unquenched curiosity. Zenyuzi, my friend, let us conclude here. There are matters within the human realm that require my attention. You may proceed to survey the mountains and rivers. When the time is right, I shall inform you. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zenyuzi nodded, a smile gracing his features. That suits me well. It is the perfect opportunity to refine my understanding of the Hunyuan path. Having listened to your teachings, I shall enter seclusion for further contemplation. At that moment, Zenyuzi seemed to recall something, raising his hand to summon a branch from the ginseng fruit tree into the grand hall. My friend, I possess no other means of expressing my gratitude. Please accept this branch of the ginseng fruit tree as my token of thanks. Safe travels, and I look forward to our next meeting. Gazing at Zenyuzi's sincere expression, Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Before breaking into a carefree smile, in that case, I thank you, Zenyuzi. Until we meet again. Xiao Yang accepted the branch of the ginseng fruit tree, and in an instant his figure vanished from sight. Alongside him, Kong Xian and Jin Peng also disappeared. As Zenyuzi watched them depart, he remained silent. Old friend, have you truly placed your trust in the human race? A wisp of red mist floated in, transforming into the form of Hong Yun. Indeed, have you not done the same? I observed that Xiao Yang scattered a strand of primordial purple chi, likely laying down some contingency plans. Truly, Xiao Yang is a person of unparalleled caliber. Jin Yunzai gently shook his head, his words punctuated by pauses, as if he were at a loss for what to say. My old friend, you have misjudged me. I am not a gambler of the human race, but merely an admirer of Taoist Xiao Yang. However, I firmly believe that the future sovereign of the Hong Huang will undoubtedly be the human race. Chapter 50. Encountering the Thunder Lake, the very first deity born from the first bolt of lightning. Ever since Xiao Yang departed from Wuzhuang Temple with Kong Xian and Jin Peng, the The trio had been journeying towards the ancestral lands of the human race. This journey spanned a millennium. On this day, Xiao Yang and his companions arrived at a vast lake, where they paused in their tracks. Before them lay a grand expanse filled with thunder and lightning. Various types of thunder manifested within this great lake. Jian Mu Zheng Lei, Imu Shun Lei, Kuei Shui Yin Lei, Zhu Xie Shen Lei, and Mieke Shen Lei, among others. This place could truly be described as a realm of thunder. Surrounding the periphery of this thunderous lake were myriad beings of diverse forms. Their purpose for being here was singular: to comprehend the profound truths of thunder. Why, Emperor, how is it that there exists such an abundance of thunder here, and so many varieties? Kong Xian inquired, his eyes reflecting a hint of awe as he addressed Xiao Yang. Meanwhile, Jin Peng displayed an eager anticipation. Although his cultivation was rooted in the primordial yin and yang energies, it did not imply that he lacked other attributes. As a golden-winged rock, he inherently grasped the principles of gung metal. What intrigued him most was the comparison between the might of gung metal and that of the divine thunder. This is the Thunder Lake of Hongwang. The presence of so much thunder can surely be attributed to the deity residing within, Xiao Yang remarked, a glimmer of insight illuminating his gaze, as if he had pierced through the mysteries of this thunderous expanse. A deity? Kong Xian and Jin Peng found the term somewhat unfamiliar. Over the years, they had encountered several quasi-saint powers, yet they had never come across a deity. Indeed, within the Thunder Lake dwells a deity. This being is formed from the very first bolt of lightning that heralded the dawn of creation. Tell me, do you think that as the embodiment of the first lightning, it might inherently comprehend the essence of all thunder? A smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he surveyed the lake. Why, Emperor, should we take a detour? Kong Xian, suppressing his astonishment, respectfully inquired of Xiao Yang. No. Why should we take a detour? As fate would have it, I too wish to behold the legendary deity of the Thunder Lake. Onward! With Xiao Yang's declaration, an imperial aura descended from the heavens, enveloping him along with Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Whoosh! The three transformed into a streak of golden light, racing towards the Thunder Lake. The thundering energies seemed to sense the intrusion of outsiders, roaring and howling in response, as bolts of lightning surged forth, seemingly intent on obliterating the trio. This sudden tumult drew the attention of the beings who had gathered to cultivate and comprehend the essence of thunder. Hiss! Another group dares to venture into the lake. Do you think they will succeed? Ha! Just a few years ago, there was a Deluo who attempted to breach this place, yet he met his demise. Indeed, it seems that only quasi-saint powers or saints can manage such a feat. The various beings engaged in fervent discussions, their expressions a mix of mockery and schadenfreude. Not a single one believed that the newcomers could truly penetrate the depths of the lake. As Xiao Yang observed the myriad bolts of lightning descending upon them, a hint of amusement curled at the corners of his mouth as he extended his hand towards the oncoming thunder. Boom! A soft crack echoed as Xiao Yang's palm shattered the roaring bolts of lightning, scattering them into arcs that vanished before him. Hiss! He shattered the lightning with nothing but the strength of his flesh? A quasi-saint? He must be a quasi-saint power. Do we speak out of turn? Will he be angered by our previous words? The beings watching this spectacle were filled with awe and terror. Some, recalling their earlier disrespectful remarks, turned pale as they swiftly transformed into streaks of light, retreating from the lake. They dared not wager, especially not with their lives at stake. Xiao Yang, however, remained indifferent to it all. Pressing onward, he navigated through the dense barriers of lightning until he finally arrived before a grand palace. Surrounding this palace, the thunder raged ceaselessly, yet no bolt dared to descend upon this sacred ground. Who might you be, esteemed friend, to visit my domain? As Xiao Yang scrutinized the palace, a deep and commanding voice reverberated throughout the heavens. I am the human sovereign Xiao Yang, drawn here by the intriguing tales of the Thunder Lake. Xiao Yang replied, his face adorned with a smile that I did not anticipate the presence of such a powerful being within the Thunder Lake. I beg your pardon, human sovereign? Confusion echoed in the in that moment. The grand doors of the palace swung wide open, unleashing a torrent of terrifying lightning that seemed capable of piercing the very fabric of the cosmos. A figure emerged from this fearsome radiance, every gesture accompanied by crackling thunder. Clad in armor of lightning, with thick brows and wide eyes, this being exuded a mysterious and formidable aura. The Thunder God. The realization struck Xiao Yang with clarity, a late-stage quasi-saint. Nearing the pinnacle of his realm, in this place, he could think of no other than the Thunder God. Just as Xiao Yang prepared to approach for conversation, the Thunder God, surrounded by swirling lightning, transformed the very atmosphere with his presence. I have heard of the human sovereign's battle against Dong Huang Tai Yi and of your great victory over the North Sea Kunping. The Thunder God declared, "It has been ages since anyone graced my Thunder Lake. Your arrival fills me with joy. I wish to discuss the Tao with you. I implore you to enlighten me." Upon hearing the Thunder God's words, a hint of helplessness crossed Xiao Yang's expression. "Since you are so inclined, let us engage in a discourse on the Tao." Be wary, my friend. Let the thunder be summoned." The Thunder God laughed heartily, raising his arm in a grand gesture. Instantly, every bolt of lightning within the Thunder Lake erupted into chaos, converging towards the Thunder God in a spectacular display. Millions of bolts of thunder coalesced, forming a tempestuous sea of lightning. Within this storm, flashes of destruction surged forth, embodying annihilation itself. The Thunder God stood resolutely in mid-air, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes shimmering with an unsettling brilliance. "Let the thunder descend," the Thunder God bellowed. From the depths of the thunderclouds, countless bolts roared forth, hurtling toward Xiao Yang. Blinding light radiated from the heart of the Thunder Lake, illuminating the surroundings. Each bolt was as thick as a man, resembling mighty thunder dragons, exuding an aura capable of shattering the very heavens. This scene was witnessed by those lingering outside the Thunder Lake, their faces drained of color. What is happening? Why has there been such an upheaval within the Thunder Lake? Quick, we must flee. If these bolts were to surge forth, the entire vicinity would surely be affected. Damn it, are two quasi-saints clashing? The beings whispered anxiously, hastily retreating. The Thunder Lake was too fearsome. They feared they would not dare approach for millennia, perhaps even tens of thousands of years. Chapter 51. Battle with the Thunder God of the Lake. What a disgrace. Millions of bolts of thunder descended from the heavens like ferocious dragons, charging toward Xiao Yang. Yet his eyes reflected no hint of trepidation. He waved his hand, and imperial energies emanated from him, transforming into golden dragons that roared and shattered the incoming thunder. Even amidst the tumultuous thunderclouds and the onslaught of countless bolts, none could draw near Xiao Yang. "Ha ha ha! Splendid!" The Thunder God, standing aloft, watched with delight as Xiao Yang effortlessly dismantled the deluge of thunder, his eyes gleaming with admiration. With a single step forward, an aura of fierce power radiated from the Thunder God. He extended his right hand, making a grabbing motion. Lightning erupted before him, gradually coalescing into form, but a massive hammer, dark and glimmering, appeared in his grasp, adorned with symbols of lightning upon its surface. "Human sovereign, receive my hammer." The Thunder God's hammer fall. As the thunderclouds swirled endlessly, the appearance of the Thunder God's hammer stirred the tempest, creating a tumultuous sea of lightning. Countless divine thunders morphed into thunder dragons. Roaring towards the heavens, the aura of impending doom rippled throughout the Thunder Lake. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the Thunder God, wielding his mighty hammer, advanced toward Xiao Yang with a powerful stride, under the force of a mighty blow. The very fabric of space appeared to buckle under the immense pressure, warping grotesquely. Cracks marred the expanse, resembling the impending shatter of glass. An infinite tempest of thunder coalesced into a true dragon, cascading downward in response to the Thunder God's ferocious strike. Faced with the full might of the Thunder God, Xiao Yang, too, ceased to conceal his power. The essence of his quasi-saintly magic erupted forth. His aura surging dramatically, his physical form radiated a resplendent light, an imperishable presence subtly emanating from him. With a mere gesture, the Kongtong seal hovered above his head, streams of imperial energy cascading downwards. Behind him, a majestic and awe-inspiring figure gradually materialized. From the moment it appeared, it exuded a timeless, unyielding aura of suppression, rendering even the roaring thunder momentarily subdued. Clad in imperial robes, This figure was enveloped by swirling golden dragons formed from the essence of imperial energy. Standing atop a grand map of mountains and rivers, an image that inspired both reverence and fear. In that moment, the figure of the human emperor advanced, stepping forth with purpose, sweeping away the accompanying thunder with a mere wave of his hand. Subsequently, he extended his right hand towards the thunder god's hammer, causing it to halt midair, unable to advance an inch. What? The thunder god's expression shifted, disbelief flashing in his eyes. He was a cultivator nearing the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, while Xiao Yang was merely in the mid-stages of quasi-sainthood. The disparity between them seemed insurmountable, and yet he found himself obstructed by a mere human emperor's avatar. As one approaches the apex of power, the gulf in strength becomes increasingly pronounced. No innate treasures can alter this fundamental truth. Yet at this moment, the Thunder God felt as though he were the one at the mid-stages of quasi-sainthood. Thunder God, it is perilous to lose focus in battle. At this juncture, Xiao Yang made his move. An endless stream of imperial energy surged towards the human emperor's avatar, manifesting myriad extraordinary phenomena. Boom! The human emperor's avatar retracted its right hand, abruptly clenching it into a fist and striking towards the thunder god's hammer. This punch seemed to summon boundless might, as if the force of an entire world coalesced within it. It sent the thunder god's hammer flying, along with the thunder god himself, who was propelled backward. Regaining his composure, the thunder god, now at the late quasi-saint stage, nearly perfected, unleashed his magical power. He halted his descent mid-air. Yet at that moment, he felt a tingling in his arms, as if he could barely grip the thunder god's hammer. Xiao Yang granted him no opportunity to respond, after sending the thunder god reeling. He activated his magic, merging with the human emperor's avatar. Instantly, the avatar expanded, towering to a height of several tens of thousands of feet. He wielded the Kongtong seal, bringing it down upon the thunder god. Space shattered, revealing gaping voids. Wherever the Kongtong seal passed, the thunder dissipated. Faced with this assault, the thunder god could only hastily place the hammer defensively in front of him. Bang! With a resounding crash, the thunder god was hurled away. His armor dented. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Boom! Xiao Yang followed suit, the Kongtong seal offering no respite, striking down once more with the force of an unyielding mountain. Poof! The thunder god's hammer was knocked from his grasp, and he was sent flying, the endless thundercloud above him shattering into nothingness. Xiao Yang hesitated not, pursuing relentlessly, wielding the Kongtong seal like a battering ram, relentlessly striking the thunder god. In that moment, the thunder god endured relentless blows. His armor fractured, covered in dents. His body bore countless wounds, blood seeping forth, his aura waning. This time, Xiao Yang chose not to continue his onslaught. Pausing mid-air, he retracted both the human emperor's avatar and the Kongtong seal. Thunder God, shall we bring this to a close? A gentle smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as he regarded the thunder god with calmness. Very well. I concede, human emperor, the thunder god, his face etched with bitterness, nodded in acceptance that he had long secluded himself in the thunder marsh, yet had heard tales of Xiao Yang. The most renowned figure of recent years, he had heard of Xiao Yang's feats, facing off against Dong Huangtai, severely wounding Kun Peng. Initially, he dismissed such tales as mere exaggerations. However, after this personal encounter, he realized that Xiao Yang was indeed a prodigy. Had he known this, he would never have engaged in battle with such an exceptional being. Now, having initiated the challenge, he found himself thoroughly humiliated. What a disgrace! Forgive my intrusion, Thunder God. I meant no offense. Xiao Yang offered a respectful bow. The Thunder God chuckled heartily, scratching his head in amusement. Human Emperor, you flatter me. Though I dwell not in the wilderness, I have certainly heard of your illustrious name. Now, having the chance to meet you, I find the tales do not do you justice. Your strength surpasses all that I have heard. Come, let us enter my Thunder God palace and converse at length. The Thunder God spoke with warmth, gesturing invitingly to Xiao Yang as they walked towards the palace. His demeanor radiated generosity. Xiao Yang observed the Thunder God's hospitality and silently nodded to himself. It seemed the Thunder God was indeed a worthy ally. potentially a valuable ally for the human race. Kong Xian and Jin Peng trailed behind, entering the Thunder God Palace. Xiao Yang and the Thunder God took their seats. Upon noticing the Thunder God's injuries, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and the three light, divine water entered the Thunder God's body in an instant. The Thunder God's wounds healed completely. "Thank you, Human Emperor. Without your aid, I would have been quite a sight," the Thunder God remarked, touching his arm and bowing in gratitude. Xiao Yang inclined his head slightly. Looking at the Thunder God, he spoke. Thunder God, Chapter 52. Thunder, the path of heavenly punishment and thunder tribulation. Thunder, the fulcrum of heaven and earth, the heavenly axis and earthly mechanism, Yang thunder and Yin thunder, the mechanism of Yin and Yang. Thunder as benevolent, lightning as malevolent. Thunder governs the calamities and fortunes of heaven, wielding the balance of all things. It oversees both matter and beings, controlling life and death, opening and closing, generating keys, within the Thunder God Palace. The Thunder God was enraptured, surrounded by flickering bolts of lightning, including the divine thunder of Jia, the divine thunder of Yi, and many others. After a considerable time, the Thunder God finally opened his eyes. Gazing at Xiao Yang with a hint of admiration, "I did not expect you, Human Emperor, to possess such profound insights into thunder. It truly humbles me." Xiao Yang smiled gently in response. "Thunder God, you flatter me. My understanding of thunder pales in comparison to your own. However, your mastery seems on the brink of the holy path, does it not?" Hearing Xiao Yang's words, the Thunder God fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he sighed deeply, gazing at Xiao Yang with a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. "It is difficult. It is truly difficult. To attain the holy path is an arduous endeavor, though I have reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Achieving sainthood remains." His words trailed off, yet his meaning was abundantly clear. Xiao Yang remained contemplative for a moment before regarding the Thunder God. "Oh, not despair, my friend. Are you aware of the discussions I had with Taoist Jinyuan at Wuzhuang Temple?" "I am eager to hear." The Thunder God's eyes sparkled with interest. "Taoist Jinyuan and I concluded that a great war must arise between the witch and demon tribes. In such conflict, there can only be annihilation. After the decline of these two tribes, which other race could possibly rise again? Only our human race." Xiao Yang's eyes shone with unwavering determination, his words brimming with confidence. Hearing Xiao Yang's declaration, the Thunder God's gaze flickered uncertainly. After a period of contemplation, he turned to Xiao Yang. "Are you implying that you have something significant to share with me?" Xiao Yang, with no reservations, addressed the Thunder God directly. "That I wish to request your assistance, Thunder God, in establishing a lineage and legacy for our human race, to forge an alliance with us." The Thunder God remained silent, contemplating. Xiao Yang did not find his reaction surprising. After all, to persuade a top-tier innate deity to ally with the human race based solely on words was no small feat. Even he would hesitate. Taoist Jinyuan has already allied with our human race, and in doing so, he has embarked upon the path of Hunyuan. The path of Hunyuan. The Thunder God's eyes gleamed with intensity, fixated on Xiao Yang. His heart racing, his instincts told him that what Xiao Yang spoke of regarding the Hunyuan path was intrinsically linked to his future path to enlightenment. Indeed, it is the Hunyuan path. Hunyuan signifies the undivided essence. Chaos as one, the origin of all vitality. In the primordial era, before the heavens and the earth were separated, the mighty Pangu and a host of chaotic deities embarked upon this very path. The expression in the eyes of the Thunder God revealed a contemplative nature as he gazed at Xiao Yang. The way of Hunyuan, could it lead to sanctification? No great merits required, no primordial purple energy needed, nor the necessity to prove the Tao through strength. Xiao Yang chuckled and spoke. "The path of the Hunyuan is not that of a sage, but rather that of the Hunyuan de Luo, golden immortal. The sage and the Hunyuan de Luo, golden immortal, are equivalent. In no great merits required, no primordial purple energy needed, nor the necessity to prove the Tao through strength." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the Thunder God rose, bowing respectfully to Xiao Yang, and said, "I implore you, fellow Taoist Xiao Yang, to teach me the way of Hunyuan that I wish to propagate the Tao within the human race, forging an alliance with humanity, never to forsake it across countless lifetimes. Ha ha ha! Splendid! Allow me to share my insights. A glimmer of joy appeared in Xiao Yang's eyes at the Thunder God's response. The two sat opposite each other, and Xiao Yang's demeanor turned solemn. Fellow Taoist Thunder God, you have just heard my teachings. The thunder is the fulcrum of heaven and earth, the master of calamities and blessings, the arbiter of existence. Observing this vast wilderness, filled with countless beings entangled in resentment and malice. Do you have any thoughts? A thoughtful expression crossed the Thunder Goddess' eyes. Though the primordial world despises such beings, it does not annihilate them. Therefore, there remains a lack of a punitive method within the primordial realm. The Thunder God murmured to himself, a flicker of inspiration sparking in his mind, yet he could not grasp the essence. The thunder, governing calamities and blessings, witnesses the injustices of the primordial realm, where countless perpetrators of violence exist. If only I could establish heavenly punishments through thunder, to eradicate these offenders, to purify the universe, and rectify the cosmic order. Boom! In the Thunder Goddess' mind, it was as if flashes of lightning illuminated his understanding. Those who commit heinous acts, entwined with malice, shall be punished by heavenly retribution. Those who harm the heavens and defy the natural order shall be punished by heavenly retribution. Establish the heavenly tribulations. With 9 layers of tribulations, those who surpass them may attain the transformations of heaven and earth, while those who fail shall perish, reduced to ashes. Henceforth, the heavenly punishment and thunder tribulations are established, imposing order upon the primordial realm, allowing all things to flourish. The Thunder God's expression grew increasingly animated, as if he had discovered the path that lay ahead. Fellow Taoist Thunder God, awaken at that moment. A voice akin to the morning bell and evening drum echoed in the Thunder God's ears that he looked at Xiao Yang, his expression tinged with confusion. Fellow Taoist Thunder God, it is not yet time to establish the thunder tribulations. A look of realization dawned in the Thunder God's eyes. He bowed to Xiao Yang, filled with gratitude, and spoke, "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao Yang, for imparting your teachings. The Thunder God shall remember them well. May heaven and earth witness that today I, the Thunder God, vow to establish the Tao and inheritance among the human race, forging an alliance, never to forsake it across countless lifetimes." Thunder roared from the heavens above, affirming the Thunder God's oath. Xiao Yang, without hesitation, vowed to the heavens, "May heaven and earth witness that today the human race forms an alliance with the Thunder God, never to forsake it across countless lifetimes." Another rumble of thunder echoed in agreement. The Thunder God and Xiao Yang exchanged glances and then erupted into hearty laughter. After a while, the hesitation in the Thunder God's eyes dissipated, and he looked at Xiao Yang, producing an egg enveloped in the essence of thunder. Fellow Taoist, this is a flicker of intrigue crossed Xiao Yang's eyes as he addressed the Thunder God. Fellow Taoist Xiao Yang, within this lies a thunder dragon. Long ago, when I first emerged from the Thunder Marsh, I encountered him. Though born of the Dragon Clan, he faced constant ostracism, and thus left his kin to dwell with me in the Thunder Marsh, becoming my companion. Yet, one day, when a formidable enemy attacked, he sustained grave injuries in his effort to protect me. Speaking thus, the Thunder God gently caressed the egg enshrouded in thunderous essence. Though I have reached the quasi-saint realm, I can only slowly nourish his injuries with the essence of thunder. Now, as I prepare to enter seclusion following your teachings, I lack the time to tend to the Thunder Dragon. I beseech you, fellow Taoist Xiao Yang, to look after him. Xiao Yang nodded, accepting the thunder egg. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Thunder God, I shall care for this Thunder Dragon diligently. Ha ha, with this my worries are alleviated. When we meet again, I shall have reached the realm of Hunyuan de Luo, Golden Immortal. The Thunder God laughed heartily. His previous concerns dispelled, his aura transformed anew. Chapter 53. The Return to Humanity. A millennium later, at the foot of Mount Buzhou, the ancestral land of humanity, a faint golden canopy manifested as a barrier, enveloping the territory of humanity, spanning millions of miles. This translucent golden veil shielded the ancestral land from external scrutiny, Yet it also hindered humanity from easily venturing forth into the outside world. Only with the permission of the initial three sovereigns, including Suiren, could they freely enter and exit the barrier. That moment, a ripple spread across the golden canopy. The space warped, and three figures gradually materialized. Ah, we have finally returned. As Xiao Yang beheld the familiar landscapes, a smile graced his face. Your Majesty, is this the realm of humanity you reside in? Kong Xian and Jin Peng gazed curiously at their surroundings. As attendants of the Emperor of Humanity, they were deeply intrigued by all things pertaining to the human race, eager to learn more. Indeed, this vast expanse of millions of miles is the territory of my people. However, we must soon abandon this place. Xiao Yang nodded, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he surveyed the scene before him. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged puzzled glances. Their spiritual senses clearly detected that apart from humanity, this vast territory was inhabited solely by uncivilized beasts. While these creatures posed no threat to humanity, why must they leave? Your Majesty, you have finally returned. Welcome back to the human race. I pay my respects to your Majesty. As Xiao Yang stepped through the golden veil, the news spread throughout the ancestral land of humanity. The leaders of humanity, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, hastened to welcome Xiao Yang. His return brought a wave of relief to their hearts. It can be said without hesitation that Xiao Yang is the anchor of the human race. As long as he remains, whatever they undertake will carry a measure of assurance. Observing the three leaders, Xiao Yang nodded, noticing their cultivation levels. Suiren at Midian Golden Immortal, and Yu Chao and Zi at early Hunyuan Golden Immortal, with satisfaction. Excellent. It seems that during my absence, you have not neglected your cultivation. I am truly pleased. The faces of the three leaders brightened at Xiao Yang's praise, feeling that all their efforts have been worthwhile. These are my attendants from the outside world, Kong Xian and Jin Peng. He introduced the two, both sons of ancient phoenix clans. One a colorful peacock and the other a golden-winged, are OC. In the future, you must coexist harmoniously and avoid conflicts. Xiao Yang directed at the three leaders. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, has met the three initial sovereigns. We hope for your guidance in the future. They bowed respectfully to the three leaders in no need for excessive formality. Since you have become the attendants of our emperor, simply serve him well. The three leaders responded with a bow to Kong Xian and Jin Peng, their expressions turning serious. That is only natural. Kong Xian and Jin Peng nodded in agreement. Over the years, they had witnessed Xiao Yang's remarkable abilities and had resolved to serve him diligently. Now, let us return to the ancestral land. I await your report on the state of the human race, and if preparations are sufficient, it shall soon be time to depart from here, Xiao Yang stated, making his way toward the ancestral land. The faces of the three leaders reflected a mix of anxiety and excitement. Although they had expanded the human territory from a mere few 100,000 miles to millions, the path that lay ahead for humanity remained uncertain. They were unaware of where humanity would journey next, which naturally stirred feelings of apprehension. Yet, they were also filled with exhilaration. Once humanity commenced its migration, it would undoubtedly create a significant stir. The entire primordial realm would become aware of their endeavors. This would herald the official emergence of humanity, once a mere fledgling, into the vast expanse of the primordial world. Soon, a group of individuals returned to the ancestral land of the human race. Xiao Yang did not disturb the other clansmen and quietly re-entered the ancestral hall. The three members of the Suiren clan took their seats opposite Xiao Yang, while Kong Xian and Jin Peng stood attentively behind him. Suiren, has our human race developed smoothly over the years? Xiao Yang directed his gaze towards the Suiren clan. In response to your Majesty, the development of the human race has been relatively smooth. With the barrier techniques passed down by your Majesty, every new territory we explore is enveloped by the barrier. However, our population is growing rapidly, and the surrounding area belongs to the unbroken mountain range, where food is not abundant. Often, hunting requires venturing far from home. Suiren pondered for a moment before addressing Xiao Yang. Upon hearing Suiren's words, Xiao Yang nodded and replied, "Indeed, our population is increasing at an astonishing rate, and the surrounding food supply is insufficient to sustain the entire human race. This is one of the reasons I propose the migration of our people." After a brief pause, he continued, Initially, I had planned to divide the entire human race into 3 batches for sequential migration. Are you all prepared for this task? Yu Chao stood up and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, since the decision to migrate was made, we have divided the human race into 3 segments. Once Your Majesty gives the command, the first batch can depart within 10 days. Have the protective forces for the migrating clansmen been adequately prepared? Xiao Yang inquired. I could see this moment. Zi arose, exuding an air of vigor rather than the typical frailty associated with women. Rest assured, Your Majesty, that we have divided our people into 3 batches for migration, and we have also established 3 formidable armies. Among these armies, there are several to Luo, hundreds of thousands of Tai, and tens of millions of golden immortals. Additionally, the 3 of us will oversee 1 army each. We have also arranged considerable protective forces among the migrating clansmen to ensure everything proceeds without a hitch. Xiao Yang nodded, seemingly contemplating something, and then asked, Has the Tiangong Pavilion completed the construction of the immortal cities? In response to Your Majesty, since its establishment, the Tiangong Pavilion has seen countless clansmen devote themselves to the cause. To ensure the immortal cities possess the foundation Your Majesty envisions for suppressing a region, the Tiangong Pavilion has worked tirelessly day and night, utilizing precious materials such as Phoenix Immortal Gold, Mother Copper, ore, and the copper from Xiao Mountain. We have finally forged the immortal cities Your Majesty desires. Zi promptly relayed the information regarding the immortal cities. How many immortal cities have been constructed thus far? The latest batch of immortal cities is nearing completion, totaling 100,000. Each city is equipped with a primordial expansion array, allowing each immortal city to accommodate over 100 million inhabitants. As she spoke of the immortal cities, Zi could hardly contain her excitement, her eyes sparkling with light. Chapter 54. From this day forth, it shall be the first year of the human race's era. In the ancestral land of the human race, as time passed, Xiao Yang had comprehended the significant changes that had transpired over the years from the 3 members of the Sui-Ren clan. At this moment, he rose, his expression grave and serious. Where are the 3 initial sovereigns? Sui-Ren is here. Yu Chao is here. Zi is here. The 3 members of the Sui-Ren clan also stood. Their expressions solemn point 10 days from now. The first batch of migrants will set forth towards the eastern sea. Xiao Yang fixed his gaze on Sui-Ren. Sui-Ren, do you remember why you became one of the initial 3 sovereigns of our human race? I dare not forget. I became one of the initial 3 sovereigns because I could wield fire. Even without cultivation, I could summon flames, Sui-Ren replied earnestly, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, you have created the eternal flame of our human race, illuminating the darkness for us. This first migration of our people will face challenges far greater than those encountered during our development over the years. I hope you can embody the eternal flame and become the beacon of hope for our race. If darkness arises, you shall light it. Can you do this? Xiao Yang's gaze was fixed intently on Sui-Ren, not missing a single shift in his expression. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Sui-Ren shall not fail your expectations. Even if darkness descends, I will embody the eternal flame and become the sun of the human race. Dispelling the shadows, Sui-Ren's heart surged with emotion as he addressed Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded and continued. Very well, since migration is about to commence, the prodigies of our human race should also step onto their own stage. Whether they thrive or perish, whether they become dragons or mere worms, it shall depend on their own fortune. Sui-Ren and the others nodded in agreement, remaining silent. I could see this moment. Xiao Yang turned his gaze towards Yu Chao, and after the first batch led by Sui-Ren departs, the subsequent batches must be prepared within 3 days. And Zi, your meticulous nature surpasses that of Yu Chao. The intermediate tribes comprise nearly 90% of the candidates for the migration. You bear a heavy burden without hesitation. Zi bowed to Xiao Yang, her gaze filled with solemnity. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Zi is confident in fulfilling this duty. Ha ha ha, good. This is the spirit of my human race. Upon hearing Zi's words, Xiao Yang could not help but laugh heartily. After a while, Xiao Yang turned his gaze back to Yu Chao. Yu Chao, The journey ahead will not be without peril. Even if the two subsequent batches of our people successfully migrate, you must remain vigilant." Yu Chao nodded and replied, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, Yu Chao would never jest with the lives of our clansmen. As for danger, let it come. Neither I nor our human race is an easy target." Hearing this, Xiao Yang could not help but laugh again. He looked at Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Ziyi, and thought of the sages among the human race who had worked tirelessly for our advancement. A surge of boundless ambition welled up within him. "Very well. Since everything is prepared, let us set forth to migrate our people in 10 days. From this moment on, we shall embark on a new era for the human race. And that day shall be regarded as the first year of our human race's fortunes." The three members of the Sui Run clan bowed in unison to Xiao Yang, their faces flushed with excitement. 10 days swiftly passed, and on this day, the first batch of migrants, tasked with paving the way, was ready. These were predominantly strong young men, their faces reflecting a mix of excitement and trepidation. Soon, they would venture into the unknown for the sake of the human race. Some among them appeared pale, seemingly suffocated by the weight of the atmosphere. Yet none voiced their desire to withdraw. They understood that forging a safe path would minimize casualties among their clansmen. Even if it cost them their lives, they accepted it willingly to the ancestral hall of the human race. Atop a platform 999 zhang high, Xiao Yang's appearance successfully captured their attention. "My sons of the human race, I am the emperor of the human race. Today marks the first year of our human race's era, when this land can no longer sustain our existence. And we have grown to feel that it is too small to accommodate us. What shall we do?" Xiao Yang's voice resonated throughout the human race, prompting all to contemplate deeply. Indeed, if this land cannot support our existence, then why should we remain? What solutions can we seek? Is it migration? Xiao Yang seemed to sense their thoughts. Correct. The key to resolving this issue lies in migration. If this place cannot contain us, then we shall seek a new land that can accommodate us all. The Eastern Sea shall be our new abode. To the Eastern Sea, countless clansmen silently etched these 4 words into their hearts. The vast wilderness stretches infinitely. The journey from here to the Eastern Sea may take us tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Many will sacrifice their lives along the way, myself included. Yet for the future of our race, such sacrifices are unavoidable. All we can do is forge ahead. Forward, forward. Remember, your brothers are with you, the sages are with you, the primordial 3 sovereigns stand by your side. And I am with you as well. Although the words of Xiao Yang may not resonate with fervor, they are a genuine expression of his emotions, each word and phrase flowing into the ears and hearts of these clansmen. For the sake of the human race, forward, forward, forward. Suddenly, a loud shout from an unknown source ignited the spirit of the entire human race. For the sake of the human race, forward, forward, forward. For the sake of the human race. Forward, forward, forward. Sui Ren seizes this opportunity, revealing his form. As the eternal flame ignites atop his head, the first batch of migrating clansmen, I shall transform into the sun with the eternal flame, illuminating your path through the night. The pale golden sky also dissipates. Now, let us set forth. Boom! Instantly, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the ancestral land of the human race. The throngs of people stretched endlessly for thousands of miles, standing upon the high platform. Xiao Yang gazed at this scene, murmuring to himself, "Today marks the first year of the human race era. Are all clans ready to welcome the arrival of humanity?" Chapter 55. The response of the demon race Tang Gu has emerged. In the heavenly court, within the Sun Palace, elder brother, urgent news has come from the vast wilderness. Dong Huang Tai hurriedly entered, bowing to Di Jun, his tone somewhat anxious that Di Jun sat at the table. Lifting his head to meet Dong Huang Tai's gaze, a smile gracing his features. "Tai, when will you learn to temper your impetuous nature? Speak, what has occurred?" Dong Huang Tai chuckled, rubbing his nose, and replied, "Elder brother, the human race is making new moves." "Oh." Di Jun raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his eyes. "According to the report from the demon race, you left near the human territories to monitor them. For the past 3 months, numerous humans have been departing from their homeland and heading eastward. Based on their movements and clandestine investigations, their destination appears to be the shores of the East Sea. A glimmer of insight shone in Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes. The shores of the East Sea? Di Jun's expression became contemplative as he murmured to himself. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he addressed Dong Huang Tai. Tai summoned the demon god Bai Zhe. Without hesitation, Dong Huang Tai dashed out of the Sun Palace to find Bai Zhe. Soon, Dong Huang Tai returned with Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe pays respects to His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Bai Zhe bowed to Dju and no need for formalities, Dijun replied. Bai Zhe, Dong Huang has just reported that the human race is migrating en masse to the shores of the East Sea. What do you think their motive is? Bai Zhe murmured to himself. The human race, migrating en masse to the shores of the East Sea? A spark of intelligence flickered in his eyes after a moment's pause. He trembled slightly and bowed to Dijun. The shores of the East Sea are in close proximity to the East Sea itself, devoid of any formidable forces, and the environment is quite secure. Your Majesty, I believe the human race is migrating to seek a new dwelling. Upon hearing Bai Zhe's words, Dijun nodded slightly. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The human race's migration to the shores of the East Sea is indeed to seek a new place to inhabit. In the vast wilderness, there is no location more suitable for the development of the human race than the shores of the East Sea. So, Bai Zhe, what do you believe our demon race should do in response to the human migration to the East Sea? After some contemplation, Bai Zhe replied, Your Majesty, I believe our clan should do everything possible to intercept the human migration. After a brief pause, he continued, However, since the human race was created by the goddess Nuwa, we cannot be too excessive. Your Majesty could allow the demons along the human migration route to act with full force while the rest of our kind can provide some assistance. Dijun, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of appreciation in his eyes, exclaiming, Excellent! Bai Zhe's counsel is sagacious. I shall entrust this matter to you to manage. Bai Zhe responded calmly. Bowing to Dijun, Bai Zhe shall diligently obey the commands of the Demon Emperor. Once Bai Zhe departed, Dong Huang Tai, who had remained silent, spoke up with urgency. Elder brother, why agree to Bai Zhe's approach? Shouldn't we strive to eradicate the human race entirely? Even if we cannot annihilate them, we should at least make every effort to eliminate them. Dijun shook his head slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Tai, you do not comprehend. While the human race is indeed a bane for our demon clan, it is presently a minor concern. The true grave threat to our demon race lies with the Wu clan. Now, do you understand why I agreed to Bai Zhe's plan? How could I not wish to eradicate the human race? Since their emergence, a sense of unease has lingered within me, especially as the human race's fortune transformed into a golden dragon, allowing their emperor, Xiao Yang, to repeatedly thwart my grand designs. The human race has long been a thorn in my side. Yet, as I mentioned, they are merely a minor nuisance. The true peril rests with the Wu clan. After all, if we were to drive the human race towards the Wu clan, it would pose a significant problem for our demon race. Even if we are not fearful of them, a look of realization dawned upon Dong Huang Tai as he processed this information. His eyes sparkled with determination as he asked Dijun, Elder brother, may I partake in this affair? I must ensure that the human Xiao Yang pays the price. With that, a fierce glint appeared in Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes, as he had long held a grudge against Xiao Yang. Dijun found his eagerness amusing and shook his head, saying, Very well, if you wish to go, then go. Thank you, elder brother. Dong Huang Tai rejoiced, bowing before hastily departing. Watching Dong Huang Tai leave, Dijun couldn't help but chuckle. When will Tai learn to temper his impulsive nature? Before he could fully regain his composure, Bai Zhe entered once more. Your Majesty, please discipline the 10 princes. A bitter smile crossed Bai Zhe's face. Upon hearing this, Dijun paused in surprise and asked Bai Zhe, Speak, what trouble have those 10 rascals caused now? Dijun felt a headache coming on. Ever since the demon queen, Shihi bore 10 little golden crows, they had garnered the affection of both Shihi and himself, as well as Dong Huang Tai, leading to their incessant misbehavior. The 10 little golden crows, possessing innate mastery over true solar fire, often wreak havoc due to their immaturity, setting ablaze palaces or destroying rare herbs, causing considerable unrest in the heavenly court, Your Majesty. This time it's far more serious than before. The 10 princes left the Jinwu Palace and, in their frolicking, reduced a squad of patrolling soldiers to ashes if we allow the princes to continue their antics. Many within the heavenly court will surely harbor resentment, Baizé expressed, his face betraying his distress. What? Di Jun's eyes flared with anger. He had not anticipated that the 10 little golden crows, notorious for their mischief, could have incinerated an entire squad of soldiers. Originally, Di Jun intended to summon the 10 little golden crows for a reprimand, but upon focusing his thoughts, he realized they had already retreated to Shihi's palace. A bitter smile crept upon Di Jun's lips. Baizé, what do you think we should send the 10 little golden crows to keep them away from the heavenly court? After considering Di Jun's question for a moment, Baizé replied, Your Majesty, I believe we could send the 10 princes to the Sun Star. The Sun Star? Di Jun confirmed, Indeed, the Sun Star. It is abundant with true solar fire and home to the Fusong tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots which can aid the 10 princes in mastering solar fire. This is the best destination I can think of. Di Jun pondered, concluding that the Sun Star was indeed the optimal location. Very well, I shall personally escort them to the Sun Star, and let their new abode be called Tengu. Chapter 56. The battle between humans and demons amidst the migration Qisongzi. In the central region of the Primordial World, amidst a vast expanse of plains, the first group of the human race, led by Suiren, temporarily settled here. Within the human encampment, the anguished cries of kin echoed intermittently. Permeating the air with a pungent scent of blood, a sorrowful and tragic atmosphere enveloped the entirety of the human settlement. Suiren stood at the entrance of the battered encampment, his eyes filled with deep sadness. His hand rested upon the door, wavering several times as he contemplated pushing it open. Yet he found himself seemingly devoid of the courage to do so, that a powerful being at the mid-stage of the Hunyuan golden immortal realm. He was unexpectedly engulfed by a suffocating sensation. How laughable, one might say. Behind him, a human man, bearing a long sword and exuding a sharp aura, gazed at him with concern. Suiren, are you all right? Suiren inhaled deeply, turning to the man behind him, and finally allowed a faint smile to grace his face. Since departing from the ancestral land of the human race, the first group he led had been relentlessly attacked by the demon race. Although he was acutely aware that obstacles would arise from the demons during their migration, he never anticipated the ferocity of their ambushes would be so overwhelming, allowing him and his kin to feel the malice emanating from the primordial realm. Fortunately, he had not returned empty-handed. Facing countless perils, while some of his kin had perished, others had emerged as remarkable figures. Among these exceptional individuals, the one he valued most was the one standing before him. Named Qisongzi. Qisongzi's unparalleled prowess in swordsmanship resonated throughout the land, even catching the attention of Xiao Yang. There was a saying that praised him. Sword energy spans 30,000 miles. A single sword's light chills 19 states. Suiren felt that this phrase perfectly encapsulated Qisongzi. Rest assured, Qisongzi, I am fine. It's just that when I think of the kin who have been injured or lost these days, I can hardly suppress my desire to eradicate those demons. A fierce glint sparked in Suiren's eyes. Throughout his existence among the human race, Suiren had always been regarded as a gentle soul, treating both people and things with kindness. However, as the human race clashed with the demon race, he came to understand a profound truth. Gentleness is reserved for one's own kind, while for enemies, especially demons, one must pursue total annihilation. Fear not, Suiren, the blood of my kin shall not be shed in vain. One day, these demons will pay the price. Hearing Suiren's words, Qisongzi gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Suiren chuckled, and observing Qisongzi's fervor, a portion of the gloom within him dissipated. Let us enter and see our kin. The days ahead will not be easy. He patted Qisongzi on the shoulder and pushed open the door. Years later, in a region of the primordial world, the ground was littered with corpses, blood flowing freely and staining the earth crimson. The sounds of battle echoed through the heavens, malevolence surged, and bloodlight shot into the sky. Once a picturesque landscape, it was now riddled with pits and scars. If the human race wishes to depart from here, they must first inquire if my Lihua tiger demon race is willing to let them go. These ant-like humans are only fit to become our blood feast. A fierce tiger, its body aflame, stood atop the clouds, surveying the chaotic battlefield, its voice cold and disdainful. The Lihua tiger race was said to be a union of the Phoenix and White Tiger clans, inheriting the Phoenix's mastery over fire and the White Tiger's prowess in combat. Renowned for their formidable strength within the primordial realm, they were a powerful clan with not only a quasi-saint ancestor, but also numerous Luo golden immortal cultivators. Even among the primordial races, they ranked in the middle tier of strength. Enough with the idle chatter. If a battle is to be fought, let it commence. A pale golden flame erupted into the sky, dominating half the horizon. Swearing gazed fiercely at the ancestor of the Lihua tiger race, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Behind him, millions of human cultivators seethed with rage. After years of warfare, only the Lihua tiger demons stood as a significant impediment to their kin. Countless brothers had perished at the hands of the Lihua tiger race. Likewise, many tiger demons had met their end at the hands of the humans, their flesh consumed for nourishment, their hides fashioned into garments, and their bones used for medicinal purposes. The enmity between both sides soared to the heavens. Even the waters of the celestial river could not cleanse this hatred. Roar, with a thunderous roar from the ancestor of the Lihua tiger race. Millions of Lihua tiger demons echoed his cry, transforming into their true forms as they charged towards the humans. The malevolent aura emanating from the Lihua tigers coalesced, darkening the sky above. It descended upon the humans like a collapsing heaven. Warriors of the human race, kill, swear and bellowed, flames surging around him as he transformed into a fire dragon, roaring towards the ancestor of the Lihua tiger demons. The humans behind him ignited with battle spirit, their hearts ablaze with fury and the thirst for blood. Kill, kill, kill. Let us carve out a bright world for our human race. All who oppose us shall be slain. The cries of battle reverberated across the land as both sides clashed, unwavering in their resolve. Millions of Lihua tiger demons and humans filled the region, and with each passing moment, countless bodies fell to the ground. Some corpses were so utterly destroyed that they turned to ash. Amidst this chaos, the fiercest battle raged between Swearin and the ancestor of the Lihua tiger race. The southern bright Lihua, inherited from the Phoenix clan, clashed with the unquenchable flames of the human race, painting the sky in hues of crimson, the intense heat permeating the atmosphere. The battlefield was a breeding ground for murderous intent. Moreover, with millions engaged in battle, the malevolent energy surged skyward, drawing the attention of countless powerful beings within the primordial realm. They observed silently, watching the clash between the human race and the Lihua tiger demons. The immense slaughter did not captivate their interest. After all, the earlier war between the Wu and Yao clans had witnessed billions in conflict. Only the human race, created by the Saint Nuwa, could truly capture their hearts. Within the Wuzhuang temple, Xinyuanzi sat cross-legged beneath the ginseng fruit tree, a phantom appearing beside him. Brother, do you think Xiao Yang has everything calculated? Utilizing the migration to forge the resolve of the entire human race? Heng Yun inquired with curiosity, and a glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Xinyuanzi's eyes. Whether Xiao Yang has it all planned, I cannot say. What I do know is that my path of Han Yuan has been thoroughly elucidated. Surprise flickered in Heng Yun's eyes. Could it be that Xinyuanzi's gaze deepened, a smile playing on his lips? Now, I await the opportune moment that I desire. Chapter 57. A new quasi-saint, Chisongzi of the human race shall slay you. In the Three Pure Ones Hall of Donkinlun, Tong Tian observed with keen interest the ongoing battle between the Lihua tiger demons and the humans. Big brother, did you not promise to protect the human race diligently? Does this situation not align with what you said back then? Tong Tian turned his gaze towards Taiji Laojun, who sat in quiet meditation. Slowly, Taiji Laojun opened his eyes, which sparkled like countless stars, dazzling to behold. Indeed, I promise to protect the human race, but that is only limited to moments of existential threat. The current skirmishes are merely a trial for the human race. He regarded the present conflict as a mere tempering of the humans. To grow and surpass the Wu and Yao clans, how could they possibly avoid experiencing hardships? Taiji Laojun did not regard the current battles with much concern. Indeed, without undergoing trials, how could one achieve greatness? Even we, the three brothers, have endured countless hardships in our quest for enlightenment and sanctification. What the human race is experiencing pales in comparison. Yuqing Yuanshi, who had remained silent until now, spoke with indifference, his expression tranquil. Were it not for Tongtian insisting he pay attention to this matter, he would have found it dull. With this time, I could delve into the Tao of heaven and enhance my cultivation. Wouldn't that be far more rewarding? Upon hearing the words of the primordial, Tongtian's lips curled into a smirk. I could see that moment. A sudden glimmer flashed in his eyes, and with a hint of excitement, he exclaimed, "Elder brother, second brother, do take a look." The demon race has sent forth another quasi-saint. Though merely at the early stage, I fear this batch of human warriors may meet a grim fate. As he concluded, Tongtian shook his head in dismay. The sage's primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly path, rendering him capable of calculating nearly all outcomes. He had just observed the battlefield with his saintly consciousness, and apart from Swearin, there was no other quasi-saint present. Against a quasi-saint powerhouse, unless a second quasi-saint emerged from the human race, he deemed this batch of warriors as already doomed. With this thought, Tongtian sighed deeply, a trace of sorrow in his demeanor. Both Taiji Laozi and Yuqing Primordial were momentarily stirred, committing the essence and cultivation of the battlefield to memory. Laozi remained silent. Grasping his dragon-headed staff, he pointed it forward. A shimmering mirror of clarity materialized before the three, vividly displaying the conflict between the Li Hua Hu Yao clan and the human race. At this moment, the relentless battlefield was strewn with the corpses of both the Li Hua Hu Yao and the humans, each figure soaked in blood, indistinguishable between friend and foe. Just then, a formidable aura began to permeate the entire battlefield, but a colossal hand, shrouded in shadows, descended upon the humans. This sudden appearance left the human warriors no time to react, resulting in millions being crushed into mere pulp. Swearin, engaged in battle with the ancestral figure of the Li Hua Hu Yao, suddenly changed countenance. Damn it, another quasi-saint. How could this be possible? Haha, nothing is impossible. I've already stated, you humans shall not pass. You are destined to become fodder for my kin, such is your fate. The ancestral figure of the Li Hua Hu Yao laughed heartily, a cunning glee reflected in his eyes. The arrival of this new quasi-saint was a premeditated move to ensure the complete burial of Suerin's contingent of humans. At this juncture, the hidden demon quasi-saint revealed himself, manifesting as a black flame spider enveloped in dark energy, its green, multifaceted eyes glimmering ominously. Keek, so much food to bring back for my kin. The aura of the early quasi-saint spread across the battlefield as the black flame spider exhaled, unleashing a torrent of dark flames towards the bulk of the human forces. Wherever the black flames passed, the corpses vanished without a trace, leaving nothing behind. In the air, Swearin, witnessing this unfolding horror, felt a surge of urgency. He sought to break free from the ancestral figure of the Li Hua Hu Yao to intercept the impending flames. Swearin, where do you think you're going? Stay here and witness the annihilation of your race. The ancestral figure blocked Suerin's path, amplifying his assault. The vast expanse of southern Ming flame transformed in a fiery beast that charged at Swearin. Damn it! Faced with the obstruction of the ancestral figure, Swearin gritted his teeth, unable to extricate himself. Just then, a brilliant sword light illuminated the battlefield, as countless sword energies ravaged the surroundings, coalescing into a river of blades surging toward the black flames. The black flame spider was momentarily taken aback as a human warrior, wielding a bloodied longsword, emerged, radiating an aura of unparalleled sharpness, resembling a legendary sword. Who are you? I am Chisongzi of the human race. Today I shall surely slay you. Chisongzi's eyes sparkled with determination, his voice unwavering, as if his words were destined to manifest. Upon hearing Chisongzi's declaration, the black flame spider initially froze, then erupted into laughter. That is the finest joke I have ever heard. Amir de Luo Golden Immortal dares to challenge a quasi-saint. I shall see how you intend to slay me, die. The spider's eyes glinted with murderous intent as it transformed into a cloud of black smoke, enveloping Chisongzi. Chisongzi harbored no thoughts of retreat. His gaze fixed on the black flame spider. He understood that if he failed to vanquish this foe, billions of human lives would be extinguished. He had to slay the black flame spider. This was his unwavering belief. As if sensing Chisongzi's conviction, the long sword in his grasp trembled, emanating a faint glow. You too sense my resolve. Then let us strike him down. Chisongzi's eyes softened as he gazed at his sword. Then, without hesitation, charged into the billowing black smoke. This cloud of darkness spread relentlessly, creating an area where neither the Lihua Hu Yao nor the humans dare to tread. I in the air, swearing. Observing this promising young human warrior, he held in high regard, plunging into the black smoke. Felt a tremor coursing through him, his eyes turning crimson as he glared at the ancestral figure of the Lihua Hu Yao. Kill. Chapter 58. Countering the quasi-saint amidst the obscuring black smoke. A glimmer of light emerged. Human brat, weren't you going to slay me? Why now do you kneel before me, begging for mercy? Perhaps, if you bow to me thrice, I might spare you. The voice of the black-flamed spider resonated from the shadows, echoing from all directions, rendering its location indiscernible. Cough. You wretched creature, to think you would hide from a Deluo, utterly disgraceful for a quasi-saint. Chisongzi's long sword was embedded in the ground as he half knelt, blood streaming from his wounds, clearly gravely injured. Yet even so, his aura did not diminish. Rather, it surged with renewed vigor. Upon hearing the spider's taunts, Chisongzi scoffed derisively, his words laced with mockery. Ant, you have provoked my ire. The black-flamed spider materialized before Chisongzi, its compound eyes glinting with a crimson hue, brimming with murderous intent, clearly enraged by Chisongzi's words. Since becoming a quasi-saint, it had never been so humiliated, especially by a mere Deluo golden immortal human. Rest assured, I shall not take your life easily. I will shatter your limbs, strip you of your powers, rendering you a mere shell of a being. Then, I will make you witness as your kin becomes sustenance for my race. You shall behold how Suiren, Wichao, Zi, and even your emperor Xiao Yang fall before my demon kin. The spider's words dripped with malice, lost in its own morbid fantasies of the human's demise. You seek death. Chisongzi, hearing the spider's words, felt a surge of bloodlust ignite within him. His aura radiating a chilling ferocity, he transformed into a streak of sword light, slicing towards the black-flamed spider. A mere Deluo, do you truly think I fear you? The spider's eyes mirrored his malice, its quasi-saint powers surging forth. A flash of lightning flickered within its gaze as its front claws lunged forward. Thud. The sword light that Chisongzi had transformed into was instantly repelled, his long sword flying from his grasp, embedding itself in the ground. You are humiliated and enraged. Fear not. I shall ensure you witness that scene. The black-flamed spider laughed joyously at Chisongzi, relishing in its triumph. Not if I have anything to say about it. As long as I stand, I will never allow it. Chisongzi, sprawled on the ground, lifted his gaze to the black-flamed spider, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Suddenly, Chisongzi trembled. Slowly rising from the ground, a mysterious aura enveloped him, distorting the space around him slightly. Sword, come! Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a thunderous roar from Chisongzi, the air reverberated with the sound of swords clashing as a terrifying sword intent surged and intertwined. The long sword embedded in the ground softly hummed, transforming into a streak of radiant light and merging into Chisongzi's grasp. Slash! Chisongzi bellowed. In an instant, endless principles of the sword manifested around him, intertwining with the very fabric of the universe. The darkness surrounding him seemed incapable of withstanding this sword principle, quivering gently as if imbued with sentience, filled with dread. Whoosh! Whoosh! A beam of light pierced through the darkness, swiftly followed by an overwhelming brilliance that tore apart the shadows. The sound of swords ringing from Chisongzi grew increasingly grand, resonating with the cosmos itself. In that moment, heaven and earth became swords, flora and fauna transformed into blades, and all things were rendered as swords. An infinite sharpness converged in mid-air, instantly coalescing into a dazzling sword light. Following Chisongzi's movement, this sword light descended upon the black flame spider. The sword energy stretched across 100,000 miles. A single strike glacially chilling 19 provinces. It seemed as though this sword was the sole focus of all existence. What? How is this possible? The black flame spider's expression shifted dramatically, sensing a glimmer of threat emanating from the sword light. It felt as though if this blade were to strike him, it could extinguish his very essence. The booming of thunder echoed relentlessly, as if the heavens could not bear this strike, with the entire universe resonating with the sound of swords. The spiritual energy that pervaded the vast wilderness was utterly expelled from this realm by the sword light. Flee! The black flame spider trembled, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to escape. The closer the sword drew, the more he could sense its terrifying nature. It felt like the apex of sharpness. This was the ultimate. Acting on impulse, the black flame spider transformed into a streak of black light, tearing through the void, fleeing into the distance to evade the blade. Think you can escape? Die! Chisongzi's gaze was sharp as a sword. Observing the black flame spider's movements, he increased the force in his hand by threefold. The already swift and magnificent sword light surged even further. The sound of the sword grew ever more crystalline and bright, cleaving through space itself. Wherever it passed, dark fissures emerged, lingering without closure. At that moment, a roar filled with unwillingness echoed from afar. A light flared from the distance, its residual waves rampaging outward. When all fell silent, the black flame spider had perished, leaving not even ash behind, utterly slain by Chisongzi's strike. When I decree your demise, it shall come to pass. No one can save you. Chisongzi exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. Yet, the blood staining his visage rendered that smile grotesque. How could this be? In mid-air, the elder of the Lihua tiger demons gazed at Chisongzi, who had just vanquished the black flame spider, his eyes filled with a dazed expression. What a remarkable talent, a true prodigy of the sword. He laughed heartily. Ihua tiger demon elder, you shall also meet your end. Sui Run looked at Chisongzi, bursting into laughter, his voice brimming with elation. He laughed. The unquenchable flames of vitality surged, and Sui Ren's attacks against the Lihua tiger demon elder grew increasingly reckless. With Chisongzi having slain a quasi-saint, how could he, as a predecessor of humanity, fall behind? Those grand beings observing the battle gasped in astonishment. They turned their gaze upon Kaizenth, and one had anticipated that he could slay a quasi-saint while at the great Luo golden immortal realm. A quasi-saint, after all, bore the title of saint. The deeper their cultivation, the more they understood the chasm between realms, especially the gap between major realms, akin to the distance between heaven and earth, an insurmountable divide. Yet now, Chisongzi had shattered this notion. Not only had he, as a great Luo golden immortal, defeated a quasi-saint, but his own cultivation also advanced toward the quasi-saint level through this battle. The IT was utterly absurd. They were filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Chapter 59. The heart of the celestial awakens. Initial divergence. In the eastern Kunlun, within the hall of the three pure ones. Just as Chisongzi unleashed that strike and felled the black flame spider, a glimmer sparked in Tontian's eyes. What a promising seed. A true prodigy of the sword. He had not expected such a talent to emerge among the human race, one worthy of being my disciple. Inheriting my sword path. Unsurprisingly, Tontian was moved as one of the three pure ones, formed from the three fragments of Pangu's primordial spirit. Each had their own area of expertise. Taiji Laozi excelled in alchemy. Yuqing Yuanshi was adept in artifact crafting, while he, Shanqing Tontian, specialized in array formations. However, expertise in array formations did not imply incompetence in other areas. Aside from arrays, his greatest passion lay in the sword. His treasured weapon for achieving sanctity was the Qingping sword. The four swords of exterminating immortals he mastered were indeed tied to the exterminating immortal sword array, but how could he fully unleash the array's power without a profound mastery of the sword? Now, Witnessing Chisongzi wielding the sword to reverse slay a quasi-saint, his character and talent perfectly aligned with Tongtian's desires, he was indeed moved. Laozi remained silent, fully aware of Tongtian's nature. However, as he gazed upon Chisongzi's figure, a profound light flickered in his eyes. Yuqing Yuan Shi, on the other hand, scoffed, speaking up. Chisongzi is not a first-generation innate human. His qualifications are merely acceptable. If my third brother wishes to take him in, it wouldn't tarnish our three pure ones' reputation. But Yuan Shi paused, then continued. However, your disciples are mostly uncultured, causing unrest throughout Kunlun. You must exercise greater discipline. If it proves too difficult, expel him from your ranks. The previously smiling Tongtian's expression grew icy. This was not the first time he had heard Yuan Shi express such sentiments. Ever since their ascension to sanctity, Laozi brought back a disciple from Xuandu. And both Yuan Shi and he had harbored thoughts of accepting disciples. Yet Yuan Shi had yet to act, while Tongtian had taken in over a dozen disciples, including Duo Bao, Jinling Holy Mother, and Wudong Holy Mother. Among these disciples, some had habits that could not be changed. They spent their days gathering friends and causing turmoil in Kunlun. Tongtian was acutely aware of this. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, those individuals were still his disciples. Even if discipline was necessary, it was not Yuan Shi's place to intervene. Second brother, what are you saying? Our master has always welcomed all to the Purple Cloud Palace, inviting 3,000 guests to listen to the great Tao. My acceptance of these disciples is merely following in our master's footsteps. Moreover, I will discipline my own disciples. There is no need for you to worry. Tongtian's words carried an edge. Yuan Shi glanced at Tongtian, snorting in disdain. Humph. Without a treasure to suppress your fortune, your fate is intertwined with your disciples, and it will only be a matter of time before you suffer the consequences. With those words, Yuan Shi vanished from the hall of the three pure ones. Laozi, observing the scene, sighed softly. Third brother, your second brother means no harm. He merely cares for you. I would also advise you, if all your disciples were virtuous, true immortals. That would be splendid. However, should you take in those who corrupt fortune, you will find yourself regretting it too late. With that, Laozi too vanished from the hall of the three pure ones. Tongtian sat quietly within the hall, his eyes shimmering with light. Eldest brother, second brother, I understand your intentions well. However, to safeguard the fortune of I must resort to this desperate measure. Tongtian murmured to himself, his hands cradling a formation diagram. Upon closer inspection, the diagram was densely adorned with interconnected array lines that an ordinary person, a mere glance would induce dizziness. In severe cases might even lead to death. Tongtian caressed the diagram for a moment before tucking it away, revealing the faint inscription of 10,000 immortals. In the central western part of the wilderness, a divine mountain stood majestically upon the land. Golden light radiated from its peak, spreading warmth and comfort. Approaching the mountain, one could catch a whiff of a peculiar, faint fragrance and hear the harmonious sounds of sacred music emanating from its summit. At the peak, two individuals sat facing each other. One bore a troubled and sallow visage, his eyes filled with sorrow, while the other radiated vitality, exuding a wealthy demeanor, though occasionally a shrewd glimmer flickered in his eyes, marking him as a cunning individual. These two were among the few saints in the wilderness. The former was the saint of guidance, and the latter was the saint of proposals. This divine mountain was known as Mount Sumru. Alas, I never anticipated that the human race could produce such exceptional talents. What a pity that they are not my disciples from the Western teachings. Had our Western spiritual veins not been utterly destroyed, how could we allow the East to bask in glory? Jane sighed softly, his eyes reflecting a deeper sorrow as he gazed at the already ascended Chisongzi, feeling a twinge of bitterness within. For ordinary humans, if they do not cultivate, their lifespan in this spiritually rich primordial realm barely exceeds 300 years. Yet Chisongzi, judging by his bone age, has cultivated for less than 10,000 years, transforming from a mere mortal into a formidable being on the verge of sainthood. For someone like him, who has spent countless epochs in cultivation to reach the sage realm, Chisongzi, or rather the entire human race, is indeed favored by destiny. Meanwhile, Zhuinti, with a glint in his eye, spoke to Jin, saying, "Brother, do not be disheartened. Since you hold Chisongzi and the human race in such high regard, why not descend and accept Chisongzi as your disciple?" Surely the human race would not dare to refuse. Listening to Juni's words, Jin shook his head gently. It is not that simple. Although the heavenly mechanisms are chaotic, I have made calculations before. The Wu and Yao clans are merely the protagonists of this era, while the human race is destined to be the next favored lineage. Moreover, the human race is currently under the protection of Nuwa and safeguarded by Laozi, who established the teachings in the name of humanity. If we forcibly intervene, it may breed resentment within the human race. In the next era, our West will find it exceedingly difficult to make progress. Zhuinti, hearing Jin's words, shook his head. "Brother, if we follow your reasoning, how long must we wait for the West to flourish? For the West to thrive, we must take the initiative. Whether it be recruiting talented disciples or seeking spiritual treasures, it is essential. I, too, find myself quite interested in Chisongzi." After Juni spoke, his figure suddenly vanished, heading towards the battlefield between the human and demon races in the heart of the primordial realm. As Jin watched Juni depart, he let out a soft sigh. "Perhaps you were right, brother." Chapter 60. A glimpse of the future in the 58,376th year of the human race. Beneath Mount Buzhou, in the Panga Temple, the 12 ancestral shamans of the Wu clan gathered. Having received word of the human race's migration from their ancestral land towards the east, with fiery red hair and a radiating warmth, Zhu Rong spoke up. "Do not be so glum. The human race, led by brother Xiao Yang, is migrating eastward. How shall we respond to the demon clan's interruptions?" Upon Zhu Rong's words, the previously somber hall lightened somewhat. The figure seated at the head, Di Jiang, turned to Zhu Jioyin. "Second brother, have you discerned anything from the flow of time?" Zhu Jioyin did not respond immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes, a powerful aura emanating from him. The sound of rushing water echoed around him as an ethereal river flowed endlessly before him. Upon opening his eyes and gazing into this spectral river, Zhu Jioyin suddenly groaned, blood tears streaming down his cheeks, dimming the brightness of his once radiant eyes. After catching his breath for a while, he regained his composure. That my cultivation is insufficient to fully unveil the future of the human race, that I have only glimpsed fragments of what is to come. From these fragments, I see that the human race's journey has not ceased. They have reached the shores of the East Sea. That I also foresee that in the future, our Wu clan will intermarry with the humans, giving birth to the Wu people endowed with primordial spirits. These Wu people are the key to our clan's continuation. Lastly, it seems that the human and demon races will come into conflict over some matter, just as I sought to see more clearly. A gaze from the river of time cast upon me, so terrifying that it expelled me, leaving me unable to employ this secret technique for a time. Beside him, Hotu gently tapped his hand and spoke softly. "Let us not forget that brother Xiao Yang has aided our Wu clan greatly and has imparted the methods of blood-forging divine weapons. As you just mentioned, second brother, the key to our clan's continuation lies in intermarriage with the human race, producing the Wu people endowed with primordial spirits. Just based on this, I believe we should extend our assistance to the humans." With his deep blue hair, Gong Gong crossed his arms, his eyes sparkling. "The human migration and the demon clan's obstruction present an excellent opportunity to strike against them. I believe our Wu clan must not let this chance slip away." Gong Gong, you finally spoke wisely for once. When did you become so insightful?" Zhu Rong gazed at Gong Gong with astonishment, seemingly pondering when he had come to such a realization. Observing Zhu Rong's expression, Gong Gong's face darkened, arms falling to his sides as he glared coldly at Zhu Rong. "Zhu Rong, do you think everyone is like you, simple-minded and brawn-driven? There's no need to provoke me with such words. That if you wish to fight, I shall gladly oblige." Zhu Rong scratched his head, chuckling. "How delightful. Just in time, I have developed a new divine ability with the Zhu Rong banner. Let us test it out on you before seeking brother Xiao Yang for a duel." Gong Gong's nostrils flared. Snorting disdainfully, "Humph. After being utterly defeated by brother Xiao Yang, you still wish to challenge him again?" Zhu Rong's expression darkened with anger, ready to retort when, smack, Di Jiang slapped his palm onto the table before him. his face displeased as he glared at Gong Gong and Zhu Rong. Is this a place for your antics? Take your brawling outside. Recognizing Di Zhang's discontent, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong fell silent. Seeing this, Di Zhang refrained from saying more, merely huffing that I have decided to assist the human migration. The 12 of U.S. shall remain inactive, sending only the clan's great shamans to provide support. We must disperse the human race into small tribes surrounding each of our clans, allowing them to integrate among us. Furthermore, we are merely aiding. Do not let your great shamans act stubbornly and recklessly. Now is not the time to confront the demon clan. The ancestral shamans, upon hearing this, aside from Ho Tu, who exhibited a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, fell silent. Although they maintained a decent relationship with Xiao Yang, their primary identity was as ancestral shamans of the Wu clan, and thus their considerations naturally prioritized their kin. In the 58,376th year of the human race, Swearin led the first group of migrating humans, finally arriving at the shores of the East Sea. Gazing upon the boundless plains before them, both Swearin and the rest of the human race erupted in unified cheers, their eyes alight with excitement. Swearin looked back at the humans following him, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. From the day of their migration until now, a span of 58,376 years has passed. Along the way, they faced countless attacks from the demon race, even with the support of the Wu clan. Their journey remained arduous and fraught with challenges. Reflecting on the trials of the past 5 decades, it felt as if ages had passed. They had never envisioned traversing billions of miles, clearing out the demon race along the way. Amidst this crucible of blood and fire, the human race continuously emerged with prodigious talents, from the battle against the Black Flame Spider to Chisongzi's breakthrough into the realm of chaos with a mere wave. Thousands of waters transformed into towering waves, engulfing the formidable demon clan. Lilu, similarly, Yin Kong, mastering the sword path, cleaved through mountains and rivers, and Zhu Xiang, commanding the fire of separation, among others. These individuals are destined to be the pillars of the human race's future. Beyond these prodigies, the resources plundered from the demon race along the journey were all transported to the ancestral grounds of the human race. Xiao Yang allocated a significant portion of these resources into the creation blood pool. With the power of the creation blood pool, every newborn of the human race underwent a baptism, solidifying their future foundations that a complete and stable path for the rise of the race unfolded before the human beings. As Swearin pondered these matters, a beam of sword light approached him. This sword light halted before Swearin, transforming into a woman exuding a chilling aura. She was none other than Yin Kong, the future prodigy of the human race. Swearin, we have confirmed that there are originally 38 demon clans within this expanse of the East Sea Plains. Upon hearing of the arrival of our human race, 38 had diminished to 16, leaving behind 22 demon clans. Among them were the 7-colored golden rooster, the crimson feathered weasel, the silver moon horse, and the ice crystal python. As Sui Run listened to Yin Kang's words, images of these races incessantly surfaced in his mind. Previously, they had suffered losses due to their ignorance of the opposing information. Henceforth, Sui Run led the human race to clarify the relationships in each territory before taking action. After determining the course of action, they would then proceed. Even if the 22 demon clans were individually weak, did they truly intend to seek aid from the human emperor? Sui Run furrowed his brow, contemplating how to defeat these 22 clans one by one. At that moment, he suddenly raised his head, casting his gaze into the distance. Chapter 61. The human race is indeed so overbearing by the eastern sea. Sui Rin stood before a multitude of humans, his brow tightly knitted as he gazed into the distance. There, he beheld a gathering of demon clouds, akin to the heavens collapsing, advancing towards Sui Run and his company. Waves of luminous streams streaked across the sky, appearing not far from Sui Run. There were 22 streams in total, each representing a quasi-saint powerhouse, the very demon clans that had taken residence here. Although Sui Run was somewhat astonished, there was no trace of panic upon his visage. An everlasting flame ignited around him, and the aura of a quasi-saint surged skyward. What is your intent? Sui Rin inquired of the 22 quasi-saints of the demon clans. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the assembled demon beings. We, the demon sovereigns, bear no ill will towards the human race. The Eastern Sea is also our dwelling place. We come merely to negotiate with the humans, seeking a place to exist. One of the quasi-saints stepped forward. Clarifying their purpose, Sui Rin scoffed lightly, regarding the gathering demons. Negotiate? Is the so-called negotiation your entire clan's presence here? If I refuse, shall you then pursue a relentless vendetta against the human race? He had no inclination to trust their words. I have heard that the Sui Emperor would go to great lengths for the survival of humankind, even waging blood-soaked battles across myriad miles. Therefore, we demon clans shall also not hesitate to shed blood for our habitation by the Eastern Sea. The quasi-saint spoke with an undertone of sarcasm, yet remained unperturbed that moment. From behind Sui Run, Chi Songzi emerged, bearing a long sword. His presence was accompanied by intertwining sword energies, imparting a sense of spatial fragmentation. Your claims of negotiation are but veiled coercion. The human race is least inclined to entertain such tactics. Let it be war, or depart from the Eastern Sea. Upon Chi Songzi's proclamation, Yin Kong, Li Lu, Zhu Xiang, and other prominent figures of the human race stepped forth in unison. Their radiance burst forth, each exuding a formidable aura that soared into the heavens. Fight! 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 Behind them, the human populace had already been inspired, erupting in fervent shouts that a spirit of invincibility and unyielding combat surged forth, tearing asunder the clouds above. Must we truly abandon the Eastern Sea? Is it so tyrannical of you humans? The expressions of the demon quasi-saints darkened. Initially believing that their assembly of 22 quasi-saints would compel the humans to show deference, they now realized that the human race was far more domineering than they had anticipated. Sui Run prepared to respond. A figure tore through the fabric of space, materializing before him and his companions. Our human race is indeed so overbearing. Now you face but two choices, either perish or yield, should you choose to submit to the human race. You may continue to thrive by the Eastern Sea. A voice resembling a dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, that a golden light erupted, piercing through time and space, imbued with an aura of supreme majesty. Upon witnessing this figure, Sui Ren's eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly moved to tears. Xiao Yang, the human emperor, I pay my respects to your majesty. Your majesty has arrived. At long last, I behold the human emperor. I have not failed his expectations. Hearing Sui Ren's words, the multitude of humans erupted in joy, tears welling in their eyes. For 58,376 years, having departed from their ancestral land, each day had been a struggle for survival. They had fought against various demon clans, countless human lives sacrificed, reclaiming vast territories. Today, in the Eastern Sea, they encountered Xiao Yang, the human emperor, and felt that the sacrifices of the past had not been in vain. All their efforts were worthwhile. In that moment, Xiao Yang stood with his back to Sui Run and the others, momentarily ignoring them. His expression was calm, his gaze fixed on the 22 quasi-saints of the demon clans. Have you made your decision? Yield or die? As his words fell, the entire Eastern Sea fell into a profound silence. Even the relentless winds ceased their howling. Countless observers, mighty beings of great power, were momentarily taken aback. What a display of dominance! Before Xiao Yang stood not mere rabble, but 22 quasi-saints. To yield or perish, such audacity. It seemed even the demon emperor and the witch clan's emperor could not boast such resolve. How did Xiao Yang dare to do this? In the chaos within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess could not help but smile at this scene. Indeed, it aligns with your character, Tiwansho Mountain, within the five. Hong Yun gazed at Zhen Yuanzi in astonishment. Uncertainly speaking, is this truly Taoist friend Xiao Yang? I never imagined he possessed such a domineering side. Zhen Yuanzi remained silent, only laughing heartily, his laughter filled with a sense of exhilaration. None could comprehend why he felt such joy in the Thunder Marsh. Within the Thunder God Palace, the Thunder God observed Xiao Yang and involuntarily shuddered. Memories of their previous contest, where he was overwhelmingly subdued by Xiao Yang, flooded back. I cannot provoke this monster. Fortunately, we are allies now. Within the expansive Thunder God Palace, the sound of the Thunder God's somewhat lewd laughter echoed. Xiao Yang, you are also a quasi-saint. How dare you look down upon us? A demon quasi-saint, incensed by Xiao Yang's domineering words, could no longer contain his fury that he sprang forth, pointing an accusing finger at Xiao Yang, his eyes betraying murderous intent. At that moment, Xiao Yang, suspended in midair, turned his gaze upon him. A dragon's aura radiated from him, accompanied by the sound of dragon roars. His eyes shimmered with boundless power, pressing down upon the demon quasi-saint. Crack! The space shattered beneath Xiao Yang's gaze, transforming into a void black hole. Puff! The demon quasi-saint's complexion shifted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Though he had only just attained quasi-saint status, he had never anticipated that he could not withstand even a mere glance from Xiao Yang. It appears you have chosen death. In that case, you and your clan shall be expunged from the annals of the Hongwang. Xiao Yang's expression remained unchanged as he extended his right hand. Erasing the quasi-saint and his clan from existence, the human emperors descended alongside his motion. Chapter 62. 21 demon clans submit, 12 Yuanshan conceived. By the shores of the eastern sea, Xiao Yang hovered in midair. A regal manifestation of a human emperor descending behind him, in synchrony, both extended their right hands toward the demon clan quasi-saint before them, along with the race that stood behind him, seeking to erase their existence. Yet, the demon quasi-saint seemed to sense something amiss. Before he could utter more than a single word, silence enveloped him. Under the watchful eyes of all gathered by the eastern sea and the attention of the ancient powers, the demon quasi-saint and his kin gradually vanished, piece by piece, as if reality itself had devoured them. Their corporeal forms and spiritual essences alike dissolved into nothingness. Once the 22 demon clans had stood together, but now a substantial void was left, as though a section of a painting had been inexplicably excised. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. How many were left in astonishment? How could Xiao Yang, the embodiment of fortune, possess such formidable strength? Was he not the favored son of the heavenly Tao? Had they comprehended the concept of cheating fate, they might have cried out in awe as they stood in stunned disbelief. Xiao Yang remained undeterred, retracting his right hand and placing it behind his back, his demeanor one of cool indifference as he regarded the remaining 21 demon clans. He had chosen death. Now it was their turn to decide. Submit or perish. The human race's treasured artifact, the Kongtong seal, manifested above Xiao Yang's head, exuding boundless golden radiance. The once diminutive seal transformed into a colossal emblem that overshadowed the heavens. The resonant sounds of the Tao echoed, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, revealing unparalleled might. From Xiao Yang emanated an overwhelming pressure that nearly suffocated the assembled demons. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 7 breaths. Just as Xiao Yang's brow furrowed, preparing to raise his hand. At last, a figure stepped forth from the 7-colored Golden Rooster clan, his face etched with a bittersweet expression as he bowed before Xiao Yang. We, the 7-colored Golden Rooster clan, willingly submit to the human race. Serving the Emperor of Humanity, with the first submission came the second, the third. We, the Silver Moonhorse clan, willingly submit to the human race. Serving the Emperor of Humanity, we, the Vermilion Feather Weasel clan, willingly submit to the human race. Serving the Emperor of Humanity, we, the Ice Crystal Python. Ultimately, all 21 demon clans bowed before Xiao Yang in submission. In a void. Dong Huang Taiyi's countenance bore traces of conflict. He had not anticipated Xiao Yang's rapid ascension in power. When Xiao Yang was at the Deluo level, he himself was a quasi-saint. Now, as a quasi-saint himself, he found Xiao Yang increasingly inscrutable. The disregard for fundamental laws was simply absurd, given Xiao Yang's annihilation of that quasi-saint and his kin. Dong Huang Tai, he was certain that had he appeared as initially planned, he too would have met his end. After a prolonged silence, he gazed at Xiao Yang and murmured, "I shall spare your life for now. Once the Wu clan is eradicated, I will assuredly seek your demise." With that, the hidden Dong Huang Tai departed for the heavenly court. The moment of his departure, Xiao Yang subtly raised his head, as if sensing Dong Huang Taiyi's movement. Yet, he paid it no heed, instead focusing on the 21 demon clans that had submitted to him. A glimmer of contemplation crossed his eyes among the remaining clans. Aside from the vermilion feather weasel and ice crystal python, there were the seven-colored golden rooster, silver moon horse, greenstone ox, bamboo green serpent, and seven others. Curiously, these 11 clans corresponded to the animals of the Chinese zodiac: rooster, horse, ox, snake, monkey, pig, tiger, sheep, dog, rabbit, and rat. This inevitably led Xiao Yang to ponder the significance of the zodiac in his previous life. What then delineated these 12 animals? That would lead to a discussion of the 12 primordial time units, each corresponding to a month, and also known as the 12 earthly branches. Beyond these 12, there existed a further 60 time units, known as the 60 celestial stems. If he could manifest these 12 primordial units alongside the 60 celestial manifestations in the primordial world, it would undoubtedly represent a monumental leap for the human race's destiny and development. Xiao Yang felt an intense urge to act immediately, but he was no mere mortal. This thought flickered away in his mind. Now was not the time. The human race, already in the spotlight, would attract unwelcome attention if he acted prematurely. Sometimes, it is wise to hold back, for attaining some cards can yield better outcomes like tea that moment. A voice resonated in Xiao Yang's ears. Congratulations! You have successfully subdued 21 demon clans, making them subordinate to the human race, significantly enhancing human fortune. Human fortune has increased, elevating the fortune level to level 4. Human fortune has augmented, with the fortune golden dragon now reaching 300,000 zhong. The system's voice stirred Xiao Yang from his reverie. Had it not been for the system's reminder, he might have forgotten its existence altogether. The fact that subduing other races could bolster human fortune seemed to encourage him to conquer even more clans. Was this feasible? Xiao Yang considered himself a lover of peace. After all, how many subordinate races could elevate the fortune level? Gathering his scattered thoughts, Xiao Yang turned his gaze back to the 21 demon quasi-saints before him. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Very well, swear the heavenly oath and return your clans to your original domains. Should any matters arise, I shall summon you. The seven-colored golden rooster and the other demon quasi-saints exhaled in relief. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. They each bowed before Xiao Yang, hastening to lead their clans away from the area with great haste to owe them. Xiao Yang was akin to a nightmare. The sooner they departed, the better. Watching the multitude of demons depart, Xiao Yang then turned to face Suiren and the other human folk. Meeting Xiao Yang's gaze, Suiren and the humans straightened their spines, pride shimmering in their eyes as they regarded him. Suiren bows before his majesty. Suiren stepped forward, bowing deeply to Xiao Yang. Qi Songzi, Yin Kong, Li Lu, Zhu Xiang, bow before his majesty. The human prodigies followed suit, their faces flushed with excitement that we bow before his majesty the human emperor. The gathered humans bowed in unison. Xiao Yang had become a figure of reverence among the human race. Even in his prolonged absence, at this moment, their collective faith ignited like a blazing flame, illuminating the very heavens and earth. Xiao Yang surveyed the Suiren and the humans before him, a satisfied expression flickering in his eyes. He raised his hand, lifting all the humans to their feet. Excellent, you have not disappointed my expectations. I take pride in you all. Xiao Yang's gaze settled on Qi Songzi. Where there is merit, there must be reward. Chapter 63. The Human King, the Marquis of the Four Seas Dragon Kings. Where there is merit, there must be reward. Xiao Yang's gaze fixed upon Qi Songzi, a smile gracing his features. Qi Songzi stepped forward. Your Majesty. Qi Songzi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he took a couple of steps forward. Qi Songzi, alongside Suiren, has carved a new home for our human race, bravely overcoming numerous obstacles in the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. He has even slain a demon quasi-saint, repeatedly thwarting the demon race's siege upon us. His contributions to the human race are immense. Today, in the name of the Emperor of Humanity, I decree Qi Songzi to be our human sword monarch. With a flourish, Xiao Yang raised his hand, summoning the Kong Tong seal into his grasp. As his words fell, a resonant dragon's roar echoed forth. The fortune golden dragon surged from the seal, hovering before Qi Songzi, its eyes glinting with an evaluative gaze. After a prolonged silence, Another dragon's roar erupted as the fortune golden dragon exhaled a breath of fortune upon Qi Song's eye. In a flash of brilliance, Qi Song's attire transformed into a regal robe akin to that worn by Xiao Yang. Clad in this garment, Qi Song's aura shifted, imbued with newfound authority. Satisfied with Qi Song's transformation, Xiao Yang then turned his attention to Yin Kong. Yin Kong, though a woman, possesses a spirit that rivals any man. Once wielding the clear moon sword to vanquish the three major adversarial demon tribes, I paved the way for our human race across 1,000 miles. Today, in the name of the Emperor of Humanity, I hereby decree the Yin Kong clan as the King of Humanity. The Golden Dragon of Fate has once again arrived before the Yin Kong clan, exhaling a breath of human fortune upon her. In a flash of brilliance, a regal robe of humanity adorned her form. With an inherent aura of nobility, the Yin Kong clan, now clad in this royal garment, exuded an even greater majesty, rendering her stunningly beautiful. The Li Lu clan is conferred the title of King of Humanity. The Zhuxiang clan is conferred the title of King of Humanity. The Jinyu is conferred the title of General of Humanity. The Fengqi is conferred the title of General of Humanity. One by one, the prodigies of humanity were bestowed titles by Xiao Yang. They radiated their own unique brilliance, illuminating the entire eastern coast like the sun itself. This, upon reflection, I had not anticipated that with a new quasi-saint of humanity, numerous great Luo golden immortals, and thousands of Tai golden immortals, the strength of humanity had surged to such heights. This level of power signifies that humanity is no longer the insignificantly ranked race of the primordial era. The powerful beings observing this battle from the primordial realm all changed their expressions. They had never imagined that humanity's strength had developed to this extent. Even among some of their own races, there might not be individuals as formidable as humanity. The primordial realm is vast, yet there is no surplus land. Humanity currently occupies the eastern coast. If one day humanity chooses to expand its territory outward, how will they defend themselves when we reach their very doorstep? Everyone fell into contemplation, with some leaders of factions close to the eastern coast even preparing to unite, standing atop the clouds. Xiao Yang conferred titles to numerous human kings and generals, while the Golden Dragon of Fate hovered behind him, concealed within the depths of the clouds, occasionally revealing a scale or claw. From this day forth, any individual of humanity who attains the rank of quasi-saint shall be conferred the title of Emperor of Humanity. Those who reach the great Luo golden immortal rank shall be conferred the title of King of Humanity. Those who reach the Tai golden immortal rank shall be conferred the title of General of Humanity. Should one accomplish great deeds for humanity, they shall be rewarded with titles at my discretion. May every member of humanity become an emperor. Xiao Yang's proclamation echoed throughout the eastern coast, resonating in the ears of every human. A surge of fervor ignited within their hearts. Emperor, King, General, to obtain such titles, they would willingly embrace death. May every member of humanity become an emperor. The Suiren clan was the first to shout in excitement, their eyes shining with fervor. May every member of humanity become an emperor. The Qi Songzi, Yin Kong clan, Li Lu clan, Zhuxiang clan, and other prodigies of humanity joined in unison. May every member of humanity become an emperor. May every member of humanity become an emperor. The entire human populace along the eastern coast erupted in a chorus of shouts, their eyes gleaming with spirit. Their beliefs seemed to undergo a transformative refinement in that moment. They had found a future to strive for. Congratulations! You have conferred titles of emperors, kings, and generals, greatly inspiring humanity and igniting the spirit of struggle among your kin, leading to a surge in human fortune. With humanity's migration to the eastern coast, a new chapter is about to unfold. You have received a fortune reward. Teleportation array. The system's voice resonated in Xiao Yang's ears at the opportune moment that a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Yang's eyes. He had not anticipated that merely proposing the titles of Emperor, King, and General would yield a reward from the system. Simultaneously, he came to a clearer understanding. Only with the rapid and prosperous development of humanity could the system exert a greater influence. The two are mutually reinforcing, Eastern Sea, within the depths of the Dragon Palace, with Xiao Yang's emergence, the might of humanity was showcased. The Dragon King of the East summoned the Dragon Kings of the other three seas. Esteemed colleagues, with humanity settling on the eastern coast, should we remain passive observers or take some form of action? The East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang inquired of the other three Sea Dragon Kings. Among them, the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run glanced at Ao Guang and, with a somewhat somber demeanor, spoke. Elder brother, within humanity, the initial three emperors are quasi-saints, and there are many great Luo golden immortals. Not to mention the formidable human emperor Xiao Yang. As for us dragons, aside from the four of us great Luo who can hold our ground, who would regard us highly, he questioned, you propose we respond to humanity. What exactly should our dragon clan say? Ao Guang fell silent. The North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun observed the group and hesitantly suggested, perhaps we should awaken the ancestor dragon. Before Ao Shun could finish, he was interrupted by Ao Guang. Silence. Ao Shun, have you forgotten the rules? Is now the time for awakening. Our dragon clan has not yet reached the brink of extinction. Upon hearing Ao Guang's reprimand, Ao Shun felt discontent and irritably retorted, this is not allowed. That is not allowed. Then what do you propose we do? Ao Guang opened his mouth, intending to speak, but ultimately found himself at a loss for words. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Qin, attempted to voice his thoughts when a voice resonated from outside the Grand Hall. What? Has one human left you all so utterly helpless? Chapter 64. The Old Turtle Point, 3,000 Immortal Cities. What? Has one human rendered you all so utterly helpless? An ancient voice drifted from beyond the Grand Hall, reaching the ears of Ao Guang and the others. Upon hearing this, the four of them turned their gazes toward the entrance. When they beheld the speaker, astonishment lit their eyes. Ao Guang had met the old turtle. Ao Qin, Ao Run, and Ao Shun bowed respectfully. We pay our respects to the old turtle. The four of them simultaneously greeted the elderly figure who entered the hall. The speaker was an old man bearing a turtle shell upon his back, leaning on a staff, exuding an aura of ancient and profound wisdom. Enough, no need for formalities. Since you are all Dragon Kings, there is no need to bow to an old relic like me. The old man waved his hand, effortlessly lifting the bowing four. He approached the center of the Grand Hall, casting a glance at the four who were merely at the great Luo golden immortal level. A flicker of sorrow passing through his eyes. In times past, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were required to be quasi-saints to assume their roles. Now, it seems our dragon clan has truly fallen. A sense of shame washed over the faces of Ao Guang and the others. Just as they were about to speak, the old man continued. Now that you are the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, you must fulfill your duties. As for the matters concerning humanity, you need not concern yourselves overly. If they wish to settle along the eastern coast, let them do so, but there is one thing that cannot be permitted. A trace of authority flickered in the old man's eyes, and his aura surged, suffusing the Grand Hall with an oppressive weight. The Four Seas belong to my dragon clan. If humanity seeks to advance into the Four Seas, we shall not permit it. Should conflicts arise from this, we old relics will not hesitate to exert our last vestiges of power. As his words fell, the Grand Hall fell into darkness, shadows of dragons swirling upon the palace walls. Ao Guang and the others gazed at these dragon shadows, their eyes alight with excitement. Just as they were about to speak, everything vanished into silence. Even the old man with the turtle shell disappeared without a trace. After a considerable time, Ao Guang steadied his emotions, his earlier trepidation replaced by unwavering resolve. Esteemed colleagues, you all understand the intentions of our ancestors. The Four Seas belong to my dragon clan. No outsider shall encroach upon them. Ao Qin and the others bowed to Ao Guang, their expressions brimming with enthusiasm that we understand. Humanity has traversed 54,100 years. The Zi clan and Yu Chao clan, leading two additional groups of humanity, have also arrived at the eastern coast. Thus, the entire migration plan of humanity has been completed. At this moment, in the very heart of the eastern coast, the ancestral grounds of humanity stood tall in the sky, radiating boundless golden light. This golden light could be felt even at the edges of the eastern coast, warming the hearts of those illuminated. They understood that their ancestral grounds were watching over them. In the ancestral hall, Xiao Yang occupied the esteemed position at the head of the tabled tea. His left sat the three members of the Sui Run clan alongside Qi Songzi, while to his right gathered a group of the most distinguished human talents, including Yin Kong. At that moment, the Sui Rin clan rose and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, they began, our clan has successfully migrated to the shores of the Eastern Sea. The vast expanse of land stretching millions of miles has been cleared. Shall we proceed with the previously established Immortal City Plan? The mention of the Immortal City Plan puzzled Yin Kong and the others, as they had never heard of it before, observing their expressions. Xiao Yang spoke up. It is understandable that you are unaware. This was an agreement made with the Sui Run clan long ago. With a graceful gesture, Xiao Yang summoned a radiant screen that appeared before them. On the screen, a square immortal city materialized, showcasing an array of splendid structures within. The essence of the Immortal City Plan is to transform the current tribal living habits of humanity, placing our people within these grand cities. Once an immortal city is established, it can harness the energy of the earth, governing a domain of 10,000 miles. Each city shall have a city lord and 2 deputy lords, positions that only the great Luo human kings may hold. Furthermore, a city garrison will be established, comprising 10 commanders of the Tai rank and 1,000,000 golden immortals forming the army. It is worth noting that with the establishment of this immortal city, a majority of you shall be assigned as city lords or commanding generals. Xiao Yang's gaze then shifted to the younger generation of human talents, his eyes brimming with warmth as they beheld the immortal city and listened to Xiao Yang's words. Excitement flickered in their eyes. Yin Kong rose, her demeanor fierce despite being a woman. Your Majesty, I, Yin Kong, volunteer to guard the borders of the human realm. Should any foreign tribe dare to invade, I shall be the first to suppress and eradicate them. Upon hearing such noble sentiment from Yin Kong, the great Luo human kings, including Li Lu, Zhu Xiang, Wu Huai, and Ge Tian, stood in unison, bowing to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, I Li Lu volunteer. Your Majesty, I, Zhu Xiang volunteer. One by one, they expressed their fervor, their eyes aflame with the spirit of battle, ready to sacrifice their lives for humanity. The Sui Rin clan, Yu Chao clan, and Zi clan looked upon these promising young humans with joy. While Xiao Yang's expression reflected satisfaction, I understand your desire to oversee the most peripheral cities. Fear not, the position of city lord shall rotate every 10,000 years, granting you all the opportunity to govern the outermost cities. After a brief pause, Xiao Yang waved his hand again, and the screen transformed once more. He displayed the current landscape of the Eastern Sea and its surrounding regions. Presently, our human race has its back against the Eastern Sea and does not wish to venture into it for the time being. Thus, we shall divide our territory into 3 directions: north, south, and west. The Sui Rin clan will oversee the north, the Yu Chao clan the south, and Qi Songzi the west, while Zi and I shall guard the center. Each immortal city can accommodate 100 million humans, with 1,000 cities established in each direction. Additionally, the Sui Rin clan, Yu Chao clan, and Qi Songzi shall each form 3 great armies. These armies will not be stationed in any city, but will patrol the human territory continuously. If any issue arises that cannot be resolved by an immortal city, the 3 armies will intervene. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, the Sui Rin clan felt a surge of excitement, taking a deep breath. He stood and bowed to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty, what shall these 3 armies be called? Xiao Yang's gaze deepened slightly, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. These 3 armies shall be named Slay Demons, Suppress Evil, and Exterminate Immortals. In the year that followed the agreement on the immortal cities, the Sui Rin clan and others began to implement the plans laid out by Xiao Yang. One by one, immortal cities emerged in the north, south, and west, with various great Luo human kings appointed as city lords and Tentai commanders overseeing 1,000,000 golden immortals stationed within. The human forces swiftly expanded outward like stars scattered across the heavens. The great powers observed the progress of humanity with keen interest, viewing these immortal cities as no different from the tribes of old. Within the ancestral hall, Xiao Yang sat alone in meditation. His thoughts stirring, a cascade of seven-colored light burst forth before him, transforming into a radiant screen. Gazing upon it, he saw Host, Xiao Yang identity, Human Fortune Golden Dragon, Human Emperor Fortune Level 4 Realm, late stage of Quasi-Saint, as the embodiment of human fortune. You can mobilize the entirety of humanity's strength, techniques. Every sword and thought can create the heavens. Divine Essence Body Refinement Technique. As the embodiment of human fortune, you can learn all human techniques and integrate them seamlessly. Items. Post-Heaven Merit Spiritual Treasure Creation Whip. Fortune Supreme Treasure Kong Tong Seal. Comprehensive Teleportation Array Fortune Sign-In Attempts. 1. Human Fortune Rises. Granting sign-in attempts. System. I wish to sign in. You have consumed one fortune sign-in attempt, and the process is underway. Congratulations, you have successfully signed in and obtained the 12 Earth Tablets, Heavenly Array Pavilion, and World Seed. The 12 Earth Tablets constitute a vast human world, bestowed by an unparalleled Heavenly Emperor to honor the 12 affiliated races of humanity. Providing 12 cultivation methods, the Heavenly Array Pavilion contains supreme array creation, allowing one to comprehend the changes of great arrays and grasp their true essence. The World Seed, from the chaos, is a seed from the world tree that can give rise to an endless world. It can be used to cultivate a small world, and with nurturing, it can continuously evolve. Upon realizing the rewards he had received, Xiao Yang's focus sharpened. Excellent. The 12 Earth Tablets grant a dedicated cultivation method for the 12 Yuan Shun, making their establishment imperative. The Heavenly Array Pavilion can be integrated into the Ancestral Hall of Humanity, standing alongside the Heavenly Dan Pavilion and Heavenly Artifact Pavilion, becoming one of our foundational treasures. The World Seed can cultivate a small world. Thus, a portion of humanity's foundation can be transferred into this small world that, in the future, there's potential to evolve it into a middle world. Or even a great world. Xiao Yang's gaze deepened, stars flickering in his eyes. After a long while, he regained his composure, extending his hand to retrieve the 3 items from the system. The 12 Earth Tablets and Heavenly Array Pavilion were integrated into the Ancestral Hall of Humanity. With a flash of light, the entire Ancestral Hall began to transform. Now is not the time to open a world. We must wait for the right moment. At that moment, Yi entered from the outer hall, bowing to Xiao Yang. Your Majesty. Xiao Yang regarded Yi with a smile and inquired, What brings you here? Yi replied, Your Majesty, you once mentioned that after establishing the immortal cities, we would initiate the talent trial program. May I inquire if this plan is still to be pursued? Hearing Zi's words, Xiao Yang fell into contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. This matter must proceed. Once the 3,000 immortal cities are established, we shall disperse our talented individuals. Zi grew anxious. She sought Xiao Yang to dissuade him from this notion. Your Majesty, over these 50,000 years, our people have migrated to the shores of the Eastern Sea, suffering countless casualties. Our kin have already gained experience, and the talents like Yin Kong have matured, haven't they? Moreover, the demon race harbors a deep-seated enmity with us. They do not dare to retaliate here. If we disperse our kin into the wilderness for trials, will we not give the demons an opportunity for revenge? Upon hearing Zi's words, Xiao Yang found himself deep in thought once more. After a considerable pause, he turned to her and replied, You make a valid point, yet the trial for our talents must continue. Why? He pressed, growing increasingly anxious. Over the years, witnessing the countless deaths of her kin had filled her heart with sorrow. Now that peace had finally been established and a number of talents had emerged, she could not comprehend why the talent trial should proceed, fearing the loss of even more of their descendants. Calm yourself. As the Z clan found themselves in a state of urgent anxiety, their eyes tinged with a crimson hue, a resonant shout from Xiao Yang reverberated through the air, akin to the ringing of a morning bell or the tolling of an evening gong, awakening the Z clan from their distress. Z, I can fully comprehend your feelings. If it were possible, I too would prefer that our younger generations refrain from venturing into the trials of the world. However, you must understand that our human race does not lack adversaries within the vast expanse of the primordial chaos. Apart from the demon race, countless others lurk in the shadows, keenly observing our kind. With a brief pause, Xiao Yang gazed at the now calm Z clan and continued, "Of course, these trials are not intended to lead them to their demise. During this migration, the Witch clan has provided considerable assistance to our people. And some tribes have even settled around the Witch clan that I intend for those venturing forth to undergo trials to first explore the territories of the Witch clan before ultimately entering the primordial chaos." Upon hearing Xiao Yang's arrangements, the Z clan nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, soon after, a thought crossed their mind, prompting them to address Xiao Yang once more. "Your Majesty, though I cannot ascertain the reason, I have an unsettling feeling that the Witch clan harbors ulterior motives toward our human race." The Z clan furrowed their brow, recalling the initial assistance provided by the Witch clan, an unease lingering in their heart. With the mention of the Z clan's concerns, a glimmer of insight flashed in Xiao Yang's eyes. It was as though his gaze pierced through the fabric of space, revealing the intricate interactions between the human and witch tribes. "Z, do you know the origins of the Witch clan? Pray enlighten me." "Your Majesty," the Z clan responded with a bow. "The Witch clan was birthed from a union of the 12 ancestral witches and the blood of the Panga blood pool. Once the Panga blood pool dries up, the Witch clan's greatest source will be severed. To perpetuate their existence, they must seek alternative means." Upon hearing these words, the Z clan's expression shifted, and understanding dawned upon them, clarifying the source of their unease. Just as they were about to speak, Xiao Yang delivered a profound remark. "The Witch clan has calculated their moves astutely, but how could they possibly know that those born from their endeavors may belong to our human race rather than their own?" Chapter 66. For the sake of the human race's enemies, we shall not rest until they are vanquished. The human race has endured for 60,280 years by the shores of the Eastern Sea. It has been 8,689 years since the human race migrated to this land. There along the coastline stood numerous celestial cities of the human race, spaced 90,000 miles apart. Scattered across the earth like stars in the firmament, in the very center of the Eastern Sea's shore, the ancestral home of the human race radiated immense light, standing majestically in the air like a great sun. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, 9 resounding chimes echoed from the ancestral home of the human race. Following the tolling, streams of light surged from all directions, merging into the ancestral home. Inside, Xiao Yang sat upon the main seat, the silhouette of a golden dragon of fortune flickering behind him, occasionally revealing a scale or claw. A strand of imperial dragon aura enveloped Xiao Yang, imbuing him with an air of authority. Suiren, Wuqi, Zi, and Chisongzi, among others, took their places on either side. Esteemed guests, it has been nearly 9,000 years since our human race settled by the Eastern Sea. During this time, we have been fortunate to avoid major conflicts, with even minor skirmishes being remarkably scarce. This is undoubtedly beneficial for the development of our people. Suiren, do you know how many of our younger generation have ventured into the primordial chaos during these years? Xiao Yang's gaze swept across those present before finally resting on Suiren. Without hesitation, Suiren rose and bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, every 500 years, we have dispatched a contingent of exceptional youths, numbering over 1,000 at times, and as few as several hundred at others. To date, we have sent out 17 batches of our kin for training, totaling 45,600 individuals." Xiao Yang nodded and suddenly turned his attention to Chisongzi. "Chisongzi, do you know how many of these 45,600 have returned to our fold?" Chisongzi nodded, rising to address Xiao Yang. "Your Majesty, among the 45,600, 3,796 have perished. 4,921 suffered irreparable damage to their talents. 1,544 are unaccounted for. Additionally, 5,327 remain within various human tribes across the primordial chaos. Ultimately, 30,012 have returned to our clan." Xiao Yang nodded, a trace of a cold smile playing upon his lips. "In these nearly 9,000 years, our human population has exceeded 10 trillion. Among these 45,600, the best of the best, it is disheartening that nearly 10,000 have met with misfortune. Tell me, do you think our chosen youths are too weak, or that there are simply too many adversaries who harbor hostility toward our human race?" The assembly turned their eyes toward Xiao Yang, each harboring their own conjectures. I imagine you are all curious as to why I have summoned you here today. Observing their expressions, Xiao Yang donned a stern demeanor. The human race has never been one to suffer in silence. Since there are numerous foes in the primordial chaos who harbor animosity toward us, we shall take action. Let us strike with unwavering resolve. Xiao Yang's gaze swept over the assembly, a cold smirk escaping his lips. I know that in these 9,000 years of peace, our people have grown accustomed to a life of comfort. I fear some of you have grown complacent. The fervor of our past, I suspect, has long since cooled. His words instilled a sense of shame among some present. Chisongzi rose, his face flushed, eyes alight with an indomitable spirit. Your Majesty, my blood remains unchilled. Chisongzi seeks to fight. Following his declaration, many others stood in unison, bowing to Xiao Yang. Yinkong seeks to fight. Lilu seeks to fight. Datian seeks to fight. Zunlu seeks to fight. Among them were both men and women, yet regardless of their identity, their eyes shone with unwavering determination, as if flames of valor ignited within them. Their fervent actions inspired the remaining individuals to rise as well, each bowing respectfully to Xiao Yang. Observing this gathering, Xiao Yang erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Excellent. This is the spirit our human race should embody. Remember, any who dare to threaten us shall be our sworn enemies. And as sworn enemies, we shall spare no effort in their annihilation. Xiao Yang rose, the golden dragon of fortune resting its forepaw upon his shoulder, its gaze fixed intently upon Chisongzi and the others. This campaign of the human race into the primordial chaos has three objectives. First, to alleviate the crises faced by our kin who remain in various tribes of the primordial chaos. Second, to eradicate those who dare to harm us, thereby instilling fear in the hearts of all beings in the primordial chaos. Third, to train our forces. For nearly 9,000 years have passed, and many of our younger generation have forgotten how we came to settle by the Eastern Sea. With a slight pause, Xiao Yang gestured, summoning the Kongtong seal before the assembly. Yinkong, Wuhai, Zhuxiang, Lilu, Gitian, Datian, Zunlu, heed my command. Your Majesty. The 7 Yinkong clan members stepped forward, bowing to Xiao Yang. You are appointed as leaders, commanding 30,000 Luo as generals and 1 million Tai E as soldiers. This battle must be a victory. We must showcase the prowess of our human race. Let all beings of the primordial chaos understand that we are not to be trifled with. The expressions of Yinkong and the others turned solemn as they bowed to Xiao Yang. We shall faithfully obey your Majesty's decree. The human race has endured for 60,280 years. After Xiao Yang issued his orders, the 7 Yinkong members took 10 years to assemble their forces. On this day, under the leadership of the 7 Yinkong, the armies marched forth toward the primordial chaos. To the north of the primordial chaos, the moon-viewing mountain awaited. In the heavens above, the white clouds gathered. And upon those clouds, a formidable array of human warriors assembled. The intricate patterns of the formation flickered between existence and oblivion, emanating a chilling aura that remained restrained. Yin Kongshur observed the unfolding scene below with an air of indifference. With a mere wave of her hand, the sound of war drums reverberated throughout the cosmos. 1 million Taiji practitioners and 10 great Luo beings harmonized their energies, coalescing into a miasma of blood and vitality that shrouded the heavens and the earth. An endless surge of murderous intent condensed, causing the area around Wangyue Mountain to be blanketed in black snowflakes, each a manifestation of lethal intent. Who dares to wreak havoc upon my Huanyue wolf clan? On Wangyue Mountain, spiritual energy converged, materializing into the visage of an unparalleled ferocious wolf. Those who offend the human race shall be exterminated. Yin Kongshur wielded the cold moon divine sword, her aura swirling with arcane power. As a beam of Yin radiance cascaded over her, rendering her akin to a goddess of the moon. Yet her voice resonated with the ancient power of indomitable deities, exuding an overwhelming and fearsome presence. Chapter 67. The campaign begins with a resounding clang. The air was filled with the sound of countless swords ringing from atop Wangyue Mountain. An unprecedented sword light pierced through the void. shattering the fabric of reality and scattering innumerable strands of spiritual energy. Boom! The ground trembled, dust swirling into the air. The might contained within the sword light erupted, carving a portion from Huanyue Mountain itself. In that moment, the laws of the void fractured, and waves of destructive energy surged outward. Countless members of the Huanyue Wolf clan perished, their demise occurring without a moment to utter a sound. Reduced to mere ashes. How dare you act so recklessly in the domain of Huanyue Mountain? Furious, the elder of the Huanyue Wolf clan roared, "Do you humans seek to engage in a relentless feud with my clan?" At that moment, an unfathomably terrifying aura surged into the sky. Black demonic energy billowed like clouds, obscuring the heavens. In an instant, a massive and menacing Huanyue wolf materialized in midair, facing the ancient wolf ancestor. Yin Kongshu remained unperturbed. The cold moon divine sword in her hand gleamed with a radiant light, that a streak of sword energy surged forth at blinding speed, cleaving through the void and striking down upon Huanyue Mountain once more. This sword light not only obliterated a segment of the Huanyue wolf clan, but also further diminished Huanyue Mountain's stature. "How dare you? You humans shall perish," the ancient wolf ancestor, feeling humiliated, felt his eyes turn crimson with rage. A violent aura spread in all directions as the black demonic clouds rolled like a tide. The initial stage of quasi-saintly cultivation was laid bare before all. Beneath him, the Huanyue wolf clan revealed their true forms. Howling uncontrollably, within their howls, a mysterious resonance seemed to flicker. The tiny star in the heavens cast down its lunar power upon the Huanyue wolf clan, enhancing their might. "I have been in seclusion for so long. Yet I never anticipated being humiliated by you insignificant beings. You shall pay dearly." The wolf ancestor's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He inhaled deeply, creating a vortex that drew in boundless spiritual energy. Then, with a gentle exhale, a luminous sphere composed of countless strands of spiritual energy surged towards Yin Kangshai. In response, Yin Kongshu's countenance remained icy, as her power quietly flowed. Her aura grew increasingly frigid. The majority of the lunar radiance that had been cast upon the Huanyue wolf clan was seized by her. This infinite moonlight converged upon the cold moon, divine sword in her grasp. Behind her, a divine form materialized, indistinct in visage yet also wielding a cold moon divine sword. "Today, the Huanyue wolf clan shall be annihilated." With the utterance of these words, a formidable power erupted from within Yin Kongshu. Endless sharpness surged into the cold moon divine sword in her hand. As she swung the sword downward, it shattered the very fabric of space itself. Under this strike, it felt as if all existence ceased to be, as if she were the sole entity in the universe. The spiritual energy beneath this sword seemed to gain sentience, fleeing in terror. What? The ancient wolf ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. His once menacing gaze now reflected sheer panic. He sensed an imminent threat to his very existence from this strike. Yet, the realization came too late. As the sword descended upon him, he finally thought of evasion, but it was far too late. Boom! In an instant, the ancient wolf ancestor's corporeal form exploded, Yin Kongshu's sword slicing through him, unleashing a torrent of blood and flesh that blanketed the area. Perhaps, in no time, this place would transform into another realm of fortune. After vanquishing the ancient wolf ancestor, Yin Kongshu refrained from attacking the remaining Huanyue wolves. She had not forgotten that this battle was not merely for establishing authority, but also for honing her skills. With the loss of their pillar, the Huanyue wolf clan was soon overwhelmed, unable to withstand the onslaught of 1,000,000 Taiji practitioners and 10 great Luo beings. Gradually, the cacophony of battle on Huanyue Mountain diminished. The sight revealed that the human army was diligently clearing the battlefield. Thus, the Huanyue wolf clan was consigned to the annals of primordial history. Meanwhile, in the northern expanse of the primordial realm, atop the angry Thunder Mountain, the ancestral ground of the Thunder Serpent clan, thunder roared perpetually, reminiscent of another realm of thunder, albeit less fearsome than the Thunder Marsh that moment. Outside angry Thunder Mountain, a man clad in a fur coat, radiating an aura of desolation, hovered in the air, His piercing gaze and muscular arms resembled that of a colossus. This man was none other than the human clan leader, Li Lushur. His martial prowess was unparalleled. In that instant, Li Lushur gazed upon angry Thunder Mountain, licking his lips as a bloodthirsty glint sparkled in his eyes. Martial arts transcends the divine, strength unparalleled. With a thunderous roar, Li Lushur activated his techniques, and his form swelled to hundreds of times its size, transforming into a colossal figure that obscured the sky. His footsteps shook the very foundations of the earth as he approached a divine mountain. Bending down, he plunged his hands in the mountain's body and bellowed with fury. Instantly, the mountain quaked. As his immense power surged, the divine mountain was uprooted entirely. Subsequently, Li Lushur hurled the mountain towards angry Thunder Mountain with a howling wind. The space before the throne mountain appeared fragile, shattering upon impact. Upon angry Thunder Mountain, the countless years of thunder clashed against the divine mountain, as if merely scratching an itch. The moment the thunder met the mountain, it was obliterated, becoming formless. What? The words of the Thunder Serpent Ancestor were left unspoken as the mountain hurled by Li Lushur collided with angry Thunder Mountain. Bang! The sound of thunder echoed, dust billowing forth, the shock waves radiating outward. After a considerable time, calm returned. Looking around, the once towering angry Thunder Mountain had been cleaved in two. Many members of the Thunder Serpent clan perished in the collision, leaving no trace of their existence. Crackling sounds of thunder echoed as the Thunder Serpent Ancestor, accompanied by the surviving members of his clan, confronted Li Lushur. Humans truly are formidable. He seethed with hatred and chilling intent. The Thunder Serpent clan had suffered grievous losses from prior skirmishes, yet never had they felt so humiliated as today. Daha. To seek vengeance, you must first survive today. Li Lushur scoffed, his eyes glinting with cold light. As Li Lushur's power surged, it seemed as if countless runes were inscribed within him. Radiating boundless brilliance, his vitality flowed like a mighty river, robust and relentless. With martial prowess transcending the divine, he reached for the stars. Chapter 68. The Zunlu clan, the innate five elements grand formation. Light and endless radiance erupted from Li Lushur as the flow of his vitality surged like a tidal wave. The energy surged towards the heavens. Upon his flesh, arcane symbols glimmered with brilliance. He appeared as a primordial deity, imbued with the essence of the wild. With a soft incantation, the heavens shifted, the once bright sky turned dim. Beneath this shroud of darkness, points of light began to emerge. In midair, they intertwined, forming a colossal hand that obscured the sky. Li Lushur extended his hand towards the ancestral figure of the Thunder Serpent, and the colossal palm resembling a starry sky roared into motion. In that moment, Li Lushur's hair danced wildly, and his beastly garb billowed ominously in the howling winds. The power of martial laws infused into that giant palm, amplifying its might by a third. Even the Thunder Serpent Ancestor, now revealed in his true form, appeared diminutive beneath that palm. It was as if, in the vastness of the universe, nothing existed beyond the strike delivered by Li Lushur. No! How could this be possible? The Thunder Serpent Ancestor writhed in fear, his serpentine eyes wide with terror, yet he could distinctly sense that. Despite his early-stage quasi-saint prowess, he was utterly incapable of resisting this palm. Yet this realization came far too late. Li Lushur afforded him no opportunity for a response. The palm seemed to transcend time and space, instantaneously appearing before the Thunder Serpent Ancestor and crashing down upon him. Boom! In an instant, it felt as if an infinite power descended. Wherever the starry palm landed, the earth trembled violently as the residual waves subsided. The Thunder Serpent Ancestor's form had already erupted into a mist of blood, enveloping a radius of several 100,000 miles. Even the once splintered Mount Fury was utterly obliterated beneath that palm, reduced to mere flatland. He is dead. The Ancestor is dead. He was a monster. Quick, flee. We are no match for him. Survival is paramount. The remaining members of the Thunder Serpent clan, upon witnessing the demise of their ancestor, were thrown into a state of panic. Some stood frozen in disbelief, while others, paralyzed with fear at Li Lushur's presence, transformed into streaks of light and fled into the distance. Li Lushur, arms crossed before his chest, regarded the Thunder Serpent clan with indifference. All troops, heed my command. Eradicate the Thunder Serpent clan, leaving not a single soul behind. Following the utterance of Li Lushur's bloodthirsty decree, an overwhelming aura of battle and slaughter surged forth from behind him. 10 great Luo and 1,000,000 human Taoist soldiers descended upon the scene. Faced with the Thunder Serpent clan stripped of their fighting spirit, they harbored not an ounce of compassion, raising their blades against the clan. Only after emerging from the Eastern Sea and witnessing the survival struggles of various human tribes in the primordial world did they grasp the true essence of cruelty and bloodshed. Thus, they felt no pity for the Thunder Serpent clan that had previously tormented the human race. Whether they resisted or fled, all were hunted down to their demise. None escaped. At the Eastern Sea's shore, near the western regions, the atmosphere around Mount Luo was thick with malevolence, and the sounds of battle reverberated incessantly. 1,000,000 human Taoist golden immortals and 10 great Luo were locked in fierce combat against a horde of Gujiao. The Gujiao, native to Mount Luo, resembled winged beasts with horns and emitted infant-like cries, preying upon humans. Nearby, several small human tribes have been devoured by the Gujiao clan. It was precisely for this reason that the human army had appeared here to confront the Gujiao. Just as the Gujiao were about to consume the last remnants of the surrounding tribes, they never anticipated such delectable prey would come willingly to their doorstep. Now that you have come, allow this elder to claim you all. Amidst the relentless skirmish, a piercing eagle's cry echoed across the battlefield, causing numerous human warriors to clutch their ears, their faces drained of color. The Gujiao ancestor revealed his true form, his wings spreading like celestial canopies, enveloping the entire battlefield. As he prepared to strike the human army, ethereal threads shimmering with prismatic hues materialized around him. The Gujiao ancestor felt a stirring within. Turning his gaze to the left, his astonishment. A human woman now stood where there had previously been emptiness. That Jiao ancestor, you finally made your appearance. The human noble, Zun Lushur, has awaited you for a long time. A faint smile graced Zun Lushur's lips as she regarded the Gujiao ancestor, yet within that smile lay an icy menace that ha. What if I have appeared? Do you truly believe you can subdue me? The Gujiao ancestor laughed heartily, his keen eyes glimmering with sharpness as he flapped his wings, unleashing a tempest. How can you know unless you try? Zun Lushur intoned softly, her hands weaving intricate seals. As symbols floated towards the Gujiao ancestor, the threads surrounding him transformed into the patterns of a grand formation. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the essence of the 5 elements swirled, radiating their luminous colors. Innate 5 elements formation. Activate. Zun Lushur's words dripped with lethal intent. Her entire being erupted with power, intertwining with the aura of the formation in that moment. The innate 5 elements formation began to resonate with her will. Thunder rumbled ominously as ethereal chains of law descended from the heavens. An infinite flow of spiritual energy converged into the formation, with Zun Lushur's killing intent manifesting as the formation's own. As the formation took shape, the space surrounding it became unstable. Within the formation, Boundless would surge forth, reaching out to ensnare the Gujiao ancestor. Humph. Do you think to kill me with such a mere formation? The Gujiao ancestor's expression remained unchanged. His own power, surging around him, but a streak of light coursed across his wings, which emanated a razor-sharp aura, as if they were not flesh and blood, but true weapons of war. The Gujiao ancestor aimed to cleave through the encroaching wood and shatter the formation itself. 5 elements transform into blades, sever. Zun Lushur's demeanor did not falter. As her thoughts coalesced, the 5 elements converged to form a radiant blade that sliced through space, bearing the essence of annihilation as it struck towards the Gujiao ancestor. The previously calm Gujiao ancestor's expression shifted as he beheld the blade soaring towards him. However, before he could fully comprehend, the blade struck him, cleaving him cleanly in half. In the next moment, Zun Lushur let out a cold snort. The innate 5 elements formation whirred into motion, forcibly refining the Gujiao ancestor. Ultimately, he was transformed into a blood-red orb that radiated ominously in Zun Lusher's grasp. Chapter 69. Eastern Sea, Dragon Clan, Humiliation. The human race has endured for 60,280 years, during which Yin Kong and 6 others led an army from the shores of the Eastern Sea. 60,290 years later, Yin Kong annihilated the Huan Yu Wolf clan at Mount Wangyue. Li Lusher eradicated the Thunder Serpent clan at Mount Fury. Zun Lusher exterminated the Gujiao clan at Mount Luwu. 63,000 years into the human era, Wu Huai eliminated the Chaohen clan at Mount Yuming. Zhu Xiang exterminated the Li Li clan atop Mount Gui. The Ting vanquished the Yeyu clan. Ji Tian obliterated the Hua Shi clan. 7 human armies surged forth from the Eastern Sea, conquering the primordial lands. Within a mere 200 years, they obliterated 7 clans that were not among the weakest in the primordial realm. The human race's campaign against these 7 clans could undoubtedly be described as a sweeping triumph. In a flash, the human race stirred a great uproar among the myriad races of the primordial world. Countless clan leaders hastily issued decrees. No one within their tribes should provoke the humans. Should anyone dare to trouble the human race, they need not wait for the humans to act. They would resolve it themselves. Consequently, the human race's reputation soared within the primordial realm, with few tribes willing to invite trouble upon themselves by antagonizing the humans. Amidst this grand atmosphere, on the shores of the Eastern Sea, within the ancestral hall of the human race, Xiao Yang abruptly opened his eyes while in deep meditation. The sound of urgent footsteps reached his ears. Soon, Sui Ren burst into the hall, his expression tinged with anxiety. "Your Majesty, there's been an incident. What matter has you so flustered?" Xiao Yang inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze, since entrusting the affairs of the human race to Sui Ren. He had never witnessed him in such a state of alarm. "Reporting to your Majesty, recently, I thought that our human race, being adjacent to the Eastern Sea, could exploit the countless treasures therein. Thus, I dispatched a great Luo, human king, accompanied by hundreds of Tai generals, to explore the Eastern Sea. However, just now, the head of the command token hall came to inform me that the clan members assigned to the Eastern Sea expedition have all been annihilated. The East Sea is the territory of the Dragon Clan. I dare not make decisions unilaterally. Thus I have come to seek the judgment of your Majesty." Sui Ren spoke solemnly, recounting the entire sequence of events to Xiao Yang. Yet his eyes still bore a trace of fury, clearly indicating his inner turmoil. Upon hearing Sui Ren's words, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. "The Dragon Clan, is it?" "The Dragon Clan has been active in the primordial chaos since ancient times, serving as a principal force in the primordial struggle of the 3 primordial races. In the past, the might of the Dragon Clan necessitated the united efforts of the Phoenix and Qilin clans to counteract them. Nowadays, the Phoenix clan remains eternally stationed at the South Ming's Eternal Fire Mountain. Apart from the arrival of a golden phoenix as a mount during Nuwa's sanctification, Xiao Yang had yet to encounter another phoenix. The Qilin clan, too, has vanished, rarely seen in the vast primordial realm. Only the Dragon Clan continues to occupy the 4 seas. Xiao Yang believes that even today, the Dragon Clan is capable of maintaining its dominion over these waters. Clearly, the situation is more complex than it appears. Even he, in previous times, chose to temporarily avoid the East Sea. However, this does not imply that the human race fears the Dragon Clan, but a great Luo, along with several hundred Tai, has perished in the East Sea. Whether it involved the Dragon Clan or not, an explanation is warranted. I shall personally venture to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. I wish to see who possesses such audacity to strike at my people." With these words, Xiao Yang's figure vanished like a phantom from the Grand Hall. Seeing this, Sui Ren hurriedly exited the hall to summon his own demon-slaying army to head for the East Sea. Shortly thereafter, above the East Sea, Xiao Yang gazed at the tranquil waters, taking a step forward. The crown of the human emperor appeared upon him, as he donned the imperial garb. An aura of supreme nobility radiated from Xiao Yang. The rhythms of the Tao flowed around him, as if he held dominion over myriad matters. With his step, the previously calm East Sea instantly erupted into turbulence, the emperor of the human race. Xiao Yang comes to pay his respects to the Dragon Clan. Xiao Yang's proclamation sent ripples through the waters of the East Sea. Deep within the East Sea, in the Dragon Palace, upon Xiao Yang taking a single step, Ao Guang rose to his feet, his expression darkened. What is happening? Why are the waters of the East Sea surging without cause? Turtle Prime Minister, do not delay. Investigate immediately. Ao Guang directed his gaze toward a figure standing at the side. This figure, an elderly man bearing a turtle shell upon his back, should not be mistaken for the ancient turtle who once appeared in the Dragon Palace. That elder turtle had reached the quasi-saint realm, delving deeply into its mysteries. The current Turtle Prime Minister, however, possesses merely the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, making him merely a descendant of the former elder turtle. Curiously, since the time when the ancestral dragon led the scaled clans across the seas, the turtle clan has become a standard fixture. Every deep-sea dragon palace hosts a turtle prime minister. Yes, the turtle prime minister, not daring to linger, promptly bowed to Ao Guang and prepared to investigate the matter at hand. However, before he could exit the grand hall of the dragon palace, Xiao Yang's voice echoed within, declaring, "The emperor of the human race, Xiao Yang, comes to pay his respects to the dragon clan." Xiao Yang's words detonated in the ears of all present, akin to a thunderclap, leaving them stunned and unable to regain their composure. What? The emperor of the human race, Xiao Yang? Why would he come to pay his respects to our dragon clan? As Ao Guang regained his senses, his expression darkened significantly. Anxiously, he paced back and forth within the hall. He could hardly believe that Xiao Yang approached with goodwill. After all, the human race had lingered at the shores of the East Sea for so long without any intention of visiting the Dragon Clan. Just when he thought the Dragon Clan and the human race had no further interactions, Xiao Yang's sudden arrival was certainly not a good omen. Yet before Ao Guang could make a decision, Xiao Yang had already descended towards the east as he descended. The waters of the East Sea unconsciously parted to the sides, revealing a golden path paved with imperial dragon energy leading directly to the Dragon Palace. Xiao Yang strode forward step by step towards the Dragon Palace. With a rumble, as Xiao Yang drew closer to the Dragon Palace, the water surrounding it began to churn violently, causing both Ao Guang and the Turtle Prime Minister to stagger unsteadily. Once they regained their footing, Ao Guang's expression had turned completely somber. How dare the emperor of the human race, Xiao Yang, act with such impudence? Since Ao Guang's inception, no race has ever dared to insult the Dragon Clan in such a manner, especially within the sanctum of the Dragon Palace. This is utterly outrageous. At this moment, Xiao Yang had already arrived before the East Sea Dragon Palace. What? Is there not a single soul brave enough to present themselves before me in this grand palace? Standing outside the East Sea Dragon Palace, witnessing the absence of any response, a faint smirk appeared on Xiao Yang's face, tinged with mockery. Inside the East Sea Dragon Palace, upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Ao Guang clenched his teeth in frustration. As one with merely the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, facing off against such a formidable figure as Xiao Yang, his heart naturally quaked with fear. Yet, as the Dragon King of the East Sea, he could not show weakness. Drawing a deep breath, Ao Guang composed himself, sweeping his sleeves back. Turtle Prime Minister, accompany me to meet this human emperor. I wish to discern the purpose of his visit to our East Sea Dragon Palace. With that, Ao Guang stepped outside the Dragon Palace. Your Majesty, wait for this old minister. The Turtle Prime Minister, initially taken aback, called out before hastily following suit. With a creak, the grand doors of the East Sea Dragon Palace swung open. Light spilling forth from within to last. They have emerged. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, a flash of light crossing them. No one could fathom his intentions at this moment, his expression remaining inscrutable. I am Ao Guang, the sovereign of this East Sea Dragon Palace. That I have long heard of the illustrious name of Emperor Xiao Yang. Today, in person, your bearing is indeed extraordinary. Ao Guang, accompanied by the Turtle Prime Minister, emerged from the Dragon Palace, a smile adorning his face as he offered his compliments to Xiao Yang. You are Ao Guang? Xiao Yang glanced at him, a sparkle of recognition lighting his eyes. During the time of the investiture of the gods, the Dragon King of the East Sea was indeed Ao Guang. However, he had not anticipated that Ao Guang would assume the role of Dragon King so early on. I am indeed Ao Guang. Is there something amiss with my name? Ao Guang regarded Xiao Yang, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. Since his ascension to the East Sea Dragon King, he had yet to reveal himself in the primordial realm. Why does this human emperor seem so well acquainted with his name? In response to Ao Guang's inquiry, Xiao Yang offered no reply. Dragon King, I have heard tell of the many rare treasures housed within your East Sea Dragon Palace. Might I be fortunate enough to behold them? Xiao Yang cast a glance at Ao Guang, a semblance of a smile gracing his features. That Ao Guang, startled, quickly responded, "It is I who has been remiss, Emperor Xiao Yang. Please enter, and allow me to extend my humble hospitality." With that, Ao Guang gestured for Xiao Yang to proceed. Xiao Yang inclined his head slightly, choosing not to engage in unnecessary chatter, and stepped toward the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon entering, Xiao Yang beheld the palace adorned with jade railings and golden splendor, embellished with pearls and rare materials, exuding an extraordinary magnificence. After a while, Xiao Yang finally took a seat in the grand hall of the Dragon Palace alongside Ao Guang. Observing Xiao Yang's calm demeanor, Ao Guang's heart remained restless. Cautiously, he glanced at Xiao Yang and inquired, "Emperor Xiao Yang, may I ask the purpose of your visit to our East Sea Dragon Palace?" A smile graced Xiao Yang's face as he extended his right hand, tapping the table with his fingers, applying pressure. After a considerable pause, he ceased his movements, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Dragon King Ao Guang. Logically speaking, as the human race dwells by the shores of the East Sea, neighboring a dragon clan, one would expect a spirit of amicability. While we need not speak of kinship, we should not descend to hostility. Do you find my words reasonable? Hearing Xiao Yang's declaration, Ao Guang nodded, acknowledging that he too did not wish to be at odds with the human race. Excellent. It seems that Dragon King Ao Guang also concurs with my sentiments. Pray tell, O Dragon King, what nefarious individual has slain a member of my clan? A great Luo, along with hundreds of Tai, in the Eastern Sea? As Xiao Yang's gaze turned frigid, a faint aura of murderous intent radiated from him. Even without exerting his full strength, his killing intent was not something that could be easily borne. What? A member of the human race has met their demise in the Eastern Sea. Ao Guang gasped, both from the murderous aura emanating from Xiao Yang and the gravity of his words. He had genuinely not anticipated that a human had fallen victim in the Eastern Sea, while he, the Dragon King of the East, remained utterly oblivious. Minister Turtle. Ao Guang's eyes shifted towards the figure of the Minister Turtle, standing nearby. The minister understood Ao Guang's intent, and, with a respectful bow, departed the grand hall. "That I implore you, Emperor Xiao Yang, to bear with me. I have already dispatched Minister Turtle to investigate this matter," Ao Guang said, attempting to placate Xiao Yang with a wry smile. Xiao Yang remained silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Minister Turtle re-entered, his countenance tinged with panic. Before he could speak, Ao Guang impatiently inquired, "Minister Turtle, have you uncovered the identity of the perpetrator?" Minister Turtle stood speechless, rooted to the spot. The sense of foreboding suddenly gripped Ao Guang's heart, just as he was about to voice his concerns. A voice resonated from beyond the hall. "Ao Guang, how can a mere human instill such terror in you? You disgrace the title of Dragon King." The voice was imbued with an ancient timbre, and Xiao Yang could even detect a hint of decay within it. A smirk curled at the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth as he turned his gaze towards the entrance. It was as if he had pierced through the walls and glimpsed the speaker. "If you possess the audacity, why do you not dare to appear before me? Very well. If you refuse to meet me, then I shall seek you out." With a flick of his hand, the treasured Kongtong seal manifested in his grasp. A resounding dragon's roar echoed forth, and boundless imperial dragon energy surged from the Kongtong seal, radiating outward in all directions. Golden light erupted from the seal, illuminating an expanse of countless miles. An overwhelming tide of water spirit energy surged forth, rendering the seafloor tumultuous. Boom! Just as Ao Guang was still gazing at the threads forming around Xiao Yang, he stepped forward, holding the Kongtong seal aloft. A majestic and regal figure materialized before Ao Guang, and the others, exuding an aura of grandeur. This imposing figure seemed to be surrounded by 3,000 luminous halos, each appearing to encapsulate vast worlds within them. In that instant, Xiao Yang thrust the Kongtong seal forward. Rumble! Bang! The seal collided with the walls of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Symbols and runes flickered across the palace walls, intertwining to form a nexus of ethereal light, seemingly attempting to repel the Kongtong seal with the grand formation inherent to the palace. Can you withstand this? Xiao Yang murmured, as runes from his sleeves wove into the palace walls. It seemed that resistance was futile. A smile graced Xiao Yang's lips as the radiance of the Kongtong seal intensified. Crashing through the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Chapter 71. A single finger to annihilate the Dragon Clan's quasi-saints conditions. With a thunderous roar, chaos erupted in the waters surrounding the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. The Kongtong seal's impact caused the palace to collapse into a mere ruin. Since ancient times, this palace had served as the abode of the ancestral dragon, harboring countless treasures. Yet now, all that remained was desolation. Ao Guang stood amidst the shimmering debris, his expression a tumult of astonishment and fury. Had it not been for Xiao Yang's protection, he would likely have suffered grievous injuries, perhaps even death. Presently, the absence of casualties within the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace suggested that he had yet to wed the Dragon Queen. As for the guards of the palace, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, if they perished, so be it. He could always summon replacements later. That moment, a blinding red light erupted from the collapsed palace, scattering debris in all directions. Subsequently, a disheveled figure emerged before Xiao Yang, his face contorted with rage, eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Emperor Xiao Yang, how dare you obliterate my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, thus humiliating my kin? Do you not fear that our dragon race shall pursue you to the ends of the earth? The aura of a mid-level quasi-saint surged from him, expelling the surrounding seawater. His wrath ignited fiercely. Since the establishment of the dragon race, it was the first time someone dared to create chaos in their stronghold, let alone destroy the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Yang regarded the individual's threats with an expression of indifference. You have slain my kin, and yet you dare to threaten me. Do you truly believe my race is weak and easily bullied? Even from afar, I can sense the decay surrounding you. A group of decrepit, long overdue souls dares to flaunt their arrogance before me. With that, Xiao Yang granted no opportunity for a retort. The magnificent figure behind him advanced a step forward. Boom! The entire ocean trembled, resonating with dragon roars. The imperial dragon energy transformed into golden dragons that intertwined within the waters, forming an immense realm of law. Within this realm, Xiao Yang reigned supreme. Even the surging sea was subdued into utter silence. Die! With a mere gesture, Xiao Yang pointed to the figure before him. The mid-level quasi-saint of the dragon race paled. Fear etched across his face as he trembled uncontrollably. Yet, all was in vain. Under Xiao Yang's pointed finger, he was reduced to mere ashes. Ao Guang and Minister Turtle, witnessing this scene, were left in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure for an extended period, standing atop the ruins of the Dragon Palace. Xiao Yang's demeanor shifted as he turned to Ao Guang and spoke. Dragon King Ao Guang, do you hold authority over your dragon race? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Ao Guang snapped back to reality. Hastily bowing in respect, Emperor Xiao Yang, how may I serve you? Xiao Yang scrutinized Ao Guang, his expression shifting subtly. That individual was one of your kin, particularly one who has survived since ancient times. When one commits a transgression, they must face the consequences. What say you? A bitter expression crossed Ao Guang's face as he rasped. Emperor, the actions of Elder Ao were solely his own. We were unaware. Furthermore, my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace lies in ruins, and Elder Ao is dead. Is that not a sufficient price? Xiao Yang chuckled softly, undeterred by Ao Guang's display of grievance. Indeed, that is not sufficient. Merely the interest collected. What I desire now is an explanation from the dragon race. What explanation does the Emperor seek? Ao Guang's heart was laden with frustration and bitterness. As for the deceased he felt an unarticulated resentment brewing within him. Now, He was left to bear the consequences of his actions. It is simple. I require the dragon race to become a vassal of my people. Xiao Yang stated flatly, revealing his intentions. However, upon hearing this, A.O. Guang's expression shifted dramatically. Behind him, Minister Turtle's countenance also reflected shock. They could hardly fathom that Xiao Yang harbored such an audacious ambition. To make the dragon race a subordinate of the human race was nothing short of a wild fantasy. Even during the tumultuous era of the witch and demon races, when Emperor Jijun and Eastern Emperor Tai led the demon race to annihilate the Eastern King's domain, they merely compelled the dragon race to submit verbally, never daring to claim them as vassals. Yet now, Xiao Yang dared to propose such a thing. Utterly inconceivable. Emperor, I could agree to other conditions, but this one is non-negotiable. Guang harbored a profound fear of Xiao Yang, yet he resolutely rejected him. Should he truly acquiesce to Xiao Yang, he would surely become a pariah among the dragon clan. It was likely that the ancestral dragon and the long-deceased forebears of the dragon race would be enraged enough to resurrect, coming forth to mete out punishment upon him, perhaps even rendering him to a fate worse than death. Since the rise of the ancestral dragon, who led the dragon clan to dominance over the primordial realm, dragons have been revered as the supreme beings of this vast expanse. Even the Phoenix and Qiling clans could do naught but unite in opposition, despite the decline of the dragon clan. How could they ever consent to be subjugated by a race born of later celestial creation? Not only could he not agree, but even if he did, many within the dragon clan would not acquiesce. Dismiss any notions of rigidity or inflexibility. This is the steadfastness that a once mighty sovereign of antiquity ought to embody. It is an unwavering pride that must be upheld. Upon hearing Guang's words, Xiao Yang regarded him with an indifferent expression. Within the realm of law, immense power bore down upon Guang. Did you believe I was here to negotiate with your dragon clan? This is a proclamation I deliver to your kind. Submit or perish. Guang stared blankly at Xiao Yang, taken aback by his sheer audacity. Indeed, although Xiao Yang was a human sovereign, he was also a formidable harbinger of death. Ever since Xiao Yang's name had echoed through the primordial realm, countless souls had perished at his command, with more than 10 of them having been quasi-saints. Guang, being but a Deluo golden immortal, possessed no capability to obstruct Xiao Yang, just as despair began to envelop Guang. Contemplating yielding to Xiao Yang, a soft sigh resonated across the ocean expanse. Why must the human sovereign Xiao Yang press so ruthlessly upon the descendants of my clan? I implore you to enter the ancestral dragon palace for a discussion. As these words fell, a radiant light emerged not far from Xiao Yang. The ocean was parted by an unseen force, and a magnificent, ancient palace materialized before him. Last, have they revealed themselves? A faint smile graced Xiao Yang's face, astonished that he had indeed compelled the dragon clan to unveil their hidden machinations. Very well. I too wish to behold what remarkable qualities the ancient dragon clan possesses. Unfazed, Xiao Yang strode towards the ancestral dragon palace, disappearing within its grandeur. Chapter 72. Zhulong, a contest of Dao. Beneath the eastern sea, within the ancestral dragon palace, which had not seen a newcomer in ages, today welcomed its first guest. Xiao Yang entered the grand hall, where he beheld a true dragon, adorned with 10 claws, reclining majestically. This dragon exhaled winds that transformed into rain, and glimmers of light flickered across its scales. They say the dragon clan has fallen. Yet here lies a being of such caliber. Along with Xiao Yang paused slightly, scanning his surroundings. Alongside these decrepit figures steeped in decay, his words dripped with scorn. Suddenly, from the once empty surroundings, over a dozen figures emerged. Each bore dragon horns and exuded a fierce aura, their cultivation levels all at the quasi-saint realm. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's remarks, rage flared in their eyes. Human sovereign, you are exceedingly arrogant. Our dragon clan is not to be belittled by a mere human sovereign. Do you seek to incite a war between our two races? The voices of the dragon clan echoed with indignation, laden with accusations. They were figures who had thrived during the era of the ancestral dragon, having experienced the brutal wars firsthand in their hearts. The dragon clan represented their singular belief, and they could not permit Xiao Yang, a human, To belittle their kin, Xiao Yang, however, paid them no heed, directing his attention solely upon the 10-clawed true dragon. I presume you are Zhu Long, the brother of the ancestral dragon. Upon uttering these words, the true dragon, reclining in the grand hall, abruptly opened its eyes. The formerly dim hall was instantly illuminated. The discerning observer would notice the cycles of day and night reflected within the dragon's gaze. I am indeed Zhu Long. Well met, human sovereign. Do you not fear that I might confine you within the ancestral dragon palace? Zhu Long seemed to commend Xiao Yang. Yet as his words fell, the full aura of a perfected quasi-saint bore down upon Xiao Yang, enveloping the entire hall in pressure. Even the elder dragons found their breath stifled, reluctant to speak. Despite having attained the quasi-saint realm, the chasm between an ordinary quasi-saint and one at complete mastery was far too vast for them to comprehend. In the face of Zhu Long's overwhelming presence, Xiao Yang appeared unperturbed. That a serene smile adorned his face as he gazed at Zhu Long. If you wish to keep me here, you may certainly attempt it. Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Zhu Long regarded Xiao Yang in silence for a long while, the atmosphere within the hall growing heavy. The surrounding elder dragons fixated their gazes upon Xiao Yang, envisioning the scene of Zhu Long's wrath as he subdued him. Amidst this tension, Zhu Long burst into laughter, retracting his oppressive aura, leaving those present perplexed. Very well, human sovereign Xiao Yang, I honor you as a ruler of the human race, and I shall treat your previous words as if they were never spoken. This was undoubtedly Zhu Long's gesture of goodwill, providing Xiao Yang a means of retreat. Xiao Yang discerned the implication behind Zhu Long's words. Yet he was disinclined to acquiesce to Zhu Long's narrative, for it did not align with his intentions. Zhu Long, I also regard you as the brother of the ancestral dragon. The dragon clan may yield to the human race, and in doing so, I shall offer a future for your kind. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's declaration, Zhu Long remained silent. However, within his eyes, hints of black and white light danced as he subtly shifted. A formidable aura emanated from him, shaking the very foundations of the hall. Even beyond the ancestral dragon palace, the might of Zhu Long could be sensed. Ancestor, the dragon King Aoguang of the Eastern Sea murmured in excitement. When he was born, it was already an era of decline for the dragon clan at that time. The dragons had suffered grievously and retreated to the four seas. Many clans that had once submitted to the dragons rebelled, seeking to obliterate them and claim the last remnants of their fortune. In this dire moment, it was Zhu Long, the elder of the dragon clan, who turned the tide. With his strength alone, he vanquished the rebellious clans, granting the dragon race a chance to breathe once more. Thus, for Aoguang's generation, the ancestral dragon felt more like a distant myth, while Zhu Long stood as a living emblem of faith and hope. Within the ancestral dragon palace, Xiao Yang faced the aura of Zhu Long without a trace of trepidation. With a single step forward, the sovereign's Dharma form materialized behind him, a majestic presence radiating throughout the hall. Standing in defiance against Zhu Long's might, surrounding Xiao Yang's Dharma form were celestial rings, manifesting the myriad heavens, mountains, rivers, and the essence of the human race, all vividly materializing. Come, we shall engage in a contest. Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smirk. I am eager to discover the secrets of your ancient dragon lineage. Ha! Such audacity! Zhu Long's hearty laughter echoed, with a flicker of anger crossing his eyes, for Xiao Yang's demeanor suggested he held Zhu Long in contempt. A duality of light surged around Zhu Long, his eyes opening to brilliance and closing to darkness, an innate alignment with the principles of yin and yang. Now, within the confines of the ancestral dragon palace, he could not engage Xiao Yang in open conflict. As such, Zhu Long resolved to employ the Tao of yin and yang he had cultivated to overwhelm and subdue Xiao Yang, a contest of Tao. Is it? Let us engage thoroughly. Xiao Yang's smile sharpened. He had never once doubted his superiority when it came to a contest of understanding the Tao. With a flash of brilliance, the sovereign's Dharma form vanished, revealing a luminous pathway of light that unfurled before him. Xiao Yang gestured, and the path of light opened a rift in space, heading toward Zhu Long's yin and yang Tao. Zhu Long, undeterred, regarded Xiao Yang's efforts with disdain. In his estimation, This was merely a Dao understood by Xiao Yang over the course of mere decades. How formidable could it truly be? As he stood enveloped by the profound dualities of yin and yang, it was evident that they not only resonated with his essence, but also reflected countless years of enlightenment and cultivation. With unwavering confidence, he believed that victory was assured. Embracing this conviction, Zhu Long approached his path without the slightest hesitation. Within the Grand Dragon Palace, the two distinct paths collided instantaneously. The divine light of yin and yang, manifesting in shades of black and white, clashed against the golden radiance of Xiao Yang's path. There was no thunderous roar, merely an intangible confrontation. Like the tea times, the duality of yin and yang overpowered the golden brilliance, while at others, the golden light prevailed. The elder dragons, present in the grand hall, were transfixed, some even displaying contemplative expressions. Chapter 73. The suppression of the Great Tao, the 12th subordinate dragon tribe, finally established. How is this possible? Within the Grand Dragon Palace, disbelief flickered in Zhu Long's eyes. His path of yin and yang could merely stand on equal footing with Xiao Yang's. This was far from his expectations that in his mind, his path should have effortlessly crushed that of Xiao Yang. What is your path? Zhu Long gazed at Xiao Yang for a long moment before finally voicing the question. That a smile adorned Xiao Yang's face as he regarded his own path, softly stating, "My path is that of yin and yang." With these words, the golden light emanating from him swiftly transformed into the dual hues of yin and yang, radiating a similar aura to Zhu Long's own. Zhu Long was momentarily taken aback, and even the elder dragons were similarly astonished. That my path is the five elements. The path that had morphed into the duality of yin and yang underwent yet another transformation, becoming a spectrum of 5 colors embodying the essences of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Before Zhu Long could react, Xiao Yang's voice resonated once more. My path is the stars. The path, now embodying the 5 elements, instantly became a tapestry of twinkling stars, reminiscent of those in the celestial expanse above. My path is thunder. My path is wind. My path is rain. Xiao Yang continued to speak, his path evolving with each utterance. Thunder, wind, rain, lightning, blood, space, and myriad other great Daos emerged from him. The other elder dragons were left in a state of stupor, while a contemplative gleam flickered in Zhu Long's eyes. What, precisely, is your path? As he regarded Zhu Long, Xiao Yang's demeanor suddenly shifted, an aura of dragon-like resonance enveloping him. My path is that of imperial sovereignty. All paths lie within my grasp. Upon this declaration, Xiao Yang's previously entangled path with Zhu Long's yin and yang essence reverted to its most fundamental nature, exuding the essence of imperial sovereignty. Instantly, Zhu Long's yin and yang path trembled before him, unable to contend. Witnessing this scene, a bittersweet smile appeared on Zhu Long's face. He shook his head, a hint of nostalgia surfacing in his gaze. I should have anticipated this. Why, elder brother, the ancestor dragon, is the sovereign of the dragon tribe, while you are the sovereign of the human race. It is only natural that you walk the path of dominion. Xiao Yang did not dispute Zhu Long's words that he retracted his path, maintaining an expressionless gaze upon Zhu Long. Whether the dragon tribe submits to my human race, my patience is not boundless. Zhu Long sighed, looking at Xiao Yang with a perplexed expression. That in the past, my dragon tribe contended with the Phoenix and Xilan tribes, plunging the primordial beings into chaos, and all 3 tribes suffered significant losses. Even now, my dragon tribe bears considerable cosmic karma, with the aptitude of our kin continuously declining, making breakthroughs increasingly arduous. Should my dragon tribe become your human race's subordinate, your race would also inherit our karma. If not, how could the demon clan's Dijuan possibly abandon the thought of subjugating my dragon tribe? His words were laced with pain and bitterness. The dragon tribe had endured tremendous suffering over the years, with many of those who survived the Great War succumbing to madness. If not for this, he would not have appointed Ao Guang, the most pure-blooded among them, as the Dragon King of the 4 seas. In response to Zhu Long's words, Xiao Yang's eyes glimmered with understanding. Zhu Long, what if I were to say that the human race is willing to shoulder the dragon tribe's karma? What? Zhu Long was momentarily stunned by Xiao Yang's statement. Once he regained his composure, he shook his head and replied, Human Emperor Xiao Yang, it is not that I doubt your words, but rather, you cannot fathom the magnitude of the karma that the dragon tribe bears. If not for the immense burden of our karma, how could Dijuan possibly relent? A flicker of insight illuminated Xiao Yang's eyes that he waved his hand, and 12 ethereal stone tablets materialized within the Grand Dragon Palace. As the 12 ethereal tablets appeared, they intertwined, each revealing a series of ethereal images depicting the 12 figures of the rooster, rat, pig, tiger, dragon, and others. Human Emperor Xiao Yang, what is this? Zhu Long gazed at the 12 ethereal images, their interconnected essence igniting excitement within him. Fortune? What is fortune? This is fortune. Zhu Long was convinced of his intuition. These 12 stone tablets harbored a significant opportunity, one that included a share for his dragon tribe. If this opportunity could be seized, his instinct told him that the karma borne by the dragon tribe could be alleviated by a substantial portion. The surrounding elder dragons observed the tablets. Though their perception was not as acute as Zhu Long's, still, a flicker of yearning emerged in their hearts. This was instinct. Xiao Yang retracted the 12 ethereal tablets, a smile gracing his face. I have spoken of offering you an opportunity, should you submit to my clan. The human race is far from as simple as you perceive. The meaning behind Xiao Yang's words was profound. Should Zhu Long remain unwilling, there was little more to be said. Without a butcher, one cannot feast on a pig with fur still intact. He mused, knowing he had other dragons at his disposal. According to bloodlines, that individual possessed an even purer lineage. At worst, he could procure more suitable companions to recreate a new dragon tribe. Zhu Long, at this moment, naturally believed Xiao Yang's words. Yet a struggle lingered in his eyes. The dragon tribe had been the sovereigns of the primordial realm since antiquity. Even in their current decline, he still took pride in the dragon tribe's former glory. To submit to a human race was a heavy burden on his heart, as the glory of the past was not easily relinquished. One awaited in silence, while the other wrestled with inner turmoil. Time passed, though how long it lasted was uncertain, until Zhu Long exhaled deeply. A radiant light enveloped him, and his dragon form, previously sprawled in the grand hall, transformed into that of a man, a middle-aged figure, exuding authority, adorned in a dragon robe intricately embroidered with true dragons, approached Xiao Yang. He bowed to Xiao Yang, declaring, Let the heavens bear witness. Zhu Long represents the dragon tribe, and hereby proclaims that from this day forth, the dragon tribe willingly submits to the human race, becoming a subordinate, for all eternity, never to betray. Zhu Long pays homage to our emperor. Upon Zhu Long's decision to bow, the assembled elder dragons also rose, paying their respects to Xiao Yang. That we pay homage to our emperor. In the external world, high above the 9 heavens, resounded the thunderous roars imperceptible to ordinary ears. The heavens acknowledged Zhu Long's proclamation. Henceforth, the fates of the human and dragon tribes would intertwine, and the karma of the dragon tribe would now bear a portion belonging to the human race as the current leader of the dragon tribe. Zhu Long could feel the shift in destiny. The fortunes of the dragon tribe flowed towards the human race, while conversely, the fortunes of the human race also flowed towards the dragon tribe. He could sense that a portion of the karma borne by the dragon tribe had been alleviated by the human race, a portion far greater than what the dragon tribe had managed to offset over the years. Zhu Long's emotions surged as he gazed at Xiao Yang, yearning to express something. Yet as words lingered on the tip of his tongue, they remained unspoken. At that moment, Xiao Yang, shrouded in mystery, addressed Zhu Long. Zhu Long, if you desire the Dragon Emperor, merely speak the word, and I shall deliver the Dragon Emperor to you. Chapter 74. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl. The 9-clawed Thunder Dragon. Zhu Long, if you desire the Dragon Emperor, merely speak the word, and I shall deliver the Dragon Emperor to you. Xiao Yang regarded Zhu Long, a smile blooming on his face. The Dragon Emperor? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhu Long's eyes were clouded with a look of confusion. The esteemed elders of the Dragon Clan within the Grand Hall were equally perplexed. Observing the expressions of the gathered assembly, Xiao Yang waved his hand, and an arc of electricity flashed before him. A large egg, entirely purple and intermittently crackling with arcs of lightning, materialized before them. This is a hint of hesitation flickered in Zhu Long's eyes as he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the egg. The dragon elder's expressions grew increasingly grave, sensing a profound stagnation within their bloodlines. Once, I passed through the Thunder Marsh to meet the Thunder God. This is a dragon egg he entrusted to me. Within it resides a thunder dragon, or rather, a 9-clawed thunder dragon. Xiao Yang, fixing his gaze upon Zhu Long, recounted the origin of the egg word by word. What? A 9-clawed thunder dragon? Excitement flashed in Zhu Long's eyes. Struggling to contain his emotions, the 9-clawed thunder dragon, even in the ancient times before the dragon clan's decline, was an exceedingly rare and esteemed existence. After all, the 4 sea dragon kings were once comprised of 4 true 9-clawed dragons. Beyond that, only he, the 10-clawed Zhu Long, and the 12-clawed ancestor dragon surpassed them. Yet now, with the dragon clan in decline, even the most pure-blooded among the surviving dragons are merely 5-clawed true dragons. Did I hear correctly? A 9-clawed? A 9-clawed thunder dragon. No wonder I feel suppression within my bloodline. Splendid. Currently, most of our clan's offspring are 4-clawed. If we were to have a 9-clawed thunder dragon, it would be truly wonderful. The dragon elders voiced their excitement, their eyes shining with joy. They had witnessed the glory of the dragon clan and experienced its downfall. And O1 desired more than they to restore the clan's former splendor. After a considerable pause, Zhu Long calmed his emotions and turned his gaze toward Xiao Yang. May I inquire, Your Majesty, this does not appear to be in an unhatched state. Could it be? Having regained his composure, Zhu Long, now of the perfected quasi-saint realm, could distinctly perceive that this seemingly eggshell-like object was merely a condensation of thunder, not a true eggshell. This was entirely different from the normal hatching process of dragons. An ominous premonition surged within Zhu Long, filling him with unease. Xiao Yang, without reservation, nodded in affirmation to Zhu Long when the Thunder God entrusted it to me. He and the dragon had once depended on each other for survival. Facing life and death crises together, it was this Thunder Dragon who shielded the Thunder God from fatal harm, allowing him to escape that calamity. However, even the quasi-saint Thunder God could not fully save the Thunder Dragon. He could only envelop the dragon in the essence of thunder, hoping it would absorb the essence and revive on its own. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, a powerful aura erupted within the Grand Hall. Who dares to strike at my dragon clan? We must seek them out. We shall not rest until we have exacted vengeance. One by one, the dragon elders, their eyes glowing crimson, gritted their teeth in fury. They had now regarded this Thunder Dragon as the hope for the restoration of their clan's former glory. The news of the Thunder Dragon's near-fatal injury ignited their wrath. Even Zhu Long's gaze flickered with a cold light. A murderous intent surging around him. My Emperor, do you know who inflicted such grievous harm upon this Thunder Dragon? Xiao Yang shook his head, admitting that he had not pursued the matter deeply at the time. I do not know. The Thunder God never spoke of it to me. In the future, when you meet the Thunder God again, you may ask him directly. Zhu Long nodded, hesitating as he gazed at the colossal egg. After a lengthy pause, his eyes finally grew resolute. With a swift motion, Zhu Long conjured a massive orb that appeared within the hall. As the orb manifested, it emitted a distinct aura. The enormous egg seemed to sense the orb's presence. Beginning to tremble gently, the surrounding dragon elders knelt, their eyes filled with reverence and sorrow. Gazing at the orb, Xiao Yang appeared to recall something. Could it be a dragon pearl? Indeed, it is a dragon pearl. And furthermore, it belongs to my elder brother's lineage. A flicker of sorrow crossed Zhu Long's eyes. The ancestor dragon's dragon pearl. A look of astonishment crossed Xiao Yang's features. In the past, the 3 clans suffered a great defeat. Their vitality severely depleted, and due to the catastrophic toll on all living beings in the primordial realm, they bore immense karmic burdens. The Qilin clan was forever sealed in the Central Lands. Disappearing from sight, the Phoenix clan hid away, forever suppressing the flames of the southern Ming immortal volcano. Only the ancestor dragon seemed to have sacrificed himself to repay the dragon clan's karma. Vanishing entirely from the primordial realm, he had not anticipated that the ancestor dragon's dragon pearl would remain, still in Zhu Long's possession. If this were to come to the attention of the powerful beings in the primordial realm, They would likely have already overturned the dragon clan. I wonder if the Azure Dragon, one of the four spiritual beasts, shares a connection with the ancestor dragon. At that moment, Xiao Yang recalled something and quickly inquired of Zhu Long. Among the four spiritual beasts, the Azure Dragon is transformed from my elder brother's physical form and shares a deep bond with our dragon clan. Otherwise, given the immense karma we bear, we could not possibly have survived. This dragon pearl is the final gift left to the dragon clan by my elder brother before his demise. Sorrow filled Zhu Long's eyes. A moment of realization dawned upon Xiao Yang. So, you intend to use the power of this ancestor dragon pearl to awaken the thunder dragon? One thing I must caution you about. The reason the thunder dragon departed from the dragon clan was due to the clan's ostracism. Zhu Long's expression remained unchanged as he placed the ancestor dragon pearl before the colossal egg. A surge of magical energy flowed into the dragon pearl. In an instant, the dragon pearl radiated light, and a milky white beam of energy entered the massive egg. The egg began to tremble, arcs of purple lightning flashing. A connection formed between the two, as if they were communicating, regardless of the reasons for his departure. He remains one of our own. I believe he will understand. Xiao Yang remained silent, simply observing the unfolding events. Time gradually passed, and the once feeble aura of the massive egg grew stronger. Crack, crack, as the aura reached its zenith. The colossal egg emitted the sound of shattering. Through the fissures, the silhouette of a diminutive thunder dragon could be glimpsed. Roar, Ao Huang, have returned. Chapter 75. The unruly Ao Huang. What? You want me to become the new dragon emperor of the clan? A slightly immature voice echoed within the ancestor dragon palace. The tone of the speaker was filled with disbelief. Indeed, as a nine-clawed thunder dragon, you must shoulder the responsibilities of the dragon clan. At this moment, you're the most suitable candidate to become the dragon emperor among all dragons. A hint of helplessness appeared in Zhu Long's eyes as he gazed at the nine-clawed thunder dragon before him, whose stature barely exceeded 3 meters. He resembled a newly hatched dragon. Expect him to inherit the position of dragon emperor and lead the clan to resurgence seemed an insurmountable challenge. Time, however, was precisely what they lacked. The original Ao Huang had reached the pinnacle of the Deluo realm. Yet, due to his grievous injuries, even with the presence of the ancestor dragon pearl, Ao Huang's current state resembled that of a dragon freshly born. Impossible! You drove me away before, and now you want me to become the dragon emperor. I refuse. Where is that thunder god? What has become of him? How foolish of me to nearly lose my life saving him, only for him to send me back to the dragon clan. Utterly ungrateful. Ao Huang shook his head, his eyes brimming with reluctance. Had he not encountered the thunder god after being cast out, he might not have known his fate. Now, to expect him to assume the role of dragon emperor, did they take him for a fool? Zhu Long found himself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to respond, Ao Huang, you were gravely injured. The thunder god entrusted you to me. Thus, you should heed my words now. Beside him, Xiao Yang suddenly spoke to Ao Huang. Hearing Xiao Yang's words, Ao Huang flicked his dragon tail and circled around Xiao Yang 2 or 3 times before coming to a halt in front of him, but a pair of dragon eyes fixated on Xiao Yang. Snorting disdainfully, a hint of contempt flickering in their depths. Who are you? Why have I never seen you before? The thunder god entrusted me to you, and you simply agreed. If he were to command you. Ao Huang's words trailed off, abruptly halted by a flicker of fear in his eyes that I could see that moment. Xiao Yang extended a finger and gently tapped Ao Huang's forehead. A beam of golden light flashed from his fingertip, radiating an aura so chilling that it distorted the surrounding space. Xiao Yang wore a serene smile. Why the silence? Do finish what you were saying, sensing the deathly aura emanating from Xiao Yang's finger. Ao Huang dared not be impudent any longer. He could only offer a hollow laugh. No, I had nothing to say. The thunder god is truly magnificent. It is my fortune to be under your care. The elders of the dragon clan exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as foreboding thoughts crept into their minds. Very well, you must assume the mantle of dragon emperor. Regardless of the circumstances, you are a part of the dragon clan. A truth you can never escape, Xiao Yang asserted, casting a glance at Ao Huang. Yet, Ao Huang remained silent, deeply affected by his prior expulsion from the Dragon Clan. Had it not been for Xiao Yang's formidable strength, he would have surely voiced his dissent. For now, he could only express his sentiments through silence. Do you not wish for the Dragon Clan to flourish under your reign? Consider this. If you become the Dragon Emperor, you will hold the utmost authority over the clan, commanding them as you wish. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of realization sparked in Ao Huang's eyes. Indeed, how had he overlooked such an opportunity? The state of the Dragon Clan had already been conveyed to him by Zhu Long upon his awakening. Should he ascend to the position of Dragon Emperor, he would indeed become the clan's greatest figure at that moment. The prospect of being served by beautiful dragon maidens and living a life of ease brought a smile to his face. Observing Ao Huang's reaction, Zhu Long's expression darkened. Although he could not discern Ao Huang's thoughts, it was clear they were not of virtuous nature. Regret washed over him. Perhaps he should have been more cautious rather than hastily seeking remedies. When Ao Huang finally regained his composure, he noticed Zhu Long's indecisiveness and felt a surge of urgency. Very well, I am willing to be the Dragon Emperor. From this day forth, the entire Dragon Clan shall bear the name Ao Huang. You all should come forth and pay your respects to your emperor. Ao Huang swayed his dragon form, addressing the assembly of dragon elders. They exchanged glances, turning their gazes towards Zhu Long with a resigned sigh. Zhu Long acknowledged Ao Huang. I have met the Dragon Emperor Ao Huang. After a brief moment, the other elders followed suit, bowing in respect. Watching this unfold, Xiao Yang smiled, pleased. Excellent, the position of Dragon Emperor is secured. The Dragon Clan is now firmly established. Suddenly, a memory from his past life surfaced regarding the Dragon Clan. He focused his attention on Zhu Long. Zhu Long, is it true that the new generation of dragons is scarce? Zhu Long nodded, a hint of worry in his eyes. Indeed, Your Majesty. Due to the burdens of fate, it has become increasingly difficult for the Dragon Clan to produce offspring, and our bloodlines are becoming increasingly diluted. What if I could find a way to restore the Dragon Clan's bloodline, or even produce more dragons? Xiao Yang mused, a thoughtful expression gracing his features as he addressed Zhu Long upon hearing his words. All eyes turned to Xiao Yang. Zhu Long took a deep breath, bowing deeply. If Your Majesty possesses a means to assist the Dragon Clan, I, Zhu Long, shall remain your most loyal subordinate, forever indebted, even unto death. I would willingly accept. The determination in Zhu Long's eyes was unmistakable. The other dragon elders also bowed before Xiao Yang, their previous reluctance dissipating in light of the prospect of genuine assistance for their clan. The newly appointed Dragon Emperor, Ao Huang, also looked to Xiao Yang, recognizing that his willingness to accept the throne was not solely influenced by Xiao Yang's words that he was, after all, a dragon himself. And despite past grievances, that bond was unbreakable. In an era when the ancestral dragon was revered, he yearned to lead the Dragon Clan back to glory. Brother, I acknowledge you as my elder brother. If you truly have the means, please assist the Dragon Clan. Xiao Yang fell into silence for a moment, contemplating Zhu Long and the others, and he couldn't help but reflect on humanity's journey from weakness to strength. A smile gradually emerged on his face. Chapter 76. The ancestral dragon pearl shatters. The dragon gate transforms. Whether in ancient times or in the current era of myriad beings, bloodlines are revered. Given that the Dragon Clan's bloodline is not what it once was, why not devise a method to elevate it? Within the ancestral dragon palace, Xiao Yang's voice resonated, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Zhu Long, upon hearing this, revealed a wry smile. We have pondered this issue, but no viable solution has emerged. Xiao Yang nodded, fully aware of this fact. Otherwise, the Dragon Clan would not be so troubled by this matter. Since I proposed this, I undoubtedly possess a solution. Zhu Long and the others turned their hopeful gazes towards Xiao Yang. The Dragon Clan shares a deep connection with the ancestral dragon, and since the ancestral dragon pearl remains in their possession, why not utilize it to enhance their bloodline? As Xiao Yang spoke, a spark of excitement ignited in Zhu Long's eyes. Are you suggesting? Xiao Yang nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. The ancestral dragon could be considered the source of the Dragon Clan, and thus, his pearl possesses divine efficacy. By activating the power within the ancestral dragon pearl to elicit a bloodline resonance, It may indeed elevate our bloodline. He paused, allowing Zhu Long and the others time to reflect. Then he continued, in the vast wilderness, aside from the true dragons born of the dragon clan, there are many races with dragon bloodlines. If we can leverage the power of the ancestral dragon pearl to fully awaken their dragon blood, the number of dragons will surely increase. Upon hearing this, the surrounding dragon elders became exhilarated. Indeed, how did I not think of this method? This is the opportunity for our dragon clan. With this strategy, we may yet see the day of our resurgence. Grateful to Xiao Yang, Zhu Long felt a surge of hope, realizing the potential for a future where the dragon clan's numbers could swell. After a long pause, he took a deep breath and bowed to Xiao Yang. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your guidance. This kindness shall be eternally remembered by the dragon clan. Xiao Yang reached out to help Zhu Long rise, a smile adorning his face. There is no need for such formalities. Since your clan has become an ally of mine, strengthening your capabilities ultimately serves to bolster my own. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Zhu Long gestured, and the ancestral dragon pearl floated before Xiao Yang. With sincerity in his gaze, Zhu Long addressed him. Your Majesty, as the one who proposed this method, you are more adept at wielding the power of the ancestral dragon pearl than we. Please lend your strength to our dragon clan. Xiao Yang said little, extending his hand to receive the ancestral dragon pearl. His consciousness surged into the pearl, revealing the vast essence of the dragon clan emanating from within. Xiao Yang sensed a profound legacy of dragon lineage alongside a will that was exceedingly frail, that a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Indeed, since the ancestral dragon had left behind this pearl, there must be a contingency plan. Thus, it would perfectly serve to transform the pearl into that one object. Xiao Yang's heart comprehended the entirety of the ancestral dragon pearl's essence, with a mere wave of his hand. Imperial dragon energy began to swirl around him. Raising his palm, a sphere of imperial flame ignited in his grasp. The ancestral dragon pearl was placed within the flames, enduring the scorching heat of the imperial fire. Zhu Long, fetch the celestial treasures and divine materials preserved by your clan. Zhu Long showed no hesitation, even as he witnessed the ancestral dragon pearl undergoing Xiao Yang's refining. Having entrusted the future of the dragon clan to Xiao Yang, he held no doubts. After all, there was no need for skepticism. Soon, Zhu Long returned with a myriad of celestial treasures and divine materials. Even Xiao Yang, upon seeing these items, could not help but exclaim in awe. Among the treasures brought forth by Zhu Long were countless celestial gold and divine copper, many of which he had only heard of but never seen. Even with the wealth amassed through countless battles and the eradication of numerous ancient tribes, the human race could not compare to the bounty presented by Zhu Long. Indeed, it was evident that the dragon clan rightfully belonged to one of the three ancient tribes that once contended for supremacy in the primordial world. Without further contemplation, Xiao Yang summoned his magical power, continuously casting the celestial gold and divine copper into the flames. As time passed, these materials began to melt. The impurities within transformed into wisps of black smoke. Dissipating into the air, the remaining liquid was fused by Xiao Yang's consciousness, coalescing into a vibrant orb of colors. At this moment, the ancestral dragon pearl began to soften, and the essence of the dragon clan floated forth. This essence was infused into the colorful orb. The orb, now tainted with the dragon essence, began to undergo a transformation. Gradually, it took shape, ultimately becoming a true dragon. However, this true dragon lacked sentience, appearing lifeless. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the ancestral dragon pearl shattered completely, releasing the vast dragon essence contained within. Some of this essence transformed into a dragon, emitting a roar, while others resembled stones, incapable of any reaction. Almost there, a divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. He withdrew the hand that had ignited the imperial flames, leaving only the fire burning in midair, purging the impurities from the liquid and the vast dragon energy. Yes, Xiao Yang firmly believed that even a quasi-saint must have limits. This was equally true for the vibrant liquid. As time elapsed, Xiao Yang's demeanor grew increasingly serious. He began to form magical seals with his hands, and one rune after another appeared around him. With a flourish of his hands, he infused these runes into the liquid, Simultaneously, his consciousness surged, and the liquid began to take on a concrete form under his influence. Soon, an archway materialized before all present. Xiao Yang raised his hand and poured the vast dragon essence released from the shattered ancestral dragon pearl into the archway. The archway welcomed this influx of power without reservation, as it absorbed the dragon essence. Intricate markings began to appear on its once smooth surface. These markings resembled runes and images. Ultimately, two 12-clawed divine dragons converged above the archway, with a pearl shape nestled between them. Once everything was completed, the archway emanated a unique aura. Upon sensing this aura, apart from Zhu Long, a wave of desire surged within the hearts of the elder dragons. It is finally complete. From now on, those of dragon blood may pass through this gate and transform into dragons. Thus, this gate was named the Dragon Gate, Chapter 77. Entering the Dragon Gate, Ao Huang's transformation. This gate shall be called the Dragon Gate. Within the ancestral dragon palace, Xiao Yang cradled the archway, a satisfied expression gracing his features. As his words fell, the archway seemingly possessed a spirit of its own, inscribing the words Dragon Gate prominently at its center. Splendid. Ao Huang, since you have chosen to become the Dragon Emperor, you must possess the requisite strength. The Dragon Gate has emerged. Come, test its efficacy. Xiao Yang's laughter echoed as he turned his gaze towards Ao Huang. Ao Huang inhaled deeply, his eyes filled not with fear, but eagerness. Very well, let me test the efficacy of this Dragon Gate. Hearing Ao Huang's declaration, Xiao Yang said nothing more, tossing the Dragon Gate into the air above the ancestral dragon palace. Without hesitation, Ao Huang flicked his tail and propelled himself towards the Dragon Gate. As Ao Huang approached the gate, he felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. This pressure rendered his breathing labored, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire, making every step an arduous task. In mere dozens of strides, he found his strength utterly depleted. Yet he still remained distant from the Dragon Gate. I am the Dragon Emperor. How could I possibly be unable to pass through a mere gate? If I cannot conquer this Dragon Gate, how can I lead the Dragon Clan back to glory? Ao Huang's eyes gleamed with determination and fervor. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a power from within, charging violently at the Dragon Gate. Under the weight of the pressure, Ao Huang felt his bones creaking, as if protesting against such a forceful endeavor. His dragon scales erupted, blood cascading from the ruptured flesh. In some places, the flesh had vanished entirely, revealing his dragon bones. Ao Huang even sensed his consciousness beginning to blur. But what did it matter? Nothing could deter his resolve to pass through the Dragon Gate. At last, Ao Huang, battered and scarred, stood before the Dragon Gate and thrust his body through it. Just as Ao Huang's dragon head breached the threshold, a resounding roar emanated from the gate. A dragon's phantom materialized before him. The appearance of this dragon shadow caused Zhu Long to tremble. Big brother! Indeed, the dragon shadow that emerged possessed 12 claws, embodying the ancestral dragon's essence. The phantom of the ancestral dragon seemed to possess intelligence, gazing at Zhu Long with a hint of concern, and its eyes directed at Xiao Yang. There was gratitude, while its glance towards Ao Huang held a sense of satisfaction. Perhaps the Dragon Clan would not inevitably face total decline. Ultimately, there would come a day of resurgence. Seemingly resolute, the ancestral dragon's phantom lingered momentarily, then transformed into a beam of light, merging into Ao Huang's being. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from within Ao Huang. In the blink of an eye, his form rapidly expanded, and his aura grew increasingly potent. Celestial immortal, true immortal, golden immortal. Eventually, he reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. A flash of light passed, and upon crossing the Dragon Gate, Ao Huang's inflated form vanished, replaced by a tall and imposing figure. This figure bore a countenance as radiant as jade, standing tall with an air of dragon emperor majesty. Ao Huang opened his eyes and regarded Zhu Long and the others. From this day forth, I, Ao Huang, shall be the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. I vow to inherit the will of His Majesty the Ancestral Dragon and lead the Dragon Clan back to glory. Boom! 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 The primordial heavens bore witness, and thunder roared above the 9 heavens. affirming Ao Huang's declaration. Although Ao Huang had previously claimed the title of Dragon Emperor, he had not formally announced it to the heavens until now, upon receiving the ancestral dragon's blessing. With this proclamation, the fortune of the dragon clan converged upon Ao Huang. Behind him, countless phantoms of dragons emerged, each representing the essence of the dragon clan. With the infinite dragon aura enhancing him, Ao Huang became the embodiment of a unique dragon emperor presence. Zhulong bows to the dragon emperor. Zhulong, with a demeanor of utmost reverence, bowed deeply before Ao Huang. Although he was the younger brother of the ancestral dragon within the dragon clan, the dragon emperor held the highest authority. Even he could not defy the dragon emperor's commands. We pay our respects to the dragon emperor. A multitude of elder dragons echoed this gesture, their eyes brimming with exhilaration in the East Sea Dragon Palace. Desolation reigned supreme. Just as Ao Huang was filled with urgency, Zhulong and the others formally recognized Ao Huang's identity as the Dragon Emperor, as the Dragon King of the East Sea. Ao Huang too felt the presence of Ao Huang. A complex expression flashed in his eyes. The Dragon Emperor, you say? So be it. In future endeavors, the Dragon Emperor will take charge of coordination. Ao Huang. Pay my respects to His Majesty the Dragon Emperor. Ao Huang bowed directly in the direction of the ancestral Dragon Palace. The Dragon Kings of the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea all chose to emulate Ao Huang, offering their respects to the newly appointed Dragon Emperor. Thus, Ao Huang's position within the Dragon Clan was firmly established at that moment. Just as Ao Huang intended to speak to Xiao Yang, his expression abruptly shifted. He transformed into a streak of lightning, darting out of the ancestral Dragon Palace. Xiao Yang also vanished in a flash of light from the palace, above the surface of the East Sea. Sui Run led the demon-slaying army to this location. Before Sui Run could utter a word, Ao Huang shot out of the water, appearing before Sui Run and his companions. Dragon Clan, where is our king? Sui Run gazed at Ao Huang, his eyes cold as ice. Are you the Sui Emperor of the human race? Ao Huang did not respond to Sui Ren's query. Rather, he looked at him with keen curiosity. I ask you again, where is our king? Sui Ren demanded, his aura of quasi-saintliness emanating and pressing down upon Ao Huang. Ao Huang felt the very space around him freeze. Humph, what makes you so formidable? Were it not for my injuries, you would not dare to flaunt your power. A hint of indignation flickered in Ao Huang's eyes. Upon hearing Ao Huang's words, a glimmer of impatience appeared in Sui Ren's gaze. You are courting death. With a wave of his hand, an indomitable flame erupted around Sui Ren, swiftly tinting half the sky crimsoned to him. Ao Huang was merely an ordinary great Luo golden immortal. And the death of a great Luo golden immortal was inconsequential though. Are you serious? Brother, if you don't come to rescue your little brother soon, he may very well be lost. Ao Huang exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. Sui Ren, retract your indomitable flame. This is the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan. Henceforth, the Dragon Clan shall become a vassal of the human race. Chapter 78. The Three Immortal Isles in the Vast Expanse of the East Sea. The boundless azure waters were dotted with islands that resembled stars scattered across the heavens. These islands were a realm of wonders, teeming with exotic beasts, rivaling even the primordial continent. At that moment, a beam of golden light streaked across the horizon. As the light dissipated, a figure appeared in midair. This person was none other than Xiao Yang. Nearly a century had elapsed since he subdued the Dragon Clan and established Ao Huang as the Dragon Emperor. During this time, the Dragon Clan continued to govern the four seas, while the human race steadily advanced toward the East Sea. Many large islands had witnessed the construction of human cities, and a wealth of resources from overseas was harvested by humanity, accelerating the growth of a new generation. Instead of returning to the ancestral seat of the human race, Xiao Yang was drawn to the legendary three immortal islands concealed within the East Sea. His curiosity piqued. He chose to remain in the East Sea, embarking on a quest that spanned nearly a century. Having scoured nearly every inch of the East Sea, he was on the verge of despair when, at last, he made a discovery. Suspended in mid-air, a golden glint flashed in his eyes. Behind him, the manifestation of the human emperor emerged. Streams of royal dragon energy swirled around him like the echo of a dragon's roar. The once empty space before him rippled as if waves were expanding outward. From the undulating ripples, wisps of gray mist wafted forth. Xiao Yang extended his hands towards the gray mist, tearing it apart with a swift motion. The sound of tearing fabric resonated as boundless light expanded from mist, quickly rising thousands of feet into the air. When Xiao Yang looked again, 3 islands that seemed to connect heaven and earth appeared before him. Could this be the 3 immortal islands? Penglai, Yingzhou, Fangzhong. As he gazed upon these islands, a peculiar light sparkled in his eyes. According to legend from his previous life, these 3 islands were remnants forged from the chaos that arose when Pangu split heaven and earth. Moreover, these islands were not stationary in the EC, but constantly roamed. Each island was shrouded by powerful formations, making it nearly impossible to ascertain their locations. Kongtong Seal. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang summoned the treasure of fortune. The Kongtong Seal. Channeling his powers into the seal, an endless stream of royal dragon energy coalesced upon it. The Kongtong Seal rapidly expanded from the size of a palm, resembling a great mountain as it hurtled toward the 3 islands. Boom! The waters surrounding the 3 islands surged, creating waves that towered tens of thousands of feet. In the next instant, the gray mist that had enveloped the islands dissipated. I have arrived. A divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes as he transformed into a streak of light. Racing toward the 3 islands in the blink of an eye, he landed upon one of the islands. The moment he set foot on it, a name surfaced in his mind. This island was none other than Penglai. Truly, it was a celestial paradise, perhaps even surpassing Kunlun in grandeur on the island. Primordial spiritual energy wafted like mist, and under the sun's rays, a kaleidoscope of colors burst forth. Countless rare herbs and treasures adorned the landscape, creating a breathtaking scene. Furthermore, within the primordial spiritual energy, there lingered a trace of untransformed, chaotic energy. Compared to the outside world, the concentration of spiritual energy was significantly higher. Let me see what treasures this island holds. With this thought, Xiao Yang began to scour the treasures of Penglai Island. This is a low-grade primordial spiritual root, the purple crystal apple. An excellent find, starry gold, Tai gold, earth mother stone, celestial spirit grapes. A plethora of primordial spiritual roots and divine materials dazzled Xiao Yang's senses. Initially, he picked them up one by one, but soon, he grew weary of the task and used his divine consciousness in conjunction with his powers to form a colossal hand, sweeping up all the spiritual roots and divine materials within the range of his perception. Thus, Xiao Yang swiftly arrived at the heart of Penglai Island. Before him lay a vast pool, emanating a milky white radiance beneath a veil of mist. Merely being enveloped by this light instilled a sense of tranquility, as if it could cleanse the heart and purify all impurities. This is the 3-light divine water, forming a vast pool. Additionally, a white lotus bloomed nearby. The 3-light divine water was renowned throughout the primordial realm. The heavens possessed 3 treasures: the sun, moon, and stars. The 3-light divine water was a fusion of sunlight divine water, moonlight divine water, and starlight divine water. The golden sunlight divine water could erode flesh and blood. The silver moonlight divine water could corrode the primordial spirit. The purple starlight divine water could devour true consciousness. The IT was truly toxic. However, when these 3 divine waters merged, they transformed into the 3-light divine water, capable of neutralizing all poisons. Xiao Yang possessed some of this water as a reserve, for one could never anticipate when one might sustain injuries. However, even he possessed merely a few hundred drops of the 3-light divine water. How could it possibly compare to the vast expanse before him, where a boundless pool of 3-light divine water lay? Not to mention him, even those sages might not have access to such an abundance of the 3-light divine water. Yet, that was not what captured his utmost attention. What truly piqued his interest was the sea of white lotuses flourishing within the pool. The outermost layer of white lotuses bloomed at the 3rd grade, numbering around 100. The middle layer, blooming at the 6th grade, comprised approximately 40 to 50 blossoms, while the inner layer boasted 10 or so lotuses of the ninth grade, the very core. There resided a singular white lotus blooming at the 12th grade. Xiao Yang raised his hand in a beckoning gesture, and the 12th grade white lotus soared from the center of the lake directly into his palm. After a moment of contemplation with closed eyes, Xiao Yang opened them, his gaze shimmering with delight. Indeed, it was the pure world white lotus, transformed from one of the 5 lotus seeds of the chaotic green lotus. Unexpectedly appearing on Penglai Island, legend has it that the chaotic green lotus, which nurtured Pangu, shattered during the creation of heaven and earth. The fragments of that green lotus evolved into many of the innate spiritual treasures of the current primordial world. Among the 5 lotus seeds of the chaotic green lotus, one transformed into the creation green lotus, obtained by the 3 pure ones, which in turn became the dragon head staff, the jade rui, and the green floating sword. Another seed morphed into the destruction black lotus possessed by Luo Ho. One became the merit golden lotus held by Jin, and another transformed into the fiery red lotus of the river of oblivion. The final lotus seed, however, took the form of the pure world white lotus before him, in his past life. This pure world white lotus had never manifested. He had never anticipated its appearance on Penglai Island. This 12th grade pure world white lotus possessed the ability to suppress destiny, eradicate inner demons, and resist all forms of intrusion, qualifying it as an exceptional innate spiritual treasure. Gazing at the pure world white lotus and the vast pool of 3 light divine water, a divine light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. Chapter 79. The abbot of the immortal island in the heart of Penglai Island, facing the expanse of the 3 light divine water and the pure world white lotus. Xiao Yang fell into deep contemplation. The 3 light divine water could dispel all toxins, serving as a premier healing elixir in the primordial realm. Furthermore, it could be combined with the creation blood pool to enhance its efficacy. With the boundless 3 light divine water, the future of the human race would be assured, free from concerns about a lack of essential resources for the creation blood pool. In light of this, how could humanity be anything but exceptional in the pure world white lotus? After pondering for a considerable time, Xiao Yang's heart finally reached a resolution to in the past, to generate 3 light divine water. One could only rely on the natural formation of heaven and earth, or the spiritual treasures capable of gathering it. Since the 3 light divine water could coalesce into a vast pool on Penglai Island, it was evident that as long as the spiritual energy persisted, the water could continuously be born. With the unending supply of 3 light divine water, the pure world white lotus could thrive within the pool. Such inexhaustible treasures would undoubtedly become a significant foundation for the human race. Thus, it became imperative for someone to guard Penglai Island. Merely setting up a grand formation would not suffice to ease his concerns. Suddenly, Xiao Yang recalled Kong Xian and Jin Peng, whom he had accepted as attendants. Both were sons of the primordial phoenix. One possessed the innate essence of the 5 elements, while the other held the innate essence of yin and yang. Having them guard Penglai Island would be most suitable. With this thought, Xiao Yang acted without hesitation. He tore through the fabric of space before him, revealing a void. Through this aperture, a vague glimpse of the human realm could be discerned. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, hasten to my side, he called through the rift. Soon, 2 streaks of light traversed the void and arrived beside him. Xiao Yang waved his hand, restoring the torn space to its original state. My emperor, where is this? The 3 light divine water. The boundless pool of 3 light divine water. And that is the pure world white lotus. Kong Xian, sensing the significantly denser, innate spiritual energy compared to the outside world, displayed a look of confusion. Upon witnessing the vast pool of 3 light divine water and the 12th grade pure world white lotus, he gasped in astonishment, utterly bewildered as to his whereabouts. This is the Penglai Island among the 3 immortal islands. As you can see, it is home to the boundless 3 light divine water and the pure world white lotus. Therefore, I require you and Jin Peng to guard this place. Xiao Yang understood Kong Xian's astonishment. After all, he had also been taken aback upon first witnessing the scene. Indeed, rest assured, my emperor, with us here, no one shall breach Penglai Island. Kong Xian concealed his shock and bowed respectfully to Xiao Yang. with Jin Peng doing likewise. Jin Peng's eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. The 12th grade Pure World White Lotus was an exceptional innate spiritual treasure of no relation to him. However, within the pool, there were also the 9th and 6th grade Pure World White Lotuses. Surely, he would be able to acquire them, right? Noticing the gleam in Jin Peng's eyes, Xiao Yang raised his hand in a beckoning gesture. 2 9th grade Pure World White Lotuses floated before Kong Xian and Jin Peng. As my attendants, and tasked with guarding Penglai Island. These 2 9th grade Pure World Lotuses shall serve as your reward. Thank you, my emperor, for your generous bestowal. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, joy illuminated the eyes of both Kong Xian and Jin Peng. They accepted the 9th grade Pure World White Lotuses without a hint of hesitation. After all, once they refined these 9th grade Pure World Lotuses into spiritual treasures, they would become upper-tier innate spiritual treasures. In the primordial realm, any upper-tier innate spiritual treasure was a rare find. At the very least, they were in need of such treasures, in own need for excessive courtesy. Your service to me warrants this reward. On Penglai Island, there existed the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus and the vast pool of 3 light divine water. You shall accompany me to the abbot and Ingzhou. I believe they will not differ significantly. With that, Xiao Yang's figure transformed into a beam of golden light, heading toward the immortal island to the left of Penglai. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances before following suit. Before long, the 3 arrived at this island, which was named Fangzhong. Unlike the flat terrain of Penglai Island, Fangzhong Island was characterized by towering mountains with steep cliffs. Between the mountains, the innate spiritual energy liquefied into rivers, flowing endlessly. Rare and wondrous herbs and divine materials abounded. Xiao Yang, having already depleted the treasures of Penglai Island, paid little heed to this. His primary concern lay with the island's invaluable treasures. He tore through space once more, bringing Kong Xian and Jin Peng to the very center of Fangzhong Island. Here, 2 remarkable entities awaited. One was a pool, albeit only measuring a radius of a few zhang. The pool appeared gray and shrouded in swirling mist. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with understanding. Though this pool was smaller than the vast one, its contents were far from ordinary. It surpassed even the 3 light divine water, for this was condensed from chaotic energy, qualifying it as chaotic spiritual liquid. With this chaotic spiritual liquid, one could withstand the cleansing, allowing acquired spiritual roots to revert to innate status. Transforming into innate spiritual roots. Should the chaotic spiritual liquid be abundant enough, it could even enable innate spiritual roots to evolve into chaotic spiritual roots. Of course, this mere pool of chaotic spiritual liquid, only measuring a few zhang, could not achieve such feats. The other remarkable entity was a towering giant tree. This tree was quite peculiar, lacking branches and sporting a trunk of deep purple adorned with irregular patterns that exuded a unique charm. At its summit, 9 serpentine branches extended outward, their green leaves resembling elegant parasols. Interspersed among them were black flowers and yellow fruits. Beneath the tree, 9 root segments intertwined, resembling a true dragon coiling upon the ground. Emanating a profound aura, gazing at this magnificent tree, Xiao Yang felt a sense of wonder. In his past life, he had encountered descriptions of such a tree. There exists a tree, resembling an ox, with skin akin to ribbons, like a yellow serpent. Its leaves are like lace, its fruit resembles a lotus. Another tree, with green leaves and a purple stem, its dark flowers yield yellow fruits, towering without branches, possessing 9 layers, and beneath them, 9 roots. Both of these descriptions pertain to the same tree. Its name is Jianmu. In Xiao Yang's grasp lies a seed of the world tree, a majestic entity that can also be referred to as the Primordial World tree. However, within the primordial realm exists Buzhou Mountain, formed from the vertebrae of Pangu, rendering the celestial tree unnecessary. Consequently, the celestial tree remains obscure in the primordial world, hidden away on Fangzhong Island. While the primordial realm has little need for this celestial tree, for the human race and for Xiao Yang, the situation might be quite different. The celestial tree, who will dare to traverse the heavens and the earth when the time comes. Matters appear to be growing increasingly intriguing. A cryptic smile graced Xiao Yang's countenance. Chapter 80. Huang Zhongli of Yingzhou, Law of Heaven and Earth. On the East Sea, atop Fangzhong Island, Xiao Yang regarded the celestial tree with an expression that conveyed unspoken thoughts. This era is characterized by the fierce rivalry between the Wu and Yao clans. However, when both clans are left battered and retreat from the stage of the primordial world, the human race shall undoubtedly ascend to prominence. Becoming the principal actors within this vast expanse, at present, the human race's development is confined to the shores of the East Sea, yet their future strides will encompass every corner of the primordial realm, including the celestial expanse above. To journey from the primordial land to the ancient starry skies, one must navigate through treacherous realms filled with violent winds and thunderous flames. The dangers are formidable. Even a Daluo golden immortal, without the protection of a spiritual treasure, cannot traverse the ancient starry skies at will. However, with the presence of this celestial tree, the scenario shifts dramatically as the world tree of the primordial realm. The celestial tree's greatest function is to connect heaven and earth. The thunder and flames that separate the primordial land from the ancient starry sky cannot possibly destroy the celestial tree. The human race can utilize the celestial tree's powers to travel freely between the primordial land and the ancient starry skies. Yet should the human race pursue this path, they would undoubtedly incur the wrath of many. Others would be unwilling to see the rise of humanity in the primordial realm, especially when it comes to spreading their influence across every domain, be it land or sky. The only recourse available to those who oppose this rise is to sever the celestial tree, effectively cutting off the connection between heaven and earth. This is also the reason behind Xiao Yang's earlier musings, that he is eager to discover who will be the first to step forward. Kong Xian and Jin Peng stood silently behind Xiao Yang, their gazes filled with awe as they beheld the celestial tree. Having accompanied Xiao Yang for several years, they had witnessed many extraordinary phenomena. My emperor, why do I sense a striking similarity between it and the aura I felt at Buzhou Mountain? Kong Xian inquired, his eyes reflecting confusion. For some reason, he had perceived a strong resemblance between the celestial tree and Buzhou Mountain in both aura and nature. Kong Xian, you know that Buzhou Mountain is formed from the vertebrae of Pangu, serving as the pillar that supports heaven and earth. The celestial tree shares a similar role, that I have been concerned about how the human race would advance into the ancient starry skies. But now, a solution has revealed itself. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, enlightenment dawned upon Kong Xian's face. Observing Kong Xian's realization, Xiao Yang smiled gently. He did not mind offering a hint to Kong Xian. For as the attendant of the human emperor, there was much for him to learn. Xiao Yang raised his hand, forming seals as a multitude of runes floated toward the celestial tree, merging into its very being. Subsequently, with a simple gesture, he summoned the celestial tree into his palm. At that moment, the celestial tree had shrunk to the size of a hand, vanishing from the sight of Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Let us proceed. Having witnessed Peng Lai and Fangzhong, I am now even more curious about Yingzhou on the Three Immortals Island. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Xiao Yang's figure dissipated like mist, as though he had never been present. Kong Xian and Jin Peng exchanged glances and hurriedly pursued him. Soon, the trio arrived at Yingzhou Island. This island bore little distinction from the previous two, adorned with various celestial treasures and divine herbs, while wisps of white clouds gathered in the air. These clouds enveloped the very center of Yingzhou Island, where glimmers of yellowish light burst forth. Xiao Yang paid little heed to the celestial treasures and, in a single breath, reached the center of Yingzhou Island. There, he beheld Huang Zhongli, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. He had not anticipated that Huang Zhongli would reside within the Three Immortals Island. Truly, it was a land of immense fortune, born from the fragments of chaos. A trace of awe flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. This Huang Zhongli is no ordinary primordial spiritual root. One of the most exceptional of the 10 primordial spiritual roots. Huang Zhongli stands on par with the ginseng fruit of Xinyuanzi and the water peach of the Queen Mother of the West. Merely a single Huang Zhongli fruit would be sufficient to elevate a mortal to the realm of the Daluo Golden Immortal. Though one's cultivation would thereafter stagnate for life, it remains a remarkable boon within the primordial realm. Yet, This Huang Zhongli holds little use for him. Thus, as Xiao Yang contemplated the treasures he had acquired during this journey to the Three Immortals Island, his heart raced with excitement. The it was astonishing. The haul from this visit was truly bountiful. Not to mention the vast pool of Sanguang divine water, which alone could bring him immense joy. Not to mention the pure world white lotus and the celestial tree. Xiao Yang steadied his emotions, casting a discerning gaze over the somewhat scattered Three Immortals Island, furrowing his brow. After all, the only guardians he had left behind to safeguard the Three Immortals Island were Kong Xian and Jinpeng. It seems I have underestimated the situation. Entrusting 3 islands to just the 2 of you is rather rash. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's words, Jinpeng dismissed the concern with a carefree attitude, boldly declaring, "My emperor, fret not, be it 3 islands or even dozens more. Under my swift wings, there shall be no challenge." As he spoke, Jinpeng patted his chest confidently. Xiao Yang's lips twitched slightly as his gaze shifted between Kong Xian and Jinpeng. Why is it that, despite both being offspring of the Yuan Feng, their capabilities differ so vastly? Kong Xian shot Jinpeng a sidelong glance and then bowed respectfully to Xiao Yang. My emperor, please rest assured, the Three Immortals Island is protected by formations. The 2 of us can manage. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, a contemplative expression crossing his features. I have a plan. Upon hearing Xiao Yang's assertion, Kong Xian and Jinpeng looked on with curiosity. With a gesture, Xiao Yang summoned the Kongtong seal, which appeared before him. Infusing it with his power, the seal radiated brilliance, accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons echoing forth. The imperial dragon energy enveloped Xiao Yang, bestowing upon him an aura of boundless authority. The human emperor's Dharma form and battle body emerged behind him, exuding a majestic and overwhelming presence. As Xiao Yang focused his thoughts, the human emperor's form approached him and merged with his being. The integration of the human emperor's form seemed to awaken something within. Suddenly, a regal robe adorned Xiao Yang, intricately embroidered with profound patterns, exuding an otherworldly aura. His eyes, as they opened, flashed with golden light, making it unwise for anyone to meet his gaze. Law of heaven and earth, arise! With a deep breath, Xiao Yang bellowed, his body rapidly expanding as he soared into the air, reaching toward Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island with outstretched hands. Chapter 81. The 3 Talents Formation, Fortune Registration. In the EC, in this extraordinary realm of the Three Immortals Island, Xiao Yang radiated imperial dragon energy, transforming into a dragon shape as it let out a thunderous roar. This moment, having invoked the law of heaven and earth, his hands overshadowed the world, resembling the heavens collapsing downwards. He grasped both Yingzhou Island and Fangzhong Island effortlessly, lifting them without any resistance. Seeing this, Xiao Yang took a deep breath, channeling his magical power as remarkable strength erupted from his arms. Thunderous roars resounded. The roar echoed through the air as Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island trembled incessantly, as if they were on the verge of being whisked away. That moment, above the 9 heavens, rolling thunder resonated, and dark clouds began to converge ominously. Purple lightning danced amidst the gathering storm clouds. They manifested in the realm of the 3 immortal islands. The sound of muffled thunder seemed to serve as a warning to Xiao Yang. However, Xiao Yang did not cast a glance at the lightning. Instead, he exerted his strength, lifting both Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island effortlessly. This act thoroughly provoked the wrath of the thunder within the clouds. Crack! Crackle! Bolts of lightning, like soaring dragons, roared toward Xiao Yang with a deafening clamor. The purple luminescence merged into a singular mass, showing no signs of abating. Explosions reverberated, enveloping the area in a shroud of dust, obscuring the true nature of the events unfolding. After a considerable pause, as the dust settled, Xiao Yang's figure reemerged before the crowd. Arcane sparks danced along his shoulders, yet he bore not a single injury. The swirling clouds above, seemingly incited by provocation, continued to thicken. Xiao Yang glanced upward, his eyes betraying a sense of impatience. He had anticipated that a single strike would suffice, yet the clouds only amassed further, their hue shifting from a pale blue to a deep violet. "Disperse," he bellowed, confronting the situation with fury as the Kongtong seal materialized from thin air. The resonant cries of dragons echoed forth as 9 golden true dragons emerged from the seal, their eyes brimming with vitality. Resembling the very essence of authentic dragons, they roared ferociously, their tails thrashing, collectively charging toward the storm clouds. Boom! Boom! The thunderous roars intensified as the 9 true dragons entered the clouds, appearing and vanishing as they battled the lightning. After a considerable duration, the clouds finally dispersed, revealing the 9 golden dragons, majestic and imposing in mid-air. With a thought, Xiao Yang summoned the 9 dragons back into the Kongtong seal. Subsequently, he grasped Fangzhong and Yingzhou Islands. Bringing them before Penglai Island, where he placed them on either side, he extended his hand to form seals, and golden runes of the great Tao emerged before him, merging into the 3 islands. 3 distinct yet interdependent auras emanated from the islands. Thus, Xiao Yang ceased his actions, dispersing the celestial powers he had invoked, returning to his usual demeanor. Kong Xian, Jin Peng, I have established the triad formation of heaven, earth, and humanity upon the 3 immortal islands. You must diligently safeguard these islands without fail. Xiao Yang's gaze turned to Kong Xian and Jin Peng. Rest assured, Your Majesty, my brother, and I shall vigilantly protect the 3 immortal islands. Kong Xian solemnly assured him. Jin Peng, standing nearby, nodded earnestly, his demeanor devoid of any frivolity. Xiao Yang acknowledged them with a nod, pressing his finger to their foreheads. Once this was accomplished, he transformed into a radiant beam of golden light, heading toward the eastern sea. Only his voice lingered in the air. As you guard the 3 immortal islands, you must also diligently cultivate. The Tao of great perfection remains insufficient. Strive to attain the realm of Hunyuan Golden immortal soon. Kong Xian and Jin Peng clenched their fists, proud as sons of the phoenix, their talents regarded as among the finest in the primal chaos. Yet now, as attendants of Xiao Yang, they found themselves unable to assist him. A blow to their pride. Let us cultivate earnestly and reach the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal at the earliest opportunity. We must not disappoint His Majesty's expectations of us. Kong Xian encouraged. Patting Jin Peng on the shoulder, Jin Peng nodded, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. You speak truly, my elder brother. His Majesty has treated us with great favor. We can only repay him through diligent cultivation. With their resolve firm, Kong Xian and Jin Peng wasted no time, heading toward Penglai Island to select a suitable location for their future dwelling. Meanwhile, after departing for the vicinity of the 3 immortal islands, Xiao Yang tore through the fabric of space, returning to the ancestral land of the human race along the eastern sea. Seated in the hall where he regularly practiced, he reflected upon recent events. After a considerable time, his thoughts shifted as a streak of imperceptible 7-colored light materialized before him, swiftly expanding into a vibrant curtain of light. Host, Xiao Yang identity. Human race's fortuitous golden dragon. Human sovereign fortune level. Level 5 realm. Late stage a quasi-saint. As a vessel of human fortune, you can mobilize the strength of the entire human race. Cultivation techniques. 1 sword, 1 thought opens the heavens. Divine essence body refinement scripture. As a vessel of human fortune, you can learn all human cultivation techniques and integrate them. Items. Post-heaven merit spirit treasure creation whip. Fortuitous supreme treasure Kongtong seal. Comprehensive teleportation array fortune sign-in times. 1. The fortune of the human race has risen, granting a sign-in opportunity. Indeed, at this moment, Xiao Yang possessed another opportunity for a fortune sign-in. Since the day he subdued the Dragon Clan and appointed A.O. Huang as the new Dragon Emperor, the fortune of the human race had surged once more, particularly after he passed down the 12 earthly branches cultivation method. The fortune level of the human race ascended directly to level 5, granting him an additional sign-in opportunity. System, initiate the fortune sign-in, Xiao Yang commanded, gazing at the system interface. You have consumed 1 fortune sign-in opportunity. And the sign-in is now in progress. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the Beast Pavilion, Heavenly Array Pavilion, and 6 Arts Pavilion. The Beast Pavilion, a domain of the vast celestial world, is dedicated to the cultivation of extraordinary beasts. enhancing their breeding chances and speed, as well as their innate qualities. The Heavenly Array Pavilion belongs to the human celestial realm, containing profound array principles, allowing for the comprehension of the art of formation. The Six Arts Pavilion, a treasure of the great celestial world, houses the legacies of chess, music, literature, painting, archery, and martial arts. Xiao Yang exhaled lightly, a smile gracing his face. Each of these three items would significantly enrich the current human race. With the Beast Pavilion, the human race could assemble a formidable army of extraordinary beasts in the future. The Heavenly Array Pavilion would augment the protective formations of each human celestial city, ultimately enabling all celestial cities to collaborate in forming a grand array. This would greatly enhance the security of the human race. Furthermore, the emergence of the Six Arts Pavilion would provide the human race with an alternative path to pursue. The future of the human race would undoubtedly flourish in a myriad of ways. How could he not rejoice in such prospects? With a wave of his hand, the three treasures materialized before him, subsequently merging into the ancestral land of the human race. Chapter 82. The Chaos of Celestial Mechanisms. A great calamity approaches. The human race has endured for 100,000 years. Since Xiao Yang's return from the Eastern Sea, over 30,000 years have elapsed in the vast wilderness. During this time, the human race has ceaselessly advanced. With their growth, celestial cities have been established beyond the Eastern Sea, steadily expanding their reach. Following the defeat of the Gujiao and other rival factions, few among the myriad races dared to belittle the human race, and none would risk openly insulting them. As celestial cities have risen, other races have begun to engage with the human race. Moreover, the human race has not relinquished their expansion toward the Eastern Sea, establishing overseas celestial cities on the larger islands found in coastal waters. The human race has either forged alliances with the sea clans or engaged in acts of aggression. The human race now shines like the sun at dawn, not yet at its zenith, but undeniably proclaiming its resurgence. In the western region of the vast wilderness, at Mount Shumi, melodious sounds resonated and boundless light radiated outward. Those beneath this radiant light would find their worries alleviated, free from desires and distractions. This place is the sanctum of the saints. At this moment, atop Mount Shumi, before a sacred pool of 8 treasures, the saints Zhuan and Jie sat facing each other. Both were in silent contemplation of the heavenly Tao, a gentle breeze surrounding them, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the pool. "Brother, I wish to descend the mountain." At this time, Zhuan opened his eyes, gazing at the rippling water as he spoke. However, Jie remained unresponsive, his eyes still closed, as if he had not heard Zhuan Ti's words. Zhuan paid no heed to this silence. "Brother, do you recall the first time we met? Though I had gained sentience, I had yet to take form. When you arrived, I was fearful of losing my intelligence. Indeed, my senior brother spoke to me about the Tao, aiding my transformation at that time, when my senior brother expressed his aspirations. I vowed to ensure that his ambitions would come to fruition. Senior brother, I wish to descend the mountain." Zhuan murmured softly, yet his words were imbued with an uncommon resolve. After a prolonged silence, Jie sighed deeply and opened his eyes. He gazed at Zhuan and spoke. "Junior brother, what can you achieve by descending the mountain now?" It seemed as though Zhuan had anticipated this question, for a confident smile adorned his face. "Senior brother, my descent is solely to ignite the war between the Wu clan and the Yao clan. Having endured 2 great battles, their enmity has reached a boiling point, and a confrontation between them is inevitable. I merely wish to hasten this conflict." Jie regarded Zhuan with a heavy heart. "Junior brother, I understand your intentions, but under the grand design of the heavenly Tao, there are predetermined circumstances. When the time comes for my western realm to flourish, it shall flourish without requiring you to take such risks." Zhuan, however, shook his head, directing his gaze toward Jane. "Senior brother, you are mistaken. Both the Yao clan's Dijun and the Wu clan's Dijiang are extraordinary figures. Logically, they should have clashed long ago, yet they have been restrained. It is merely that they are not yet prepared for the final confrontation. Should they become ready, amidst the impending calamity, we may find ourselves unable to control the situation. Thus, it is better to instigate the war prematurely, rendering their schemes null and void. Jian looked at Zhuan-Ti, rendered speechless. After a long pause, he closed his eyes and spoke coldly. Your approach may not escape the notice of the three pure ones in Nuwa. If they were to intervene, it would incite the wrath of both the Wu and Yao clans. Even if we are unafraid, it would still pose a considerable dilemma. Upon hearing Jian's words, Zhuan-Ti chuckled. He realized that Jian, in uttering these words, had clearly been swayed. Senior brother, it is precisely for this reason that I need your assistance to muddle the heavenly secrets. At this, Jian's eyes widened sharply, a piercing gaze directed at Zhuan-Ti. Zhuan-Ti met his gaze without a hint of fear. After a lengthy silence, Jian's sharp expression softened, and with a wave of his hand, the 12-grade merit golden lotus materialized before them. Since you have made up your mind, I shall lend you my strength. Thank you, senior brother. Zhuan-Ti exclaimed, his spirits lifted, as the words left his lips. The expressions of both men turned solemn. They extended their hands and formed seals, channeling their powers into the merit golden lotus. Gradually, an arcane resonance began to circulate upon the 12-grade merit golden lotus. Suddenly, an invisible golden light shot forth from the lotus, soaring into the heavens above, vanishing without a trace, as if entering an unknown realm. Jian and Zhuan-Ti withdrew their hands simultaneously, their faces pale. Yet, after a few breaths, their complexions returned to normal. Jian wore a bittersweet smile. Were it not for the current calamity, where the heavenly secrets are already in disarray, I fear that even together we would struggle to obscure them from the sages. Zhuan-Ti, however, paid little heed to this. For him, achieving his aspirations was all that mattered at this moment. The heavenly secrets were entirely in turmoil, marking the perfect opportunity for him to enter the primordial chaos. Senior brother, the heavenly secrets are in disarray. I shall take my leave. With that declaration, Zhuan-Ti's figure quietly dissipated, clearly departing from Mount Shumi. Jian gazed at the spot where Zhuan-Ti had stood. Lost in thought, just then, a voice echoed across the summit of Mount Shumi. Jian, have you not yet made up your mind? Upon hearing this voice, Jian returned to his senses, inhaling deeply without responding. You are already ensnared. How could you expect to extricate yourself so effortlessly? I await the day you come to your own conclusions. As if observing Jian's demeanor, the mysterious voice let out a cold laugh before vanishing. A hint of bewilderment flickered in Jian's eyes. After a long while, a bitter smile emerged on his face, and he shook his head slightly. He then closed his eyes, contemplating the heavenly Dao. Meanwhile, as Jian and Zhuan-Ti thoroughly disrupted the heavenly secrets in the East Kunlun, within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, the three figures of Taiji Laozi simultaneously opened their eyes. Yuqing Yuanshi furrowed his brow. Elder brother, the heavenly secrets are completely in chaos. Is this due to the impending calamity, or his words remained unfinished, yet they were sufficient for Laozi and Tongtian to grasp his meaning. Laozi's gaze deepened slightly as he spoke. Regardless of whether this is the machination of those few or a consequence of the calamity, we shall observe the developments. Upon hearing this, both Yuanshi and Tongtian nodded in agreement. Responding to change with steadfastness was their best course of action in the primordial chaos. Within the heavenly palace of Nuwa, the contemplative Nuwa also opened her eyes. She sensed the shift in the heavenly secrets and turned her gaze toward the primordial expanse. With her sage-level insight, she could clearly perceive the ominous calamity pervading the land. The great calamity was on the verge of arriving. Chapter 83. Zhuan-Ti's manifestation in the Sun Star, Tonggu Jinwu. Pangu's creation of heaven and earth marked the dawn of the primordial age. Ultimately, he transformed into myriad entities, with his left eye becoming the Sun Star. Upon the Sun Star, the indomitable flames of the sun burned eternally. The closer one ventured to the center of the Sun Star, the more potent the flames became. Even a Luo Jingxian would not dare to linger there for long. Thus, apart from the Yao Emperor Dijun and Dong Huangtai, who were born of the Sun Star, it remained silent throughout the day. However, on this particular day, ripples began to undulate in the space before the Sun Star, and a figure materialized from thin air. "Is this the sun star?" he mused, observing the formidable array set to deter quasi-saints. Coupled with the ever-present flames of the sun, Jun truly is cautious. Yet alas, this array cannot deter me. The figure was none other than Xuan-Ti, who regarded the sun star with a hint of derision. Within his gaze, a swastika symbol flickered. He could perceive the terrifying array of restrictions surrounding the sun star. Should a quasi-saint step within, they would find it exceedingly difficult to escape, affording ample time for Jun to arrive. Yet, regardless of Jun's schemes, he could never have anticipated that a sage would take action with a wave of his hand. Xuan-Ti sent forth a stream of mystical light toward the sun star. If responding, a grand array enveloping the entire sun star materialized, its intricate patterns filling the void, illustrating the array's formidable nature. Were it someone else, they would have surely alarmed the array by now. However, Xuan-Ti's mystical light elicited not even the slightest ripple as it merged seamlessly into the array. Witnessing this, Xuan-Ti smiled and approached the sun star. Arriving before the array, he passed through without hesitation, causing no backlash from the formation, as if he were simply non-existent. Once Xuan-Ti's figure completely vanished into the sun star, the grand array also dissipated, as though nothing had transpired. Upon entering the sun star, Xuan-Ti beheld an unceasing blaze of solar flames. He did not linger, making his way toward the heart of the sun star. As he traversed, the flames transitioned from a light red to a deep crimson. Eventually, when Xuan-Ti came to a halt, the flames had transformed into a terrifying white, distorting the very fabric of space. Before Xuan-Ti lay a canyon, and at its center stood a primordial spiritual root, the Fusa tree, one of the 10 primordial spiritual roots of the primordial chaos. Upon the Fusa tree rested 10 luminous orbs, resembling 10 miniature suns. Gazing upon these orbs, a glimmer of divine light flickered in Xuan-Ti's eyes. "You shall be the ones. Do not let me down." As the words fell, Xuan-Ti proceeded towards the canyon. Upon entering the canyon, Xuan-Ti's appearance transformed, taking the form of a tiger-like demon. Just as Xuan-Ti drew near the Fusang tree, the 10 luminous orbs upon it quivered in unison that a cacophony of cries erupted. As 10 three-legged golden crows soared in the air, one of the golden crows, upon noticing Xuan-Ti's presence, hastily called out, "Look, a demon has come to Tang Valley." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding little golden crows turned their curious gazes towards him. Upon seeing Xuan-Ti, they became increasingly agitated. "He truly is a demon, and a tiger demon at that. Could it be that our father sent him? Is our father coming to see us?" The 10 little golden crows engaged in fervent debate, some even becoming so anxious that they spewed forth true solar fire. That moment, someone suddenly spoke up. "In that case, let us meet this tiger demon and inquire of him directly." With this proclamation, the little golden crows deemed it reasonable and transformed into a streak of rainbow light, darting towards Xuan-Ti. Swiftly, they surrounded Xuan-Ti in a circle. "You there, little demon, from whence do you hail? Do not delay in revealing it." One golden crow addressed Xuan-Ti, its tone sharp and commanding. Xuan-Ti feigned trepidation, his body trembling slightly. In a quavering voice, he spoke to the 10 golden crows. "Your Highness, spare me, spare me. I will divulge everything." "Then speak quickly," another golden crow urged. Observing Xuan-Ti's trembling demeanor, a sense of pride blossomed within them. "The little demon comes from the heavenly court, bearing the orders of the demon emperor." "Who has words for all of you princes?" Xuan-Ti continued, his voice still trembling. "So it is indeed our father who sent you. What does he wish to convey to us?" A golden crow inquired joyfully. "The demon emperor summons all princes back to the heavenly court, for there are matters of great importance to discuss," Xuan-Ti replied. Just then, one golden crow approached Xuan-Ti, its sharp gaze locking onto him. This golden crow discerned the fear reflected in Xuan-Ti's eyes, and its heart swelled with satisfaction. "Is it truly our father who dispatched you? How did you enter, and how did you evade the true solar fire?" Upon hearing the golden crow's questions, Xuan-Ti appeared somewhat anxious as he explained, "It is the demon emperor who sent me, to inform all of you princes. This is the fire-warding talisman granted to me by the demon emperor, capable of withstanding the flames. Another golden crow interjected, "Words alone are insufficient. Show us the fire-warding talisman." Without hesitation, Zhuan Ti, in his tiger demon form, reluctantly produced a talisman. This talisman glowed a vibrant red, inscribed with a grand symbol, emanating a trace of the aura of Emperor Jun. Upon inspecting the talisman, the little golden crows finally relaxed their vigilance. "It truly was our father who sent you. But tell me, why has our father not come to see us all these years?" Indeed, he promised to visit every century, yet nearly 7 millennia have passed. The little golden crows chattered incessantly, bombarding Zhuan Ti with questions. The clamor overwhelmed Zhuan Ti, who felt a twitch at his brow. "Indeed, it is too noisy. Princes, please allow me to answer your questions one at a time," he implored. Finally, the little golden crows fell silent, casting disapproving glances at the interrupter. "It is not that the demon emperor does not wish to see you, but rather that he is unable to come. In recent years, the conflicts between our demon clan and the witch clan have intensified. The demon emperor truly." Chapter 84. The golden crows descend to the mortal realm. Desires of all beings in the primordial realm, on the sun star, Tang Valley. The 10 golden crows encircled the tiger demon Zhuan Ti, attentively listening to his words. Each one bore a fiery expression of anger. One golden crow, tilting its head skyward, unleashed true solar fire, its voice laced with fury. "The witch clan is utterly detestable. They're the reason our father cannot visit us." The others joined in, vehemently cursing the witch clan. "The witch clan must perish. How dare they oppose our demon clan? I shall slay those wretched witches." Zhuan Ti, in the guise of the tiger demon, listened to the golden crow's outcries. His body trembled faintly, and he spoke with a semblance of dread. "No, my lords, you must not. The witches are far too formidable. You princes are no match for them." Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's words, the little golden crows glared at him with dissatisfaction. Suddenly, one golden crow unleashed true solar fire at Zhuan Ti. Without resistance, Zhuan Ti, in his tiger demon form, disintegrated into ash without even a cry. "Brother, what have you done? Why did you incinerate that tiger demon? When we return to the heavenly court, our father will surely reprimand us." The largest and most powerful of the 10 golden crows voiced its concern. The one who had unleashed the fire, however, seemed unfazed. "Brother, you worry too much. Our father would not chide us over such a matter. This tiger demon was terrified by the witch clan. He has brought shame upon our kind. It is better for him to be dead than to live as a disgrace." Hearing his words, the earlier speaker fell silent, evidently indifferent to the fate of the tiger demon. They had only spoken out of fear of Emperor Jun's reprimand. "Oh well, if he is dead, then so be it. Let us hasten back to the heavenly court." With that, the eldest golden crow soared towards the outskirts of Tang Valley, followed by the others. Soon, all 10 golden crows had flown out of the sun star, their eyes gleaming with excitement at finally leaving Tang Valley. Just as the eldest golden crow prepared to lead the others towards the heavenly court, one of the 3rd golden crows halted and declared, "I have made my decision. I will not return to the heavenly court. I shall venture to the primordial realm to slay the witches and avenge our demon clan." Upon hearing this, the other golden crows paused. Compared to returning to the heavenly court, they yearned to explore the primordial realm, their eyes alight with desire. In the midst of the silence, the youngest golden crow timidly spoke, "But if we do not return to the heavenly court, what will happen when our father lays blame upon us? Besides, the witches possess great power. Their weakest members are all the Luo golden immortals. How shall we contend with them?" The 3rd golden crow, undeterred, replied, "As long as we slay the witches, our father will not hold us accountable. We have already attained the perfected Tai realm and possess true solar fire. We can defend ourselves in time. Our father will protect us." The 3rd golden crow's words ignited their desire to venture into the primordial realm even further. Yet, none dared to take the first step. A bunch of cowards. If you are afraid, then return to the heavenly court." The 3rd golden crow scoffed, transforming into a streak of rainbow light as it sped towards the primordial realm. "Wait for me, 3rd brother. I shall accompany you. Me too. Let us go together, with the third golden crow in motion. The others followed suit, unwilling to be left behind. Soon, all 10 golden crows vanished from before the sun star, restoring tranquility to the celestial body that moment. Within Tang Valley, the tiger demon that had been reduced to ashes reemerged. This tiger demon metamorphosed once more, returning to Zhuan Ti's original form. The deed is done. Let us return. Let us return. As the words fell, the figure of Zhuan transformed into a golden light and dissipated at the spot. A gentle breeze seemed to sweep by, causing the ancient and unchanging hibiscus tree to sway slightly, but a faint sigh echoed in the air. On this day, the primordial realm remained as it always had, with occasional disputes, yet fundamentally stable. However, in that very moment, the heavens and the earth shifted, and a brilliant golden-red light appeared in the sky. The blinding radiance rendered one unable to gaze directly at it. Countless powerful beings turned their eyes toward the source of the golden-red glow, and some perceptive denizens of the primordial world also glanced in that direction. As the golden-red light drew nearer, their expressions shifted dramatically. 11 suns. Indeed, in the sky, alongside the original sun, 10 additional suns emerged. With the arrival of these 10 suns, the golden-red light showered down upon the primordial realm, causing the temperature to rise rapidly. Look at the sky. How did 10 more suns appear? Where did they come from? This is bad. They're heading toward the primordial land. With the abnormal increase in temperature, more and more beings of the primordial realm took notice of the 10 suns soaring toward the ground. For those of insufficient strength, the true form of the 10 suns remained obscured. Yet for those who had reached the realm of the Luo, the truth was unmistakable. These 10 suns were none other than 10 three-legged golden crows. And in the primordial realm, the three-legged golden crows were inextricably linked to the demon emperor Dijuan and Dongwang Tai. Now, with the descent of these 10 three-legged golden crows into the primordial realm, could this be the handiwork of that demon emperor? A strange hue flickered in their eyes, in the eastern Kunlun, within the Three Pure Ones hall, the moment the 10 golden crows approached the primordial land. Laozi and the others turned their gazes toward them. Tong Tian began to calculate with his fingers. Yet soon, he halted, contemplating with a furrowed brow. The heavenly secrets had become utterly chaotic, rendering any calculations impossible. Eldest brother, could this be the doing of those few? Or is it the true intention of Dijuan? Yuan Shi's eyes glimmered with a hint of sarcasm. Most likely, it is the doing of those few. The descent of 10 golden crows into the primordial realm will surely create considerable karma, jeopardizing the fortunes of the demon clan. As the sovereign of the demon clan, Dijuan would not take such actions. Laozi's expression remained inscrutable as he spoke slowly. Whether it is good or bad, the arrival of the 10 golden crows in the primordial realm is now a foregone conclusion. It remains to be seen when the repercussions will manifest. On the shores of the eastern sea, within the ancestral grounds of the human race, Xiao Yang stood at the entrance of the hall he frequented. He gazed upward, his eyes seemingly reflecting the image of the 10 three-legged golden crows. After a long while, he finally withdrew his gaze. Who could have instigated the descent of the golden crows into the primordial realm? Shadows of various figures flashed through Xiao Yang's mind. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Chapter 85. Expulsion, Obstruction. On the shores of the eastern sea, within the council hall of the human ancestral grounds, Xiao Yang occupied the seat of honor. The initial 3 sovereigns, Swearin, Yu Chao, and Zi, sat to his left. To his right were numerous human prodigies, including Chisongzi, Inkong, Lilu, and Zhuxiang. This moment, apart from Xiao Yang's calm demeanor, the rest bore expressions tinged with urgency. Your Majesty, could the arrival of the 10 three-legged golden crows in the primordial realm be the doing of the demon emperor Dijuan? What is their purpose? Swearin inquired. Unable to contain his concern, as a quasi-saint, he naturally held no fear of the 10 three-legged golden crows at the Tai level. However, his lack of fear did not extend to the rest of the human race. With their presence on the shores of the eastern sea, the human forces could stand unafraid. Yet during the migration of the human race, many had scattered into the primordial realm as tribes. Moreover, The younger generation of human prodigies had been traversing the primordial realm. Some had consolidated the smaller human tribes, while others had established new ones to this day. Even they could not ascertain how many human tribes existed within the primordial realm. Among these tribes, some were strong, while others were weak, but all were powerless against the true fire of the sun, that if the 10 three-legged golden crows were to rampage through the primordial realm, it would surely result in significant casualties among the human race. He could not help but feel anxious for those human tribes. The arrival of the 10 three-legged golden crows in the primordial realm is not the doing of Dijuan. The current situation arises merely from the disregard of some individuals for their own dignity. Xiao Yang replied, his expression notably indifferent, though a hint of sarcasm lingered in his eyes. Upon hearing this, understanding dawned in Surin's eyes. The human prodigies were not fools. They grasped the implications as well, one by one. They fell into a contemplative silence, their emotions stirring within. After a lengthy pause, Z raised her head, her voice cool and composed. Your Majesty, what should we do about the 10 three-legged golden crows? After all, for most of our kin, the three-legged golden crows pose a threat. Just as Xiao Yang was about to respond, he sensed something. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the hall's entrance and thundered, "Begone, you wretched beasts. Do not dare to act recklessly on the shores of the eastern sea." The sound of a dragon's roar echoed as the imperial dragon aura enveloped Xiao Yang, surging outward like a true dragon, charging toward the hall's exit. Outside, on the shores of the eastern sea, the manifestation of the true dragon formed by the imperial dragon aura caused the world to change color, creating a forbidden zone that exuded a deathly atmosphere. It seemed at the moment the 10 three-legged golden crows set foot on the shores of the eastern sea, they would be met with certain death, that we must leave. This place is filled with great terror. The three-legged golden crows, still airborne, emitted sounds of panic, fear gripping their hearts and preventing them from lingering. They transformed into streaks of rainbow light, eager to escape the shores of the eastern sea. As far away as possible, observing the 10 three-legged golden crows retreating, Xiao Yang withdrew his gaze and turned to Chisongzi. Chisongzi, follow closely behind those 10 wretched beasts if they dare encroach upon the human tribes. Drive them away. Upon hearing this, Chisongzi immediately stood and bowed to Xiao Yang. Rest assured, Your Majesty. With that, Chisongzi transformed into a beam of sword light, pursuing the 10 three-legged golden crows. Meanwhile, the 10 three-legged golden crows executed the golden crow transformation technique, swiftly distancing themselves from the shores of the eastern sea by millions of miles. This was still due to their cultivation being limited to the Tai realm. Had they reached the Deluo realm, traversing billions of miles in a single breath would be no challenge. Big brother, just now, I felt a sense of death. That aura made me feel as if I were facing an enraged father. One of the golden crows exclaimed, his eyes still reflecting lingering trepidation. The elder golden crow, recalling the earlier scene, felt a shiver run through him. It seems that was the Eastern Sea, a territory of the human race. That individual must be the human emperor Xiao Yang. After pondering for a moment, the elder golden crow arrived at a conclusion. The human race. Once I grow stronger, I shall make them pay. Another golden crow declared fiercely, harboring resentment against the human race for the first time. Let us seek out the witch clan. I want those witches to taste my true fire of the sun. Another three-legged golden crow chimed in. With that, the 10 three-legged golden crows lowered their flight altitude and continued onward. As they flew, the true fire of the sun surrounding them ignited the ground beneath, turning forests and vegetation into ashes. Rivers and streams were severed, and mountains crumbled. Countless beings caught unawares fell victim to this calamity. In the Three Pure Ones Hall of Eastern Kunlun, at the moment Xiao Yang issued his furious roar, driving the 10 golden crows away, a glimmer of appreciation flashed in Tong Tian's eyes. The one who issued that furious roar must be the human emperor Xiao Yang. Truly deserving of the fortune manifested, his strength has risen swiftly. A flicker of disdain passed through the eyes of the primordial being, followed by a cold snort. What does rapid advancement matter? As long as one is yet to reach the realm of saints. They are but mere ants. He did not speak, yet the profundity of his gaze deepened. Since attaining sainthood, his demeanor had grown increasingly icy and indifferent, as if he had utterly lost the capacity for emotion. The human emperor of the human race seemed to pose some obstacles. In the west, atop Mount Shumi, Zhuan observed as 10 golden crows descended into the primordial chaos, a look of excitement gracing his features. However, upon witnessing Xiao Yang's furious shout driving the 10 golden crows away, Zhuan expression suddenly soured. He turned to Jiayin and, with a serious countenance, remarked, "Master brother, during our ascension to sainthood, we both sensed it. Humanity is indeed the principal force of the heavens following the war of the witches and demons.